A family of three traverses through time, only to find themselves amidst the chaos of war. With nothing but oil and wine in their possession, they embark on a journey through the unknown. As the cold seeps in, they cannot don additional layers when hunger strikes. There are no shops to procure bread faced with life-threatening robberies. There are no hospitals to seek refuge. Yet, even while weeping as they wander, they resolutely maintain a smile, believing that a brighter future awaits. Upon awakening in a room steeped in antiquity, Zhang, a university instructor, gazes at the disheveled surroundings, her body hunched as she shields her forehead with her hand. She remains in this position for nearly 5 minutes, struggling to regain her composure. It is evident to her that she has traversed time, likely arriving in a modest household of the ancient era. With no memories to guide her, she surmises that a thief must have ransacked the room last night, perhaps using nefarious means to render her unconscious. Even now, her limbs feel heavy and unresponsive, her mind swirling in confusion. Uncertainty gnaws at her. How might she perish in order to return her parents? The transition occurred during the year-end cleaning when she was shocked by a water heater. Yet here, electricity is non-existent. The thought of her predicament tightens her heart with anguish. She cannot fathom the despair her parents would endure should they lose their only daughter. They might cradle her lifeless body, grieving her loss in the most profound way. But perhaps, if she hesitates to succumb, there might be a glimmer of hope. Steeling herself, Zhang straightens her posture and finally unveils her forehead, her large, glistening eyes widening in astonishment. Just then, as if in response to her anxious state, hurried footsteps echo from outside the door. Qian Peiying, in a fluster, bursts into the room, her body swaying as she stands at the entrance. Upon locking eyes with the frail girl on the bed, she is momentarily stunned, recognizing the striking resemblance to her daughter when she was around 10 years old. Her heart races, leaving her momentarily speechless, her mouth agape, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Breaking the silence, with tears brimming in her eyes, Zhang gathers her courage by pinching her thigh, tentatively calling out, "Mom?" She has already devised an escape plan in case this is merely a dream. The utterance of "Mom" sends Qian Peiying into a torrent of tears. Yes, indeed, though she cannot fully grasp how her daughter has reverted to a 10-year-old, she is certain of her identity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qian Peiying cannot stand upright, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened me to death, I thought I would never see you again." At this moment, mother and daughter finally recognize each other, leading to a chaotic scene filled with tears, embraces, and fervent exclamations of joy. Qian Peiying incessantly caresses her daughter's face, lamenting, "How have you become so thin? How old are you now? Have we truly been reborn into another's body? Mom, do you lack memories as well? What are we to do? I have no idea how old I am. I simply awakened to this reality. Yet, you seem to have grown younger, resembling your former self, though your skin appears unhealthy and yellowed. How tragic. You claim we did nothing wrong in our past lives. Yet here we are, struck by lightning and transported to ancient times. This must be the past, right? My dear daughter, you cannot fathom the anguish I felt when you fell from that ladder. My heart nearly broke, and in my panic, I could think of nothing but rushing to catch you. In hindsight, I'm grateful I managed to hold on to you otherwise. What would you have done alone here?" Upon hearing this, Zhang became exceedingly agitated and furious. She felt compelled to confront the situation. For only the spirits knew the depths of her fear when she contemplated never seeing her mother again. "Are you even aware, mother, that just moments ago, I wished for my own demise? So, I ask you, why the insistence on a year-end thorough cleaning? Why must every nook and cranny be tidied? Who would ever visit and peer into the corners of a home? If they do, there must be something amiss with them. The moment I lie down to play on my phone, you chastise me for being lazy, for not helping during the holidays, for not being as obedient as the daughters of your colleagues. Now look where we are, scrubbing windows, cleaning walls, wiping down the bathroom panels, cleaning behind the water heater, scrubbing away until we were struck by lightning and transported to the past. I'm beginning to suspect that our modern bodies have turned to ashes. My father even suggested hiring 2 people to help. He has the means, so you wouldn't have to exhaust me. He just want me to enjoy my winter break. And what about my father? Mother, where's my father?" Qian Peiying, having awakened to a state of emotional turmoil and dizziness, suddenly realized upon hearing her daughter mention old song. Indeed, the era we inhabit is irrelevant. Whether we are turned to ashes or not matters little. The priority is having our family reunited. She had found her daughter, but where was her husband? The two women exchanged fearful glances, their spirits returning to their bodies. Qian Ping, as if to reassure herself, spoke with a resolute tone, albeit with trembling hands. Your father must have followed us. Do not fear. He could not have stayed behind. If I had not found you, it would be a different story. But before you fell, I believe I heard him opening the door. He went downstairs to fetch the discounted oil I ordered. He should return shortly. Just think about it. How long could it take to go up and down the elevator? Surely, he will be back within 2 minutes. He must be here with us, surely. Yes, that makes sense. Your reasoning is sound. Let us search for him quickly. Song Fulling agreed, nodding vigorously. Yet, deep down, both understood the fear of uncertainty. What if he hadn't come? What if her father was an ancient version of himself? That would feel as if the sky were collapsing. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Qian Ping grasped her daughter's hand for encouragement and called out into the courtyard. Song Fulling, after a moment of contemplation, decided to call out to the air, regardless of the era. Father, father? The only response was the untainted air surrounding them. As dawn broke from a dull gray to a vibrant azure, and as the scent of smoke wafted from the neighboring courtyards, the mother and daughter scoured every room, even venturing into the streets. Yet they found no sign of their family. They had not located Song's father. This rendered the mother and daughter exceptionally silent, their hearts sinking deeper with each passing moment. For an entire hour, they exchanged not a single word, yet both silently arrived at the same resolution within the confines of their minds. Song Fulling, her spirits dampened, mused to herself, if father did not accompany us, then regardless of the hardships ahead, regardless of the reluctance to remain in this place, I must persevere for the sake of my mother. Qian Ping clenched her jaw, thinking, in a state devoid of memory, unaware of who resided at home, and even oblivious to the current dynasty. Should old Song no longer be present, I would become my daughter's sole pillar of support. I must summon strength, shielding her from all adversities. As time trickled away, just as despair began to envelop the two women, footsteps finally echoed from outside, albeit belatedly. Someone approached the door and halted, before the door was pushed open from the outside, to reveal a tall man dressed in a blue long robe and wearing a square scarf. He stood at the threshold, hesitating, 1 foot within and 1 foot outside the door, his demeanor appearing somewhat uncertain. He first offered a polite smile to the mother and daughter, remaining silent. Yet, as he smiled wider, the swelling on his forehead became all the more pronounced. This visage and expression only heightened the anxiety of the duo who had recently traversed from the modern era. The moment the man extended his palm towards Song Fulling, their hearts leapt to their throats. In his open palm lay a misshapen piece of dove chocolate, a testament to the tension with which he had gripped it. Upon seeing the chocolate, Qian Ping felt a rush of conflicting emotions, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed to the ground, weeping, "Old Song, I knew you could do it. You came, you really came." Her voice was laden with trepidation, unease, and exhilaration. "Dad!" Song Fulling darted into the man's embrace, resembling a small cannonball. It had been over a decade since she had wept in her father's arms, expressing her fears and longing for his protection. Song father sniffled, stifling the tears welling in his eyes, his heart tumultuous with emotion. How thankful he was to the heavens, to the earth, and to fate for reuniting their family of 3. While continuously wiping away his daughter's tears, he took a few hurried steps, extending his large hand towards his wife to help her rise from the ground. "Get up, Ping. I won't get up, don't pull me. I can't stand, I just need a moment," she replied. Song Fulling lamented, "Mom and I were terrified, utterly disoriented, not knowing where we are, who we are. What's more frightening is the thought of losing you forever. What meaning would life hold then?" The man managed to maintain his composure in that critical moment, firmly pulling his wife up from the ground, grasping his daughter's hand as they moved inside. "We cannot linger here and weep. There are too many eyes, and if anyone overhears us, fear not. I have my memories. Let's discuss this further indoors." The 3 of them closed the door behind them, neglecting food and drink, forming a triangular seating arrangement. They scrutinized each other closely, sitting in proximity as if that alone could restore their sense of security. "Old Song, what on earth is happening? Please, tell us everything in detail." In truth, Old Song was reluctant to elaborate, his heart heavy with burdens. As he delved into his memories, he could only exclaim in disbelief, "What is the meaning of all this?" His wife sought to take things slowly, while he yearned for tranquility. However, he began, "Alas, I had no leisure to waste. My mind rediscovered memories, albeit they were rather unsettling. Let me start from the beginning, when I was bereft of recollection. At that time, upon opening my eyes, still dazed and confused, a woman dressed in peculiar attire stood at the foot of my bed, cheerfully offering me a bowl, urging me to drink the concoction. Upon hearing her, I was filled with trepidation. The words seemed reminiscent of a line from a television drama featuring Wu Dalon. Coupled with her appearance, reminiscent of Pan Jinlian, I seized the moment she stepped out and fled. As I ventured forth, I gingerly touched the wound on my scalp, furtively evading detection. Aware of my identity, I cautiously observed the attire and speech of passers-by, but the more I scrutinized, the colder my heart grew. In my distraction, I stumbled and fell heavily. Do you see this bump on my head? I struck it against the stones. This tumble left me utterly dazed and exacerbated the injury on my scalp, causing it to bleed anew. It seems that this ordeal was the catalyst that rekindled my memories. A flood of recollections surged forth, and I clung to the stone, taking a full hour to recuperate. Otherwise, I might not have returned so late. As Father Song recounted his tale, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling hastily examined his injury. He waved them off dismissively and continued, "There's no need for concern. Let's first discuss my family background in detail. I implore you both to remember, as you may not have any recollections, and it would be unwise to expose inconsistencies, especially given the superstitions prevalent in ancient times. As for my body, I too bear the surname Song. Let me speak of the Song family. I have an elder sister named Song Yinfeng, who married a brother-in-law living in the mountains. In my memories, she was quite lovely back then, and we bore a striking resemblance. My sister sacrificed her chance at a better match in a neighboring village, choosing instead to marry a hunter who resided in the mountains, solely to support my education with the silver she earned. You must understand, a hunter possesses no land in the eyes of villagers. He is without roots or security. The suitor from a neighboring village offered only 6 taels of bride price, while my brother-in-law's family provided 15. My parents consented to this union, seizing the funds to further my studies, hoping I would rise to prominence. Indeed, I did well as a scholar from humble background. I gained admission as a Tongsheng and subsequently achieved the top rank in that year's examinations, garnering a modicum of fame. From that moment, it could be said that I altered the fate of the Song family, as I was fortunate enough to marry you. But I shall discuss matters concerning you, my wife. Later there is more to share. At this juncture, Father Song faltered, his thoughts evidently in disarray. It was Song Fuling who interjected, "Regarding the change in your sister's fortune, are there no other relatives?" "Indeed, there is your aunt. Here, we refer to her as Aunt rather than Annie. Remember this, my dear. Her family has now moved down from the mountains, as her son and daughter have grown and the prospect of marriage has become inconvenient. Moreover, my brother-in-law is aging and no longer suited to mountain life. Thus, I took the liberty of borrowing 25 taels of silver from my wife without her knowledge. During that time, she was investing in both a house and land. After all, what would one eat if land were not acquired? Even my brother-in-law, who had tirelessly hunted and saved for half a lifetime, could not contribute. In my memory, I never anticipated a repayment. It was in essence a gift. This event has become a significant chapter in my recollections. Is this not a transformation of her fate? I was a virtuous wife and found myself blessed with a wealthy father-in-law, thus altering my destiny and aiding my family in the process. My eldest sister holds the position of the eldest, followed by 2 brothers, Song Futsai and Song Fushi. I, being the youngest son, am known as Song Fushing, not Song Jianya, so do take note. Currently, my widowed mother resides with my 2 brothers, managing the household along with a multitude of nieces and nephews, as families do not separate while parents are alive. The fortune I have altered for my parents and brothers is this. Many years ago, my grandfather only allotted our family 7 acres of dry land. However, since marrying, I have gradually acquired an additional 6 acres of prime farmland for them. This does not even encompass the filial piety money given during the new year, the offerings made during the Qingming festival, and a multitude of other financial assistance provided in everyday life. At this point, Qian Ping could no longer contain her impatience after 2 minutes of conversation. The crux of the matter had still not been addressed. She had never encountered anyone as verbose as Old Song. "Old Song, I simply wish to know where we are, where we reside, and what our names are. What comes next in our journey? Did you not request that I elaborate? In my mind, these pivotal matters are of utmost importance and must be addressed one by one." Song Fuling found herself at a loss for words, as the 2 began to bicker. "Father, please take a moment to gather your thoughts. Mother, do not rush him. The 3 of us can convene here. What more calamity could befall us? Have you forgotten how exhilarated you were upon seeing my father earlier? Allow him to speak at his own pace." Besides, it is no small feat for him that vast array of memories has just flooded into his mind, and he likely has yet to fully digest it all before hastily returning home to find us. You always side with your father. Look, in the end, it is indeed my daughter who prevails. Chapter 3. Aftermath. After praising his daughter, Father Song glanced at Qian Peiying's expression, understanding that her irritation stemmed from their predicament. He cleared his throat and gently advised, "It seems we truly cannot return. There is no point in exhausting ourselves with such thoughts. If we can only go back when our bodies are in peril, that would be foolish. I would never consent to such a notion." Song Fuling chimed in, "Mother, I too wish to escape this wretched place and refrain from hearing matters that do not concern me. However, the crux lies in the uncertainty. What if we were to face bodily harm, yet still remain trapped here? That would leave us with nothing but ashes. At that point, father and mother, you would lose me, and I would lose you. Such an outcome seems far more dreadful than living in antiquity. Thus, your mother has yet to accept the reality. She does not grasp the principle that living, even in dire circumstances, is preferable to the alternative. It is a lesson you, a mere child, seem to understand better than her. I can assure you that the very things I have just articulated have likely not registered with her at all. Though she demands I get to the point, her thoughts are undoubtedly preoccupied with how to return to the modern world." The dialogue between the father and daughter was clearly directed at Qian Peiying, and the effect was unmistakable. Overwhelmed by despair, Qian Peiying wiped her tears and, with a quivering voice, said, "I won't interrupt any longer. Please continue. You must remember this." "Remember? Fret not." "Very well." Old Song waved his hand, signaling that he was ready to get to the crux of the matter. He turned to his wife and stated, "I am Song Fushing, 29 years of age. The same as you. Your father in ancient times recognized my potential at first glance, believing that I would excel in the next examination and achieve great success. Thus, we hastily conformed to the customs of the era and married early. Subsequently, I was never able to pass another examination. He misjudged my capabilities. After our marriage, we were blessed with one child, Song Panya, our daughter, who is currently 13 years old. In the initial 2 years of our marriage, we resided with the entire Song family in the countryside. The village was named Zhang, situated quite far from the county town. Our county is already rather remote, so one can imagine the state of that village. Zhang is the outermost village of this administrative region. Even reaching the county town for market days is a challenge. To put it plainly, traversing the winding mountain paths from that village would take 2 days, beyond the jurisdiction of the local officials. By modern standards, we would fall within the boundaries of Hunan province. Now, do you comprehend who we are and where we find ourselves?" Qian Peiying did not respond. Song Fuling, having always shared a close bond with her father, would approach him for financial support whenever she needed it in the modern world. One could hardly question the strength of their relationship. She promptly added, "I understand. It is simply a matter of location, isn't it? I am Song Panya, and it appears that all the daughters of the Song family are named Ya. There is Daya, Arya, and Sanya, with me being the youngest. Thus I am affectionately called Panya. My daughter is indeed astute and has accurately assessed the situation. You do indeed have the Ya and Arya, the daughters of your second uncle. Since childhood, you have been frail and slender, and the hope was for you to gain weight, hence the name Panya. By the way, father, what is mother called?" Old Song, upon hearing his daughter's question, looked at his wife with a hint of deference and replied, "Your mother. She has not changed her surname. She still carries the surname Qian. This should clarify things for her." "Father, how fortuitous. Could this possibly be the connection between our past and present lives? Have we traversed into the realm of our ancestors?" Father Song was quite sentimental, especially at this moment, finding himself in ancient times. He responded, "Interestingly, whether in the modern era or here, I am still relying on the old Song family's wealth, borrowing funds from the Jean family, just like your grandfather, who passed down his culinary skills to me, allowing me to take charge in the kitchen. He lent me nearly a lifetime's savings. Our family once ran a snack shop and operated an ice cream factory. It was through painstaking efforts, little by little, that I eventually established my own factory. Sadly, your grandfather's health deteriorated, and he departed early, following your grandmother. Even your biased grandfather received my filial piety. He was bedridden for 2 years, and I attended to his every need, paying for his hospital bills as well. In his final moments, he insisted on being taken to your Uncle S. house. Why, you may ask? Your grandfather simply wished to pass away there, so that his eldest son would inherit the gifts received. He claimed to have lost his mind, yet he still managed to draft a will, as if anyone would cherish that dilapidated house in the countryside. It is truly disheartening that he left no fond memories behind. His favoritism was so pronounced that I sometimes questioned whether I was adopted. Yet, despite all this, your grandfather was able to lend me enough for a grand funeral. Your maternal grandfather, however, did not afford me that opportunity. He simply slipped away in his sleep, having devoted his entire life to giving to me and your mother. Qian Peiying could no longer contain herself. Her husband seemed intent on invoking her memories of her parents, which only exacerbated her anxiety. Here we are, transported to ancient times, and you still choose to bring up such trivial matters? Does it not weigh heavily on your heart? Your conversation lacks focus. Are we not discussing your maternal grandfather from this ancient era? Father Song, feeling a sudden surge of indignation, insisted on addressing this matter at this moment, exclaiming at a rapid pace, "Do not think that just because we are in ancient times, I would refrain from bringing this up. Even if I were to transform into a celestial being soaring through the heavens, I would still voice it. Wherever I go, I hold the moral high ground. My father-in-law was so generous to me, and yet now I cannot even pay my respects at his grave. Conversely, my biological father treated me so poorly, and I am still expected to serve him like a beast of burden. This time, it feels even more justified. My father has finally fulfilled his dream. With the three of us leaving, as if it were a funeral, do you not realize how large-hearted you are, Qian Peiying? Our factory, houses, cars, and savings will all belong to my elder brother. My sister-in-law will surely be grinning ear to ear, positively gleeful. Just thinking about it fills me with rage. We worked tirelessly, saving for half a lifetime." Qian Peiying glared at her husband. "Enough. This is all ancient history. Why can't we seem to get past this hurdle? Don't let yourself get worked up over it again. Just a moment ago, you were urging us to let go and focus on the present. And now you're back to this?" Song Fuling quickly intervened, patting her father's back. "Yes, Dad, calm down. My mother may not understand you, but I do. After all, such a sudden change is hard for anyone to process. We can consider this a post-time travel syndrome. We must not dwell too deeply on it. For instance, we cannot linger on our careers in the modern world. If we do, it would mean my exams were all in vain, your efforts were for naught, and my mother's good relations with her colleagues would yield no returns. All the gifts we received would never be recouped. And as for our friends in the modern world, we shall never see them again. Those faces, both good and bad, belong to my uncle. Now, should you wish to argue with him, you would find only an empty shadow. It is futile to harbor such discontent. As for money in contemporary times, well, it primarily revolves around finances. My mother is particularly adept at saving. She forbids me from spending, and whenever I do, she accuses me of being wasteful. Now, with the three of us gone, there are no funds left unspent. As for me, I find myself having aged in vain, now reduced to the stature of a 13-year-old, needing to start anew. Just look at my short legs and tiny hands. I was once youthful, you know? I truly do not desire this unexpected regression. I have endured over 20 years of schooling, with countless examinations nearly driving me to despair, and now I find myself illiterate, incapable of comprehending ancient characters. Moreover, the prevailing patriarchal norms here are beyond my imagination. I can no longer travel, nor can I earn a salary to spend as I please. There are so many restrictions. Song Fuling's voice grew progressively softer as she rested her chin on her hands at the table, murmuring, "Forget it. I no longer wish to speak." Father Song. "Daughter, is this your attempt to counsel others? You should first counsel yourself before driving yourself mad." Chapter 4. The ancient father-in-law. The atmosphere was momentarily somber. Qian Peiying cast a glance at her husband, silently urging him to speak, suggesting that he need not worry about their daughter. She would recover soon enough. And after all, she was not truly 13. Mr. Song felt a twinge of regret for his earlier lack of composure, realizing that his daughter had lost her spirit amidst their exchanges. Casting a sidelong glance at his daughter, he understood. The back-and-forth reassurances were futile. Rubbing his face with both hands, He forced himself to rally as he addressed his wife. Paying, in truth, your ancient father-in-law has been quite generous to us. Old Master Qian, having traversed the land as a merchant in his youth, was quite audacious. Eventually, he stumbled upon a secret brewing recipe, and with great skill in crafting wine, he settled down to open a tavern in the county. Throughout his life, he had but one son and one daughter. You, my dear, are the eldest, with a younger brother, and your mother passed away when he was merely 10. These are memories you must cherish. As I mentioned earlier, my fortune stems from marrying you. When we first wed, we lived in the countryside among a large family. Your father, concerned for your well-being and fearing the toll of labor, would hire workers from dying village during busy seasons, allowing me to escape toil. After you gave birth to our daughter, the old physician warned that your health was precarious and that further childbirth might be risky. This heightened your father's concern. When I failed to pass the scholar's examination, he took it upon himself to secure a position for me in the county, overseeing the education of young children, thus distancing us from rural life. Worried that my parents might burden you further, he even prepared a house for us, the very one we currently reside in, gifted by him. Now, speaking of the house, we must acknowledge this marks the third phase of his life. Due to the flourishing wine business, he needed to expand to the capital, relocating with your brother's family away from the county. After his departure, the distance between the capital and the county made frequent visits impractical, and he was understandably anxious about your well-being. Moreover, he feared that my meager earnings might not suffice to support you both, which led him to transfer ownership of the tavern to you. Do you grasp the magnitude of this? He not only gifted us a home, but also a thriving business. Thus, he labored tirelessly for your sake, providing us a house and a shop, yet he refrained from boasting about it, concerned it might impede my scholarly pursuits. As delineated in the ancient hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Furthermore, I suspect his fear of my insecurities played a role. If I were to become the subject of ridicule as a son-in-law, I might return home in a foul mood, seeking to argue with you. Hence, he concealed the matter of the shop's ownership and sent us an old associate, the capable manager Nyo, to oversee the tavern. This Uncle Nyo, for reasons unknown, never married and has been managing our establishment and residing there. The shop is conveniently located just a turn right on West Street from our home. And on the first of every month, old Nyo dutifully delivers the profits to us. In essence, we need not manage the shop while still receiving steady income. Pausing, Mr. Song recalled the circumstances that had transported their family into this ancient setting. He turned to his wife, his brow furrowed, and said, Paying, there is yet another matter at hand. The income from our tavern, aside from your father, is known to no one, neither my widow mother nor my two brothers. And even my own elder sister remains oblivious. The details are a closely guarded secret. Previously, I mentioned how I would send money to the countryside to allow my mother to cultivate an additional acre or two of land each year, claiming that it was income from my work as a scribe and educator. How do we manage to attract the attention of thieves? How do they come to know about it? Qian Paying scoffed. Don't you have two sisters-in-law? Surely your brothers discuss matters behind closed doors with their wives. You bring even the slightest issue home to complain to me. Those sisters-in-law have their own families, and those families have their own connections. In this world, once a secret is shared with one person, it ceases to be a secret. Are you suggesting that it was an acquaintance who committed the crime? Before Song Fuxing could respond, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it makes sense. If they target our family, it's easier to steal from us. Given that there are only 3 of us, we must investigate who it could be and take precautions in the future. As fate would have it, Qian Paying seized the opportunity to inquire, by the way, when my daughter and I were rendered unconscious, where were you? Besides the injury from falling, did you sustain the scalp injury from a confrontation with them? What confrontation? Song Fuxing felt a deep disdain for the original owner of this body, viewing him as a coward and despising his own existence as well. The only thing he excelled at was taking advantage of his father-in-law's generosity, while being utterly useless otherwise. In his memories, the original owner had gone to pay respects to the venerable teacher who had helped him pass the imperial examination, only to find that the teacher had passed away. He had knelt in mourning until dawn, evading the effects of a drugged fragrance. Of course, remaining at home proved futile as well. According to his memories, The original owner had encountered the three thieves upon returning, colliding directly with them, and had crouched down in fear, avoiding eye contact. It seemed those thieves had not anticipated such cowardice and looked down upon him, striking him as they departed. Upon realizing that the hidden stash of silver had been emptied upon his return, he felt a pang of regret and hurried to report the theft to the county magistrate. He likely believed that, as a student, he would garner some respect from the officials and prompt a swift response, only to find that the magistrate was out of the office, having left the city with his constables. At the outset, I likened fetching medicine to the actions of Pan Jin Lian, referring to a maidservant from the magistrate's household. Qian Pei seemed unsure about the implications of this remark, but Song Fuling, who was half listening, grasped the situation. "Oh dear, father, it's fortunate you came along and revitalized his irresponsible spirit. At such a critical moment, a man who only checks on his finances without caring for the well-being of his wife and daughter displays a lack of character." Qian Pei nodded in a dismissive manner, her disinterest in these ancient matters evident. "Now that we've clarified who is in our household, let us prepare a meal and discuss further while we eat." With that, she rose and headed to the kitchen. Song Fuling leaned against the doorframe and asked, "Mother, did the thieves take our rice and flour as well?" "No." Qian Pei replied. Glancing at the grain sacks, a slight ripple of emotion stirring within her, no longer as indifferent as before. Why? Because even without memories, and despite her ignorance of ancient customs, she understood that in these times, having flour and rice at home indicated a relatively prosperous life. It is important to note that even in modern times, many families in the 70s and 80s struggled to afford such staples. Moreover, her husband's subsequent brief remarks made Qian Peiying's eyes well up with emotion. "My body is akin to that of a youthful scholar, and you cannot partake in such luxuries with me." It is the esteemed Mr. Qian, fearing for his wife's reluctance to indulge, who ensures that each month, the shopkeeper Nyo not only delivers silver, but also provides 50 pounds of fine flour, 20 pounds of rice, and a jar of oil. Ever since he relocated to the capital, this has been the arrangement. Regardless of the soaring grain prices, the supply of refined flour has never ceased. Qian Pei paused momentarily while scooping rice, her voice tinged with nasality as she declared, "I shall treat him as my own father. We must be kinder to him henceforth." Sensing something amiss, Song Fuling cautiously approached. "Mother, why are you crying again?" Qian Pei hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, unable to respond, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. The more she wiped, the more tears flowed. In this moment, she longed for her parents, who had passed away many years ago, yearning for her biological father. Her true father, much like this ancient patriarch, was not, as her husband claimed, treating her son-in-law kindly, without eyeballs. How could there be eye sockets? They were genuinely good to their daughter, wholeheartedly so. Before her marriage, they worried about her warmth and nourishment. After her union, they were concerned about her grievances, yet refrained from discussing it with their family. Chapter 5. The superfluous golden finger. Song Fushing sighed, sensing that his wife was missing her parents. He approached her and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "All right, I'll handle the cooking today. Don't be disheartened by the limited ingredients." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, settled onto a low stool, and prepared to light the fire, instructing his wife and daughter to wait outside for the meal to be ready. Upon the mention of ingredients, Song Fuling and the tearful Qian Pei exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing that they had overlooked a most crucial question. Wiping her tears hastily, they both inquired in unison, "Where did you get the chocolate?" Song Fushing replied leisurely, "Indeed. Why did it take you so long to ask?" "I was quite startled at the time." He possessed a personal space, a realm containing everything from the modern household. By pressing his right thumb against the red mole in the center of his palm, images of his previous home would materialize in his mind. To extract items from this personal space, he had to visualize them clearly, meaning he needed to know their precise location. However, ancient items could not be stored within this space, while modern items could indeed be transported to the past. It required Song Fushing to focus intently, affirming to himself that he desired the object. During this transformation, his expression would become vacant, as if he were possessed, unable to speak or move. while his consciousness wandered within the confines of that space. Furthermore, and perhaps most importantly, everything within the space would remain unchanged, unaffected by the passage of time. However, it lacked electricity, water, and internet. The use of mobile phones and televisions was impossible, rendering it merely a bright, spacious house. In other words, the condition of their home before their journey to the ancient era would remain identical upon their return. For instance, if the cucumbers on the north balcony had wilted before their departure, they would perpetually remain in that state. If they left the kitchen with a bowl of fresh tomatoes, they would arrive in the past still glistening with droplets of water. As for the state of the frozen items in the refrigerator, the meat would maintain its condition until the moment they left. Moreover, their family's journey into the ancient world unfolded. Qian, paying in a daze, cradled the yogurt cup, which her father had just conjured at her behest. Lost in thought, she peeled back the lid and delicately licked the yogurt with her tongue. As the creamy delight enveloped her senses, a sudden clarity washed over her. She felt as though she had previously lived too narrowly and realized that, moving forward, there was truly nothing she could not accept. She overheard her daughter urging her father, "Why don't you conjure a lighter? Without you at home, my mother and I won't be able to cook. We'll need time to adjust to this flint." Her father nodded in agreement. "Yes, we must consider what you two will eat in my absence, especially since you don't know anyone here. For now, we should take everything slowly until you both become familiar with your surroundings. Sweetheart, how about I fry some dough twists for you? I'll make plenty, so in case I'm not home, you and your mother can snack on those. I'll also prepare some lean meat porridge, braised pork, and stewed eggplant, which shall serve as our ancient housewarming meal. Just wait for my little magic trick." Suddenly, the daughter demonstrated her newfound prowess in daily life, grasping her father's arm with wide, startled eyes. "No, we must gather materials on site. Didn't you say that once something is used from within, it is truly gone, and nothing from the outside can be brought in? We must refrain from disturbing the contents of the space unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" Perhaps still unsettled, she fixed her gaze on Song Fushing and reiterated, "You may only take essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Everything else you must earn in the ancient world. Hurry and earn more to purchase what you need." Qian Ping interjected, "Indeed, listen to your daughter. Do you think you can manage that?" She turned to Song Fuling with a smile. "I fear your father is in over his head. The real Song Fushing of the past hardly earned enough to teach. If he relies on teaching now, it's a lost cause. He is but a counterfeit, and quite frankly, he lacks knowledge. He barely passed the entrance exam for junior high and only got into high school through connections. Hey, you, Paying, are becoming increasingly unkind, spouting nonsense in front of the child. When did I ever fail to get into junior high?" Qian Ping burst into laughter, realizing why old Song was flustered. After all, this matter had been concealed for over 20 years in the modern world. It was known that her father had always boasted about his daughter Fuling succeeding in postgraduate studies due to his influence, claiming his own low education stemmed from unfortunate circumstances and a lack of good parents. Otherwise, he'd be a solid PhD. Listen and brag. If boasting were taxable, we would be facing famine at home. I merely made a casual remark, drawing a comparison. It's only natural to worry about not being able to live well. We are unfamiliar with the ancient world, and our lack of memories might hinder you. Just a gentle reminder." Song Fuling expected her father to become indignant and assert, "No need for your reminders. Just watch me." Contrary to her expectations, he remained silent, quietly washing rice, kneading dough, his back appearing increasingly hunched and dispirited. Approaching him, Song Fuling offered reassurance. "Dad, I believe in you. You will surely succeed." Song Fushing shook the flour from his hands, his voice low and heavy. That S nodded. "What troubles me is something else, something more unsettling than carrying this space with me." "Huh?" Song Fuling was taken aback. "I have never disclosed the dynasty we are in, as I myself cannot comprehend it. Look, there's soy sauce in iron pots, and with scallions, ginger, and garlic, one can indeed cook. The critical point is there is corn, albeit with a low yield. However, there are no sweet potatoes, tomatoes, or peppers. At least, I have neither seen nor tasted them." Qian Paying failed to grasp her husband's meaning and wondered how such a statement could be more unsettling than harboring a space. Nevertheless, She immediately turned to her daughter, the one with the highest education, despite her philosophical studies being of little use in this ancient setting. Song Fuling pondered and analyzed, "Dad, the presence of corn suggests we are in the Ming dynasty, and the absence of sweet potatoes and potatoes is indeed normal, as historically, their introduction came later than corn. Not to mention, peppers and tomatoes are even more recent. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that it is not called the Ming dynasty, but the Jiao dynasty. Just listen to that name. Even I, who struggled through junior high, know that this dynasty does not exist in history. I have never even heard of it. What does that mean?" Qian Ping exclaimed in astonishment. "Are we adrift in a vacuum, devoid of this era? However, we are indeed real people, and it hurts when pinched. As we traverse through time, accompanied by a personal space, and arrive in a fictional dynasty, Song Fuling quickly adjusts to the situation. After a brief pause of a few seconds, she continues to inquire. "Father, please speak plainly. Do not fear alarming us. What has transpired in this dynasty? I analyze that the situation is unstable and may soon descend into chaos. Moreover, we are entirely unaware of which dynasty this is. Your historical knowledge is of no use if we cannot foresee impending calamities. This is what concerns me." Chapter 6. Matters of concern. Song Fushing was aware that expressing his thoughts would undoubtedly elicit such a reaction. The two women would become entirely unresponsive. Taking over the task from his wife, he observed that the dough had risen to twice its size. He deftly pressed the dough into large sheets and cut them into long strips, twisting them into twists one by one, while continuing to speak. "Do not panic. We have not yet reached that point. I merely believe we should be prepared in our hearts, aiming to accumulate more grain and silver. Can you truly analyze this matter? You are but a young scholar. I question the accuracy of your assertions," his wife retorted. Indeed, father, could it be that you are overthinking?" Song Fuling chimed in, echoing her mother's sentiments. Song Fushing sighed in resignation. "Do you think I relish in such idle speculation? This is a matter of having a broader perspective. You must understand that in my memories, the first few years following my marriage were marked by my own shortcomings, which prevented me from passing the scholar's examination. However, in the past 5 years, it was not a matter of my inability to take the exams. Rather, the imperial court has ceased to hold them altogether. Where can I go to take the exams now?" Noticing that his wife and daughter still stared at him in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend, he continued, "You may ponder this at your leisure. If the imperial court remains intact, can the imperial examinations truly be suspended? Can they be halted for 5 years? I have heard that the emperor is of considerable age, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, and has not appointed an heir. I doubt he will do so. Just observe the dramas depicting the reign of Kangxi, where his sons were as cunning as they were ambitious, each striving for dominance over the others. You must realize that even amidst such fierce competition, Kangxi maintained order. His era was one of prosperity. Yet here we find ourselves in the Jiajing era, where the common folk live quite ordinarily, and the court has already been divided among the emperor's 5 sons, each ruling over their own territory. Understand that in such a volatile situation, conflict could erupt at any moment, and war would bring about destruction. To speak of other matters, I must confess my ignorance. Our county is too remote. I have only heard from my colleagues that the Prince of Wu in the south and the 4th son of the emperor, who governs Fujian and Guangdong, have clashed over territory twice in recent years. Fortunately, we reside within the borders of Hunan, under the jurisdiction of the Qi Wang, the 2nd son of the old emperor, who is not one to court trouble. We have lived as his loyal subjects in peace for many years. However, this fortune also carries its own misfortunes. I hold little faith in him. Why is that? Qian Ping inquired, furrowing her brow. To her, living under the governance of a pragmatic individual was far preferable to being under the rule of a warlike one. My dear wife, his influence is limited. He currently resides in the same city as your father, with the prince's residence nearby. However, it is not out of a preference for Hunan that he lives there. Rather, he governs a small area. Besides Hunan, he oversees only half of Anhui province, and beyond that, even the neighboring Luzhou is not under his authority. Our peaceful existence appears tenuous. If you doubt me, ask your daughter whether my perspective is flawed. We must realize that if we wish to lead a tranquil life, we will inevitably need to relocate. Song Fuling nodded in agreement, succinctly analyzing for her mother. Father is correct. We have two options, either submit or ambitiously expand our influence and engage in conflict. To timidly hold one's ground in such a precarious position will eventually lead to our downfall, especially given our current circumstances. Mother, in modern times, you must have heard of Zhang Station, the only railway station capable of reaching all provincial capitals across the nation. It is evident that this location serves as a vital transportation hub. As Song Fuling finished her statement, a rapid and urgent knocking echoed from outside, seemingly validating her suspicions. The three individuals were taken aback by the sudden sound, their expressions shifting dramatically. Qian Peiying's face paled the most. Clutching her chest, she urged old Song, quickly, go see who it is. They are pounding on the door with great force. Upon noticing that her daughter intended to accompany her husband outside, she grasped Song Fuling's arm tightly, saying, do not go. We would not recognize anyone, and a few words might betray us. This ancient era is terrifying. It is a time we do not comprehend, where killing is as easy as slaughtering a chick. Mother, please remain calm. This reaction seems overly cautious. We cannot remain indoors forever, can we? If my father instructs us to call out, we shall do so. Who could randomly seize people and execute them? With ample justification, Qian Peiying took a couple of deep breaths and resolutely followed her daughter outside. However, when the door swung open, it became apparent that the trio, having recently arrived from the modern era, was unprepared for what lay beyond. They collectively inhaled sharply. Standing outside was a youth of 17 or 18, his body stained with blood, cradling a young boy who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. The child was filthy and carried a small bundle on his back. Upon seeing Song Fushing and the others, the injured youth said nothing. Instead, he knelt down, bowing his head, and solemnly presented a letter with his bloodied right hand. Foreseeing impending misfortune, Song Fushing took the letter and exclaimed, why are you kneeling? Stand up and speak. What has transpired? Fortunately, the old steward, who had been mentioned earlier by Song's father, had also arrived. He had not appeared immediately, as he had gone to secure the mule cart. At this moment, the old steward's eyes were red with urgency. Son-in-law, do not question him. It is futile. His name is Zhang, a mute, one of the attendants purchased by the master for the young lord years ago. You must quickly read the letter. Something has certainly gone awry on the master's end, and it must be serious. Otherwise, the young master would not have been brought here by Zhang. Very well, I shall read it now. As Song Fushing unfolded the letter, he did not forget to gesture towards the boy in the youth's arms, subtly reminding his amnesiac wife and daughter, quickly take the boy inside, give him something to eat, and inquire about what has happened. At this, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling turned their attention to the boy cradled in Zhang's arms. It was the first moment the little boy lifted his gaze, his dark, grimy face obscuring his features, save for his large, expressive eyes filled with profound anxiety. He appeared so parched that he could scarcely utter a word, silently mouthing the word "aunt" towards Qian Peiying. Qian Peiying was unfamiliar with this sensation. In the modern world, she was an only child, and, apart from her daughter, she had little regard for other younger relatives and had never fulfilled the role of an aunt. However, in that fleeting moment, it was strangely as if the emotions of her body were beyond her control, causing tears to well up in her eyes and a sharp pain to pierce her heart. Qian Peiying stepped forward to take the boy into her arms, sensing his body stiffen. Softly, she called to him along his back, Michao, do not fear. All will be well. Song Fuling reacted swiftly. Mother, please take my brother inside and check for any injuries. Father, you must hurry to the clinic and fetch a doctor. Look, this boy named Zhang is still bleeding. Old Nyoto, anxious that Song Fushing might be distracted and delay reading the letter, immediately interjected, Miss, allow me to go. Zhang and the others brought a mule cart. I can use it to transport him quickly. Without waiting for a response, he turned and dashed away. The newly appointed young lady, Song Fuling, had no inclination to indulge in the sentimentality of her new title, as Zhang, having lost considerable blood, swayed unsteadily upon rising, startling her into instinctively reaching out to support him. However, her gesture frightened Zhang as well, causing him to recoil and collide with the doorframe. Yet, before she could feel embarrassed, Her father inadvertently alleviated her discomfort, leading to an even more awkward situation. Song Fuxing appeared to falter as he read the letter, stumbling several steps as if he might collapse in the courtyard. "Father, are you all right?" Song Fuxing clenched the letter tightly, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. "There's something amiss." Chapter 7. Daughter. I am afraid. Song Fuxing assisted the four strong men into the courtyard side room, gesturing towards the basin and then the wooden barrel in the yard. The barrel held the water that had been sun-dried, intended to prevent the freshly drawn well water from being too cold, typically used for washing and cleaning. You should wash yourself first, lie down, and rest for a while. If you can close your eyes for a bit longer, do so. You haven't slept for 2 days and nights, so take advantage of the time to rest. Otherwise, when we set off later, your body won't be able to endure it. When old Nyo arrives, I'll have the doctor bandage you. If you need anything, just shout for me from the front yard. Having given his instructions, Song Fuxing hastily turned and tugged at his daughter's arm, leading her forward. Song Fuling had intended to remind her father that the four strong men were mute and could not call out to the front yard. But seeing her father's hurried pace and anxious expression, she swallowed her words, gripping her cumbersome skirt with one hand as she hurried to keep up with Song Fuxing's strides. She dug her nails into her palm, pondering the meaning behind his remark about setting off later. As Song Fuxing pulled his daughter into the room, he cautiously peered around, perhaps believing that merely not seeing someone did not guarantee safety. He instructed Song Fuling to cough loudly inside, wanting to ascertain the soundproofing of the room from outside. Song Fuling observed that only the three of them were at home, along with the four strong men and her newly recognized cousin, Qian Mishu. The four strong men had been sent to the backyard, while Mishu remained with his mother in the outer kitchen. Old Nyo had gone to summon the doctor and would not return for at least 10 to 20 minutes. Who was her father wary of? Or was he simply overly anxious? Song Fuling bit her lip, tightly gripping the doorknob, murmuring softly, "Father, if you have something to say, please do. Truly, no one can hear or see us. Your demeanor makes me uneasy." "Damn it." Song Fuxing opened his mouth, as if unleashing the door to his inner terror. He began to pace, his hands flailing as he cursed. "What a stroke of misfortune. They don't even allow me a moment to breathe. We just arrived in this wretched place, and chaos ensues." I mentioned that this locale was unstable, and barely had I spoken when your grandfather and uncle were pushed to the ramparts to serve as cannon fodder. This Chi Wang, what a useless creature. Everything is lost. Utterly lost. The city is about to fall. What do you mean lost? They're gone? Song Fuling felt utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend. In the modern era, no. This was not the modern era, but it felt like a distant past. Noticing his daughter's face had turned pale, Song Fuxing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm and responsible. Yet his composure lasted less than 5 seconds. "We must flee quickly, daughter. Your grandfather mentioned in his letter that Chi Wang would rather fight than surrender, and with the soldiers from other cities not yet arrived, he would send all the men in the city to battle. Only Mishu, being so young, was deemed unfit for combat and thus released. Moreover, the conscription notice has already been issued, calling for men aged 12 to 45 from the surrounding cities. No wonder when I arrived, the county magistrate was absent. That notice must be galloping towards us as we speak. Aren't you a student? This place is said to hold scholars in high regard. Isn't it? Don't they always claim that one can be exempt from labor and such? That's what they depict on television." Gazing into her daughter's eyes, filled with hopeful pleading, he remarked, "You do not take watching television seriously. What is the worth of a mere scholar, whether a commoner or a noble, when war breaks out? Even the emperor and the princes are not spared. The priority must be survival. If we defend the city, there will be ample opportunities for examinations in the future. Does my absence matter? If we fail to hold the fort, those outside will not hesitate to retaliate, leading to chaos and massacre. My fate is sealed at 29. I am bound to be captured. 2 words, being captured, carry more weight than 10 sentences." Song Fuling grasped Song Fuxing's hand tightly, exclaiming in urgency, "Then what are you hesitating for? Why all this pointless chatter? Let's depart swiftly." The final word "depart" was uttered in a pitch that revealed the depth of her panic. Where would they go? What would they eat and drink? Even if they were to flee, they could not leave unprepared. Finally, Song Fuxing managed to shake off his daughter's grip, and with a thud, he seated himself on the ground. Before entering the space, he crossed his legs and reminded her, "Quickly think of what else we might need, and keep an eye on the door. Do not let anyone discover our family's great secret." Without waiting for a reply, he entered into a meditative state, mentally rummaging through his modern home. After a few seconds of staring at her father, Song Fuling suddenly sprang into action. She first dashed to the bedside, glancing up to find the curtains hooked in place, and without further thought, she yanked them down. In her flurry of anxiety, she did not even comprehend her actions. Merely grabbing whatever she could find, she tossed the quilt onto the floor and ripped the bedsheet to use as a makeshift bundle. On the table, she hastily gathered a candlestick, a sewing basket, cooking oil, a basin, incense sticks, and several pieces of cotton cloth resembling face and foot towels, indiscriminately tossing them into her bundle. Opening the wardrobe, she pulled out several dark-colored garments from antiquity, specifically searching for a cotton jacket and trousers. However, to her dismay, she only found skirts, long ones that reached the ankles, prompting her to mutter in frustration. As she rummaged through ancient footwear for cloth shoes and cotton shoes, Song Fuxing finally emerged mentally from the space, bringing with him the first batch of goods from his modern home. "Daughter, quickly check what else we might need for our escape. What are we missing?" Song Fuling was taken aback at the array of items her father had managed to collect in the space. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he urged, "You start sorting through the essentials, pack them well, and I will search again. Meanwhile, I need to think of how to explain things to your mother in a way that will help her accept the reality swiftly, without panic or tears." With that, he fell silent and re-entered the space. This time, due to the urgency, he did not close his eyes as before, but stared intently at the leg of the table. Motionless, Song Fuling squatted down to begin her inventory. One rainproof double-shoulder bag, one deep blue Adidas backpack, a kitchen knife, an axe, a baton, a flashlight, 2 batteries, a pair of binoculars, an alcohol stove, a large box of alcohol blocks, a grilling rack, and a Japanese black pot of indeterminate material, along with a wooden spatula. A sealed 5-liter barrel of soybean oil, 2 bags of non-iodized bamboo salt, 2 unopened jars of fermented tofu, a small amount of white sugar haphazardly wrapped in paper. Merely a half package at best. Indeed, in contemporary times, she and her mother have been on a diet, rarely using sugar in their cooking unless baking a cake at home, which they have not done in quite some time. Thus, the open bag of white sugar could last them for ages, with no stockpiles to speak of. Song Fuling glared at her father's profile, pondering, why not grab some commonly used medicine? I wonder if you can remember to look for it this time, and if you can actually find it, as it's right there in the TV cabinet. Alas, it is truly exasperating. I can only remind you, but can you even hear me calling out to you in this space? Chapter 8. Preparation. How truly affectionate her father was. Song Fuling gazed tenderly at the garments in her hands. Although her father had forgotten to bring the medicine a second time, he had still managed to fetch her some clothes. Among these garments was the most vital item, underwear. Song Fuling had long wished to address this matter and had yearned for a change of attire. However, since her arrival in this new world, she had scarcely paused for breath, let alone had a proper meal, leaving little time to consider such concerns. To be frank, she initially found herself quite uncomfortable in the clothes of her original self. They felt somewhat repugnant. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was clear that one must speak appropriately to the situation at hand. To be overly fastidious would only burden her already distressed parents. After all, her present form was that of a 13-year-old, slender and petite. Modern clothing was both intimidating and ill-fitting, while expressing disdain for the ancient garments would necessitate the acquisition of new fabric to craft something more suitable. It seemed rather pretentious to complain when she had already taken residence in this body. Thus, she resolved to adapt, even if it meant donning peculiar and cumbersome ancient dresses. She would keep her grievances to a minimum and spare her parents any further distress. Yet, despite her understanding, she could not bring herself to wear open-crotch pants. Indeed, it was precisely that. Underneath her skirt, the undergarment was breezy and revealing, with a triangular cut likely designed for convenience in the restroom. This style was common for both men and women in this region. The first time she noticed this peculiar undergarment, She was taken aback by the unexpected draft, leaving her utterly embarrassed to mention it, especially knowing that anything she retrieved from the space would pass through her father's hands. At last, she comprehended why the skirts of ancient women were so lengthy and why exposing the undergarment was deemed improper by men. Indeed, even in modern times, such openness was unacceptable. It was hardly dignified. In this moment, Song Fuling felt a surge of gratitude for her father, who, despite his panic, had thoughtfully sought out clothing for both her and her mother. Upon inspection, she found he had procured quite a collection. There were undergarments for 3 individuals, 3 pairs each. The lingerie appeared somewhat disordered, featuring standard thermal tops and vests, along with 2 short-sleeved cotton t-shirts and hot pants, which her father seemed to have mistaken for proper shorts. Well, if it meant wearing hot pants over her undergarments, so be it. There were also socks, 5 pairs for each person, particularly in her collection. Not only were there cotton socks, but also 2 pairs of velvet ones, which she had completely forgotten about. How had they ended up in the mix? Additionally, there were several pairs of thin thermal trousers and thicker fleece pants, though only 1 for each person. Song Fuling tied the surplus socks and 3 pairs of fleece trousers together with some twine and placed them into a makeshift bundle fashioned from bed linens, alongside the ancient garments and shoes. Though autumn had only just begun and the temperature fluctuations were manageable for now, the uncertainty of their journey necessitated preparation for the colder weather. She set aside the 2 pairs of sweatpants her father had brought out, 1 gray for her mother and 1 black for herself. She plans to wait until her father leaves before donning a pair of panties and hot pants, followed by thin thermal leggings and sports trousers. The leggings and sports trousers appear excessively long compared to her current stature, so she intends to tuck them into her socks and secure them with a string. Her mother will dress similarly, with an ancient skirt worn over the top, ensuring warmth while remaining inconspicuous. If the situation deteriorates, shedding the skirt will allow for swift escape. Once she has organized everything, including essential items like binoculars and a flashlight, into a waterproof backpack, Song Fushing becomes alert again. During his 3rd excursion into the space, he finally remembers to gather medicine and retrieves a thermos that his daughter previously used for outdoor excursions. How did you manage to bring that out, Dad? Our oil drum is merely a plastic shell. The binoculars and flashlight are already intimidating enough. You must concoct an excuse. Unless we abandon the 4 robust bulls and the rice birthday celebrant, leaving just the 3 of us. Song Fushing dismissively waves a hand. Such matters are trivial. Survival is paramount. However, the thermos is made of stainless steel, an anomaly in ancient times, and its appearance is rather extravagant. Oh, you truly are something. The flashlight and binoculars are indispensable for survival. These items are not irreplaceable. I must have neglected to remind you. Stop dawdling, daughter. I cannot return it now. I've lied, and I will continue to do so. Now let us discuss something of significance, this medicine. You need not elaborate. Song Fuling interrupts hastily, aware that her father rambles excessively when faced with her and her mother. He may appear robust and dignified in public, but at home, he often grumbles about others, leaving people incredulous about his character. As her mother puts it, your father is quite petty, secretly keeping score, yet verbose, all while bottling up his feelings outside. This medicine is our lifeline. Each box consumed diminishes our supply, particularly the anti-inflammatory type. Without it, our survival in ancient times is uncertain, and even if we become wealthy later, it will be unattainable. I refuse to be overly kind and will ensure my mother remains devoid of sympathy. I understand. Song Fushing is left speechless. His daughter has voiced all that needed to be said. About that? Enough of this and that, Dad. Please enter the storage room once more. You remember it, right? The small partition converted from the coat room? Climb up the ladder to the top shelf. The second door holds a moisture-proof aluminum mat. Is it the same set you use for camping? Exactly. Oh dear, I tossed it into the garage. I should have kept track of that. If only I had known. Stop right there, Dad. No need for useless chatter. That aluminum mat is the kind the dealership gives away when buying a car, you know? It's lightweight, insulated against heat and cold, and you have a piece in your car. I purchased a large roll for just 28 yuan, and it takes up minimal space, making it perfect for outdoor sleeping. What else? Song Fushing muses, realizing that indeed, a hero is aided by 3 companions, and his daughter's input will make their preparations more comprehensive. Let us grab 2 bags of salt as well. Since we arrived just before the new year, considering my mother's penchant for stockpiling, she should have some stored. Be sure to search thoroughly for all the grains. We are uncertain how far we will run. 6 passers-by need nourishment and are perpetually together. Please refrain from altering anything further, especially large items. Even rice cannot be deceived. Seizing this opportune moment, I filled the packaging bags into the stove pit, replacing them with burlap sacks to blend with the household grains. This time, Song Fuxing interrupted his daughter. We need not worry about the grains for now. It is not merely 6 individuals. We must go to your grandmother's house and make our way from there. Upon finishing his statement, he settled into the space. What? To grandmother's house? Song Fuxing's eyes widened in surprise, and after a few seconds, she comprehended. Indeed, if there were conscription, her 2 uncles and several cousins could not evade it either. Having occupied their bodies, one must fulfill their filial duties. Unfortunately, what she did not realize was that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Her biological father did not possess such noble intentions. Firstly, their ancestral home is on the periphery of this administrative district, and one must pass through there to escape the jurisdiction of Chiwang. Secondly, there is strength in numbers, which will prevent them from being killed or robbed along the way. To form a team to combat monsters, one must either unite based on skills or blood relations. At critical moments, blood ties prove to be a relatively reliable foundation for teamwork. Chapter 9. Farewell. Old Nyoto called from outside. Son-in-law, the doctor is here. Song Fuxing nudged Song Fuxing. Father, wake up quickly. The doctor is busy inside, and doesn't he seem to be waking up? With no other choice, Song Fuxing opened the door slightly and slipped outside. Unsure whether to address him as Uncle Nyoto, Elder Nyoto, or simply Nyoto, she decided to remain silent. The 4 strong ones are in the backyard. Please lead the doctor there. Her expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Old Nyoto gestured for the doctor, who was carrying the medicine box, to proceed first before inquiring. Miss, do you have any further instructions? Song Fuxing quickly waved her hand, unaccustomed to such deference. I don't have any money for the doctor's fees. Do you have any on you? Last night, someone broke into our house and stole all the silver. My mother and I were drugged, and my father, who returned last, encountered the thief at the door and couldn't retrieve it. Now, old Nyoto understood. That explains the large swelling on your son-in-law's forehead. He glanced at Song Fuxing and recalled Qian Peiying's appearance. Noting that it seemed the 2 women had not sustained any injuries. Only her son-in-law had been harmed, which reassured him. Miss, I have money, and there's silver in the shop as well. Song Fuxing opened the door and stepped out, signaling to Song Fuxing to return inside and gather her belongings. Then turned back to close the door. He then beckoned old Nyoto to follow him to the backyard, appearing to have something important to discuss. In truth, old Nyoto also had news to report, and to avoid wasting time, he spoke first. Son-in-law, I have a strange feeling. On my way to the clinic, just now, I noticed several wealthy families in our county sending out carriages, including relatives of the county magistrate. They were carrying a considerable amount of goods and heading towards the outskirts of the city. Song Fuxing nodded and stood still, briefly explaining the situation. After giving a few instructions to old Nyoto, the sound of a child crying suddenly echoed from the kitchen. From a distance, one could almost feel the child's terror, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry of "Aunt, run!" Qian Peiying did not flee, but old Nyoto was the first to run. Before taking off, he handed over all the loose silver he had to Song Fuxing, meant for the 4 strong ones to procure medicine. As old Nyoto exited the Song residence, tears streamed down his face, his heart repeating Song Fuxing's earlier words. A drought in the south has prompted refugees, along with the 10,000 soldiers of King Wu, to attack. The master was gone, the young master was gone, and the young master's childhood attendants, De Zhuang, Zhuang, and San Zhuang, were executed for attempting to protect the young master, Qian Mishu, as he fled the city to seek the 4 strong ones guarding the orchard on the mountain. Before his passing, the master had dispersed his wealth and entrusted the task of delivering supplies to King Qi, ensuring Qian Mishu's safe passage. The city had been sealed off 2 days prior. and the young mistress had heard rumors that King Qi intended to conscript young maidens and married women to reward soldiers who had slain enemy captains. On the very night the young master was shot while defending the city, she hanged herself. Old Nyoto wiped away his tears, biting his lip to swallow the rising lump in his throat, and swiftly climbed onto the mule cart to hurry towards the shop. Resolute in his determination, he realized that crying now was futile. If the old master were to know, he would surely chastise him. He must live for the sole remaining bloodlines of the Qian family, Qian Peiying and Qian Mixiao, and protect them. This, he believed, was the only way to repay the old master's kindness. Master Nyo, Master Nyo. As old Nyo's mule cart came to a halt, the anxious shopkeeper rushed over. Grasping his arm, Brother Nyo, do you have any news from the capital? Rumors are swirling that King Wu is attacking us, while others say there's a calamity in the south, not a war. To be frank, chaos has already ensued at home, especially since several cards from the Yu family just left the city. They're among the wealthiest in our county. Old Nyo shook off Bai's grip, secured the mule cart, and fed the mules hay to ensure they were well nourished. Amidst his tasks, he advised, Old Bai, I must speak frankly. Pack your things and leave quickly. If war breaks out, your 4 sons and 3 sons-in-law, 1T, have a chance to escape. Moreover, as a gesture of our friendship, do not spread this news around, lest the authorities close the city gates early. If that happens, we will all be trapped, and I shall hold you responsible. What? Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. He smacked his thigh, exclaiming, I'll head back to make arrangements immediately. He ran a few steps, then paused, emotions swirling in his eyes, and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Take care, Brother Nyo. Without even lifting his gaze, old Nyo turned and entered his shop to gather his belongings. He glanced at the neatly arranged bottles on the counter, selecting only 2 jars of wine to place on the mule cart. He then scurried to the backyard, retrieving a box containing his savings, pouring the coins into his pocket. After hastily collecting a few articles of clothing, he shouldered his provisions along with a jar of oil and a packet of salt, locking the shop behind him as he prepared to depart. At that moment, Bai's eldest grandson arrived, breathless from exertion. Grandpa Nyo, my grandfather asked me to bring this to you. Without a word, the boy placed the items onto the cart and hurried away. As old Nyo cracked the whip, urging the mules forward, he inspected the contents. 8 water pouches for bamboo tubes, 2 raincoats, and 5 oil umbrellas. He sighed inwardly, grateful that he had defied his son-in-law's orders to inform Bai. The weight of the gifts was not the issue. After all, he was fleeing, abandoning his shop. What difference did it make? Yet, at this critical juncture, when every moment counted for survival, Bai had taken the time to send his grandson with these essential items for the journey. The mule cart halted before a small courtyard, and the woman who opened the door appeared momentarily startled upon seeing old Nyo. Realizing who he was, she quickly turned to close the door, fearful of being discovered by her daughter-in-law. Old Nyo scrutinized her face closely. He had never married. In his youth, he had sought vengeance for his mother and was gravely injured in the process. It was the old master who had saved him, allowing him to live. He had never considered the burden of family, but this woman had consistently offered him kindness, washing his clothes and preparing warm meals without complaint. He pondered that a good life was on the horizon, and they could enjoy companionship together. However, little did he anticipate that after exhausting the majority of his life savings to purchase the courtyard, the woman's son would vehemently oppose it, casting out the matchmaker merely because he had secured a position within the county office and feared that his elderly mother might remarry, inviting public scorn. Here are 5 taels of silver for you. This is the deed to the courtyard I acquired. I shall leave it with you. I am departing now. With that, the old ox-headed man climbed back onto the mule cart and drove away. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears, for she sensed that turmoil was impending. Just an hour prior, her son had returned, declaring his ambition to earn military honors and attain high office, passionately proclaiming his loyalty to the prince. To her, it seemed her son was losing his mind, yet as a woman, bound by the dictates of father, husband, and son, she felt powerless. She gazed down at the loose silver in her hands, realizing that the old ox had little left to his name, having invested all in the courtyard. At this parting moment, His gift of 5 taels was sufficient to cover her expenses for the next 4 or 5 years, and her heart felt as if it had suddenly developed a void, leaving her with only the hope of his safe return. Chapter 10 Departure. Though only 5 years of age, Qian despite his lack of coherent speech, managed to articulate the essential keywords while sipping porridge in the kitchen. As the child recounted his woes to his aunt, Qian, his sorrow deepened, leading him to abandon his meal in despair, shattering the bowl in frustration, and pondering the futility of eating when grief threatened to consume him. This culminated in an outburst of tears, where he implored his aunt to flee. When Song Fuling rushed into the kitchen, she found her mother kneeling before the stove, perilously close to the flames, her hands trembling with flour and grease. She anticipated having to coax her mother into calmness. However, upon calling out, "Mother," Qian abruptly turned to fix her gaze upon her daughter's face, staring intently for a good 10 seconds. Instead of seeking her daughter's assistance, she sprang to her feet with remarkable agility, intent on escaping. With one hand grasping Song Fuling's arm and her foot kicking aside a troublesome stool, Qian dashed outside, raising her voice in alarm. "Oh dear, Lao Song. This is dire. Where are you? Hurry out. We must leave at once." Song Fuling grasped her mother, urging, "Mother, please cease your shouting." The letter states that father has just returned from gathering medicine for Si Zhuang and is in the backyard. Without waiting for her daughter to finish, Qian, her face flushed with urgency, interrupted. "What is there to tidy? Your father has become utterly reckless, oblivious to the urgency of our situation. What do those people have to do with us? The 3 of us must leave now, quickly." In her fervor, she raised her voice at Song Fuling, pulling her daughter towards the backyard in search of her husband. Despite Song Fuling's efforts to free her arm, her mother's heightened emotions made it difficult to resist. Realizing her mother's agitation was becoming overwhelming, she pinched the web of flesh between Qian's thumb and forefinger, signaling her to observe Qian. At the kitchen door, Qian, upon locking eyes with his aunt, burst into tears. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he felt the weight of unbearable grief at such a tender age. He perceived that his aunt no longer wanted him, and with his grandfather and parents gone, the household staff either deceased or fled. He despaired at the thought of how he would survive alone. Qian, glancing at the sobbing child, swallowed hard, her heart aching at the sight. Avoiding his tearful gaze, she suddenly thumped her chest with her fist, exclaiming, "My heart feels a bit unwell. I must take a moment to recover. I shall return shortly." Song Fuling, observing her mother's swift exit, understood that her heart was fine and called out, "Father will be here shortly, and Manager Niu will return soon as well. Once he arrives, we shall leave. Please, go change your clothes quickly. Some clean garments are already laid out on your bed. Remember to wear the skirt on the outside and gather a few thick clothes and shoes for you and father. Ensure everything useful is packed." As Qian hurried towards the bedroom, she waved her hand dismissively, a handkerchief tucked under her arm. Meanwhile, Song Fuling wasted no time, diving into the kitchen to gather provisions while assessing their remaining supplies. Upon a glance, a chill swept through my heart. The rice was barely half a bag, yet there was an ample supply of flour, more than 50 pounds. However, there was but a single can of oil, and it was merely vegetable oil. The sugar, composed of cane sugar, was scant, while the salt amounted to little more than the bottom of a canister. I kicked at the scattered items by my feet, such as the 20 eggs nestled in a woven basket, and instructed the children, "Move this to the front gate. If it's too heavy, take less and make multiple trips, but do be careful not to break anything." During the first trip, Qian was still sniffling, but after 2 or 3 trips, he was already sweating profusely, having forgotten to cry. Meanwhile, Song Fuling was preparing to retrieve a large iron pot, an essential item for cooking during our journey. The thought of needing water struck her. Glancing at the large vat, she realized it was far too heavy, fearing it might overturn the mule cart. Nevertheless, water must be brought along, perhaps in a wooden barrel, for one cannot wander in search of a water source while on the run. At the very least, some water for cooking must be taken. Song Fuling handed a gourd ladle to Qian. "Stand on the stool and scoop water into this barrel." "Sister, the basin." Qian pointed towards the dough that had risen for making fried twists, which had long since fermented and was waiting to be cooked. And then he gestured to the rice porridge specially prepared for him by Qian Peiing. Qian Mishu could hardly bear any waste of food, having experienced hunger on the road. Just the thought sent waves of anxiety through him. No wonder the children were distressed. It was indeed a harrowing ordeal. Within the span of 2 days and nights, for strong men had their silver snatched by fleeing refugees. In their haste to leave the city and to protect Qian Mishu from harm, they offered no resistance, surrendering their possessions without a fight. Subsequently, these strong men, with Qian Mishu in tow, endured a full day of hunger. Eventually, fearing their slow pace would hinder timely communication, one of them hid Qian Mishu in a thicket during the pitch-black night while he resorted to robbery, which led to his injury. However, he neither sought silver nor aimed for bloodshed. His sole purpose was to commandeer a cart pulled by 3 mules. After the heist, he drove the mules forward while discarding the belongings taken from the robbed family, thus avoiding a more violent confrontation, and they did not pursue him. Thus, a misunderstanding arose. Being so young, Qian Mishu could not articulate the tragic fates of his grandfather and parents, remaining silent on the matter. The strong man, being mute, could not speak either. Song Fuxing and the innkeeper merely assumed that the mule cart was acquired for the journey, while Song Fuling and Qian Ping, although fully aware of the difficulties that lay ahead in their escape, could hardly fathom that their means of transport was procured through robbery. When the entire family, united in purpose, managed to gather all the items they intended to take to the front gate, old Nyoto arrived punctually with a wooden cart drawn by 3 mules. Upon seeing Song Fuxing, he relayed, "Son-in-law, here is the salt, 2 pounds, purchased at a high price. It is no longer available. I visited several shops, and despite exhausting my efforts, none would sell. Additionally, I have procured a charcoal brazier and a tripod, though I only managed to acquire half a bag of charcoal. It is early autumn, and supplies are scarce. As for the kitchen knife and iron rake, the blacksmith's wife said there were none available. Please take this. It is the remaining silver. I have gathered all the funds from the shop, and this is all that remains, though it is somewhat lacking." Lao Niu Tu, speaking as he accepted the 2 bundles of bedding handed over by Paying, swiftly tucked them into the corner of the cart before hurriedly thrusting the silver coins into Song Fuxing's hands. Having reported his business, he did not await a response from Song Fuxing and swiftly dashed into the courtyard. In a short while, he emerged with several chicken feathers adorning his head. Carrying 3 chickens, evidently, he had gone to the backyard to catch and slaughter them. Lao Nyoto secured the chickens onto the cart and began to lift water buckets and rice bags, moving the larger items that Song Fuling could not manage. Song Fuxing observed Lao Nyoto's industrious figure, tightening his grip on the silver pouch. This was no idle talk. Merely 3 days prior, Lao Nyoto had handed over all the shop's earnings, leaving no money behind. He understood well that this was likely Lao Nyoto's last bit of personal savings, 22 taels, all given to him. The other 4 men, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of shame for not contributing any silver themselves, and thus they exerted themselves even more, using their uninjured arms to lift the iron pot onto the cart. Finally, one of them dashed into the house, returning with Song Fuxing's book box on his back. In his eyes, books were of utmost importance to scholars, precious as gold. However, Song Fuxing merely pulled out a stack of paper, intending to use it as kindling, and casually tossed the remainder outside the door. Lao Nyoto was taken aback. For a scholar, books were life itself. "Son-in-law, what about your books?" he exclaimed. "They are too heavy and of no use to me. Let us go. Drive." Chapter 11. As the mule cart exited the county town, Song Fuxing, Qian Ping, and Song Fuling simultaneously turned their heads to glance back at the city. They had been there for barely 12 hours, and now they were leaving in such a frantic manner. Song Fuxing patted the old ox's shoulder and advised, "Take the back roads. Avoid the route that passes through 2 towns." The old ox raised his whip and boasted, "Master, your intellect is remarkable. Your foresight is commendable." I was just about to suggest the same. In modern times, Song Fuling would have laughed, wondering how that could be deemed remarkable intelligence. Yet she could not muster a smile now. Feeling uneasy, she said, "Father, let us go via my grandmother's side." I recall you mentioning that route leads further north, right? Are we heading north? Indeed, there is a drought in the south. We must move northward. Once we reach your grandmother. I must inform the village head so that all who can escape do so. Alas, it's not easy. We are all impoverished folk, and life is precious. I doubt anyone wishes for their sons or grandsons to be conscripted to their deaths. We should also quickly find a few families with strong laborers, those with livestock who want to slow us down, and who can carry provisions similar to ours. This way, if we encounter bandits or a surge of refugees, we can look out for one another on the road. Father, the refugees from the south shouldn't arrive so soon. I surmise our prefectural city has not yet fallen. If it had, or if a conscription order had reached the county, there would likely be a mass exodus from our city. No one wants to meet a grim fate. Indeed, the officials would be eager to flee rather than stay behind like us, the few who have received the news early. Well, if that is the case, it may turn out better for us. After all, without the southern refugees crossing, we could escape more smoothly without the fear of being looted or harmed. Zhang Fuxing glanced at his daughter, still so young, unacquainted with hunger in modern times, preoccupied only with enjoying life and studying. She could hardly fathom the depths of human malice. He shook his head. I sense the conscription order is imminent, or perhaps it has already arrived. The county magistrate seems to be pondering something. He hasn't sealed the city yet, but I doubt we are far from that moment. Could it be that he wishes to escape with his family before facing the wrath of the Qi? Regardless of their thoughts, the towns, villages, and cities below are all aware that war is approaching. Even if most cannot escape conscription, a small portion will, and that small number can still be substantial. What defines a refugee? The more they flee, the harder it becomes. The farther they travel, the less food they have, and they become refugees indeed. This year, the South is suffering, and we are facing drought as well. I do not merely wish to hide. I intend to leave outright because this place has become utterly unbearable. One can evade conscription, but one cannot evade the influx of southern refugees. Even if we avoid the refugees, we cannot escape the increased taxes imposed by the Wu King after seizing the city. This is also what your grandfather implied in his letter. Truth be told, your grandmother's harvest this year has been poor, and grain prices are soaring. We barely manage to drink thin gruel. If we must flee, how much food can each person carry? How much can they take with them? Without sustenance, one must resort to theft. Killing one or two is preferable to starving to death. Just then, Zhang Fuxing noticed a flash of light from his peripheral vision. Turning around, he was startled to find his wife brandishing a kitchen knife. "What are you doing?" Qian Paying murmured. "I hold this cleaver to seek a semblance of security. If you continue to harm yourself, where does that lead us? What follows is..." She was abruptly interrupted as she raised her voice. "Be quiet. Do not indulge in conjectures and analyses. Both of you are forbidden to speak. I do not wish to hear it. The more I listen, the more it feels futile to escape. We might as well await our fate. It appears to be the same no matter where we go." The four strong men, nursing their bandaged wounds, exchanged glances, swiftly assessing Zhang Fuxing's expression. It was rare to encounter a woman bold enough to address the head of the household in such a manner. Surely, she would face repercussions. Qian Mishu shrank into the corner of the vehicle, casting a timid glance at her aunt wielding the cleaver, her heart racing with anxiety as she pondered. "Aunt, I am but a child, and you are a woman. If Uncle becomes angry, he may cease to take us along. What then shall we do? For the sake of survival, you must temper your demeanor towards him." To their surprise, Zhang Fuxing merely sighed and gently patted the clenched fist of Qian Paying as a means of reassurance. At that moment, he realized that his wife's timid nature was even less resilient than that of their daughter. He too felt a sense of unease. Conversing with his daughter could provide some relief. "Fear not. Everything will be all right, for I am here. As long as we evade conscription, the plight of the refugees is insignificant. They lack arms, and even a cleaver is not as plentiful as ours. Should anyone dare to rob us of our provisions, I shall deal with them decisively. Do you believe me now? You know me well. I am not like others who, after each skirmish, regret not having performed better. I tend to exceed expectations. Furthermore, even if we cannot prevail in battle, we possess the fundamental skills necessary for retreat and evasion. Both mother and daughter recognized that Song Fuxing was merely boasting, and they found no comfort in his words. Mother, put down the cleaver and prepare some food. Look at those white flour noodles. At the very least, fry the dough twists. We must eat to gather strength for the challenges ahead. Indeed, my daughter speaks wisely. The child has yet to eat, and we still have several hours of travel ahead. While the road is relatively clear, you can fry, saute, or stew. The aroma will not attract anyone, so prepare a generous amount. With that, Song Fuxing rummaged through their belongings, retrieving a Japanese-style alcohol stove. This contraption was remarkably convenient, allowing them to cook while on the move without the need to stop and build a fire. He felt grateful at that moment for his daughter's penchant for spending money, which had provided them with an alcohol stove and a box of solid fuel, of which they had only used a few pieces, leaving over 40 remaining. Moreover, he was thankful for their family trip to Russia to watch the World Cup, during which their daughter had acquired an excellent military-grade binocular and flashlight from an ant vendor, items that would prove invaluable in ancient times. Contemplating this, Song Fuxing turned to Song Fuling, his heart heavy with concern for her plight, knowing that she would endure greater hardships in the future. With a determined grit, he declared to everyone, "Let us stew the chicken. The dough has risen sufficiently. We might as well add more flour to it and fry it into twists. I will handle the frying, allowing us to have provisions that will last a few more days. For strong men, please assist me in setting up the large iron pot. Remember to place the iron rack over the charcoal basin, allowing us to utilize 2 pots for cooking simultaneously. Do not hesitate to use the charcoal. Let us take it one day at a time. Rice show, tidy things up, and help your uncle clear some space." Upon witnessing her father's fervor, Song Fuling was startled. He seemed intent on consuming all the provisions at once. "Father, that won't do. If mother pickles the chicken, it will last for many days. If you use up all our grains and oils, what shall we do when my grandmother's family arrives? What if there isn't enough to eat? If there isn't enough, we will find a way together. We will endure hunger together. As for your grandmother, I know her better than you do. Once we reach her place, if you wish for anything rich in flavor, it will be utterly impossible. Your grandmother would rather hoard resources, and when the time comes to cook, she will be the last one standing with provisions while others have long since run out. She is that kind of person." Song Fuxing gently removed his daughter's hand from the tightly clasped bag. "We will eat our fill for today. That is what matters. I shall prepare you some fried dough twists, and your mother can boil some marinated eggs. Carry them separately. If anyone asks, do not share." As he noticed Michaud gazing at him intently, he added, "Make sure to pack a portion for Michaud as well." Chapter 12. Unaccustomed to her new identity upon hearing her husband's words, Qian Peiying felt a slight heaviness in her heart. It seemed that after serving her mother-in-law in the modern era, she had finally found liberation, only to be thrust back into the role of a servant in ancient times. It was as if the constraints had tightened around her once more. It was hardly worth contemplating what kind of mother-in-law awaited her in this past era. Qian Peiying cast a few glances at the grain sacks, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Earlier, she had found her daughter's reasoning quite sensible. One must save whenever possible. Frustration bubbled within her, but she refrained from voicing it and arguing with her husband. Yet now, who were they saving for? Who could foresee what might transpire in the next moment? Just look at how their family of 3 had fared over the past 12 hours since their arrival in this era. This was proof enough. They might very well be sent back at any time. Moreover, when they returned to their hometown, if her husband's predictions held true, they would be among nearly 20 people fleeing famine. It was easy to imagine the dire conditions they would face on the road. From what she gathered, her ancient mother-in-law would not be a benevolent figure. Upon meeting her, it was likely that she would demand the grain be surrendered, controlling how much everyone would receive for their meals. This was unacceptable. Why should the old woman have the final say? Qian Peiying was reluctant to part with any of the food, and it was clear that any rations saved would merely be redistributed amongst the group. It would be far better to ensure that her husband and daughter had sufficient nourishment to sustain them. To speak candidly, she held no memories of those people, nor did she harbor any feelings for them. Who were they to her? Were it not for old Song's insistence that traveling with a larger group would be safer, she would have contemplated running away altogether, questioning why she should return to them. The idea of fulfilling obligations to those who had possessed her child's body was utterly unappealing. How unfortunate her circumstances were. After coming to this realization, Qian Peiing declared, "Then why bother adding more flour? Let us just make everything we can." Song Fuxing, taken aback by his wife's assertiveness, faltered in his actions. "Make everything?" he questioned, his skepticism evident. He had always known that his wife was adept at managing their household. How could she suddenly seem so reckless in her decision-making? Despite having just advised their daughter with concern, urging her to enjoy one last hearty meal before their journey, he now feared that if they found themselves without food and water on the road, they would merely stare at one another in confusion. Although their space contained modern provisions, could they be readily accessed? He was terrified that if they were discovered in front of others, it would expose a secret that must remain hidden. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. With a sigh, Qian Peiing glanced at her daughter before turning to her husband and said, "Let us make twisted donuts and some biscuits. You bake more, you're skilled at it. Also, let us fry some oil tea flour. These foods are compact, easy to carry, filling, and have a long shelf life. Using all this flour will sustain us for quite some time. When we reach our hometown, if my mother-in-law insists on serving rice porridge at every meal, we shouldn't set ourselves apart. We can't expect to eat differently from the others. If you and our daughter find yourselves too hungry to endure, you can discreetly pull out some of this food to nibble on." As she spoke, she recalled the need for cash and rice. Qian Ping gently caressed the hair of Qian Mishu, feeling that since her arrival in this ancient era, she could harden her heart towards anyone, except for this child. Regardless of whether this journey through time was a matter of past lives or present, since they still bore the surname Qian and her father treated her well, she vowed to cherish this last scion of the Qian family. As long as she breathed, she would protect this child. Qian Peiing mused, her thoughts drifting back to her modern life. Adults could endure hardship, but she could hardly bear to think of Mishu and her daughter subsisting on meager rations. So she resolved to prepare some palatable sustenance to stave off hunger. Song Fuxing, observing the smile lines forming at the corners of his wife's eyes, echoed her sentiments. "I share the same thought. Why waste words? Let's begin." And so, they immersed themselves in their tasks with fervor, unwilling to waste even a drop of water to wash their hands, conserving the precious bucket of water they had brought along for cooking. Before long, the cart became as steamy as a bamboo steamer. A large iron pot was set atop a charcoal stove, while a Japanese pot simmered on an alcohol burner, both igniting in tandem. Including the rations for their old ox, they had over 80 pounds of flour. Song Fuxing planned to use 30 pounds to fry twisted donuts, estimating that with the dough well prepared, he could yield around 500 pieces, which would require over 3 liters of oil. Glancing at the 5-liter oil can he had conjured from his storage space, as well as the meager supply of just over a pound of rapeseed oil from ancient times, he decided to use the oil from the can first. Once it ran out, the can could serve as a water container, far more practical than the cumbersome wooden barrel that held little and was exceedingly heavy. On the other hand, Qian Peiing was even busier than Song Fuxing. Not only did she need to knead the dough for the chess pieces, but she also had to stir-fry 30 pounds of oil tea flour. To her, it was preferable to fry fewer donuts and prepare more oil tea flour. After all, those donuts, being autumn's offering, would only last a month at most. Moreover, she had to remind her husband to seize the opportunity to open the snack packets from the storage space during a brief moment when they could step away, retrieving the small desiccant packets to prevent the hundreds of donuts from becoming damp and moldy. However, the oil tea flour was a different story. Its advantages were many. First and foremost, it required minimal oil, only 30 grams for a pound of flour, meaning that for 30 pounds, less than 2 pounds of oil would suffice. Additionally, it was convenient. In times of hunger, one could simply soak a bowl in hot water and be satisfied. Qian Ping commanded the 4 strong men, "Go rummage through the bundles for the sugar packets and search for the bags of sesame seeds." Qian Mishu, anxious, interjected, "Auntie, are you putting sugar in the flour tea?" "Ah, you are quite perceptive," she replied. Qian Mishu, with his 5-year-old intellect, began to calculate. "Auntie, sugar is precious. If we mix it into a bowl of water, that's a meal. If you fry the flour tea without sugar, that's another meal. If we eat a few bites of sesame when hungry, that's yet another. Amused, Qian Paying said, "Look at you, sounding so pitiful. Go on. Don't linger by the pot. You'll overheat. Rest a bit with your sister." Mentioning her daughter suddenly reminded Qian Ping that the girl had been unusually quiet for some time, which explained the sense that something was amiss. She glanced up to see Song Fuling frequently wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, while diligently sewing a quilt cover. "What are you sewing?" Qian Ping inquired. Song Fuxing chimed in, "Can you sew? Be careful not to prick your fingers." Song Fuling immediately glared at her parents, questioning how it was conceivable for a girl from ancient times to lack sewing skills. The old bull-headed man and the four robust fellows overheard and couldn't help but be perplexed. After all, her original self was also adept at embroidery. With such intellectual capacity as her parents possessed, if they were to be transported to ancient times, or worse, to a realm of espionage, they would undoubtedly become mere cannon fodder. Silently, Song Fuling extended the items in her hands, gesturing for them to examine them themselves. She was occupied with stitching a moisture-proof mat into the ancient hemp quilt cover. Otherwise, the mat would stand out conspicuously. One must understand that she had first-hand experience. During her time in the modern world, while attending an outdoor music festival, the rain had fallen, chilling the air, and she had draped the moisture-proof mat over herself, drawing curious glances from others. This was even more pronounced in ancient times, with a glaring aluminum foil that would undoubtedly raise questions. Contemplating this, Song Fuling anxiously signaled to her father to look at the Adidas bag, implying that it contained items such as binoculars. She urged him to devise a means to fabricate a plausible story to deceive the old bull-headed man and his companions, securing their cooperation to serve as witnesses, thereby justifying the origins of these peculiar items to her relatives back home, who would be easier to mislead. Chapter 13. "I'm a good man." Song Fuxing cleared his throat and called out to old Nio, "Uncle Nio." The sudden shout startled old Nio, who nearly struck himself with the whip while attempting to whip the mule. Turning around in shock, he said, No, son-in-law, that's too much. Just calling me old Nio will suffice. When you called me shopkeeper Nio before, it was too much of an honor. How can that be too much? We have fallen to such a state now. Why should we still adhere to those formalities?" Old Nio insisted, No, you and Miss are still my masters, and you need not call me shopkeeper Nio anymore. The shop is gone. Such titles no longer fit. I beg you, just call me old Nio. Enough. I shall not argue with you about this, Song Fuxing replied, gesturing towards the Adidas bag and the rainproof fabric bag, feigning ignorance. Have you seen these items before? There are many things inside. My father-in-law must have shown them to you previously. Old Nio dismissed it, waving his whip while glancing back. No, I have not seen this package before. Really? That cannot be, Song Fuxing exclaimed, perplexed. How could you not have seen it? Hearing her father's words, Song Fuling quickly lowered her head, fearing her father's theatrical demeanor would provoke an uncontrollable reaction from her. Song Fuxing continued in confusion. All these peculiar items. Is there only one set? And what about my brother-in-law? Haven't you seen those either? Surely, my father-in-law did not specifically reserve them as a dowry for his daughter? At this, Song Fuling wanted to roll her eyes, deeming his inquiry redundant. Old Nio, on the other hand, found merit in the son-in-law's analysis, sighing deeply. The master dotes on the young lady. He thinks of her when he acquires good things. It must be so. After speaking, he cast a glance at Qian Paying, who was fervently frying the oilteen noodles, showing no interest in the novel items Song Fuxing had presented, nor in their origins. Old Nio's mind was preoccupied with the memory of the young lady shouting at the son-in-law, which had startled him greatly. He exchanged glances with Zhang, hardly daring to breathe, and for a fleeting moment, he feared that they might part ways before even covering Tu Li. And yet, the son-in-law's reaction was completely unexpected. He not only refrained from scolding the young lady, but also consoled her. Thus, old Nio had been left in a state of wonder. Not to mention the son-in-law's swift change in attitude, the young lady's behavior was previously unthinkable. When she had given birth to a daughter, and due to her poor health, could no longer conceive, she had been terrified that the son-in-law might consider taking a concubine. She voluntarily offered to hand over all the shop's earnings to him, and from that day forward, she was more aware of where the family silver was hidden than a thief. Why has he, after so many years as the steward, seldom visited? He fears that frequent visits might seem like a reminder to his son-in-law of the dowry silver. The master is even more secretive. Why has he not disclosed to others that he has been subsidizing his married daughter? The shop in the county has already been given her. He understands, for he worries that his son-in-law might be labeled as a son-in-law living off his wife, which could lead to a loss of face and an outburst towards the young lady. Moreover, the son-in-law has gradually enriched the Old Song family by purchasing fine fields over the years, spending quite a bit of silver. Both the master and the young lady are well aware of this. Old Nyo still recalls the time he visited the master last year. After inquiring about the young lady and her husband, the master rebuked him fiercely, accusing him of not speaking the truth. In reality, he felt wronged, for the young lady would never confide in him or share her grievances. One party is willing to strike, while the other is willing to endure. How could he possibly know the truth? The master then berated the son-in-law, exclaiming, "That's Song Fushing. Does he think that because I have moved away from the county, I can no longer return to deal with him? Does he truly believe I am so preoccupied that I cannot confront him? Such words are nothing but nonsense. My old mother back home wears patched clothing, yet my daughter and granddaughter cannot adorn themselves in fine silks. That is a dagger to my heart. I must question him. While his mother is eating thin gruel, how can he, the dutiful son, dare to indulge himself in abundance? Why does he not starve himself? His mother struggles to find a proper meal, and that is due to the incompetence of the three brothers, not my daughter's wealth or well-being. My daughter spends her own family's silver. What does it have to do with the Song family? How blind I was back then. What use is a scholar if he does not comprehend the ways of the world? Reflecting on this, old Nyo yearned to visit the grave of old Master Chien and assure him, "Rest easy, sir, you are not blind in your judgment." Just witnessing the young lady's spirited reprimand of her husband, who did not retaliate out of embarrassment, but instead gently persuaded her, raising a finger to the heavens and vowing to protect her safety, made old Nyo both astonished and unexpectedly sympathetic towards Song Fushing. After all, which wife would dare to confront her husband with such fervor? Even a son-in-law should not be treated in this manner. Furthermore, behold, the son-in-law is helping the young lady prepare meals. At such an age, he has never witnessed a man cooking. When had he acquired such a skill? The fragrance of the fried twists is irresistible, and despite his efforts to suppress his hunger, his stomach growls audibly. Alas, one cannot argue with the undeniable. No wonder the son-in-law excelled in his studies and topped his class. Character reveals itself in adversity, and the master can now rest in peace. Little does Song Fushing know the extent of old Nyo's thoughts. Had he known, he would have eagerly sought to claim credit, saying, "Cooking for my wife is just the beginning. Once we settle down, I must also wash her clothes, for that is what family does." Grateful for the kindness of others and secretly pleased with his own talent for deception, he enthusiastically presented the first batch of fried twists, sweating profusely as he urged, "Eat. Everyone, do not stand on ceremony. This first meal before fleeing must be hearty, as it heralds good fortune, signaling that we shall not go hungry in the future." As he enjoyed his meal, Song Fushing cracked open a shell and suddenly realized that he needed to take a moment to discuss an intriguing question with his esteemed young scholar: how to address one's mother in public without incurring wrath. It is worth noting that in ancient times, scholars were exceedingly humble in their speech, and he held a respectable position, did he not? A young scholar would refer to his wife as my humble partner. He was certain that if he dared to call Qian Ping my humble partner, in her current state of amnesia, devoid of any awareness of ancient customs, would undoubtedly glare at him and retort, "You are the one who is humble." Chapter 14. Glutinous rice bricks. Women are often busy, prioritizing work over meals, their eyes constantly scanning for tasks. Thus, Qian Ping disregarded Song Fushing's advice, continuing to prepare batch after batch of fried tea, and fearing the waste of oil, adeptly took on the task of frying dough twists as well. She had her husband sit beside the old ox cart to enjoy a breath of fresh air. The heat of the carriage while cooking was nearly unbearable, so she urged him to rest and eat. Despite her twofold busyness, her mind was anxious, determined to finish cooking quickly. She aimed to produce 2 pots of food, one pot for boiling tea eggs, using all 20 or so eggs from the ancient household, so they could soak in flavor early and last longer when salted. She set a pot of water to boil, filled several water bags, and used the remaining water entirely. This served a dual purpose, emptying the bucket for refilling upon returning home, avoiding waste of space, and distributing the water bags among the oxen and the others, ensuring they had something to drink instead of dipping their gourds into the bucket, sharing germs unknowingly. Additionally, she prepared a separate water container for her daughter and a water bag for Michaud, intending to add some brown sugar and ginger slices to prevent colds from the stark temperature fluctuations on the journey. Even if the children did not catch a cold, the sweetness would be a treat. It was better than appearing biased in front of a crowd back home, favoring her own children over others. Neither Song Fuxing nor Song Fuling paid much attention to Qian Peiying's flurry of activity, accustomed to her ways, whether boiling dumplings or during everyday meals. She had a habit of urging them to eat while she finished her tasks. They had grown used to it. The two men each took a couple of dough twists, opening a jar of fermented bean curd, savoring the fragrant combination with the old ox. Michaud, the 5-year-old, looked around, his tattered clothes poorly suited for the escape from famine, yet his clean face and small hands, framed by a little handkerchief, made him appear endearing. He felt a pang of affection for Qian Peiying, reminiscent of a beloved child. Approaching her, before he could say a word, she called out, "Michaud, you can't stand so close, you'll get splattered with oil. Go eat over there." Michaud did not comply. He persisted, lifting the dough twist towards her. "And eat." Qian Peiying glanced at the little bite marks on the twist. "You eat first." Upon realizing the child was disobedient, attempting to shove the greasy treat into her embrace, she quickly intervened. "What is this? Are you full already? We don't know when the next meal will be. You must eat more. Save some for you. With so much, what are you saving for me?" He protested. "There is not much that can last several days. Everyone only gets a few. I'm small, so I'll save some for you, Auntie, fearing you want to indulge." Qian Peiying sighed, calling out to her daughter, "Fuling, listen, you only know how to eat. Look at your brother. My toil is worth it." Song Fuxing turned back with a playful remark. "This lad knows how to flatter. Michaud, why don't you say something sweet to your uncle? Why not spare some food for me?" Qian Michaud blinked, thinking to himself, "How can you compare with my aunt? You can't even match my sister." It is only because his aunt and sister are well-fed that he is able to survive. These two individuals are his only blood relatives, and they will always care for him, no matter the circumstances. If his aunt were to succumb to hunger, his uncle would soon have many new aunts, and his sister's life would likely not be any better, let alone his own. Therefore, currying favor with his uncle seemed unnecessary. Without eyes, how could there be eye sockets? With that thought, he quickly tugged at the burden he had been carrying on his back. Seeing her little brother not only ignore their father's words, but also anxiously clutching his bundle, Song Fuling grew increasingly puzzled. Since their meeting, this child had carried it with him wherever he went, refusing to share it with anyone. "Michaud, can you tell me what is in there?" she asked. Qian Michaud covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Song Fuling, "Sister, you can only know this with our aunt. Don't tell our uncle." "All right," Song Fuling replied, cooperating as she positioned her body to shield their father's view. "Open it. He can't see." Song Fuling assumed that such a tense demeanor suggested the contents were as precious as a national treasure. She never imagined. "Is that a brick?" Qian Michaud corrected her. "It's a sticky rice brick. If I'm hungry, I can nibble on it." Song Fuling nearly gagged, a foul odor wafting toward her. "Can you even bite into that? You might break your teeth. Besides, this is inedible. Look, it's covered in green mold. Just throw it away. Listen to me. Sister will make sure you have something to eat, so you won't go hungry, I promise." Unexpectedly, her words caused both Zhang and Michaud to panic. Zhang waved his hands, making distressed noises. Qian Michaud lunged forward, protecting the two bricks. "Don't throw them away. This is what Grandpa gave me," he said. "When we are on the verge of fainting from hunger, my aunt will have one, and I will have one." Qian Peiying shot her daughter a glare. "Don't you dare throw it away. You'll make him cry. Let me use it as a pillow, a keepsake." Song Fuxing rolled his eyes at Qian Michaud, internally grumbling. How much must this ancient father-in-law look down on him, believing he would let his wife and daughter starve? No wonder the letter reached the point of entrusting the orphan. It could go on for half a page, just to vent his frustrations. That letter. He certainly couldn't read it to his daughter and daughter-in-law, for fear they would mock him endlessly. Everyone else seemed to disregard this incident, genuinely believing it to be their last rations. They speculated that the old man prepared this to prevent his grandson from being robbed of other food supplies along the way, as this sticky rice brick would be overlooked and not worth anyone's while. Besides, if he were to prepare real food and silver, it might endanger his grandson's life. Only the unappetizing rations could ensure his survival. Song Fuxing directed the old ox. Isn't that a waterhole up ahead? Stop there. Let the mules rest. Have some water and grass. We'll get down and stretch. The old ox sighed in relief. They'd been running for 2 hours, and he estimated that if they continued for another 3 hours, they would arrive before nightfall. Song Fuxing extinguished the flames beneath 2 pots, assisted his wife and daughter in alighting from the vehicle, and handed Qian Ping a raincoat, signaling her to use it as a shield for their daughter when nature called. Just as he was about to turn and attend to his personal needs, he noticed Qian Mishu trailing closely behind Qian Ping and promptly pulled him back, commanding, "You're coming with me." As Qian Mishu squatted down to relieve himself, his gaze fixated on the bundle resting on Song Fuxing's shoulder. It was his. With a hint of irritation, Song Fuxing remarked, "Rest assured, I possess far more valuable items than you do. Unlike you, I am not so miserly. I carry what I need wherever I go, so I shan't lose it." Qian Mishu remained silent, hastily tearing a blade of grass to wipe himself. As he barely finished, he grimaced and exclaimed, "That stings." Sighing, Song Fuxing replied, "Just wait." He retraced his steps to the vehicle, where he procured several pieces of ancient cloth typically used for facial cleansing, distributing them to old Niu, Si Zhuang, Qian Mishu, and himself. "Here, use this to wipe. Remember to wash it after use and hang it out to dry. Be frugal, for this was once used to cleanse my face." Old Niu objected, "Son-in-law, you may as well take it back for your own use. I am accustomed to using a stick at home. I am not so particular." Song Fuxing found it futile to pursue this conversation. The absence of paper was already unbearable, and without cloth, it would become intolerable. "Take it, just take it," he insisted. "Later, I shall split open the soap pods, and each of you can tuck a small piece at your waist." Without the luxury of a bath, cleanliness becomes paramount. We must not fall ill. Chapter 15. Concerning the matters of nature, Song Fuxing was preoccupied with the dilemma of using the restroom, while Song Fuxing's situation seemed to deteriorate further. Firstly, squatting amidst the vast wilderness, with a glance upward revealing a sky adorned with blue and white clouds, and the gentle buzz of insects flitting about, was a stark contrast to sitting in a bathroom, scrolling through her phone, where time spent was of no consequence. Song Fuxing felt a sense of dryness creeping in. Anxious to expedite the process, she was further distracted by her mother's incessant reminders. The more her mother chided, the more she found herself at a loss. From now on, you cannot use the bathroom as you do at home, tearing off 9 segments of toilet paper. My dear, you have no idea that we have only 4 bags of soft tissue in our storage room, which hardly amount to many rolls. We have merely a couple of 3-pack paper towels, along with the open ones on the dining table and in your room. Do the math. This is all we have. Ah, and let us not forget the cotton face wipes you have, of which 2 boxes reside in the bathroom. This constitutes our entire household supply. Once it's used up, there's no remedy from your father. He cannot conjure more. With a droopy expression, Song Fuxing inquired, "How many segments can I use at once?" As Qian Ping unfurled a poncho to shield her daughter, she gazed at the top of her head and replied, "For minor needs, try to manage with minimal use. If you can't, 1 segment will suffice, while for major needs, 4 segments are permissible." "What? That's so little. I'll surely have to dig." "Do not be such a fuss. This is all we have, and it cannot be used daily or at every meal. Do you see?" From seemingly nowhere, Qian Ping produced a velvet sock. "This is your own sock. Do not disdain it. You use one, and I'll use the other. It's soft, and it's just what you need right now. There's a water hole nearby. Use it to wipe and then wash it afterwards, letting it dry for the next use. Today is your first meal, so I will allow you to use paper just to help you acclimate. But heed my warning, my daughter. Save the paper for instances where there's no water nearby, and only use it when no one is around to see. Your father mentioned that in ancient times, using paper for such purposes was unacceptable, especially the modern paper we have, which is superior to their writing paper. Should ancient people lay eyes upon it, they would undoubtedly scorn us, cursing our very existence for being wasteful, as paper is precious indeed. Looking upward in contemplation, Zhang fully queried, "Mother, I am not being difficult, but surely a sock will not suffice. Can't we use a towel instead?" Pei firmly rejected the notion. "Absolutely not. Our towels are even scarcer than paper, with only a handful available. If we are unfortunate enough to remain here for a lifetime, what will you use in the future?" "I have thought it through. Once things stabilize, we will use your father's foot towels, which need a thorough wash, so they can be repurposed for your face. At least, that would be better than the tattered cloths they have here. Furthermore, all our towels were purchased by you. Do you not realize how large they are? Even if I were to have your father conjure more, think of how much soap you would need to wash after each use. A sock is a decent size, palm-sized, soft velvet, and easy to maintain. Then, may I at least carry a bar of soap with me? Otherwise, it will be quite odorous, and I fear it will still retain a scent after washing," Zhang fully implored. Before she could finish her plea, Pei waved her hand dismissively. "No, you shall use the ancient household soap. There are 2 bars in our bundle, one for the men and one for us. I believe it is quite good, reminiscent of the soap your grandfather used for laundry in his time. Our soap should no longer be squandered on mere hand washing. It must be preserved for cleansing the face. Think about it, my dear daughter. It is not that I am frugal, but rather a matter of practicality. When your facial cleanser runs out, what shall you use? Can anything crafted in ancient times compare to our soap? I find myself fortunate, having taken advantage of the sales at various supermarkets just before the new year, acquiring a substantial quantity. I have stockpiled many tubes of toothpaste, particularly the small bicarbonate ones, which are far superior to those Japanese and Korean brands you favor. Additionally, during a promotional event on JD.com, I managed to gather a large box of laundry detergent and a plentiful supply of laundry pods, not to mention the toothbrush deal of buying 9 and receiving 3 complimentary ones. See, I am quite astute, and though you have often remarked on my penchant for thrift, in critical moments, you fall short. Those who navigate life must prepare adequately. As for your electric toothbrush, its exorbitant price equates to a dozen ordinary ones. I ask you, how many uses can you extract from it? Where does one even charge it?" Zhang Fuling, feeling disheartened, simply refrained from voicing her concerns. Pei, seemingly oblivious to her daughter's distress, expressed her own worries. "I fret about our hygiene preventing us from contracting dysentery. But what of those back home? They share a communal pot and rarely brush their teeth. Oh dear, and what of the children? Might they be infested with lice? In ancient times, women seldom cut their hair, allowing it to grow long and unkempt, which could lead to contagion. Mother, please cease these thoughts. I'm getting goosebumps. I truly admire your ability to either avoid reality with loud lamentations, or, when faced with it, to analyze it in such detail. Thus, let us simply cherish life. Difficulties will come in due course. Do not frown. Rise quickly. I am here to support you." As the group returned to the mule cart, Zhang Fuxing noticed his daughter appeared somewhat dispirited. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing," she replied. He did not press further, for the sounds of horse-drawn carriages echoed from both ahead and behind, particularly in front where several families appeared to be on the move. The old oxen driver remarked, "Look, sir, we were wise to take the small roads instead of entering the town. The situation there is quite unpredictable." Thankfully, Sanjuang had the foresight to send word via mule cart, allowing us to remain well informed. Observing the families up ahead, most traveling by horse-drawn carts, it was clear they, too, were privy to the news ahead of time. These families likely possessed some means. At the very least, they had connections to the post station, having heard the news beforehand. Behind us, it is certain there are not merely 10 or 8 families. Yet, as we look further back, we see no more carts, just those trudging on foot and the slower-moving, impoverished folk. Indeed, Zhang Fuxing gazed at the sky, noting the sun's position. It was approximately 5 in the afternoon. If we reach our destination by 8, we shall consider ourselves fortunate. A weight settled in his heart as he thought, we must press onward. There shall be no more rest from here on. The families traveling nearby are well-fed and unthreatened. Let us not provoke one another. If we fall behind and are overtaken by those destitute souls fleeing with empty hands, Our situation may become dire. We shall rest once we arrive. But will we truly find rest upon arrival? Song Fuxing understood all too well that while his wife and daughter could take a brief respite in a vehicle, and the mule could quench its thirst, he alone could not afford a rest. He not only had to orchestrate the orderly escape of relatives from his hometown, but also had to bear the burden alongside his brothers, relinquishing the vehicle's space for his parents and nieces and nephews. Ultimately, he would have to carry a multitude of belongings and traverse on foot, with this moment of stillness already deemed a rare luxury. Alas, contemplating the morrow, with darkness enveloping his vision, he realized that without his wife and daughter accompanying him through the perilous journey, life would seem unbearable. With this thought, he turned to glance at his daughter, hoping to draw some courage from her presence, but the sight nearly choked him with despair. What had happened to her eyelid? Song Fuxing's right eyelid, swollen from a mosquito bite, was reduced to a mere slit, and she looked at Song Fuxing with tearful eyes, wishing to cry out to her father about the hardships of existence. Life had become a series of trials, overcoming the discomfort of lacking toilet paper and now facing the onslaught of mosquitoes. She held back her emotions for several seconds, uttering nothing, and awkwardly rubbed her mosquito bite against the vehicle's interior. In the brief time it took to attend to her bodily needs, she had been bitten by no fewer than 7 or 8 mosquitoes. Chapter 16. A difficult undertaking concerning the formidable autumn mosquitoes, those pesky creatures that can draw blood with a single bite. Old Nyoto remarked, "Son-in-law, I must apologize for my oversight, but once we reach your hometown, all will be well." Generally, rural areas resort to gathering mugwort, drying it, and then igniting it. Zhang gestured with his hands in a series of motions. Old Nyoto clarified. He meant to convey that boiling mugwort and applying the water to one's skin is also effective. Zhang promptly nodded in agreement. Qianping expressed her confusion. This girl certainly attracts mosquitoes more than others. Look at me, I haven't been bitten, then pointed at Qianmishu. It is indeed peculiar that that child hasn't been bitten either. Qianmishu, with his legs crossed, replied, "Sister, I was sitting at the door of the vehicle, right in front of you, using the pot to create smoke, implying that the smoke was a deterrent against mosquitoes." Song Fuxing watched his daughter intently, observing her squirming and scratching her ears, her eyelids swollen, torn between the desire to scratch and the reluctance to do so. In his heart, he thought, "Oh dear, the child is so pitiful. She truly suffers. What use is it for these people to speak such nonsense now? We still have over 3 hours to go, and those already bitten cannot simply endure. A solution must be devised, and promptly." Before speaking, Song Fuxing exchanged glances with Qianping. I recall that during my exam preparations, a classmate gifted me a mosquito-repelling ointment, suggesting I use it during my tests. Qianping was momentarily bewildered. Though she understood that her husband was subtly hinting at searching their storage, they had no mosquito repellent at home. The last of it had been used up last year. Moreover, during her time travel, it had been midwinter. She was unaware that in the modern world it was winter, while in the ancient realm, it had shifted to autumn. Song Fuxing furrowed his brow, growing a bit impatient. "Did you not bring it? Have you forgotten?" His implication was clear. Think carefully about where you might have placed it. Qianping and Song Fuxing exchanged glances, both on the verge of speaking, but suddenly their eyes flickered with realization. Wait, her husband had mentioned using it during exams. Their daughter had faced numerous tests, and each time she entered the examination hall, she needed to bring it. Yes, they had cooling oil at home. How could I forget? I used to cherish it dearly and had specifically placed it at my daughter's bedside. Qianping intended to say nightstand, but it seemed that ancient times lacked such a concept. I left it on that small low table by the bed, by the window. Song Fuxing understood immediately, suggesting, "Check the 2 drawers of the bedside table then." He cooperated, asking, "Did you bring it?" "Yes." Qianping casually handed over the bag. "It's right here." "Where?" "It hasn't appeared yet." "Why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy?" "It's the heat. I'm feeling overheated." Qianping quickly organized. "Well then, you should take a short rest. I'll sit beside you to shield you from the sunlight, and I can also fan our daughter to alleviate her discomfort." At that moment, Song Fuxing truly did not feel itchy anymore. She felt that no matter how uncomfortable she became, she could endure it. not for any other reason, but for the sake of her parents, who were going to such lengths to retrieve the cooling oil for her. This act, this heartfelt dialogue, made her want to laugh. Ha ha. The laughter of Song Fuling startled Qian Mishu, causing Lao Nyoto and Si Zhuang to turn around and glance over. Qian Peiying's face flushed slightly. She had never been fond of deceit, and now she found herself at a loss. Gently nudging her daughter's arm, she remarked, "Your father is on the verge of dozing off, yet you can still laugh? You're disturbing his slumber." Ha 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 ha. Song Fuling, despite her intentions, could not contain herself. This was because she suddenly recalled a skit by Zhao Benshan, which contained lines about how some people prosper through hard work, others through cunning, some by deceit, and others by risking their lives, while she herself achieved success effortlessly, simply by 2 words: dreaming. Her father, too, believed that to attain anything, one must first fall asleep and dream. Chapter 17. The masked Qian Mishu gazed up at Song Fuling, bewildered. Shouldn't being bitten by a mosquito hurt? Why was her sister laughing? Had she been bitten into a stupor or tickled in a way that provoked laughter? "Sister, let me fan you," she said. "Yes, please do," Song Fuling replied. Qian Mishu turned her small frame to face away from their father, while Si Zhuang and old Neo busily tended to the cart outside. Their father quietly produced items from the space, unnoticed by anyone. Before her father became distracted, he had deliberately placed a bag under his head, unzipped it, and had his hand inside. Eek. Qian Peiying shot her daughter a reproachful glance. "Enough of that. Do you have to laugh so aimlessly? What good fortune has befallen us that you are so carefree? Just let me fan you. I still have work to do, so don't disturb your father's rest." With that, Qian Peiying deftly set the grilling rack she had conjured from the space onto the charcoal basin. Once a part of the barbecue setup, it was now ready for use. She ignited the fire. Within moments, she had learned to use a flint, showcasing the adaptability of human nature. She first lit the alcohol stove, allowing the tea eggs to continue boiling in the Japanese pot. After a quick inspection, she noted that the remaining 20-some pounds of flour had risen significantly after resting for half the day, nearly doubling or tripling in size. She crouched inside the cart to knead the dough, as she needed to exert effort, and began rolling out the pancakes. Step by step, Qian Peiying felt a profound sense of order in her actions. To what extent could she manage? She could indeed roll the dough into pancakes, ultimately slicing them into pieces the size of game pieces. As the charcoal basin blazed, she placed the dough on top to cook. When the time was right, she evenly sprinkled salt with her right hand while continuously kneading the dough with her left, wasting no time whatsoever. This skill truly stemmed from the modern legacy of the Qian family. Old Master Qian had once cooked for the public, and alongside Song Fusheng, he had honed his craft while establishing a chain of eateries. Despite the questionable dealings of Song Fusheng, who had already begun to curry favor with the hospital director, securing a respectable position in a white coat, he still helped out at the snack shop. Each day began early, with him and 20-some servers making dumplings before heading to work around 7. Qian Mishu paused her fanning and instinctively turned to sniff the air. "Does it smell good?" Song Fuling inquired, thinking to herself, "Mother hasn't added any milk powder yet. Otherwise, it would be even more fragrant, but circumstances do not permit." As Qian Mishu opened her mouth, saliva began to flow. This time, she needn't worry about being watched, fearing that she might disrupt Song Fusheng's work. She simply turned her back to him and leaned closer to her aunt, occasionally asking, "When will it be ready? Can I taste it when it is?" Meanwhile, Song Fusheng, lost in a state of physical faintness yet mentally invigorated, was entirely unaware of the goings-on. He was busy in the space, contemplating how to make the most of this rare opportunity. He first headed straight for his daughter's bedside table, retrieving a bottle of cooling oil, and took a quick glance at her vanity, casually swiping a few hair ties. He then wandered around the living room, and upon glancing at the window, he decided to climb onto a stool with a fruit knife in hand, intending to remove the layer of mesh from several window screens. His plan was to cut a piece to wrap around his head, thereby sharing the burden among travelers to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes. It was unreasonable to expect pedestrians to carry mugwort while walking, especially with old Nyoto driving the cart, as the mosquitoes were relentless. At the same time, Song Fuxing found it quite curious that the space provided was exact, without a flaw. The price he had paid per square meter years ago was precisely reflected in what he had received, yet if he hadn't purchased it, for instance, if he reached out through the window to touch the air, it would be futile. After carefully cutting down all the mesh screens and folding them neatly, a memory suddenly surfaced from a year his daughter graduated from university. He had invited a few children over to celebrate Halloween, sending his wife out to play mahjong, under the assumption that he would be away on a business trip. Instead, chaos ensued at home, and when he opened the door, he was nearly frightened to death. There were 5 or 6 girls wearing masks, smeared with what looked like blood, and others that were as pale as ghosts. Fortunately, the loud music drowned out his gasp, or else his scream would have surely startled the girls. Where did I put those confiscated masks? He pondered. If he could find them, he would let his daughter wear one to ward off mosquitoes, ensuring her eyelids would no longer fear bites. Chapter 18. Fear can be deadly, uncle. Are you awake? Can you smell the delicious aroma of ants cooking? Would you like to taste it? Song Fuxing glanced at Qian Mishu, and indeed, it was the enticing scent that roused him from his slumber. He rose and settled cross-legged, cradling his Adidas bag in his arms. Qian Ping promptly inquired, "How do you feel? Are you still groggy? If you're not, why don't you retrieve that ointment for our daughter so she can apply it?" Song Fuxing rummaged through his bag, which was almost akin to a treasure chest. "Here, take it," he said, handing it to his daughter. Then, with an air of pretense, he feigned curiosity and asked Qian Ping, "Hey, what is this, my dear wife? Did you pack this?" Qian Ping responded, "Isn't this a window screen? It seems that you dismantled the window while in the space. And you, silly man, are asking me about it. Looks quite convincing, doesn't it?" "Ah, I just packed it casually," she added. "What nonsense are you talking? There's no proper place for serious items. And this?" Song Fuxing, deliberately pausing as if struck by a sudden inspiration, exclaimed with a fitting expression, "Hey, you might not believe it, but this item is quite useful." After summarizing his thoughts, he immediately called out to the outside, roughly conveying the message. "Zhang, the old ox needs to pull the cart, and you shouldn't be idle either. Grab some scissors. Start cutting and just wrap it around your neck, then tie it with a string. This is splendid. We won't have to fear mosquitoes anymore, and it's breathable. Let's see how many more pieces we can cut. When we get home, I'll share some with your brothers." Zhang turned back to receive the 10 window screens that had been taken down, feeling the material with surprise. He understood that, although 10 seemed abundant, realistically only half of these people would benefit. He would have to distribute them to those walking outside, as those in the mule cart would not receive any. He needed to cut carefully, minimizing waste. Song Fuxing continued to transform the contents of his bag. With a swift motion, he pulled out 4 masks from the bulging bag and began to chide his wife theatrically, saying, "What are you stuffing this in a bag for? This is just a face mask toy I bought for our daughter years ago during the exams in the city. And that day it rained, and to save a few coins, they were closing early before finishing the painting. So I bought it all to entertain the children." He added a few more remarks to criticize Qian Ping. "I've realized you have a knack for hoarding everything." Qian Ping shot him a glance, thinking, "Oh, you show off." This performance was rather captivating, and she too wanted to ask why he had dug out this useless item from the space. "What for?" Song Fuxing responded, handing a mask resembling the Grim Reaper to his daughter, exchanging a knowing look with her as he said, "Let us put it to good use. Your mother stuffed it in the bag anyway. Look, it fits perfectly and can ward off mosquitoes. It's a battle against the mosquitoes." It was at this moment that Qian Mishu turned around and burst into tears. Zhang, upon hearing the sound, swiftly turned back, clenching his fists tightly, nearly reopening his wound. The old ox still held the whip, anxiously believing the child had been burned while cooking in the cart, which was indeed quite unsafe. However, as he turned to face Song Fuxing, he nearly toppled off the cart head first. "Oh dear heavens, this is not what my son-in-law said about the unfinished mask." It seems it was overdone. Just as Song Fuxing was coaxing the weeping Qian Mishu, she said, "Do not cry, do not cry. Sister will change it right away." Upon changing it, however, her face bore no color, resembling a ghostly white style. Old Nyoto remarked, This is what the son-in-law meant by saying it was unfinished. There isn't a single stroke applied here." Meanwhile, outside, children were also crying. A young boy, around 6 or 7 years old, first wriggled free from his nursemaid and then pushed aside the maid who obstructed him, taking small strides as he dashed in pursuit of the Song family's mule cart. While running, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "It smells so good. Stop it for me." Chapter 19. If you have the ability, don't run away, young master. It's bad. Someone is hijacking the carriage. Old Nyoto shouted, his voice piercing the air as he grasped the reins tightly. The 3 mules were already agitated, braying like a race, and he bellowed woe. Instantly, chaos erupted within the carriage. The skewered food on the grill was sent flying, and the hot pot nearly toppled over. Simultaneously, the 4 strong men reacted swiftly, nimbly leaping from the carriage, their imposing figures positioned defiantly before the intruders, ready to confront any attempts to seize their cargo. Song Fuxing abruptly lifted the tattered curtain, brandishing a kitchen knife as he shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rob us? Come on, I'll kill you." The 2 horsemen exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. One of them dismounted and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding. My brother and I are merely seeking something." Before anyone else could respond, an irate voice from within the carriage interrupted. "Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding is this? You nearly burned my children. I'll risk my life for this." The intruders' faces flushed with embarrassment, particularly as they were chastised by a woman, leaving them momentarily speechless. One of the horsemen, mustering his courage, turned to Song Fuxing and quickly explained, "To be honest, our young master caught a whiff of the delightful aroma wafting from your carriage. He has been pestering us to discover what delectable food could smell so sweet." The old lady, concerned for her grandson, graciously sent me to inquire if you might share or sell some of it. Song Fuxing, taken aback, thought, after all this commotion, it turns out it's not a robbery, but just a childish craving. He broke into a cold sweat. "I must say, my good fellow, is there truly no other way to ask? You could simply ride alongside us and call out your reason, and we would have stopped. Yet here you are, knowing full well that we are preparing food in our carriage, and you recklessly block our way. Your old lady may pity her grandson's desires, but we have children too. Are they not deserving of consideration? They could get burned." The 2 retainers remained silent, bowing their heads. After a minute of silence, old Nyoto and the 4 strong men turned to look at Song Fuxing. He glared at the intruders and licked his dry lips. "How old is your young master? Is he still at an age to crave food?" "Not yet 7. Then I one tea sell." "Pei," interjected. The retainers understood that it was the fierce woman inside who had the final say, and they turned towards the carriage, bowing once more, "Madam, may we?" "No sale." At that moment, another horseman galloped towards them. Upon meeting, the newcomer raised an eyebrow, recognizing the somewhat renowned Song Tongsheng, who had topped the examination. "Song, my brother?" Song Fuxing furrowed his brow, recalling the affluent family known in the county, the owners of Silver Shop. "You, my brother." Old Nyoto also recognized him. During his previous visit, Old Bai had mentioned that several carriages from the Yu family were on the move, yet seemed they were not traveling very swiftly. No wonder they were bustling about earlier, with a wealthy household calling for servants to prepare meals. As the eldest son of the Yu family prepared to utter a few polite opening remarks, Qian Peiying, in a sudden outburst, exclaimed, "Song Fuxing, are you leaving or not? Why all the unnecessary chatter? You refer to yourselves as young masters, while I am merely the young lady of the Qian family. Each of you has fallen to the point of fleeing. What airs are you putting on? Blocking the carriage without regard for others' lives, demanding food at the drop of a hat. How brazen! And as for purchasing, I will not sell, not even a single piece. Is it so easy for me to remain in the carriage and prepare something to satiate my hunger? I am drenched in sweat. Not even for gold would I exchange my position. I dare anyone to take it. If you have the guts, do not run away. Go to the capital and assist the prince in battle." Song Fuxing discreetly tugged at her mother's sleeve, whispering earnestly, "Mother, while your scolding is warranted. The women here do not show their faces publicly. It would be wise not to speak of being drenched in sweat. These individuals are natives and may find your demeanor peculiar." Qian Ping picked up the mask that had fallen by her feet, adorned it, and forcefully lifted the curtain of the carriage, declaring, "Get in, Song Fuxing. I command you to enter." Upon witnessing the eldest son of the Yu family turn pale with fright at the sight of the mask, Song Fusheng felt a sudden surge of relief. Swiftly climbing into the carriage, he bore an expression of utter embarrassment as he stammered, "Brother Yu, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. This mule was purchased for me by my father-in-law. Until we meet again." Chapter 20. A bloodshed caused by a cow. This time, Old Bullhead was quite anxious, fearing that his young lady might soon face rejection, primarily due to her unruly behavior. He found it puzzling. Could it be that with the sudden demise of the master, young master, and mistress, the Qian family was left with only their daughter? In such a state of distress, could she have become so reckless? Upon hearing Song Fusheng enter the carriage, he inquired, "How is it? Is everyone all right?" Old Bullhead let out a long sigh of relief, and the sturdy man beside him also relaxed his tense body, feeling a sense of ease. Qian Ping glared back and replied, "What do you think? I was terrified. I feared robbery, and I worried the carriage might overturn. And that pot of tea eggs, thank goodness the fire was already out. They weren't too hot, but they still spilled all over me." After expressing her grievances, she neglected to check herself, and instead pulled Qian Mishu over, smearing soy sauce on his reddened forehead, while scolding him. "I told you to stay away from the pot, but you wouldn't listen. How does it feel now? Remember this lesson. When your uncle's relatives arrive, there will be even more people, and you won't be able to get a proper meal. Just remember, wherever your sister goes, you should follow. If she has the foresight to avoid trouble, you might benefit from her presence." For reasons unknown, Qian Mishu suddenly felt tears welling in his eyes, silently weeping as he tightly embraced Qian Ping's waist, burying his head in her bosom. The child recalled the earlier scene and felt a warmth in his heart, moved by the fact that when the pot was about to topple and strike him, his aunt selflessly shielded him, pulling him into her protective embrace. He thought his aunt might treat his sister and him differently. However, Qian Ping merely assumed the child was frightened and, dismissively patting his back, continued to complain. "Look at this mess in the carriage. Everything is dirty. Smell me. I reek of tea eggs like a mobile snack stand. I won't even need to hide it. Anyone can tell I've been cooking tea eggs. Once these clothes dry, they will surely attract flies." Song Fusheng, who had been tidying up inside the carriage, could not help but stifle a laugh upon hearing her mother's words, shaking her shoulders in silent amusement. At that moment, Song Fusheng, who was quietly cleaning up the aftermath, softly asked her, "My daughter, where are the seeds?" "What seeds?" She replied, "Ah, this child, when he left the space, he specifically took a box of 21 Gene Whita and selected 2 large cherries. He tossed the Gene Whita into his bag, planning to give one to his wife and child each day during the journey, while the cherries were meant for his daughter." Oh, Song fully understood. She quietly informed her father, "Those people are quite heartless. Mom should have scolded them a bit more." At that moment, she had been sneaking a taste, reluctant to bite down too hard. She had held it in her mouth for quite a while until it softened, but just as she bit into it, the mule cart started to jolt and cry out, startling her into swallowing the entire thing in one go. Sighing, Song Fusheng lamented, "What's wrong?" "I was just thinking about the seeds," she replied. In the past, when cherries were plentiful, one could casually enjoy them while watching television. Now, even eating a single cherry required consideration for the seeds, an experience that far exceeded Song Fusheng's expectations, and she found it difficult to adjust to such a sudden change. Everyone seemed to have mastered the art of living well. She reached into her skirt, only to suddenly realize that hiding things in her pockets was no longer a viable option. After all, to outsiders, it was rather unseemly for a girl of her stature to be constantly reaching into her groin. She nudged her father, and when Song Fusheng glanced over, she seized the moment to swiftly slap a lone cherry into his mouth. However, she never anticipated her father's quicker reflexes. He immediately spat the cherry into his palm and, with a swift motion, shoved it into Qian Ping's mouth, who was rambling incessantly. She, startled, opened her mouth, only to spit it out moments later, raising the little head of Qian Mishu in her arms before promptly feeding it to the child, shushing softly. Song Fusheng covered her eyes, utterly unable to watch. It was too tragic, merely a cherry, yet they were reluctant to consume it. It was grotesque, the single cherry now smeared with 3 sets of saliva. Furthermore, Her father extended his hand towards Qian Mishu's chin, insisting, "You can't eat the pit. Come on, spit it into your uncle's hand." In a small voice, Song Fuling inquired of her father, "Dad, what were you thinking? You went to grab fruit and ended up with just two. Why not take more and share with everyone? Aren't you foolish? Two are sufficient. One for you, one for Mom. What about Mishu?" In that moment, he had not considered him. "And what about yourself?" This time, Song Fuxing leaned closer to his daughter's ear and whispered, "I ate an apple inside. The space keeps it fresh, and I didn't even discard the core. Rest assured, do not worry about me." Song Fuling felt a pang of jealousy and remained silent for a while, ignoring her father. As the mule cart raced faster against the backdrop of sunset blending with the solitary flight of an eagle, and the autumn waters mirrored the vast sky, they finally entered Dying Village around 8 in the evening. Song Fuxing assumed it would be quiet at such a late hour, as the villagers, occupied with the autumn harvest during the day, would likely retire early to conserve resources. However, upon entering the village, he was met with the resounding shouts of his mother, accompanied by the barking of dogs and the voices of neighbors offering counsel, creating quite the commotion. Let us settle this matter. No one can write a single character for Song. Brothers should not harbor such dark hearts. Today, I will confront them properly. I am seething inside, and if it continues, I might just burn down their house." Another elderly woman lamented, wiping her tears, yet her voice was far from quiet. "Sister-in-law, when we hadn't yet divided the household, your younger brother was often ill and needed medicine, and we never complained. After the division, my eldest son's father always said he should help you more since your younger brother's health was poor and he should be cared for. When your younger brother passed, and your son Fuxing was preparing for his exams, my son's father even walked 2 miles to see him off, feeling reluctant and shedding tears in secret. How could you now speak of burning down my house? You lie." Song Fuxing's father, infuriated, stomped his feet in anger, exclaiming, "The division was instigated by you whispering to the old man. You, with your malicious intent, took advantage of the division of houses, land, and belongings, playing the good person while benefiting in every way. Furthermore, I spoke to the old gentleman, expressing that since Fuxing's father departed early, I feared I could not safeguard our interests. Thus I decided to allocate more to you. If I could indeed protect what is ours, it would be unthinkable for a blood brother to witness his nephew starve. However, what transpired? The properties and land were distributed less generously, and we accepted that. Yet, shortly after the old gentleman's departure, you swiftly led away the cattle, those very cattle that assisted us in labor during his lifetime, with the rationale that our family was vulnerable and that without Fuxing's father, our situation was precarious. Now, I demand to know where those cattle reside. Additionally, regarding your previous remarks, I urge you to reflect upon your conscience. If the elder truly cared for Fuxing's examination, why did he not extend even a small amount back then? When I approached to borrow, you lamented your poverty, and I, in my naivety, was nearly swayed to relinquish my few coins. In conclusion, I find it futile to argue with this sister-in-law, who feigns pity so adeptly. No one in the village dares to speak ill of her. In a fit of exasperation, I called out, "Elder uncle, come forth. Do not hide behind your wife's skirts while pretending to be virtuous. If you do not disclose the truth today, I shall refrain from claiming the house, and I will simply slaughter the cattle. It would bring us all peace of mind." Chapter 21. I too shall slay the ox. The sentiments of Song Fuxing and his wife and daughters towards their hometown are markedly distinct. His wife and daughters, devoid of memories, exist in a state akin to that of a solitary individual, initiating interactions as if starting from scratch, regardless of whom they encounter. In contrast, he bears the weight of memories, which infuse his being with a torrent of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and elation, often uncontrollable. This emotional turbulence gnaws at his conscience, fostering an inexplicable sense of guilt for inhabiting another's body. Why does he feel guilty? He has pondered this while traversing the road, envisioning a scenario in which he had not taken over this body. The absence of such emotions would render life desolate. For instance, had he arrived in his original form, akin to an extraterrestrial being suddenly appearing, he would likely have been met with hostility, possibly even met with fatal violence from the local populace. If he survived, he would still face the daunting questions. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here? Moreover, as a modern individual, he would be ill-equipped to comprehend ancient scripts, rendering him illiterate and relegating him to a life of toil in the fields. The unfortunate reality is that without land, sustaining his wife and daughters would be an impossibility. Even resorting to begging poses a threat, as a misstep could lead to a violent end at the hands of the affluent. Laboring for a pittance would necessitate signing a contract of servitude. Once bound, one becomes a slave, easily expendable at the whims of a master. Thus, he finds gratitude in occupying this body, possessing the ability to read and write, and being regarded favorably by his family, becoming the most accomplished among them. It is easy to imagine the profound sorrow that would engulf his parents, were they to discover that their beloved son had been so thoroughly displaced. This realization only deepens his guilt, compelling him to fulfill his obligations to his family, having claimed the rights that came with this body. His feelings towards his kin are complex, for despite their flaws, they extend kindness towards him. For instance, when faced with starvation, returning home provides a safety net. He knows he could rely on them, and they would undoubtedly support him. This very possibility of leaning on his family cultivates a sense of loyalty towards them. Consequently, upon hearing of his parents' grievances with his aunt, indignation wells within him. He is enraged by the plight of his aunt's family, who wear sweet smiles while harboring bitterness. Her oppressive behavior is undoubtedly backed by his uncle. He is frustrated by his mother's incessant complaints, like an aging ox that has yet to yield any returns after years of labor. Year after year, the harvest ends in futility. He resents how his mother consistently suffers at the hands of his aunt, as if she were destined to encounter an adversary in life. The more noise she makes, the worse her reputation becomes, with others dismissing her as a shrew. In stark contrast, his aunt's minimal contributions to his family over the years have become the stuff of local legend, with every village and hamlet aware of their supposed loyalty and righteousness. Ultimately, his uncle's family has reaped the lion's share of the inheritance, possessing the largest house and the most land, while the old ox, which had not been divided prior to their grandfather's passing, remains in their possession. Initially, his uncle spoke of lending the ox to assist in farming, but now, borrowing it has become a necessity for his family, despite it being a shared asset. There are times when borrowing is impossible, as today exemplifies, leaving his parents to raise their voices in frustration, their cries echoing for miles. The villagers' ignorance infuriated me. They are so easily swayed by mere eloquence, entirely devoid of critical thought. They fail to consider who ultimately reaps the benefits, engaging in idle gossip about his mother. The sound of the mule cart reverberated from the village entrance, and Song Fuxing's parents and aunt ceased their quarrel, turning their attention to the approaching vehicle. As the weary mule cart ambled closer, Song Fuxing's mother, finally discerned that it was her son returning from the county. Overcome with excitement, she clapped her thighs and began to jog toward him, waving her hands and exclaiming, "My third son has returned. From the county. Oh, my dear son, I'm here. Slow down, take your time. Did you come back specifically to help me gather the grain? I knew you would think of home." Ma's voice, now louder than during the earlier argument, could be heard from 5 miles away, brimming with pride. It was as if she were declaring, "You may have your cattle, but I have a fine son and now 3 mules to assist with the work." Song Fuxing's second cousin, Song Fushou, murmured discontentedly from the crowd, only to receive a light reprimand from his aunt. Even with this gentle reminder, he could not suppress his disdain, muttering about the son-in-law of the Qian family, who was supposedly the most accomplished of the Song clan. Bah, the head of a family without a future. He would rather forego the wealth of the Qian family than be reduced to that. Song Fuxing's elder cousin, Song Felu, emerged alongside their uncle. With a solemn expression, he remarked, "It's fortuitous that our third cousin has returned. When he greets father, I shall take the opportunity to ask him a few questions in front of everyone. We cannot allow aunt to embarrass our family year after year." Ma, once again astonished, exclaimed, "Ah, my daughter-in-law, fat girl, you all have returned. Who is that?" She pointed to Qian Mishu, a bit bewildered. While she understood that the familiar old hand driving the cart and the sturdy young man were likely hired help for the autumn harvest, she was perplexed by the presence of a child and the seemingly excessive gifts piled atop the cart. Song Fuxing directed the oxen to lead the mule cart into their yard, briefly bypassing his Uncle-S figure, and gestured to his elder brothers, instructing, "You two, go on and give the mule some water and find something good to feed them." Afterward, he sought the figure of his brother-in-law in the torchlight, planning to call him over to avoid the need to recount his journey multiple times. In essence, Song Fuxing searched the crowd for familiar faces twice, each time overlooking his own uncle. Song Debo, having put away his pipe, cleared his throat, prompting his second son to call out, "Third cousin, did you not see my father?" Song Fuxing waved to two villagers, instructing one to ensure that the village elder came over, while the other was to summon his brother-in-law's family from down the hill for an urgent matter. Curiosity piqued, someone inquired, "What is the urgent matter?" "You have returned from the county." Before Song Fuxing could respond, his elder cousin approached him. Song Fulu, as the eldest of the Song family, regardless of whether the family was divided, held the demeanor of a leader according to the generational ranking of the character Fu. He addressed Song Fuxing, saying, "Third cousin, one stroke cannot encapsulate." Song Fuxing furrowed his brows and interrupted, "Do not waste your breath on me. The cattle belonged to our grandfather. They were never divided before his passing. Thus they rightfully belong to both families. Now your household is using them without even lending us one. What nonsense are you babbling about a single stroke?" Song Fulu was taken aback that Song Fuxing, who was known for his pride in scholarly demeanor and face-saving, could speak so bluntly. "You? I say, third, have you lost your senses? Your mother's temper is notorious. Everyone in the 10 miles and 8 villages knows it. No one wishes to forge ties with our Song family because of her. Are you not aware? If your mother continues this way, it will tarnish your reputation. How can you allow this?" Once again, Song Fuxing waved his hand to interrupt. He was the one who often spoke of filial piety and reputation, and the old cattle had not been reclaimed all these years due to his own shortcomings, suppressing his mother's outbursts under the manipulation of his uncle, all in pursuit of future scholarly success, filled with foolish devotion. "Apologies, but from now on, the paradigm has shifted. With your temper, we 3 brothers and my elder sister will indulge her. We are willing. Whether it affects our reputation is of no concern to us. What does it matter to you?" With that, he forcefully shoved his elder cousin aside and shouted at him for their uncle to hear, "I have no time to bicker with you. If you utter another word of nonsense, I will slaughter the cattle." The villagers were astonished to witness Song Fuxing, the scholar, after delivering such a vehement speech, actually drew a cleaver from behind him with a swift motion. Chapter 22. First Impressions in the Countryside. It was terrifying to witness someone brandishing a knife after a mere exchange of words. The suddenness of the situation rendered the surroundings eerily silent, with everyone wide-eyed and frozen in place. Uncle Song gazed in astonishment at his nephew, Song Fuxing, as if he were a stranger. His eldest son, Song Fulu, had stumbled almost to the ground after being pushed by Song Fuxing, and in a moment of desperation, he clutched the arm of a nearby person to steady himself, still holding on tightly as if in a daze. Even Song Fushou, who often berated Song Fuxing in his thoughts, swallowed his scathing remarks upon catching sight of the gleaming blade, hesitating to voice his provocations. Only Madame Ma exhibited any movement, her tears flowing. Yet this weeping was unlike her previous heart-wrenching cries after her husband's passing, or the desperate wails when her family was wronged by the villagers. It was not the indignant outcry she had made when her land was seized, rallying the village in a clamor for justice. Instead, she now wept softly, covering her eyes, her body slightly turned, wishing to conceal her tears from prying eyes. Madame Ma was in a heightened state of emotion, recalling how her third son had often advised her to maintain good relations with the villagers, to endure minor grievances, and to draw closer to the family of her late husband, as they were now her only remaining kin. She felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. Just moments ago, her son had reassured her, promising to be indulgent and to never harbor resentment towards her, which had lifted a weight from her shoulders. Wiping her tears, she found herself smiling through her sorrow, reflecting that her late husband had never uttered such warm words. Her son had not been a wasted investment in education. At a crucial moment, his knowledge made a profound difference. "Come, my son, give the knife to your mother. As for the ox, I shall no longer mention it. I truly do not want it," she called out to her daughter-in-law, having firmly made up her mind. She was determined that her son should not be dragged into a conflict with his uncle that could tarnish his reputation. Even the often-repeated curse about having a heart as dark as night was swallowed back, as she feared escalating the tension should her son rush into confrontation. She then seized the knife, wiping her nose from her earlier tears, and pulled Song Fuxing's arm, urging him to return home. "Let's go home. We haven't even had a warm meal after a long day. I shall prepare something, for there is nothing at home either. Why is there nothing to eat? It's the harvest season, isn't it?" Song Fuxing replied, taking advantage of his mother's momentum to walk towards home. Truth be told, he had not intended to reveal his weapon upon their meeting, but the incessant annoyance of others had become unbearable. He was eager to return home to check on his foolish wife and daughter, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Engaging in idle chatter was fraught with peril. He preferred a swift resolution rather than a drawn-out conflict. The two women made their way home, venturing a bit farther than usual, and the murmurs began. First, there were hushed whispers questioning whether Song Fuxing had encountered some malevolent spirit, for he had not always been of such temperament. It was as if he had transformed into another person. Others cast sidelong glances at the aunt, remarking that perhaps the esteemed figure was merely a matter of reputation, not as admirable as she had claimed. It is worth noting that Song Tongsheng was a literate individual, unlike the illiterate among them. Each time he returned home, he dutifully brought gifts for his uncle's family, a man of great respect. And to think such a courteous person could be driven to violence. Who could believe that there was nothing amiss? Soon, someone echoed the sentiment that in previous years, it was Song Tongsheng's silver that had alleviated his uncle Song Fuxiu from labor duties. Many young men from their village had departed during that time. Without Song Tongsheng, Song Fuxiu would have had to go as well, and his survival would have been uncertain. This clearly established Song Fuxing's reputation, affirming that he was a man of deep loyalty and that his actions stemmed from a significant cause. What could that cause be? It seemed as though everyone suddenly understood, feeling they had been deceived before. Thus, after arranging for her husband to enter the house, the aunt, anxious to avoid further embarrassment, called her youngest daughter, Soan, aside for a quiet word. She instructed her to visit her aunt and discern the reason behind her cousin's return. Once these matters were settled, she turned back only to find the expressions of those around her had shifted. The aunt chuckled softly, feigning ignorance, and continued, "You see, Fuxing, this lad over 30 now, still can exhibit such temper. In a couple of years, even the plump girl will be wed, and we shall be the subject of ridicule. He must be struggling outside, pondering deeply. The county town is hardly an easy place to reside. Living in his father-in-law's house, even his teaching position was arranged by his father-in-law. And I suspect all his earnings are managed by my niece-in-law. Alas, it is truly not easy. Just the other day, Fulu's father reminded me that children, especially nephews, when they are unhappy outside, tend to take out their frustrations on those closest to them." After surveying the crowd, she suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Look at me, so engrossed in chatter. I mustn't ramble on. These past few days have been exhausting. I purposely ground the tofu this morning without eating. I had planned to prepare a hearty meal for my family tomorrow, but I cannot let this go to waste. With Fuxing's family visiting, I must take some to my sister-in-law so that my 3 nephews can enjoy it. He loves the tofu I make." Her words swayed the villagers, who had been so fervently debating moments before, but before they could ponder further, someone announced the arrival of the village head. The village head of Dying, surnamed Song, was not only the village head, but also the clan leader, wielding considerable influence in this small community. However, due to his advanced age, he was reluctant to step down and no longer took an active role in affairs. As night fell, he meandered through the village, seemingly oblivious to the previous commotion, making his way directly to Song Fuxing's home. If Song Fuxing's first encounter with his family was marked by a display of bravado, then the first meeting with the hometown individuals for Qian Peiying and Song Fuling could be characterized as timid and deferential. Upon entering her grandmother's courtyard, Song Fuling discovered that everyone was gathered outside, tending to a small fire rather than staying indoors. Children of all ages, regardless of gender, were busily engaged in various tasks, twisting hemp ropes, collecting hay, chopping vegetables, and more. The women utilized the flickering firelight to wash clothes and tidy the yard. Not far from the hearth stood a low table set with bowls and chopsticks, suggesting that they had not yet dined. As I noticed the mule cart entering the yard, the presence of Qian Peiying and Song Fuling elicited surprise from the onlookers. A girl who appeared to be around 12 or 13 approached eagerly, calling out, "Aunt San." She grasped Song Fuling's hand with warmth, exclaiming, "Fat girl, why have you returned?" Song Fuling looked back at her, and her immediate impression was one of sympathy. The girl seemed to have endured much hardship. Her face was gaunt, her skin deeply tanned, and her pallor suggested malnutrition. Upon shaking her hand, it was evident that, despite her tender age, her joints were pronounced, and her hands were rough. Meanwhile, Qian Ping found herself surrounded by adults who chattered excitedly, referring to her as sister-in-law, while a small boy, no older than 8, squeezed in beside her, eager to call her Aunt San and drool in anticipation. She understood that her scent of tea and preserved eggs was likely to captivate the children. Chapter 23. The Battle of Mothers-in-Law. Madame Ma entered the courtyard without pausing, immediately directing, "Eldest daughter-in-law, why are you idly chatting with a third daughter-in-law? Can't you see there's work to be done? Can't you fetch a bowl of water?" "He sure." The eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family responded cheerfully, "Then I shall go boil some water." "Boil water? First steam some food." She then shot a glare at the second daughter-in-law. "Zhu sure, has the West Wing not been tidied up for guests? Why aren't you hurrying to clean it before I have to do it myself?" Upon noticing her second son, Song Jinbao, was causing a ruckus over wanting food, Madame Ma swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand to the back of his neck. Zhu Sure had intended to prepare the house, but now worried that her dinner plans were foiled and that she might not even have a bowl of thin porridge to eat. Seeing her only son being scolded, she quickly turned and scooped him up in her arms to take him away. As for her 2 daughters, they were also receiving their share of reprimands for not being perceptive enough, with the second daughter receiving a slap as well. Zhu Sure chose to feign ignorance. When the plump daughter returned, her 2 sisters surrounded her, their eyes glimmering with greed for the apricots she had been hoarding. Yet at this moment, they did not think to offer any to their younger brother, Song Jinbao. Despite the scolding from their grandmother, the 2 sisters felt a flicker of joy and rushed to the main room to retrieve the apricots. Ever since the apricots ripened, their grandmother had guarded them jealously, treating them as if they were a treasure. Some were to be sent to their aunt's house, while the damaged ones were allocated to their cousins, and the shriveled ones were given to their little brother, Jinbao. However, the 2 sisters were not allowed to partake in any, even if they attempted to gather fallen fruit. They faced scorn, as their grandmother insisted that all be reserved for the family of their third uncle. She even mentioned that once the autumn harvest was completed and the tax silver collected, they would make a special trip to deliver the gathered apricots and freshly harvested corn to the third uncle's household. Now that the plump daughter had arrived, she was allowed to eat, for she was not one to hoard food for herself and would undoubtedly share with her sisters. At that moment, Song Fuling, the plump daughter, was taken aback. Although her grandmother had not treated her well in her previous life, she had never dared to scold her. This was primarily because she had never provided an opportunity for mistreatment. If anyone dared to be unkind, she would simply visit her maternal grandfather's home, which cherished her. How could she have heard her own grandmother berating her like some worthless burden? Yet, despite this, her grandmother was particularly kind to her. Madame Ma insisted that Song Fuling sit down and enjoy some porridge, and she addressed Qian Ping with great cordiality, third daughter-in-law, once they finished their tasks. "Please encourage everyone to sit down and take a break. Soon there will be food, and they must eat their fill. Our father-in-law treats our family well. We must also honor him. We cannot let anyone say that the Song family hires workers and does not feed them adequately. Tomorrow, I shall go procure a few more pounds of meat." Madame Ma then pointed at Chimmy Show. "Isn't this the young lad from those 2 helpers?" "No, he is from my brother's family." Madame Ma was surprised that the only male in the Qian family was dressed so poorly. She furrowed her brow slightly, suppressing her curiosity, before turning to Qian Michaud with a radiant smile. pulling over a wooden bucket filled with porridge. She scooped a generous bowl of thick porridge for both Qian Show and Song Fuling. You two eat first. It's your first visit to your grandmother's house. Make sure to fill your bellies. Having served them, she left, her excitement bubbling as she inquired, "Third daughter, what were you and your brothers discussing at the door? Is there something a mother should not hear?" "There is nothing that cannot be heard. Sooner or later, it must be spoken. However, in the interest of time," Song Fuxing informed his elder brother, who had recently learned carpentry, to harness a handcart to the mules, ideally with one mule for each cart. This way, they could avoid manual labor and let the mules pull the loads, creating 3 carts to transport more goods. He instructed his brother to enlist 2 nephews to start preparing. Furthermore, he arranged for his second brother to lead 4 strong men to carry grain into the courtyard, so that they could load the carts directly when the time came. What was all this for? Ma Shi was taken aback, and the others felt a pang of unease. Just then, the village head, Song Lijing, arrived, along with Song Fuxing's brother-in-law, Tian Shifa. Song Fuxing supported his mother with one hand and the village head with the other, inviting his brother-in-law into the house. As they passed the dining table, he urged Qian Ping to hurry and eat, reminding her to tidy up afterward and assist in deciding what should be taken, cautioning against loading any refuse onto the cart. 5 minutes later, the sound of Ma Shi's anguished cries echoed through the house. Ignoring everything, Tian Shifa rushed out of the main room, stumbling as he went. Qian Ping silently poured the warm porridge back into the wooden bucket and handed it to the 4 strong men who were busy moving grain, instructing them to take it along. She then returned to the kitchen, glancing at her sister-in-law, He Shi, who stood idly, and reminded her to return to the house and pack their belongings, stating that she could not assist them as she needed to watch over the pot, with the provisions ready for their journey. With swift and deft movements, she gathered oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar from the kitchen, making sure to pack what was necessary while mentally noting to remember 2 buckets of water. Meanwhile, He Shi dropped her rolling pin to the floor, disregarding Qian Peiying's words, and suddenly shouted for her husband and 2 sons to go deliver a message to her family. This loud call drew Ma Shi out from her weeping in the house. Ma Shi emerged, furious, and slapped her elder daughter-in-law across the face. He Shi covered her face, glaring at her mother-in-law with red-rimmed eyes. She had always believed herself to be in a position of esteem within the family, particularly as she had given birth to 2 sons right after marrying, while her younger sister-in-law had only managed to bear 2 daughters before finally delivering Song Jinbao. The third sister-in-law was even less fortunate, without a supportive family. She would have been cast aside long ago. Ma Shi, pointing an accusatory finger at her daughter-in-law, scolded her, "You need not glare at me. If you wish to send a message back home, you may go over the mountain by yourself. Do not command my sons and grandsons. If you're not worried for your life, they have theirs to consider. Go, flee to your family and save our grain." As she continued to berate her daughter-in-law, she pushed her outwards in frustration. Throughout this commotion, Qian Ping remained focused in the kitchen, her mind a whirlwind of chaos, yet her hands moved with unerring precision. However, when she heard Song Jinbao shouting in the courtyard that Aunt San is stingy, hiding food and not sharing, no wonder she smells so good, she could no longer resist turning around. Song Jinbao held a tea egg in one hand and a twisted donut in the other, stuffing the egg into his mouth without peeling off the shell. Qian Mishao could no longer contain himself, rushing over to snatch it away, exclaiming, "Give it to me. That is for our journey, made by my aunt, my sister, and I could not bear to eat it. What belongs to your third aunt is also my third uncle's. What belongs to my third uncle is my grandmother's, my family's legacy. Who do you think you are? My mother has declared that from now on. Everything belonging to my third uncle is mine." At that moment, Zhu rushed forward and covered her son's mouth. Qian Ping stood at the doorway of the kitchen and remarked, "Who taught you to speak such words? Have you no shame? Your third uncle and I are still alive, yet you are coveting the possessions of my family. Normally, sharing a morsel of food would be unremarkable, but given the current situation, what do you expect? If you are idle and in a hurry to escape, do not follow the cart. That mule belongs to the Qian family, and so do the provisions on the cart. If you wish to cause a scene, then let us part ways, each to their own food." Ma turned back, glaring at Qian Pei. Chapter 24. The Fluctuations of Human Emotions. Song Laudi, also known as Song Fushi, hastily discarded the grain bag he was carrying and swiftly approached, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Song Jinbao's behind. Upon witnessing his son being struck, Song Erbua's anger intensified when he observed the boy's defiance. Even at this moment, the child dared to kick out in protest, stuffing his mouth with fried dough twists while whining. This prompted Song Erbua to feel even more enraged, as he found his sister-in-law's prior words to be exceedingly humiliating. He raised his leg, preparing to kick. Zhu Shi immediately rushed forward, tearfully pleading, "Dear husband, we have only this one child. Please, do not strike him any further. I implore you, if you seek to vent your anger, direct it towards me instead." The scene erupted into chaos, with the child wailing and the woman sobbing. Simultaneously, at the entrance, Song Laudi was busy modifying the mule cart and had inadvertently kicked his wife twice in his frustration. He perceived his spouse as a fierce tigress, and when push came to shove, she proved to be utterly oblivious to the situation. In his desperation to hasten the preparation of the handcart for the mule, he had developed numerous blisters on his hands, and in the dim light, he could hardly see. His eldest son, assisting him by holding the wood, had also suffered several scratches on his arms. While they toiled like frantic whirligigs, his wife unexpectedly approached their youngest son, attempting to incite 12-year-old Erlang to sneak away for several miles to warn the He family. It was as if she were a mother unbothered by her child's well-being. Having been kicked, He sure stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, pounding her fists in despair while crying out, "I do not wish for this. But what about my parents? They are unaware of the situation, and if I delay, what will happen to my 3 brothers? They may be conscripted and sent to the battlefield, where they could lose their lives. This endangers my parents' lives. Your parents' lives are one thing, but our Erlang is not merely a piece of you." Upon hearing her husband's anguished retort, he sure lifted her tear-streaked face, her heart filled with hope, as she declared, "I will go to deliver the news. His grandmother will not abandon him. Erlang, our Erlang is different. She will surely wait for him. Please, my dear husband, I beseech you, let Erlang run swiftly. We shall wait for him, and we shall also wait for my family. I plead." Song Laudi kicked her again, this time striking her in the solar plexus. How could she not consider whether her younger brothers would be willing to risk their lives for this? He sure was knocked back to the ground, coughing violently. Had it not been for their 2 sons intervening, she might have sustained severe injury before making her escape. In the courtyard, children were being punished, and at the entrance his wife was being struck. Ma sure felt as though her head might explode at any moment. Darkness encroaching upon her vision, she sank to the ground, gazing up at Qian Pei, whose face was contorted with rage, exclaiming, "Third daughter-in-law, are you satisfied now?" Qian Pei's immediate reaction was one of incredulity. What is this old woman talking about? What is she satisfied with? Did I incite the 2 princes to quarrel? Did I bring about the drought in the south? If she were truly so formidable, then perhaps it would be another matter altogether. If you ask me, I am not satisfied in the least, and I have no time for this verbal sparring. As she reached out, Qian Pei demanded, "Hand over the key to your kitchen cabinet." Ma sure, sensing danger, instinctively clutched her waist. "What do you need the key for? What do you think? Am I truly going to abandon you or them? Would you even allow that? Everyone must leave. Eat and drink whatever you can on the road. Is that oil and salt locked away in the cupboard? Hand it over." At that moment, Ma lowered her head and obediently took the key from her waist, feeling a strange unease as she passed it over. Just as she handed it over, she felt something was amiss and paused. Qian Pei snatched it away, turning back toward the kitchen, casting a glance at the commotion in the courtyard and remarked, "Everyone's so idle, yet they still have time to bicker and fight." Ma stared at the back of her 3rd daughter-in-law, unlocking the cupboard, seething with frustration. Just in that brief moment, she had been scolded several times. In the past, her daughter-in-law would never dare to speak to her like that. Now, the situation had changed. With all her might, Ma began to scold, her voice rising. "Are you all so idle? I am still alive and kicking. No need for you to mourn. If you want to leave with the cart, then get back in the house quickly." After her tirade, she intended to sit down and catch her breath, feeling the weight of decades of hard work slipping away. her mind buzzing and her heart aflame with discomfort. Meanwhile, the commotion from the neighboring uncle's house became increasingly raucous. Previously, the uncle's wife had sent her daughter to eavesdrop, curious about the sudden visit of Zhang, and that eavesdropping had thrown everything into disarray. The quarrel involved Zhang, who often cursed Zhang as a scoundrel, and his elder sister-in-law. A clash between the younger brother and sister-in-law ensued, and it was evident they were ready to resort to violence. The reason behind this upheaval was that Zhang's wife was 8 months pregnant and sought to avoid the grueling autumn harvest. The couple had discussed that since they had not divided their household, it mattered little whether they worked more or less. They decided she would return to her maternal home to escape the labor, claiming her family wished to see her. However, Zhang was anxious, as his father-in-law's home was not nearby, and he was eager to fetch his wife, urging everyone to wait for him. His sister-in-law opposed this, arguing that if they left first, they would undoubtedly reach their destination faster. He proposed that he would use an ox cart to transport the grain, making the journey swifter, and after fetching his wife, he would catch up with the others, thus not delaying anyone. Upon hearing this, his sister-in-law suddenly exploded in anger, taking the ox and grain away, unleashing years of pent-up resentment. She berated him with harsh words, seething with hatred for this selfish younger brother-in-law. Grabbing the door bolt, she swung it fiercely, ready to fight anyone who dared to intervene, while internally she resolved there was no future left to consider today, let alone worry about maintaining the facade of filial piety or reputation. Henceforth, survival took precedence over all else. Ma, overhearing the heated argument from across the courtyard, realized that the conflict in the neighboring house was far more intense than her own family strife, and suddenly felt no need to hold back. The elderly lady swiftly rose to her feet and called out to the kitchen, "Third daughter-in-law, don't forget the soybean paste jar and the pickled vegetables." After issuing the reminder, she dashed toward the backyard root cellar. Ma did not intend to take much, but if she could conveniently gather a few more items, it would be worth it, especially since she had buried 4 taels of silver in the root cellar. Meanwhile, Zhang, who had been in the main house, finally exhaled in relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In truth, he had just overheard his wife hurling invectives. It was not that he was unwilling to step outside, but rather that he found himself constrained by circumstance. This was due to the fact that the village elder had nearly succumbed right before his eyes. He had administered a series of futile chest compressions and acupressure, lacking the proper knowledge. Yet somehow it proved fortuitous, as the elder's life was miraculously restored. Seated upon a wooden chair, Zhang downed a bowl of water in one gulp, wiping the moisture from the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze towards the elder. The sight was indeed alarming. The old man, rather peculiar in his manner, after listening to him, instructed his eldest grandson to hasten home and gather supplies. Yet, in a fit of urgency, the grandson did not even exit through the door, instead opting to leap through the window and sprint away through the backyard. The elder, fixated on the disappearing figure of his grandson, then suddenly collapsed, rigid as a board. One could say, was this not a most unfortunate turn of events? Chapter 25. Heartbroken, the village chief, with his weathered face etched with lines, turned his gaze towards Zhang. He had watched this boy grow since he was a mere infant. Piece by piece, he had blossomed into a learned individual, the most knowledgeable in the vicinity, second only to an old scholar who had emerged from the village years ago. It was a remarkable achievement, especially considering how challenging it was for a peasant family to support an educated person, let alone one who could attain scholarly honors. At that time, as both the village chief and the patriarch of the Zhang family, he had felt a joy that surpassed even that of the boy's own parents. Knowing the boy's character well, he asked with a hint of hope, "Is there no way to escape? Perhaps hide for a while, even if it's in the mountains." Zhang replied solemnly, "Grandfather, my family possesses a total of 13 acres of land. Under normal weather conditions, my elder brothers and the entire family toil tirelessly each year, exhausted and worn, and yet we hardly yield a few stones of grain. Allow me to present a calculation. My family requires approximately 1,500 pounds of grain annually for 10 mouths to feed. which translates to 150 pounds per person each year, or 13 pounds monthly, and merely 4 ounces daily. A strong laborer cannot possibly survive on 4 ounces. It must be taken from the mouths of women and children. The children cry from hunger, complaining that their grandmother is stingy and only provides thin gruel. Our situation is dire. Our family size is relatively small, and my 2 elder brothers must seek work during the slack season. I send money home each year, and our village is somewhat better off. Some families here rent land and must give up 40% of their harvest to the landlords. I shudder to think about what those families eat daily, perhaps an ounce per person, just enough to barely stave off starvation. Grandfather, you might not fully grasp why I am presenting these calculations to you at this juncture. I must emphasize that the figures I provided do not account for taxes. In recent years, the tax burden has steadily increased from 1/15 to now 1/7. Even so, we are somehow managing to survive, scraping by on tree roots and wild vegetables. It is merely a matter of clinging to life. Now, with the outbreak of war once more, you must consider that the lords will require a greater number of soldiers to defend the city. How much grain do you think they will forcibly requisition from us this year? Half, or perhaps even more. When you relate this to the calculations I just provided, even with your 30 acres, it seems inevitable that some will perish from hunger. This place has become uninhabitable. We cannot survive without being conscripted or captured. And this is under the condition that the city holds. If it does not hold, the conscripted youths will perish in battle, and should fortune favor the lords, they may seize our provisions to aid their loyal subjects who are suffering from drought in the south. This is my optimistic perspective. The grim reality is that if they show no interest in our land, they may unleash chaos upon us, allowing refugees to invade and plunder, leading to a massacre. Grandfather leaves desolation in its wake, a landscape of bones scattered across the earth. The village chief trembled, his hands shaking as he absorbed the grim analysis. His heart chilled and fear gripping him. There seemed to be no path forward. They had to flee. He pointed at Zhang and asked, "Where do you propose we go?" "From a small path behind the mountain. We should head north. The north is ruled by the Prince of Yan." The Prince of Yan, possessing a genuine concern for the common folk, seeks to alleviate their burdens by reducing the taxes they must pay. However, one cannot help but wonder if he too might face opposition from other princes. We might find ourselves fleeing once more. To be frank, I am uncertain of his true compassion, as I have only heard whispers of it. Yet, for the time being, the most prudent choice appears to be to seek refuge there. For first, traveling south is perilous due to calamities, which would be akin to walking into the line of fire. Second, the emperor resides there. "What?" exclaimed Zhang, his eyes widening in astonishment. "The emperor is there?" Zhang was taken aback. "For 5 years, father, the emperor has been residing there, and you are only now aware of it? How isolated you must be from the news." He continued, "I understand. The common people are primarily concerned with their basic needs." Thus, Zhang asserted, for now, the Prince of Yan is relatively safe. Think about it. If any prince dared to attack him, their father is nearby. The attacking party would then be burdened with the heinous crimes of regicide and parricide. The realm would rise up against them, and, at the very least, other princes would use this as a pretext to conspire against the aggressor. I surmise we can expect a few years of stability. For as long as the emperor remains unharmed, no one will dare to act recklessly out of greed or impatience. Have you grasped the logic now? Not entirely, replied Zhang cautiously. When so many lives are at stake, we must tread carefully. Is your speculation to be taken as gospel? Is this knowledge derived solely from texts? Oh heavens! Zhang wanted to shout, for he was merely attempting to save lives, believing that saving even one life is worth more than constructing a monumental pagoda. He was spending precious time discussing matters that were dire. If this elder remained silent, half the village would hesitate to flee, for he held a position of authority. Returning to his humble abode, he found it impossible to quell the surging sentiments of kinship that compelled him to reason with facts and logic. Frustrated, Zhang finally raised his voice. Whether it is found in books or not, this is evident. This is what we call political acumen, the bare minimum of knowledge required for governance. How could you not comprehend this? Zhang, overwhelmed, began to weep, tears streaming down his face, startling Song Fusheng, who thought his outburst had caused the elder's distress. "My child, I cannot bear the thought of abandoning our ancestral hall. It is the root of our lineage. Our forebears rest here, and I have over 30 acres of land that I painstakingly cultivated. Throughout the years, I have refrained from selling the land to fund our children's education. In the end, the land cannot be taken with us, and our ancestors' graves would be left desolate. Have I labored my entire life in vain? Oh, Father, please cease your weeping. We must announce our plans with urgency. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Remember this. In life, the matters of sustenance are paramount. Aside from death, nothing else bears significance." Song Fusheng felt his own eyes welling with tears, moved by his own compassion. He was too kind-hearted, wasting precious moments instead of seeking companions for their escape. Standing at the entrance of Song Fusheng's home, Song Lerzang shouted, "Where have all those spectators gone? Those who were so keen to gawk. This is no time for idle chatter. Where have they scattered off to?" After his outburst, he dropped his walking stick and found he no longer needed its support to walk. With a rolling pin in one hand and a heavy iron pot in the other, he began to make a cacophony to alert those families that lived at a distance, fearing they might not hear the urgency of their plight. He no longer walked with measured steps. Instead, he sprinted ahead, calling for everyone to gather, exclaiming that trouble was at hand, all the while clanging a pot in his grasp. He dashed forward, with the elderly Ma trailing behind, exclaiming, "I just retrieved that pot, and I haven't even loaded it onto the cart yet. In the blink of an eye, you've whisked it away. How am I supposed to cook on the road without it?" Pausing to catch her breath, Ma realized she could not keep up with the old man. And in her frustration, she clapped her hands and stamped her feet, tears brimming in her eyes as she lamented, "You must bring it back. I kindly informed you for your escape, and yet none of you have the decency to bow and pay respects to me. And now I must also part with my large iron pot." Chapter 26. Once departed, do not inquire the way as the clock struck 9. The village of Dying erupted into a cacophony. The air was filled with the sounds of barking dogs, squealing pigs, and the chaotic flapping of chickens. All the livestock, restless and agitated, seemed to yearn for a collective outcry. They occasionally let out heart-wrenching cries, a clear indication that their owners were brutally slaughtering them without restraint. The mournful wails of the elderly, women, and children intertwined with the frantic footsteps and anxious shouts urging not to forget anything, resonated from one household to another, creating a dissonant symphony of despair. Amidst this turmoil, some elderly men, particularly a few spirited old gentlemen, who typically spoke little, now raised their voices defiantly, declaring, "You may leave. I am beyond the reach of conscription. My time has passed. I shall guard our ancestral graves, the family shrine, and the mere fraction of land we possess. Once matters are settled, send word, and I shall return home. A home must not be forsaken." Others among the elderly spoke not from a sense of duty, but rather, "You go on. My frail body cannot flee far, and it would burden you." Their words caused dutiful sons and daughters to weep even more fervently, as if parting forever. Song Lerzang, despite being older than some present, maintained a pragmatic outlook. He did not intervene, believing the time for reasoning had long passed. He had already relayed Song Fusheng's sentiments to the group, and there was nothing more to be said. It was impossible to persuade each household individually. Instead, he turned to his eldest son and declared loudly, a statement meant for the elderly as well, hoping to sway their resolve one last time. "Eldest son, I must accompany you. How can I tend to the few acres of land we have? Guarding the shrine? At my age, should I perish there, no one would even know. Even if I collapse along the way, you can dig a grave for me. Regardless, being together as a family, I could at least gaze upon my descendants. If I remain here alone, my heart would be tormented with worry." His eldest son was moved, realizing that such a father was indeed a good father, one who wished not to complicate matters for his children. Song Lerzang's words bore some influence. Although some elderly men remained resolute, others exhibited signs of hesitation. Amidst the commotion of families debating who would leave, they suddenly noticed that the 3 mule carts from Song Fusheng's household had already emerged from the courtyard. Following them was a prosperous family of butchers, newcomers to the village years ago, who surpassed the mule carts in wealth. arriving in 3 ox-drawn carts. Song Fuxing and 4 strong men drove the first mule cart and, from a distance, called out to Song Lerzhang, "Grandfather, we are leaving. Let's go." With a wave of his hand from Song Lerzhang, the gate of their home swung wide open. 2 ox carts were driven by his 2 sons, while 5 grandsons collectively pushed 2 hand carts, all emerging into view. In a swift rush, the Lerzhang family followed suit, creating a sense of urgency among the onlookers, who urged one another, shouting that despite the haste, they must gather their grain and not leave it in the fields. Bold men proclaimed that they were willing to risk everything, for what was life without the courage to confront fate? Deprived of sustenance and on the brink of despair, they resolved to seize the harvest, even if it meant retreating into the mountains. At the mention of such refuge, a glimmer of hope ignited within the hearts of many villagers, prompting an exodus of men from their homes, shovels slung over their shoulders, rushing with fervor to the fields. Upon arrival, they were astonished to see that Song Fuxing and his group had not fled in their vehicles, but were instead gathered together, wielding sickles with a fierce determination. Meanwhile, the children of those families disembarked to gather corn, their focus unwavering. The women, undeterred by propriety, busily transported corn in their skirts, scurrying back and forth to the carts. Remarkably, they were harvesting not from their own land, but from the roadside, indiscriminately plucking cobs from any patch that caught their eye. Inspired, others joined in, abandoning any notion of propriety or personal territory. As the clock approached 10:30, the number of families venturing into the fields swelled from 3 to 5, then 10, and eventually to over 20, their eyes ablaze with urgency as they frantically gathered the crops. At this moment, Song Fuxing and his companions had concluded their work. He glanced back at his 3 mule carts and his brother-in-law's 2 hand carts, realizing they were nearly full, leaving no space for his mother and children. Wiping the sweat and dirt from his brow, he declared, "Let us go," though it is said that greed can lead to one's downfall. He reminded himself that one must prioritize survival. Who could predict what awaited them in the next moment? Before the mule cart, Song Fuling first urged Qian Mishu to climb aboard and assisted their grandmother, Madame Ma, up as well. Turning back to find her mother, Qian Paying waved her off, saying, "You get on. There's no room for me. Your father and I will walk a bit longer. Then I shall go too," she replied. "Listen to me, Fuling." Madame Ma called out, "Erzi, let Jinbao come up." Song Erzi cast a glance, but refused, for the first cart was already filled with his mother, siblings, and their belongings, along with the driver, all packed tightly, and he feared the mule might topple under the weight. Yet he felt a pang of affection for his son, the long-awaited boy after 2 daughters. A fleeting glance at the second cart confirmed it would not suffice either. It was laden with the recently harvested wheat, their entire year's provisions, and supplies from his brother-in-law, including preserved meats and pelts, with a driver to boot. This second mule was even more burdened. As for the third cart, Song Erzi did not even consider it, for it was piled high with the corn just gathered, alongside his brother-in-law, as elderly parents, who certainly needed a seat. Thus, he and his brother-in-law worked together to pull the handcart, which carried jars of fermented sauce, pots, bowls, and 2 brimming buckets of water. He instructed Song Jinbao to walk beside him, advising him to behave and warning that if he caused any more trouble, he would be punished. They would discuss it later when he was tired. Meanwhile, Song Laoda and his 2 sons had also set up a handcart, laden with a haphazard assortment of oilcloth raincoats and other items. Song Laoda urged Song Fuxing, stating that he need not assist, and should instead guide the mule with his siblings. Although Song Fuxing considered that it would be an easier task, allowing him to sit, he was unsure how to manage it. He worried about the potential of leading the mule into a ditch in the dark. Thus, he suggested that his brother-in-law, Huzi, take charge, as it would be convenient for him to accompany his grandmother in the same cart. "Eldest brother, please let me do this, so that my nephews can take a break. We can help each other out." "No, third brother, this is not the work suited for you. Listen to your elder brother." Thus, the group, in a spirit of humility, held up torches for one another as they set off on their journey, with most of them walking on foot. The grand procession resembled a meandering brook. Chapter 27. The heart weighs heavy. Madame Ma lifted the curtain of the carriage window, turning her head to gaze outside. She looked back at the road they had traveled, reflecting, this path was once familiar, but it would never be so again. She fixated on the narrow trail leading to Dying Village, contemplating. Home was once synonymous with this village, no matter how far the journey or how dilapidated the abode. Darkness would not deter the return home, yet now she was uncertain of where home truly lay. Her eyes fell upon the land where corn had just been harvested. Once, she would have fought fiercely for even a fraction of the 13 acres she now abandoned. Yet now, she had lost everything. No house, no land. Oh, father, mother, dear husband, this was not her choice. It was all for the sake of future generations. Without descendants, what was the purpose of living? That was the essence of hopelessness. Thus she had to leave you behind. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart grew. The old lady covered her eyes, tears streaming down her fingers. In a short while, her front garment was drenched, her shoulders began to tremble, and stifled sobs escaped her chest, resembling the sounds of hiccups. Qian Mishu leaned forward, glancing at Madame Ma, ensuring that she was indeed obscured from witnessing his little movements before gently tapping his sister, Song Fuling, who was seated opposite him. Song Fuling lifted her eyes. Qian Mishu tilted his chin towards the direction of their grandmother, signaling to his sister, "Look, grandmother is crying." With a sigh in her heart, Song Fuling decided against looking at her grandmother. Instead, she twisted her body slightly, turning her face towards the door of the carriage. She thought to herself, let grandmother cry freely. She would feign ignorance, having seen or heard nothing. For in moments of profound sorrow, the greatest solace one desires is to be undisturbed. And she was no different. This way, her grandmother could weep without burden, and whether or not she found clarity afterward, she could at least look ahead. Quietly, Song Fuling rubbed her right arm with her left hand, then her left arm with her right, finally clasping both hands tightly together. Noticing her hands trembled, she resorted to wedging them between her thighs. Why were her hands shaking? From the labor of husking corn, of course. Finding humor amidst her plight, she mused, if only she could harness the energy from that frenzy of corn husking in the modern world, she would undoubtedly thrive. It was akin to those television shows where participants raced against the clock in supermarkets, grabbing as much as they could. With her recent vigor, she would have excelled. If only she could gather the same crew from the corn-husking endeavor and unleash them upon the shelves, they would clear the aisles in no time. With this thought, she couldn't help but smile. However, the timing of her smile was ill-fated. Just as Madame Ma had finished shedding her tears, she lowered her hands to see her little granddaughter grinning, which infuriated her. I am crying, and you're laughing? What is this? Startled, Song Fuling turned to face her grandmother. What? You think I'm foolish? Do you believe my heart is as heavy as a stone? What is there to laugh about in our current plight of losing everything? You seem quite amused, don't you? No, I wasn't laughing. Do you take me for blind? It is pitch black. How can you see so clearly? Perhaps you are mistaken. I see perfectly well. Fine, y concede. This misunderstanding came upon me so suddenly. What do you mean by that? Alas, dear grandmother, must you persist? Your entanglement in this matter is excessive. I merely chuckled. Not at your expense. What would you have me say? Pausing for a moment, Song Fuling added, I misspoke. Indeed I did. But what significance lies in that? You seem to revel in my misfortune. Grandmother, if you speak in such a manner, the conversation loses its charm, being riddled with contradictions. Your tears hold no humor for me. My laughter may simply stem from other thoughts. Furthermore, there exists a phrase that speaks of finding joy amidst suffering. Laughter does not always signify genuine happiness. It may conceal unspoken sorrow. Madame Ma widened her eyes, perplexed by this new demeanor of her granddaughter. Though the child had once been spoiled, she was straightforward and affectionate, having been cared for by her grandmother since infancy, unlike the few grandsons she had attended to. Yet now, this girl seemed to sit a fathom away, and even in her tears, she received no comfort. Words of reprimand had scarcely left the grandmother's lips before the girl defiantly raised her chin, mirroring the behavior of her third daughter-in-law upon her return, as if transformed into an entirely different person, brimming with defiance. The aged oxen pulling the cart sensed a stiffness in their backs. The carriage had grown eerily silent. A quarrel would be preferable, even a few harsh words. In truth, The elderly lady felt a disquiet in her heart, and with no one else present, she sought to pick on her little granddaughter. Qian Mixiao gazed at Song Fuling with admiration, recognizing a newfound resilience in her expression, as though she were an entirely different person from the one who had earlier engaged in a verbal sparring match. Suddenly, Madame Ma began rummaging about, searching for the basin that had been brought along at the start of their journey. After a brief shake of her garments, she nudged the basin towards Song Fuling with her toe. Song Fuling looked down, puzzled by the presence of corn, wondering how it had found its way onto the cart. Had her grandmother become a magician, concealing such treasures about her person? Peeling the corn, she proceeded to roll it into kernels. Turning to her grandmother, she inquired, "Is this the proper procedure? Shouldn't they be dried first? Are you certain this isn't a punishment for my laughter?" Madame Ma, as if anticipating her question, rolled her eyes and replied sternly, "What circumstance do you think we are in, where we dry them? Hanging them on the cart invites theft. First, we shall roll them into kernels and bag them. Tomorrow at noon, we shall find an opportunity to dry them." "Oh," Song Fuling responded, extending her trembling hands, obediently beginning to roll the corn. Qian Mixiao, thinking his sister might continue to challenge their grandmother, felt a twinge of concern as he cautiously raised his gaze, only to find Madame Ma's piercing stare upon him. His eyes flickered, and instinctively clutching his small bundle tighter, he donned the zombie mask his sister had given him, feeling a sense of unease. Chapter 28. Multifunctional among the various masks, Song Fuling was most enamored with the zombie mask. It was the most expensive, after all, and also the most lifelike. What did it look like, you ask? The mask was painted with what appeared to be splatters of blood and featured several plump white maggots clinging to its surface, achieving an impressively grotesque effect. Its eyes were dark and glossy, devoid of any sclera, and its brows were thick and short, complemented by a pair of large crimson lips. Unbeknownst to many, these lips concealed a few prominent teeth, which Song Fushing had deemed inappropriate and had removed prior to presenting it. Otherwise, it would have been even more realistic. In an unexpected turn of events, Qian Mishu suddenly donned the mask without a word of warning, merely glancing at Grandma Ma before putting it on. It is easy to imagine the fright that overtook her. Her complexion turned pale, her eyes widened, and her mouth agape, rendering her momentarily speechless, as if her tongue had forsaken her. Previously, she had always believed that true terror elicited an audible gasp, a sentiment born from decades of experience. However, at that moment, she realized that her reaction was not quite right. True horror rendered one voiceless, the sound caught in the throat, leaving the tongue stiff. Thus, the most unfortunate scenario unfolded. The child wearing the mask was so terrifying that she dared not cast another glance his way. Yet she wished to call her granddaughter, whether for comfort or perhaps to sip some water. But her granddaughter, engrossed in diligently husking corn, was oblivious to her fright, never once looking up. Meanwhile, Qian Mishu, adorned in the mask, turned to observe Grandma Ma, pondering, what is wrong with Grandma Song? She seems a bit off. Nevertheless, opting for discretion, he chose silence, fearing further rebuke. The little one had completely forgotten that he had once found this mask the most terrifying of the four, nearly causing him to wet himself out of fear. Ironically, it was precisely because he had been so frightened that Song Fuling had gifted him this mask. Now, wearing it, he could not see his own reflection and thus felt no fear. Grandmama's throat felt parched, and her hands trembled for what felt like an eternity before she finally hurled a piece of corn at Song Fuling. Upon lifting her gaze, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, she exclaimed, "Oh," and quickly tossed 2 ears of corn to soothe her grandmother. "Grandma, what is the matter?" Grandmama mused to herself. "It's a wonder I'm still alive. Otherwise, I would never hear you ask me this." Song Fuling noticed that her grandmother's eyes were closed, yet her hand pointed toward Qian Mishu. Following her gaze, she reprimanded, "Why didn't you say anything before putting it on? Just look at how you frightened Grandma." Qian Mishu replied, No longer able to scold her younger cousin, Song Fuling hurriedly unfastened her water flask and poured water into the thermos cap. She thought that if drinking water did not help her grandmother recover, she would have to resort to administering 2 heart-saving pills. Grandma Ma trembled as she leaned towards the bottle cap, the initial sip scalding her lips and causing her to shudder even more. She was utterly bewildered as to where her granddaughter had procured the boiling water, and she felt an urge to inquire. Did I feed you this way when you were young? Just pouring boiling water directly. Are you trying to scald me to death? I'm so sorry, Grandma. I'll blow on it for you, her granddaughter stammered. Before she could even begin to blow, Qian Mishu handed over his water pouch. The elderly lady instinctively cast a glance at it, clutching her chest once more. As Song Fuling used the water pouch to aid her grandmother in drinking, she encouraged, "Take it off. Just remove it first." Then she reassured her grandmother, "Grandma, it's fake, just a toy my father bought. He got 4 for a bargain, and they weren't even finished painting before they looked like that. In the big towns, everyone wears that style. Don't let your imagination run wild. And don't be afraid. The books say it's from the shamans, from a place not far from us, where they wear it to ward off spirits. Just look at it a few more times, and you'll get used to it." Madame Ma shook her head, unable to acclimate, mumbling, "Throw it away." "No, Grandma. We can't throw it away. Look at how the mosquitoes are biting me. I'll need to wear it soon. I'll even put one on you and drape a curtain around your neck. Once you feel better, you'll see how my uncles are nearly blinded by mosquitoes when they walk. We can't discard something so useful. We're impoverished now and must utilize everything. We can barely get by." After this, Song Fuling reached out to Qian Mishu for a mask and forcefully placed it in her grandmother's hands, lifting her face to ask, "Touch it, it's fake. Go ahead, see if it's not frightening." Half an hour later, Grandma Ma donned the zombie mask, sharing the same sentiment as Qian Mishu, feeling it was too terrifying to confront. Qian Mishu had transformed into a clown mask, while Song Fuling wore a mask with a whitened face. They had an additional mask, intending to stop after this treacherous stretch of road to gather corn, as they had finished husking the corn kernels, and also to assist her cousin who was driving to her aunt's house. At that moment, Song Fuling's second aunt arrived, leading Song Jinbao. "Dear, let Jinbao board the carriage. Our Jinbao truly cannot walk any longer." Aunt Zhu contemplated discreetly suggesting to Grandma Ma that Song Fuling should disembark. Why should a little girl remain seated while the boys walk? The older girls had sore feet, and yet she sat there like a young lady. They didn't even have proper shoes, at least Fatty had good shoes. However, she couldn't voice this outright, for it would offend the third brother as family, who would not harbor grudges. Additionally, there was that Qian Mishu. If Grandma Ma had a tendency to favor the third brother of Fatty, one of them would have to get off, undoubtedly directing her ire at that little brat from the Qian family. "Dear Mother, look at our Jinbao's feet. They are nearly worn out," she exclaimed, lifting the carriage curtain. Little did Aunt Zhu anticipate that inside sat 3 spirits, who fell limp by the carriage at the sound of the hiccup, nearly run over by the wheels. Chaos erupted in the procession. Qian Ping poured water from the pouch onto Aunt Zhu's face, determined to rouse her from her stupor. Song Fuxing took the opportunity to reassure his family, urging them not to be afraid, explaining that these were merely 4 masks and recounting their origins. He was thoroughly exasperated, imploring them to be braver in the future and to cease their incessant inquiries. If they were fearful, they ought not to gaze upon them. However, the matter of the masks was far from settled, for Song Fuxing's uncle and his family had caught up with them in a bullock cart. His aunt tugged at Song Fuxing, lamenting that their cart was laden with provisions and supplies, and coupled with his uncle, they simply could not accommodate the grandchildren. She pleaded for Song Fuxing to allow the children to board his family's 3 mules. Song Fuxing pointed out, "My children are not on the cart either." His aunt, tears streaming down her face, replied, "It is pitiable that your uncle twisted his ankle just days ago. When he came to see you this afternoon, he had to rely on your elder brother for support, which means I must have your uncle dismount." Oh, what a threat. Squinting, Song Fuxing was about to unleash a few biting remarks when the cheerful voice of old Lady Ma, seated in the mule cart, chimed in, "Sanner, is that your aunt? Quickly let her come over to speak with me." Chapter 29. The 2 elderly ladies quarreling through the mask. Song Fuling could perceive her grandmother's gaze lingering thoughtfully. As a subordinate, one must comprehend the intentions of their superiors to lead a prosperous life. Is that not so? She waved at Qian Mishu, tugging her younger cousin along, making her way towards Old Lady Ma. Old Lady Ma's expression appeared somewhat awkward. She contemplated remarking that there was no room to squeeze in, questioning the need for their presence. Yet Song Fuling shushed her, prompting the old woman to subtly shift aside, indicating for her granddaughter to sit beside her. Dear sister-in-law, the children truly cannot walk much further. At this juncture, whether today or tomorrow, all is for the sake of survival. I understand you may harbor grievances against me. However, despite my shortcomings, consider these children. They are the roots of the Zhang family. Direct your ire toward your father-in-law or your younger uncle, if he were still alive. He would certainly not permit you. With an emotional outburst, the aunt wept, clutching her sleeve to wipe her tears. After a moment, realizing she had been summoned for a purpose, she began to speak. I have said that one must be humble and quiet, yet still, there is no response from within. She hurriedly approached the mule cart, lifting the curtain to inquire. Inside, 3 ghostly faces turned to her in unison, and with a gasp, the aunt collapsed, falling rigidly beside the wheel. Zhang Fuxing had not anticipated the chaos brought about by the masks. Initially, he had assumed his mother wished to take the opportunity to scold the aunt for some petty relief, and he lamented, "Mother, truly, this is..." He wished he had simply spoken up earlier, sending her back without further ado. One moment, a person fainted, the next, another succumbed. This was travel, not a jest, and it greatly delayed their progress. Qian Ping sighed. She had depleted her water supply and needed to conserve some for later. Zhang Fuxing's sister-in-law, he arrived. They were not malevolent individuals. No one could stand idly by as the aunt fainted before them. Yet he, unlike old Lady Ma, could not muster the same level of empathy or disdain. As he unfastened her water pouch, intending to replicate the actions of the third sister-in-law and awaken the fainted woman, the old lady scolded her. "Do you think there's too much water? From this day forth, do not drink any. Mother, she is blocking the way. Shall we not proceed? Darlang's father will not be able to push the cart past." He could no longer contain herself and murmured, "If we waste time on such trivial matters, I might as well return to inform my family." "What did you say? Speak again." The second daughter-in-law, Zhu, hastily intervened, wishing to prevent escalation, fearing that a confrontation would lead to her husband suffering the consequences. "Mother, my sister-in-law speaks wisely. This truly is alarming. I nearly lost my composure myself. If something were to happen to the aunt, our cousins would surely retaliate, and we have no time to quarrel with them." Old Lady Ma found this sentiment somewhat reasonable. However, it was also exceedingly delicate. Fainting after a mere confrontation, she had yet to unleash her full potential before needing to douse her with a ladle of water? Unacceptable. Zhang Fuxing distinctly heard her grandmother mutter softly, "If only there were a need to relieve oneself, perhaps we could awaken her with that." With a laugh that was both carefree and unintentional, Zhang Fuxing instructed his sister-in-law to pinch the person's philtrum, and he complied. However, old Lady Ma was unwilling to relent. What use is pinching the philtrum? To save someone, you must pinch her arms, her thighs, her face, until she is bruised all over. With another sweeping gesture of her arm, she declared, "Let us go." The mule car from the Zhang family had already traveled 2 miles, and a female voice from behind cried out with a piercing rebuke, "Ma Ho Hot, you're nothing but a worthless scoundrel." Old Lady Ma leaned halfway out of the carriage, raising her finger to point into the distance as she retorted, "Go earn you. You're the real thief here. Ma Ho Hot, I wonder how you will face our ancestors, refusing to let the Zhang family's descendants even ride in a cart. I spit. Go earn you. Be content with what you have. Even that old ox should share its space for my family's descendants to ride. You'd better enjoy your good fortune while you can." Out of breath, Old Lady Ma took a deep breath and shouted towards the distance, "Is it next that you'll come to beg for food? I know you well enough to predict your every move." The elder aunt, watching the distant vehicles, was so furious she felt as if she could dash over and overturn all 3 mule carts, angrily exclaiming, "Didn't you swear to the heavens to never mention that old ox again?" 3 miles away, Old Lady Ma's voice echoed back with a roar, "If you provoke me again, I'll slaughter the ox, and I'll mention it just to infuriate you." The ruckus was such that not only the villagers who had come to travel heard it, but even Zhang Fuxing feared it would attract the attention of the officials. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted," panted Old Lady Ma. Zhang Fuxing promptly handed her the water pouch, saying, "Grandma, have a drink. Don't stoop to her level. It's not worth it. Hey, fat girl, Do you think she has any shame? If Grandma agrees to let her little brats ride, she will grow so arrogant. Next, she'll complain that her rations aren't enough and demand ours. If I refuse, I would be disrespecting the ancestors of the Song family. That's for certain. After drinking some water and wiping her mouth with her hand, Old Lady Ma continued, I spit. I'm far too beautiful for her. Right now, I'm only thinking about you and your father returning. If you had nowhere to go, even if we heard rumors about fleeing the village, we wouldn't be able to get a hold of her ox cart at all. Forget about sweet words. Even if I knelt before her, it wouldn't matter. Her heart is as hard as stone. And as for your great aunt, I'm not being critical, but we received the news first, thanks to your father's persistence. If your great aunt had known first, she wouldn't have told us. She would have hurriedly run away herself. Do you believe that? She is the one who has wronged our ancestors the most, caring nothing for the lives of our family. That is for certain, Song Fulling affirmed. Old Lady Ma glanced at her little granddaughter, and her anger began to subside, just as she had spoken with her granddaughter earlier. At least they had not been separated from San Heir's family. Otherwise, regardless of whether they ultimately survived, it would have weighed heavily on her heart, and the situation would have been far worse. Let us look ahead. As you just parked the car, why didn't you remind me to grab the stick? Song Fulling hastily took advantage of the old lady's good mood, saying, Grandma, if we don't leave soon, I shall get down. You cannot walk. You should stay in the car. No, I will take some rice down too, so that my aunt can hurry up and come up. The old lady mistakenly thought her granddaughter was simply being considerate of the youngest, Jinbao, but was surprised by this response. Grandma, we must not waste the kerosene lamp. Let my two aunts come up. One can husk corn, and the other should quickly make a few more pairs of shoes. We are in a hurry. Not only do we lack cotton clothes for the journey ahead, but my uncles and several brothers have too few pairs of shoes. What shall we do when we are on the road every day? Regardless, she had ceased to husk corn. Her hands were nearly sparking with friction. Chapter 30. The poverty unimaginable to the post-90s generation. Old Madame Ma pointed at the water jug on Song Fulling's side, the backpack resting at her feet, and the unfamiliar items in the car. Hold on a moment. I have to ask you where all this came from. Song Fulling, reluctant to engage in pointless explanations, found it difficult to articulate the truth. Moreover, she was the type who preferred to avoid lying directly. Sometimes, she would evade questions by simply not responding. In modern times, she adhered to a principle. By not answering, one could not accuse her of deceit. When she performed poorly on an exam, her mother would inquire about her grades, and she would remain silent, leaving her mother to guess. Thus, she grasped old Madame Ma's hand, glanced at Qian Mishu, and gently scratched the palm of old Madame Ma's hand with her finger, then fell silent. This gesture suggested much, and old Madame Ma's imagination immediately ran wild. Clearly, all of this was related to old Master Qian. It appeared that the granddaughter was reluctant to speak in front of Qian Mishu. It seemed old Master Qian had indeed left her third daughter-in-law something valuable. Perhaps even Qian Mishu himself was unaware of it. Such matters were best left unspoken. It was prudent not to pry, regardless of who had provided it or what it entailed. Having something was undoubtedly better than nothing, as long as it belonged to her third daughter-in-law. By the way, shall we head down? I need to find some shoe uppers for you. When we left, we only took a few pieces of sturdy fabric, suitable for wear. We were in a hurry and didn't have time to rummage through everything. These pieces are likely what my mother had saved over time. Old Madame Ma declined. You needn't worry about that. I have plenty of scraps and hemp ropes. Your fine materials, alas, I fear they will lose their warmth in time. Just look at those pushing carts outside, and the three who are driving. If anyone is in need of warm clothing, I can cut some for what I have on the cart. Though I lack cotton. Old Madame Ma rolled her eyes. You must have fallen into a pit of fortune. Who has the money to buy cotton? Your words are infuriating. Remember, when you go out to relieve yourself, have her sister bring back some grass to dry on the cart's roof. Song Fulling was perplexed. How had a conversation about cotton turned into a task of gathering grass? Old Madame Ma took out the dried food prepared before their departure, intending to stop soon to let her granddaughter get down and distribute the provisions to everyone. They had not eaten during the afternoon, and now, with the night journey ahead, they could not afford to skimp on food. Enduring hunger would only lead to discomfort. As she busily packed the rations, old Madame Ma remarked, You're benefiting from your father's legacy. Just 2 years ago, we covered our beds with cotton quilts. In the past, we had to make do with thick dry grass on the Kong, and for stuffing, we used cheap willow fluff and dried reeds. Do you not remember? Before your family moved to the county, your uncles and your aunt had those too. It was when you were leaving that your father said to discard those bedding items. We only kept a few. Even your little urine mat was repurposed to make cotton clothes for Jean Bao. And now, we still don't have enough. 2 people share one bed with grass underneath. Unlike your home, which is filled with cotton, you didn't even think to bring any along when you left. Those items that slipped through your fingers, those that were lost, are regarded as treasures in the eyes of the villagers. It is not my intention to criticize your mother, but one must wonder why she is not held accountable for her son's shortcomings. At this moment, Song Fuling's emotions are deeply conflicted. On one hand, she questions why women are often blamed for forgetting things, rather than acknowledging the failings of their sons. On the other hand, she is struck by the ancient wisdom recounting the genuine hardships of life, which she can scarcely fathom. What is merely a piece of cotton has transformed into a symbol of unattainable luxury here. The mere possession of a cotton quilt has become a source of envy, such a poignant realization, casting a shadow over the future. Song Fuling refrains from speaking further, fearing that her words might betray her. With a cloth bag of provisions slung over her shoulder and leading Qian Mishu by the hand, she alighted from the carriage. Chapter 31. 100 Jean of grain a day. Qian Peiying grasped her daughter's arm and inquired, "How did you come down?" Before Song Fuling could respond, Mrs. Ma lifted the curtain and commanded, "Eldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, grab your sewing baskets and get on the cart, and bring the hemp rope as well. Second, rummage through your cart for a bundle tied with a blue cloth strip and bring it to me, and don't forget that scoop." She then called out to her eldest grandson, Delang, "Go with your aunt to the last cart and fetch me a basket of corn." Qian Peiying stepped forward to assist, but Song Fuling quickly held her back. "Why are you pulling me? Don't you know your aunt is down there? She's at the back of the cart sewing gloves for everyone. Do you see your aunt's mother-in-law? That one over there, quite elderly, is walking on the ground. The space was especially cleared for your aunt to quickly make gloves for those pushing the cart. Their hands are covered in blisters, just like your father's. I'll go help Delang with the corn." "Mother, you shouldn't help either. Stay away from the corn. Don't let Grandma catch sight of you. You might be sent to the cart to husk corn." Song Fuling, with a pitiful expression, extended her hands to show Qianping, "Look at my hands." Upon hearing this, Qian Mishu quickly urged Qian Peiying, "Aunt, you should hide behind me. Don't let anyone see you." Qian Peiying, bemused, gazed at the little one who had just reached her waist. Song Fushing arrived just in time to hear this exchange, and, taking his daughter's hand in his, felt a pang in his heart. Her hands were swollen, resembling pig trotters. The child had never husked corn before. She was utterly unfamiliar with the fields and probably couldn't even distinguish between rice, wheat, and weeds. Song Fushing understood well the appropriateness of words at any given moment. He knew that now was not the time for sentimentality. Much like in modern times, life is a journey. Those with wealth enjoy good food, while those without must learn to make do. However, he couldn't contain his emotions. She was his only daughter, and he wished to spare her any suffering, even if just a little. His daughter was unlike any other child. "Mother, why are we husking corn? It's not even dried yet. Won't it spoil? Just look at the state of Fu Ling's hands. They're so calloused." "What? Whose hands are calloused?" Mrs. Ma was puzzled by the sudden outburst from her third son. She didn't understand why he was upset, but she did grasp the implication of not husking corn. She bombarded him with questions. "If we don't husk, where will we dry it? Doesn't it take up space? How will we grind flour? How will we cook porridge?" Song Fushing furrowed his brow. "Cook porridge? We have 21 people in this household, eating 3 meals a day. If each person consumes 4 cobs, that's over 250 cobs a day, requiring 100 jean of grain. We haven't even harvested much corn. We should just cook what we have and eat it. It will be gone in 2 days." The arithmetic was swift, and Mrs. Ma felt a pang in her chest. Initially, she thought there was enough food. The wheat and rice collected earlier could be stored as they had already been dried, and there was still a cartload of corn to follow, which should last a while. Yet, according to her third son's calculations, it would only suffice for 2 days. "We can't eat like that. We can't." Mrs. Ma protested. "No amount of silver will be enough. We must just make porridge to drink, as we usually do. We are on the road. As they trudged along, their eyes weary and strained, hunger gnawed at their insides, causing their gazes to glimmer with desperation. Two individuals faltered and collapsed along the way, prompting a pang of concern. Suddenly, the leading family of butchers, having forged ahead, halted their 3 ox-drawn carts and called back, urging the others to take a respite. For the livestock could endure no more. This announcement brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. In truth, they had long yearned for a moment of rest. Yet, the fear of lagging behind had kept them moving, for there was a sense of safety in unity, and they dreaded the thought of being abandoned for merely catching their breath. Chapter 32. The spirit of support. The Gao butcher has 5 sons. The eldest, Gao Tiezhuang, is 25 years old and has taken a wife, a gentle soul purchased as a child bride during a flood a year prior. After their marriage, she bore him a pair of twin sons. The remaining sons are unmarried. The second son, Gao Taitu, is 20 years old, and the youngest son, merely 14, is the result of his mother's labor. It can be said that the Gao family, with fewer women and children to care for, bears the lightest burden in the village while being among the most robust in labor. When the Gao butcher called out to halt, his sons had already unloaded the cart, allowing the old ox to rest, drink some water, and graze on fodder. To the farmers, it matters little if they themselves are exhausted and hungry. It is the welfare of their livestock that truly weighs upon their hearts. As the Gao butcher tenderly stroked the sweat-drenched ox, he urged his eldest daughter-in-law to hasten the cooking. She inquired, "Father, shall we also prepare corn?" It seems that both the Li and the Song families are boiling corn as well. The men of the family are indeed quite generous. The Gao butcher, possessing a remarkably open-minded disposition, understood that sustenance is not merely a matter of frugality, but of earning. Through the sale of pork, their household has prospered to be among the foremost in the village. With a grand gesture, he declared, "While it is still dark and the less reputable families have not yet arrived, let us take advantage of the moment. Others, upon catching a whiff of our feast, may come lamenting their poverty. You shall prepare 1 pot of corn and another to stir-fry the pork with miso. Cook as much as you can, and the remainder can be salted and dried. In case of dire circumstances, we can hide a few pieces on our persons so that we shan't perish from hunger should we become separated." Reflecting on the recent slaughter of a pig, whose cries echoed throughout the village, coupled with the conspicuous presence of their 3 ox carts, he advised his daughter-in-law, "Once you have prepared the dish, store it in earthen jars and send 2 jars each to the Li family and the Song family." The Song family, referred to informally by the Gao butcher as Song Fusheng, is better known as Song San. His eldest son objected, "Father, is this generosity not excessive?" Before the father could respond, the second son, Gao Taitu, interjected, "Eldest brother, we scarcely have enough salt to preserve an entire pig. Will it even last in this weather?" He continued, "As we travel, the village chief's presence will deter any ill-intentioned outsiders. They are well aware that we possess grain and meat, and should any become desperate, they would hesitate to rob us directly." Gao Tiezhuang laughed heartily. "Do they dare? We brothers would deal with them decisively." The second son replied, "It is best to avoid conflict. As for Song San, he is even more so." Without mentioning anything else, he returned to the village to inform us, and saved our lives in doing so. The eldest son fell silent. The Gao butcher took a couple of puffs from his dry tobacco pipe and said, "In a little while, second son, you shall deliver to the Song family. I will consult with the village chief to determine whether we shall continue until dawn, for even the old ox cannot endure the journey indefinitely." Meanwhile, the Song family's corn was nearly ready, and the men gathered in a circle, sipping water and discussing their next steps. If it were still daylight, there would be no hesitation in fleeing. However, it was now past 1 o'clock in the early morning, nearly 2, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. When compared to men, women appeared somewhat more carefree. They simply followed instructions without hindrance. Particularly notable was Mrs. Ma, who not only seemed unconcerned about the next steps, but also had the presence of mind to distribute food. Indeed, she divided the provisions into 6 distinct levels, showcasing a remarkable sense of hierarchy. Mrs. Ma allocated a small piece of corn to her eldest daughter, second daughter, and granddaughter Taohua. To Song Fuling, Song Jinbao, And Qian Michao, she distributed a fist-sized ration of dry food, excluding corn. Each of the three daughters-in-law received 1 ear of corn, accompanied by the remark, "Finish quickly so you can cut the shoe tops." For herself, her son-in-law's parents, the elderly Lady Tian, and her own daughter, Song Fuling's only aunt, Song Infeng, she dispensed a normal-sized portion of dry food. The four strong men and old Nyoto each received 2 ears of corn. The remaining provisions went to Mrs. Ma's sons, grandsons, son-in-law, and grandson, each receiving 4 ears. Clutching her fist-sized ration, Song Fuling expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Granny, for not placing me in the first tier." Qian Michao whispered to Song Fuling, wishing he had been assigned to the first tier, as that would allow him to alternate between dry food and corn with his sister. He resolved to strive for a place in the first tier next time. Song Fuling was left speechless once more. The four strong men and old Nyoto, appearing quite simple-minded, sat cross-legged and began to munch on their 2 ears of corn. Qian Paying glanced at the corn in her hand, then at her daughter, and finally at the four strong men. She quickly devoured her corn, brushed the dust from her rear, and headed towards the pot, contemplating that she could not indulge the elderly woman's habits. After all, the journey ahead was long. "What are you doing?" asked Mrs. Ma. "Em fetching corn," came the reply. "Didn't I just distribute it to you? I can't be satisfied with just 1 ear," Mrs. Ma thought to herself, reflecting on the audacity of the third daughter-in-law to claim she was still hungry. She had always distributed food equally. Others must consume what she allocated. "You've gnawed on my scraps, and the remaining pot contents are reserved for my third son when he returns. Why should you, a woman, eat to your fill?" Qian Ping was not in the mood for an argument. She lacked the energy, as the ancient roads were hardly fit for human travel, leaving her utterly fatigued. Just then, Song Fuxing returned from relieving himself, and she directly addressed him. "Hey, I said I only ate 1 ear of corn, and then your mother insisted I stop, claiming everyone must adhere to a ration. So, eat less to save some for me. I'm nearly exhausted." As for Fuling, she only received a fist-sized portion of dry food. "You should manage your own daughter's needs." The elder sister-in-law, Mrs. He, was taken aback. The second sister-in-law, Mrs. Zhu, remained with her mouth agape, stunned. This was entirely discordant with the women's perspectives and values. Mrs. Qian Ping's sister-in-law, Song Yinfeng, quickly rose and declared, "Third brother, I'm not hungry. You eat your share, and I will give mine to my sister-in-law." With that, she broke her piece of dry food in half. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the crackling of the burning twigs. He Shi and Zhu Shi, the two daughters-in-law, quickly turned to their mother-in-law. However, to everyone's surprise, Ma Shi asked, "Who is to assist the spirit? For whom shall we provide this assistance?" Chapter 33. Eloquence cannot compensate for ignorance upon returning home. The moment was filled with the simultaneous inquiries of his wife and mother. Song Fuxing found himself at a loss, uncertain of which question to address first. Casting a glance at the pot, he boldly stepped forward and retrieved 3 ears of corn, handing them to Qian Ping. "Be careful not to burn yourself. Hold them securely. Go find our daughter and enjoy your meal," he advised. Qian Ping, cradling the corn, left in silence to seek their daughter. His sister-in-law, he astonished, tapped the leg of the person beside her, uncertain of whom she had touched, yet eager for them to witness Qian Ping's composed demeanor. She was utterly astounded by Qian Ping's audacity in accepting food and was equally bewildered by her younger brother's indulgence. He had refrained from reprimanding her. Had she been in that situation, she would have certainly received a sharp slap and been scolded for her greedy behavior. Zhu, the second sister-in-law, was so taken aback that the corn she held slipped from her grasp. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly picked it up, brushing off the dirt before deciding to save it for her husband. Song Fuxing's 2 brothers appeared equally bewildered, as if they were encountering their younger sibling for the first time. This was not the brother they once knew, who had always adhered to their mother's wishes and was renowned for his filial piety across many villages. Of course, it was not just Song Fuxing who had changed. His wife had also transformed. In the past, had she dared to utter a word of dissent to him, it would have been unthinkable. What had transpired? In contrast, Song Fuxing's brother-in-law, Tian Shifa, was not particularly surprised, for he had always been devoted to his wife. His affection extended not only to her, but also to their daughter, Taohua, whom he cherished just as much as their son, Huzai. He had contemplated keeping 2 ears of corn for himself while tucking the remaining 2 away, just in case his mother, wife, or daughter grew hungry. As for the old bullhead and Zhang, they exchanged sidelong glances, secretly observing Ma Laotai, wary of her potential outburst. Each individual pondered the scene. Though only a few seconds had passed, Ma pointed accusingly at Song Fusheng, her hand clutching her chest. "You? Are you still my son?" In her eyes, the behavior of his wife was tantamount to defiance. Having sacrificed for her son's education, she never anticipated he would show favoritism toward his wife in front of everyone. Disregarding her completely, her heart ached with both sorrow and indignation. Song Fusheng, perplexed, approached and patted his own face. "How can I not be your son? I am flesh and blood." He continued, "But you? Mother, the sages teach us that a man of stature strives for the well-being of the people. Pursuing knowledge and wealth is for the sake of ensuring that you, my wife, and our children eat and live well. This is a responsibility I will carry until my dying day. Do you understand? You funded my education, and this is what I have learned. Now, if we cannot eat and live well, and you insist on dividing the food, fine, let us divide. I have 4 ears of corn. Is it not reasonable to give my share to my wife and children? Mother, are you hungry? Oh, wait, you are. I still have one left. No matter when, you will always come first. Rest assured, I will save for myself, but I will not deny others. I am willing to endure hunger." Upon this, Song Fusheng truly retrieved a piece of corn and firmly placed it into the arms of the elderly Madame Ma, saying, "Mother, eat while you listen to my ramblings. Just remember, my elder brother and second brother, once we stabilize, there may come a day when I might no longer tend to them. They have their own children and families. But you, my wife, and my daughter, I must ensure you are well provided for. If I have a morsel to eat, I shall divide it into 4 portions for you 3. Madame Ma was at a loss, unsure whether to take it or leave it, fearing it might fall to the ground. She felt utterly bewildered. This was not what she had anticipated. How did it come to be that, in her son's mouth, the matter of sorrow and face had no bearing, and the question of who was mightier, her or the third daughter-in-law, was irrelevant? He even stated these were principles taught in the sage's texts. Yet, she had read before, the last time he returned home, the lessons from those books had not been conveyed in such a manner. How could he have transformed so drastically in just half a year? What kind of books had he been reading? That was not her intent. She did not wish for the third daughter-in-law to go hungry, preferring to endure hunger herself. Meanwhile, Song Fusheng continued, "Mother, marrying a wife does not mean I should feast while she starves, her eyes dimmed by hunger. She is meant to share a lifetime with me. Can I treat her in such a manner? Well, my conscience. If I were to behave thus, surely I would invite divine retribution. The child born to me as a daughter, I longed for her arrival, not to be a pitiable soul, but as my cherished treasure. She is unique, unlike any other child. Therefore, I shall endure hunger. Do not be upset, it is all my choice. Watching you eat brings me joy, truly it does." Madame Ma pondered, wishing to express, "I do not wish to see my daughter-in-law well fed. I would rather save what I can for my son, while my daughter-in-law can fend for herself." Yet, her son disagreed, leaving her perplexed, as this was akin to starving his wife and, in turn, her son. She had never encountered such vexation before. Fuling? Yes. How did it turn into Fuling? You must clarify this unsettling matter. Madame Ma finally thought of a way to divert the conversation. After inquiring, she promptly shoved the corn back into her son's hands, exclaiming, "You should eat quickly. They will finish soon." Song Fusheng understood that it was impossible for her to publicly declare her refusal to share food, but given the circumstances, he was certain that in the next meal, she would not dare act in such a manner, particularly towards his wife and daughter. When the time came, if he noticed any child receiving less, such as Dia or Arya, he would casually hand them some food, ensuring that Zhang and Laonyo also received their fair share. Over time, his mother would come to accept it, turning a blind eye. Having come to this realization, Song Fusheng softened his tone when speaking to his mother. Fuling is a traditional herbal medicine, a name denoting a clever girl, not what you mistakenly believe to be Fu Ling banner. The characters differ, and the meanings are worlds apart. With a positive connotation, Madame Ma furrowed her brow, unable to discern the merit in it. Did you name her? No. It was a learned gentleman who imparted this name to me. In truth, it was the modern grandfather of Song Fuling. Song Fuxing's assertion that he taught him knowledge was not unfounded. After all, he had become a master chef through the guidance of that very gentleman. Madame Ma squinted her eyes, pondering deeply. The significant change in San'er may well be attributed to the influence of this newly appointed gentleman with a penchant for naming. Just look at the trouble he has caused her son, leading to disputes with her daughter-in-law, leaving her flustered and at a loss for words. Not only that, but he now seeks to harm the name of her granddaughter as well. San'er, this person's character is questionable. Could it be that you have encountered a false master? This name simply cannot stand. It ought to be Fat Girl. If that does not suffice, let us create a new name inspired by flowers or grass. Song Fuxing hesitated for a moment. Madame Ma, striking her palm against the back of her hand, declared, "Your name is Song Fuxing. Your elder brother is Song Futsai. And your second brother is Song Fuxi." Knowing full well that the three of you bear the character Fu in your names, he still dares to bestow another Fu upon my grandson's generation. I cannot believe he is acting in good faith. Song Futsai immediately chimed in. Mother is right. The name is unacceptable, old three. Song Fuxi echoed. Indeed, this is quite the mess. Those unaware might think my niece and I belong to the same generation. Chapter 34. The roots lie in childlessness. Do you observe her father's silhouette as he offered a corn cob to her younger brother, Jean Bao, affectionately ruffling his hair? She glanced at her mother, only to find that her gaze was fixed solely on her brother. Lowering her head, she continued to nibble at the food in her hands, reluctant to finish the small piece of corn in one swift motion, instead taking only a few kernels at a time. Alas, the portion she received was exceedingly small, and no matter how slowly she savored it, she would soon find it gone. Thus, after consuming the cob, she would gnaw on the bare core, savoring the sweet corn juice contained within. Arya was engrossed in listening to her third uncle extolling her sister's uniqueness, while simultaneously engaging in a light-hearted debate with Granny over Song Fuling's name. Her sun-kissed, ruddy face radiated joy, filled with envy and happiness for Song Fuling. As for Tian Taohua, Song Fuling's cousin from her aunt's side, she was in a playful exchange with her mother, Song Infeng, each urging the other to eat. Your father has more. You should have some, one would say, while the other would insist, Mother, I've had enough. Let my brother have it, or you keep it to fill your own belly. Seeing her daughter's firm refusal, Song Infeng offered the already broken pieces of dry rations to Song Fuling and Qian Peiying. Third sister-in-law, and you, fatty, please eat. I truly cannot manage any more, she insisted. Habitually, she almost called her fatty but decided against it after witnessing the previous exchange, where her third brother had earnestly debated the name for quite some time. With a handful of provisions, including several cobs of corn and an abundance of snacks like fried dough twists, the two women felt a tinge of embarrassment. Qian Peiying, feeling inexplicably shy, quickly waved her hands, saying, Sister, please don't. We can always cook another pot if needed. Let's not make a fuss. Oh dear, it pains my heart to see this. We haven't reached our last resort yet. Upon hearing this, Song Infeng pressed even harder to place dry rations in Qian Peiying's hands, thinking to herself, cook another pot? Who knows what we might be left with? Even with my third brother present, it could lead to chaos. All I wish for now is that my family remains alive. Even if we share a wild vegetable, we will have strength together. Let there be peace and harmony, devoid of quarrels. Observing her aunt and mother in such a state, Song Fuling opted for action rather than words. She directly took 2 ears of corn from her mother's hands and made her way towards the spot where the several young ladies sat. As she walked away, Chimmy Shou, momentarily forgetting to drink water, wiped his mouth and followed his sister. As their aunt had said, his sister had keen insight, and he would follow her lead, for it would not lead him astray. Thus, Song Fuling squatted before the 3 young ladies, and Qian Misho followed suit. She broke the 2 large ears of corn into several pieces and distributed them to the Arya and Taohua, while giving Qian Misho a small piece as well. Then, she squatted down to enjoy her share. An area were momentarily taken aback. While Tao Hua inquired, "Fatty, will you be able to satisfy your hunger?" "Yes, sisters, let's eat," Fatty replied. Tao Hua chuckled and took the first bite, prompting Dia and Arya to gleefully watch as Song Fu Ling savored her corn with a beaming smile. Suddenly, Song Fu Ling paused, gazing at the recently smiling Tao Hua, and innocently remarked, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." This statement is not unfounded. In Song Fu Ling's eyes, if Sister Tao Hua's features were to exist in modern times, her potential to become a star would hinge on the harmonious convergence of timing, location, and personal attributes, an uncertain venture. However, to become a beautiful internet celebrity without cosmetic enhancements or excessive makeup should pose no challenge. At the tender age of 14, Tao Hua's face flushed a deep crimson. "No, you are the one who is beautiful. Your complexion is fair." Both Dia and Arya nodded in agreement, adding, "You grew up eating plain rice. Plain rice is white, and those who eat plain rice are all fair." Song Fu Ling coughed awkwardly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and muttered, "Dia and Arya, you are also quite lovely. Everyone is beautiful. It's just that you haven't used face oil and have tanned from working in the fields. It has nothing to do with your diet. Otherwise, you would look splendid too. When the time comes, let us all apply some oil together." What a peculiar situation, talking about applying oil. At that moment, Song Fu Ling's second aunt, Madame Zhu, overheard the children's whispers and pursed her lips. Meanwhile, another conversation unfolded between Tian Shifa and Song Fuxing. Tian Shifa deliberately called Song Fuxing aside and pulled out 19 taels of silver from his pocket, presenting it with a solemn expression. "Third brother, these past years, my elder sister and I owe you a great deal. This is the silver I have saved over the years, although it is still insufficient. I still owe you 25 taels from when we purchased land and built our home, but this is all I have managed to gather for now. Please take it." Song Fuxing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother-in-law, where did you acquire this?" Sighing, Tian Shifa replied, "The first few years were indeed difficult, but I managed to save this in the last 2 years. Originally, your sister intended to save a little to repay you, but I insisted that wasn't appropriate. You lent us a substantial amount. Repaying you with mere small coins wouldn't suffice, so I aim to gather a whole sum for you. You cannot have saved enough in 2 years. Speak honestly with me, brother-in-law." A hint of melancholy crossed Tian Shifa's face. "I sold the tiger skin my father left me. We are now traversing this path, and further ahead, we will encounter merchants to sell to." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing felt a weightier significance to the money being offered. The tiger skin was a remnant of a tragic past. Tian Shifa's father had perished while hunting a female tiger on the mountain, believing the skin would be valuable. However, it is said that the tigers sought revenge. After some time, while setting traps for rabbits near the mountain, he was gruesomely torn apart by a vengeful tiger. Thus, the grave of Tian's father remains empty, holding only a few garments within. "Brother-in-law, I never intended for you to sell it. You should keep it as a memento." Before Song Fuxing could finish his thought, Tian Shifa gestured for his younger brother-in-law to turn towards his mother, who was smiling gently at Song Fuxing, nodding in approval and waving her withered hand. "Third brother, do you see my mother's intent? Let us dispense with the formalities. Accept this. I feel more at ease knowing you have this silver for the future. As we move forward, who knows what lies ahead? I might still have to seek your assistance in the future. Alas, I am lacking in capabilities." After hearing these words, Song Fuxing truly accepted the silver. Indeed, who knows what the future holds? Coupled with the silver given by old Nyoto, the total only amounted to a little over 30 taels, merely a drop in the bucket. Just then, Gao Taitu, the second son of the Gao family, arrived. The high-speed train's head caught a glimpse of the peach blossoms from afar, and after a few significant strides, he approached Song Fuxing and said, "Uncle San, Uncle Tian, this is what my father sent for you. Please share it with the younger siblings." Upon seeing the meat sauce, Song Fuxing exclaimed, "Ah, no wonder I caught a whiff of meat earlier," and waved at Qian Ping, saying, "Take it back and place it on the cart. Later, we shall serve it to everyone." Qian Ping accepted the 2 jars and hurried towards the mule cart. Madame Ma cast a sidelong glance at Qian Ping's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, and with a pointed stare, she murmured to the nearby Madame Tian, "What a curse it is to have her in the family. Have you noticed? Now she runs the show in our Song household. All these years, she has not borne a son, yet continues to provoke my third cousin and me. We are left wondering where she finds her audacity. I once tolerated her out of respect for her family, but now that her family is no more, we are left questioning her confidence." Madame Tian quickly gestured for silence, fearing Madame Ma would dismiss her concerns too lightly, and tugged at Madame Ma's sleeve, saying, "You must never speak of this again. We should be mindful that such words could deeply wound others. As for the affairs of the Song family, it is better to remain discreet." In truth, Madame Ma realized after speaking that her words had crossed a line, especially considering the recent passing of old Master Qian. Yet she was unable to quell the frustration bubbling within her. She opened her mouth several times, only to remain silent in the end. Chapter 35. One step at a time, Gao, Taitu inquired. "Third uncle, what should we do next? My father is greatly troubled." Song Fuxing pointed towards the distance. "They are coming." In the distance, the butcher Gao supported the village elder, the eldest son of the Li family, followed by representatives from several households hurrying towards them. Song Lerzhang puffed on his dry tobacco pipe. "It must be past the hour." "It should be," Fuxing replied. "What do you think, Fuxing? What should we do next?" The group of sturdy men formed a circle, the flickering light of the fire casting shadows on their worried faces. After a moment of contemplation, Song Fuxing concluded, "We must press on. This place is not safe. We are still within their territory. Though it seems late, I cannot shake the feeling of unease. We cannot gamble with lives, can we?" However, his brother-in-law, Tian Shifa, expressed a differing opinion. "I sense that rain is imminent. If it starts to rain, it could spell trouble. Not to mention if the livestock can withstand it. Perhaps we should seek shelter in the mountains and rest for half the night. We can assess the situation in the morning." Noticing Song Fuxing's astonished gaze, Tian Shifa elaborated, "I just crouched down and observed ants marching together in droves. There's an old saying, when ants march in lines, heavy rain is on the horizon. When ants relocate, rain will soon follow." The others looked up at the stars, pondering his words with a hint of skepticism. Could it truly be? While their region had not suffered as severely as the South, it had experienced some drought, and this year's harvest was significantly lower than in years past. Cultivating the land relied heavily on irrigation, and the origins of the saying about rain remained elusive to them. Gao Taitu, the butcher's second son, concurred, "Uncle Tian may be onto something. Have you noticed how the mosquitoes are unusually aggressive today? They are biting more than usual. When you swat them, they just keep coming, heedless of danger, aiming for your face and eyes." This observation shifted the group's skepticism into a tentative belief. In their local lore, there was another saying, when mosquitoes bite recklessly, rain is soon to come. If they bite fiercely, rain will arrive within 3 days. This adage resonated with them. Song Lerzhang's eldest son interjected anxiously, "That won't do, father. If it rains, we must find shelter. Not to mention, the corn we harvested and our wheat, which hasn't dried properly, will surely become damp." Song Fuxing turned to his brother-in-law, "Have you ventured over the mountain?" "I have," Tian Shifa replied. "I traveled quite a distance through barren land. It is mostly desolate, with only a sparse few resources throughout the year." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "But at this point, there's little else to discuss. After all, we have come this far. My tiger skin was sold to salt traders, who are quite reckless. If caught, they face execution." He went on, "I once heard my father mention that this area is too remote. Only the daring salt traders venture from behind our mountains, taking shortcuts along narrow paths. There are no settlements along that route, just expanses of wasteland. There's nowhere to hide. Further afield, about 100 miles away, there are mountains. If you navigate around them, you will see they are larger than ours. It is said that bandits reside there, though I cannot say for certain if they still do." Song Lerzhang, having burned his lips on the pipe, quickly wiped his mustache. With a heavy heart, he thought, "Alas, there seems to be no escape. Moving forward might lead to bandits. Those reckless souls unafraid of death. Retreating could result in soldiers bursting into the courtyard at any moment, which was precisely the fear that prompted their flight. As for remaining stationary, that would be the most awkward predicament, caught between a village ahead and no shelter behind, exposed to the rain without a place to hide. It would be better to return to the village where at least a roof could offer some protection. After listening, Song Fuxing felt tumultuous emotions surging within him. Akin to the lyrics, one step forward leads to dusk, one step back to life's uncertainties. The winds are turbulent, and my heart remains unsettled. As one wave recedes, another crashes upon me. A lifetime feels like waking from a dream, deeply saddened beneath the vast Pacific. Truly, it was heart-wrenching, as if he had become akin to a wild man, having suffered misfortunes since his arrival. Fuxing? Yes, grandfather. Song Lerzang remarked, let us continue onward, but we must not venture too far. First, let us circumvent this mountain and seek a cave on its other side to rest. One reason is to wait for the other families from the village. Presently, it is only us few households, and I cannot help but worry. Sigh. I've watched this place for decades, and still do not know what is causing their delay. The second reason is, should the weather turn foul, we would have a place to shelter from the rain. It's foolish to ponder too long, even if we were to brave the downpour. We cannot accommodate all of us, especially those pushing carts. We must ensure that the women and children do not catch a chill, which could be a fatal illness. Song Fuxing understood that the third point, which Song Lerzang hesitated to voice, was that a flicker of hope remained in his heart, always pondering. What if? What if conscription does not occur? In truth, he was not compelled to flee. If necessary, he could abandon farming and engage in trade instead. Having come from the modern world, he believed he could survive without succumbing to despair. However, he wished to avoid the battlefield at all costs, for he knew he could not endure that. Very well, let us gather our belongings and set off. We shall cross the mountain and assess the situation, at the very least providing the children a chance to rest in the cave. Thus, the 7 households, with their families in tow, resumed their journey. On the winding path, they held their torches high. The Song family fared better, as they had prepared mosquito nets beforehand. Song Fuling had even brought along a mosquito net from her ancient home, which proved to be quite useful. Her aunt had modified it, draping a piece over each person's head, making it appear from a distance as if they wore elegant scarves. Qian Mixiao was placed in a cart, for it was impractical to have such a small child walking. Song Fuxing's elder brother, a man of simple heart, looked at the spirited little lad with compassion. As he pushed the cart, he advised his brother, for your father-in-law's sake, you must treat this child well. Alas, the Qian family has this one descendant. May your father-in-law find peace in the afterlife. Qian Ping inadvertently overheard these words and resolved to reciprocate the kindness by providing water pouches to her elder brother's 2 sons and her sister's Huzi, all of whom were around 16 or 17 years of age, distributing 1 pouch to each. These water pouches were a farewell gift from Master to old Nyoto. After accounting for those currently in use, including those belonging to old Ma, there were scarcely any left to spare. Others would have to resort to bamboo tubes or earthen jars. She decided that these last few would be given to the boys. The water pouch contained the water that she had previously boiled for their journey. Before handing it over, Qian Ping added a pinch of sugar and a sprinkle of salt, a remedy her daughter had suggested, as saline and sugary water replenishes energy. Although the amounts were modest, the 3 young boys, who were already quite responsible at their tender age of adolescence, insisted on pushing and managing the cart themselves, particularly the 2 boys from the eldest brother's family, who frequently declared that they could handle it without assistance from their uncle and aunt. In the cover of darkness, Qian Ping discreetly added salt and sugar to the water pouches for herself and her husband, gently shaking them to prompt Song Fuxing to drink promptly. As for her daughter, there was no cause for concern. Her daughter possessed a modern insulated flask that kept water warm throughout the day and night. Additionally, she carried sugar and salt from their contemporary household. If ever feeling overwhelmed, a mere pout towards her father would suffice, prompting him to roll his eyes and retreat into their space to fetch milk powder, yogurt, and Coca-Cola. Chapter 36. The feast Song Fuling's legs ached as she trudged along the arduous path of ancient times, strewn with mud, stones, and weeds that jutted painfully into her soles. Was this truly a road? It was difficult to fathom how the less traveled paths must have appeared. Perhaps they were forged with scythes, their blades dulled by the relentless terrain. Song Fuxing deliberately lagged behind to check on his daughter. Are you fatigued? Unburden your pack and hand it to me. Does it not feel as though the water flask weighs a ton? Glancing at her father's large rain-resistant travel bag, Song Fuling tightened her grip on her Adidas bag and shook her head. I'm not tired. It's nothing. Can you persist? He inquired. Of course. Traversing this distance is trivial. You've forgotten how often I've ventured into the wild before. Song Fuxing chuckled at his daughter. I do not forget easily. Was it not your dream to roam the world with a sword, yearning to witness its splendor? I recall a time when it rained heavily, and I asked why you hadn't returned home for dinner. You insisted on pitching tents with your friends, claiming you wished to experience the survival skills taught by your program. Well, my dear, your dream has been realized, and you need not endure such experiences any longer. This is all too real, a true homecoming. Behind her mask, Song Fuling felt a wave of emotion on the brink of tears. Indeed, such reasoning seemed valid. Her dreams had come to fruition, and this was her only solace. Song Fuxing reassuredly asked once more if she could endure the journey. If it became too arduous, he suggested transferring some items from the vehicle to the handcart, encouraging her to rest on the mule cart. With her white mask on, Song Fuling shook her head vigorously. Like a rattle, her movements ghostly enough to momentarily startle her father. In her heart, she thought it was absurd to sit while others bore the burden, and she felt a pang of guilt for making those who pushed the cart work harder to accommodate her. Looking at her parents, who were also carrying their loads with determination, and then at Daya and Arya, who not only carried their burdens, but also, lost in thought, Song Fuling halted and waved to her father, signaling him to assist Uncle and the others, assuring him she would wait for her sisters. In the distance, Arya, brandishing a torch, supported Daya with one arm and Taohua with the other, illuminating their path. Daya and Taohua, with heads bowed, wove mugwort and wormwood into ropes as they walked. Song Fuling tapped Taohua's hand, half annoyed. Stop weaving. We don't want to end up in a muddle. This task had been assigned to the girls by the Ma family, ensuring they remained occupied even on the journey. Taohua, with her gentle demeanor, explained, if we weave them into ropes, we can light them, and we won't be bothered by mosquitoes, no matter where we sleep. Even so, stop weaving. You both have stumbled several times already. Do not heed her suggestions. Arya, raising her torch towards Song Fuling, momentarily forgot that she wore a mask, nearly letting out a startled scream before catching herself. She pulled the torch back slightly and remarked, if you ignore her, you'll surely hear some scolding. Let them scold. Just repeat what I say. If they dare to scold me, I shall summon my father. Daya was the first to stow away the grass rope, placing it in the basket on her back. Let us heed Panya's words. Grandma dares not scold her. Taohua corrected, it is not that Grandma fears Panya. Rather, she is wary of third uncle. Upon realizing she no longer needed to walk with her two older sisters, Arya candidly admitted that being in the middle was rather exhausting. She took several strides to reach Song Fuling's side, guiding her along the path while saying, Panya, it is truly wonderful that third uncle acts as your father. How fortunate you are. This remark seemed to open the floodgates, prompting a chorus of envy from the other girls directed at Song Fuling. As fellow wanderers in this world, what could they possibly envy? They envied her family's consistent meals of wheat porridge, asserting that third uncle and third aunt had never wronged her. What do you mean by wheat porridge? Song Fuling inquired, puzzled. Oh, don't you city folk call it that? It is simply the staple food made from grinding wheat into flour and steaming it. Song Fuling, still confused, asked, is that what you all eat? What Grandma steamed tonight is indeed that. Daya whispered, there is hardly any fine flour at home. It's only because you returned that Aunt guessed Grandma meant to steam the staple food, and thus she dared to prepare it for us. Do you think we have it every day? Song Fuling pondered the coarse texture of the staple food from dinner, finding it quite rough. What do you usually eat then? We cook rice directly with barley and wheat, without removing the husk. That's what we consume, along with beans and grains. Is that even digestible? Song Fuling exclaimed in astonishment. Arya took up where Daya left off, continuing, so, Panya, I eagerly anticipated your return, counting the days until you were back. Because when you and third uncle come home, not only does Grandma steam fine flour buns, eating which does not make one horse, but she also prepares vegetable rice the next day. What do you mean by vegetable rice? Song Fuling asked, furrowing her brow. Don't you remember? It's when we cook the vegetables from the garden with rice. If you were to visit during the winter festival, Grandma would use winter vegetables with the rice, and it tastes delightful. Song Fulling frowned. Are you implying that if we hadn't tea returned during this autumn harvest, Grandma wouldn't even provide enough vegetables to satisfy our hunger? The vegetables must be saved for drying. Otherwise, where would winter vegetables come from? Of course, we cannot eat them freely. Daya and I often have to forage for wild greens. Taohua interjected. Panya, I've noticed that since your return, it seems you've forgotten quite a bit. It's not that I've forgotten. I have just become accustomed to city life. We refer to the fine flour staple as buns and vegetable rice as rice porridge. Ah, I see. What do you call plain rice then? Song Fulling, with a spark of cleverness, answered without needing further explanation. It's called white rice. Daya and Arya immediately chimed in. You become fair-skinned. It's because you often eat white rice thanks to Song Fulling. When will we ever be able to change our complexion? Arya added, this time, let us not even talk about white rice. That seems too far-fetched to hope for, as we don't even see vegetable rice for the next day. There is no prospect. Have you never had it even once? Song Fulling emphasized. Not even once in your entire life? Taohua glanced at her younger sisters, noticing Daya and Arya shaking their heads in disappointment. She then quietly remarked, I have indeed tasted the kind of white rice that Panya speaks of. It was given to my father a few years ago when he worked at the landlord's house, where the landlord paid him in rice. My father recounted that many were eager to partake, driven by the desire to bring home sustenance for their wives and children. Thus, he bore rice back home, enduring hardship and the biting cold solely for our nourishment. Without consulting my grandmother or mother, he prepared a meal of plain rice, of which I had a bowl, and my brother had two. An area immediately turned to Taohua. Is it pure white rice? Nothing added? Taohua nodded. What must that taste like? Is it not delicious, so delightful that it simply melts in your mouth? Taohua bit her lip. In truth, after that meal, her mother had quarreled with her father, and her grandmother sided with her mother, declaring that one meal could suffice for several. The details were hazy, and she suggested they inquire with Panya, who often indulged in such meals. Daya and Arya gazed at Song Fulling, exchanging glances, but before she could respond, they turned back to Taohua. In their minds, Song Fuling's life seemed utterly unattainable, and they believed that asking someone who consumed white rice daily would yield no fruitful conversation. It was far more engaging to converse with Taohua. As the clock struck midnight, Song Fulling felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to boast arose within her, a force she found impossible to suppress. With a grand gesture, Song Fulling declared, no more questions. Rest assured, I will ensure you all have a taste very soon, 2 bowls each, and you must finish every last grain. Chapter 37. Ascending the mountain, fat sister, I was wrong, exclaimed Song Fulling, startled by the sudden appearance of Song Jinbao at her side. Gripping the sleeve of her garment, Song Jinbao declared, I will never again argue with Aunt San. Wherever Uncle and Aunt point, I shall go. Whatever they instruct, I shall do. He gritted his teeth and added, I shall no longer rummage through Aunt San's food. If she offers it to me, I will eat, and I promise not to snatch it. Song Fulling gazed at the little boy encircled by the pink canopy and asked, and then? Is there more? Of course. Song Jinbao pondered, scratching his head. But there isn't anything else. I just scolded Aunt San a bit, but it wasn't intentional. She is just too stingy, and I even received a beating from father. Seeing his expression, Song Fulling reminded him, you mustn't fight with Qian Mishu. He is younger than you. She had so much more to say, like not being preoccupied solely with food and remembering her 2 elder sisters, Daya and Arya, and refraining from always taking their share. Yet, she thought better of it. What was the point of lecturing a child? Neither Uncle Air nor Aunt Air seemed to care about Daya and Arya. Repeat after me, she instructed. Not only did Song Jinbao comply, but he also embellished his response. No fighting, no bullying Qian Mishu. He is my little brother, and I shall yield to him and not take his food. So, fat sister, will there be a share for me? Amused, Song Fulling nodded. 2 bowls, right? Well, that. Before she could finish, Song Jinbao quickly covered his ears and ran away, shouting to his father, I can't hear. It's 2 bowls. Even when the adult inquired, what 2 bowls? They dismissed it once they understood the context. After all, children dreaming is always a good thing. Only Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying exchanged a knowing sigh. Typically, when their daughter made wishes, they would find ways to help fulfill them. But this time, her request was rather grand. With over 20 mouths to feed, it would take an immense amount of rice. One step at a time, they thought, it was a painful consideration. Thus, after more than an hour of trekking, the sky began to brighten as they finally reached the other side of the mountain. They beheld the vast expanse of barren land that Tian Shifa had described, with an even larger mountain looming over 100 kilometers away, likely home to bandits. Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying felt an inexplicable anxiety. Do you think that if there are indeed bandits on that distant mountain, they can see our group of over 100 people? She asked, noting the size of their party. No, don't be ridiculous, Song Fuxing reassured her, patting his rainproof backpack. He whispered, do you think they have binoculars? Only I possess such a thing in this vast world. And what good is it if you can see them? Even if you had 10 binoculars, would you dare to kill? Would you dare to take a life? Song Fuxing was momentarily speechless. That's not the point. The conversation has become too scattered. It's not that I wouldn't dare. It's just that I am constrained by modern laws. A voice called out, Xiao San? Well, after familiarizing themselves for half the night, he had transformed from Song Tongsheng into Xiao San. Hey, Uncle Gao, he inquired, is there a cave in this mountain? I have never been here before and have no idea if it could accommodate all of us. Nevertheless, we must ascend the mountain. After all, we cannot remain in this desolate land. A grand ambition may render one a target. Little does he know if there are any caves. It would be wiser for Gao to consult his brother-in-law instead. Song Fuxing waved his hand dismissively, stating, we must go up regardless. Let's ascend first and rest for half a day to observe the weather. Indeed, Gao the butcher responded loudly, turning to beckon his family. Everyone disembark. The ox cart cannot carry us further. Let us ascend the mountain and carry the children. Qian Peiying quickly turned back to call out to Song Fuxing. My dear, hurry up. Did you hear me? Stay close to me. Song Fuxing glared at her, seizing her arm amidst the chaos, whispering urgently. Hurry up, girl. It's dark, and the mountain is damp. A snake might bite you if you're not careful. Go on, lead your daughter back. But before he could finish, a thunderous crash resonated, as Song Fuxing collided with him like a cannonball, sending them both sprawling to the ground, dust rising around them, and Song Fuxing's face was covered in dirt. Oh my heavens! Exclaimed Ma, having just dismounted from the mule cart, witnessing her son being knocked down hard. She felt a pang of sympathy. She shouted, You clumsy girl! Can't you see? You crashed into your father. Song Fuxing wished to say, Daughter, could you perhaps step off your father? Your speed nearly knocked the breath out of me. Song Fuxing believed that enduring some hardship was inconsequential for those engaged in significant endeavors. She interpreted scolding as mere song. As she slowly rose from the ground, she murmured, Father, if you cry out in pain, you have to lead us up the mountain. This is an untamed forest with tigers lurking. Ouch! Song Fuxing played along, immediately clutching his waist and groaning. Oh dear, this child is going to be the death of me. The others, upon hearing this, were alarmed. Invoking death was a grave taboo among them, suggesting that he was indeed gravely injured. After all, who would curse themselves unless they were truly hurt? They began to question him loudly about his condition. Song Lerzhang approached, feeling Song Fuxing's waist and calves clumsily, then stood up to address the group. Let 2 strong men from each family lead the way, bringing all necessary provisions. We must avoid encounters with wolves or tigers. If we do, we must fight for our lives. Remember to stay close to the path. Tian Shifa volunteered. I have traversed this mountain with my father before. Follow me. And if my memory serves me right, there's a cave nearby. Let us see how many can fit inside. Very well. Let Shifa take the lead, and you all follow closely. Song Lerzhang nodded, adding, if the weather remains unfriendly, we shall use tarpaulin to set up tents. It's settled. You may proceed first. After arranging these matters, Song Lerzhang turned to Song Fuxing. Come, I'll support you. Let us remain at the rear. No need, grandfather, truly. You go ahead and organize things, Song Fuxing insisted. Song Lerzhang was not persuaded, thinking to himself, what use is he at the front with his condition? Such tasks should be left to the youth. If any misfortune were to occur, he has not lived enough. Resolutely, he pulled Song Fushing up. Everyone began their ascent once more. The numerous torches illuminated the path ahead, while a dozen sickles cleared away the overgrown weeds that reached waist height. As they ascended the mountain, due to Song Fushing's injury and the advanced age of Song Lijing, Song Fuling's uncle, Tian Shifa, assumed the role of temporary leader. If the obstacles ahead were merely weeds, they would be swiftly cut down, and a slightly wider path would be forged to accommodate the passage of mules and carts, facilitating the journey for the elderly and children. However, if the hindrances were small branches, Tian Shifa would instruct everyone to chop them and hand them over to him for carrying. As he had a plan in mind, the cave would be insufficient for shelter, and should it rain, erecting tents for protection would become imperative. These small branches would be ideal for creating an arch structure. Chapter 38. The eventful encounter with Song Fushing. Qian Ping tugged at Song Fuling, who in turn held onto Qian Mishu, the three of them trailing far behind the group, even farther than Song Lijing and Song Fushing. Their lagging was intentional. In case of any trouble on the mountain, their slower pace would allow them to turn and flee. Additionally, Song Fuling was clutching a piece of fabric, her mother-esque skirt, which she had torn into a long strip measuring 20 centimeters in width and over a meter in length. One end was flat, while the other split into two long strings. In an instant, what had been a fine blue cotton skirt was rendered useless, leaving Qian Ping exposed in her black athletic pants beneath. Kneeling before her, Song Fuling began to wrap the torn fabric around Qian Ping's legs, layer upon layer. Qian Ping mused that this looked akin to the attire of the Long March. While wrapping, Song Fuling inquired, "Is it tight?" "Not too tight," came the reply. "How about loose?" "It's all right, I suppose." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Song Fuling advised, "Take a few steps to see if it affects your knees. If it's too tight, you won't be able to move. If it's too loose, it won't serve its purpose. We need to prevent varicose veins. And if we bind your legs for a long time, they shouldn't ache. You should do the same for my father later." After a few steps, Qian Ping declared, "That's good enough. You stand up now, and I'll wrap your legs. I'll seal your handcuffs too. So leeches won't crawl up your pants to suck your blood." Qian Mishu, feeling anxious, especially with the elder Ma scolding them to hurry, attempted to intertwine his fingers with Song Fuling's and looked up, saying, "Sister, please take a moment to wrap mine as well." "Fear not, you are indispensable," she assured him. Qian Ping chimed in, "Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Song Fuling thought to herself, what a state they're in, lost in sorrow for half the day over life's misfortunes. Up ahead, Tian Shifa called out, "We've arrived. That's the cave I mentioned. I used to rest here while hunting." The butcher cautiously probed the cave with a torch, bringing a few more torches to check for snakes or such. Immediately, 5 or 6 torches followed suit, casting light into the darkness. As Tian Shifa began to enter the cave, he tore off a cloth bag he had been carrying and scattered its contents in the corners of the cave. Song Lijing, supporting Song Fushing, hurried over, and everyone quickly made space for him. Song Lijing nodded approvingly. "The cave is quite spacious. It will suffice for the women and children to take shelter temporarily. You all need to hurry and set up 2 more tents." With that command, the group sprang into action. Particularly busy was the elder Ma, who remained firmly planted in the center of the cave. She urged her eldest daughter-in-law to fetch mats and luggage quickly, scolded her second daughter-in-law for being slow, and ordered her daughter to keep an eye on their belongings to prevent theft amidst the chaos. Amid the flurry of activity, to Song Fuling, her grandmother's demeanor resembled that of someone scrambling for train berths in modern times. The reason Song Fuling and Qian Ping escaped reprimand was due to the presence of the seemingly untouchable Song Fushing by their side. Song Fushing began to impart wisdom to his wife and daughter. "Let me tell you, that cave is only suitable for a brief rest against the wall. Once I have them set up the tent, you must quickly move inside and lay out our moisture-proof mat. Only then can you sleep soundly, for I shall keep watch over you." Why is the cave unsuitable? The moment I step inside, an unsettling chill runs down my spine, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. Observe those stone walls, shrouded in darkness and covered in moss. It's pitch black within. If we were to lie down in a line, I would be unable to discern which of you is my beloved wife and which is my daughter. I cannot afford to make a mistake. Just hold on a little longer, Tian Shifa is quite adept at setting up tents, and it will be done shortly. Chapter 39. Men are human too, and they're also cowardly, the men from the 7 households united in their efforts to construct a shelter. The rhythmic sounds of chopping echoed through the forest as axes and knives struck sturdy tree trunks, felling numerous trees to serve as beds. Tian Shifa, accompanied by several young men, ventured further afield in search of flexible twigs. After laying down large logs to form a communal sleeping area, it was imperative to create a covering overhead. Should rain descend, as previously speculated, carelessness was not an option. The slender branches, capable of bending, could be arranged in an arch, and once this arch was formed, a tarpaulin could be draped over it, topped with branches, leaves, or bark to provide both shelter from the rain and concealment from prying eyes, creating an illusion of greenery from a distance, thus remaining inconspicuous. The group worked fervently, yet Zhang Fuxing frequently cast glances around. The more he observed, the more he felt the primordial forest was unfathomable and exceedingly daunting. He nudged Tian Shifa with his arm and said, "Brother-in-law, with all this commotion, we might attract wolves and bears." He pondered that if the others remained undisturbed, their noise could awaken them, potentially provoking a dangerous situation. Tian Shifa glanced at his third brother and reassured him, "Fear not, this mountain is vast. The older brother will take several days and nights to traverse it. This area is near the foothills, barren and lacking sustenance, unlike the depths of the mountains, where wild animals typically do not venture." At that moment, Zhang Fuxing approached, saying, "Father, uncle, I've spotted a small stream over there with clear water. We should set up our tent nearby for convenience in drinking and dining." Just as Zhang Fuxing was about to agree, Tian Shifa quickly interjected, "No, that is too close to the water source. The sound of flowing water will disturb our ears, and if wild beasts approach, we won't hear them until it is too late." Zhang Fuxing replied, "But didn't you say wolves and bears seldom come this way? Uncle, let us instead seek out a few ancient trees. If we find such trees, we can build our shelter beside them. A sturdier tree will provide refuge in case of emergencies, allowing us to climb up if needed. That won't do. Generally, those large trees stand alone. During a storm, they are susceptible to lightning strikes." Feeling increasingly anxious, Zhang Fuxing regretted his inquiries, pushing Zhang Fuxing away gently. "Daughter, return and find a place to rest. Do not wander about. You need not concern yourself. Once you've had a nap, I will ensure everything is arranged properly for you." What he meant by arrange properly was to pull his brother-in-law away. Tian Shifa remarked on the abundance of work ahead, and Zhang Fuxing felt a sense of frustration at his brother-in-law's stubbornness, urging him, "Brother-in-law, why are you so resolute? This is a communal endeavor. Your absence won't hinder our progress. Hurry and help me select a few trees that won't easily topple under an animal's charge, and ensure they are not prone to lightning strikes. I intend to pitch a tent in the trees for the children to stay in. Otherwise, I won't feel secure. In any urgent situation, we must be able to flee swiftly, and my Fuxing and your Taohua are not swift runners. Can we manage this alone? It certainly will be overwhelming. Those people are currently occupied with the shelter. It will likely take them an hour or two to finish." The village chief occasionally instructed me, "Third brother, let us construct a platform in the trees. I fear this may be problematic. Why do you have so much to say? Brother-in-law, please do not dawdle. I can handle this myself. Just guide me." From that moment onward, Zhang Fuxing resolved to abandon any sly tricks. Armed with an axe, he struck vigorously, causing pain to his thumb and palm. The heat caused sweat to pour down his back, and in no time his clothes were drenched. Ignoring the buzzing mosquitoes, he stripped to the waist, revealing his fair complexion. Just as he finished removing his shirt, a piercing scream pierced the air. Of the 7 households nearby, one belonged to the Wang family, and it was the young daughter-in-law of the old woman Wang who had come to deliver water to her husband. She was the source of the commotion, covering her eyes in shock. Breathless from exhaustion, Zhang Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm, his face smeared with black mud. He frowned and glared at the woman, thinking to himself, "What is your issue? Have you never seen a man's back before? What is there to scream about?" These ancient women truly put on a show. They could really dramatize a scene. "Oh goodness," he thought, startled by her voice that echoed, causing his heart to race as he imagined wolves and bears were upon him. Chapter 40. The parents of Playhouse Wang Posey's young daughter-in-law returned to the cave and said to Wang Posey, "Mother, isn't Song Laosan a scholar? How could he possibly?" Wang Posey, preoccupied with lulling her little grandson to sleep, dismissed her daughter-in-law's half-finished sentence with a scoff. Reduced to this state, and still calling oneself a scholar. What use is a scholar? Look at his work ethic. Utterly useless. Suddenly, someone in the cave shouted loudly, "Nonsense!" Old Ma was indignant, unconcerned about disturbing others. "Don't think just because this cave is dark that I can't guess who you are. Is it you? Wang Posey. Without our Sanner, your whole family would still be waiting on the Kong for the soldiers to come. Why haven't they taken you all away? It's superfluous to tell you anything. If our Sanner is useless, your entire family is fit only to be fodder for pigs." Wang Posey retorted, "Why only our family? Old Ma, mind your tongue. I've said nothing disrespectful, so why drag my whole family into this? What else do you want to argue about? Speak ill of my son again, and I swear. I've done enough good deeds. You should leave." This cave was found by my son-in-law, and the news of our escape came from my son. Everyone intervened, urging them to stop arguing. Isn't it exhausting? We've been through enough. Let us all calm down. Look, you've woken the little ones. Wang Posey fell silent, contemplating. Given your family situation, you were just an ordinary peasant household in the village. Mine is different. We hardly exchange words. If it weren't for this escape, who would associate with you? If your family had produced a scholar, no one would bother with you. Yet, she hadn't meant to speak so harshly. What had she said wrong? On the mountain, Song Laosan lingered behind while her sons forged ahead. He was no help in construction. All he could do was talk, and a scholar was of no practical use. Old Ma felt deeply unsettled, sensing an imbalance. She thought it was unnecessary for Sanner to inform everyone. Her family could have escaped alone, while others could fend for themselves. Now, no one had even offered her a proper thank you. If not for gratitude, they could at least refrain from gossiping behind her back. It was excessive. Looking at her mules being pushed aside by others' oxen, it felt redundant. Observing the children sleeping against the cave wall, she thought if only fewer people had come, the cave would be more than sufficient, eliminating the need for tents. Now, they could all lie down and sleep. It was excessive. Better to avoid complications. If they could return to the village, those who had escaped would surely blame her Sanner. She knew their nature too well. It was excessive. Tian Shifa's mother advised Old Ma, "Better safe than sorry. We cannot be so unreasonable. Besides, acts of saving lives are all about good deeds. Don't think like that. In the past, when something happened in the village, who stood up for my family? It was just blind kindness. Look at the situation now. Don't dwell on the past. We've lived in this village for decades, seeing each other every day. You're stubborn. If your Fuxing hadn't organized things, you'd have to beat the drums to announce it. Your life has been marred by your sharp tongue." Meanwhile, amidst the quarrel, Song Fuling had already fallen asleep, drooling. She had thought she would struggle to sleep, but instead, on her left lay Qian Mishu, and on her right, her cousin Song Jinbao. Two little furnaces of warmth nestled against her. Ever since his sister promised him rice, Jinbao had become inseparably attached to Song Fuling. The three of them, cocooned in a moisture-proof mat covered with a blanket, were sleeping soundly. Immersed in dreams, Song Fuling remained blissfully unaware that her parents had been tirelessly constructing a house for her in the tree, without so much as a moment's rest for over 3 hours. Her mother's fingernails had split under the strain. Song Fuxing carried the tree trunk, while Qian Ping transported branches and leaves. The couple huddled close to Tian Shifa, diligently learning how to bind the wood with vines. There was no alternative. The hemp rope was limited. "Hey, take it easy," Song Fuxing called out as he slipped and slid down the tree. After spitting into his palm, he climbed back up determinedly. Qian Ping looked up and spoke to him. "If climbing the tree is so arduous for you, are you certain our Fuling can manage it? Isn't it too high?" With sweat trickling down his face, Song Fuxing perched on a branch and replied, "I believe she can do it." He gazed into the distance, where the lush mountains sprawled before him, inhaling the fragrant scent of fresh grass. Suddenly, he chuckled. "Ah, my dear, if we change our perspective, it's quite delightful, I assent to it. We're not merely buying a house for our daughter. We're constructing a wooden abode for her in the trees. Every blade of grass and timber crafted by our hands. Isn't that rather charming? Qian Ping smiled faintly. If we could return, it would indeed be wonderful to do this occasionally. But if we cannot go back, Sai, let us not dwell on that. Let us get to work. With renewed vigor, Song Fuxing encouraged, yes, let us work. For now, let us focus on surprising our daughter when she awakens. The couple busied themselves, racing against time. During this flurry, Tian Shifa came to assist, along with Gao Taitu, the second son of the Gao family. Upon hearing that Taohua might also benefit from Fuling's fortune, Gao Taitu worked with even greater zeal. By the creek, Qian Ping stood on a stone, disregarding whether anyone was watching, rolling up her pant legs to wash her feet. Legs, face, and arms. Song Fuxing stood beside her, bare-chested and pouring water over himself, wishing he could douse himself in a bucket of cold water. As they listened to the babbling brook, Song Fuxing lamented, "My dear, I truly crave a chilled beer right now. I'm hot and exhausted. Go inside and fetch one. I'll cover for you. We have some in the fridge, and there are 2 boxes on the north balcony too. I bought plenty since the new year is approaching. Thinking to entertain guests. Drink up. It'll be enough for you. Do you want anything else?" "I don't want anything." Song Fuxing glanced around and suddenly seized Qian Ping, planting a kiss on her cheek. He felt touched. It wasn't that she didn't want any treats, but rather that she was reluctant to indulge while allowing him to enjoy his beer. He stealthily retrieved a can of ice-cold beer, treating it like a rare treasure, and held it near their ears. "Listen, I've opened it. Can you hear the fizz? Don't you miss it?" With a pop, the can opened, and Qian Ping, with an expression of reluctance, urged, "Hurry, it's foaming. It would be a shame to waste it. Quickly, take a sip." Song Fuxing had finished the last drop and handed a can of beer to Qian Ping, urging her to drink. In contemporary times, Qian Ping had developed a profound aversion to alcohol, abstaining for an entire year without so much as a sip. Yet in this moment she cradled Song Fuxing's hand and, with the beer he offered, gulped down several hearty swigs. After a satisfying belch, she remarked, "The carbonation is delightful. It would be even better if it were chilled cola." Song Fuxing chuckled foolishly. "I have some at home, but I thought to save it for my daughter, so I didn't bring it. Let us just make do with the beer." He diluted the remaining traces of alcohol with a splash of water and tilted his head back to finish it off. Not a drop of the precious liquid was to be wasted, nor would he discard the empty can. Qian Ping placed a few stones into the empty can, securing it with a string. Shaking the can as if presenting a treasure, she exclaimed, "Look, Father, when the time comes, we can tie it up. And if our daughter wants something while up in a tree, she can just shake it, and it will jingle, no need to shout." Chapter 41. Continuously unlocking new skills awakening from a deep slumber, Grandma Ma felt a warmth in her heart, wishing fervently that if only Song Fuling were a boy, she would be cherished beyond measure. Her little granddaughter indeed possessed an endearing charm. Just observe the difference. When Dia and Aya caught sight of her, they fled like mice evading a cat, not even daring to glance her way as they scurried past. Jean Bao awoke, exclaiming, "Grandma, I am hungry." As for the granddaughter Taohua, she was of no help at all. Before drifting off to sleep, she had tugged at her dear grandmother's sleeve, requesting the elderly matriarch to arrange bedding and quilts. To her, her grandmother was merely an afterthought, insignificant in crucial moments. In times of need, it was always the little granddaughter who mattered. Upon seeing Grandma Ma, Song Fuling's first words were, "Grandma, you haven't taken a nap, have you? My mat is still unrolled. You should rest for a bit. You can't keep going like this." Though Grandma Ma felt a surge of warmth inside, she retorted, "Do not pull me. I have a mountain of tasks ahead. If the meat isn't dried quickly, it will spoil. Rest. Off you go." In a tree above, Song Fuxing waved at Song Fuling. "My daughter, are you awake?" Below, Qian Ping, who was busy handing things up, chimed in, "First wash your face. Then come see what your father and I have accomplished." "Wash my face?" Song Fuling exclaimed in astonishment as she hurried over. She glanced at the house, then at Song Fuxing, who had turned a reddish black from just a few hours of sun exposure, and finally met the gaze of Qian Ping, whose face was smeared with black mud, yet wore a smile. Suddenly, Song Fuling wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, only to find tears streaming down. an overwhelming tide of emotions flooding her heart. They had traversed such hardships, yet her parents were doing everything possible to protect her. Choking back tears, she called out, "Dad, Mom, oh dear, why are you crying?" Song Fuxing exclaimed from the tree, alarmed. With tears in her eyes, Song Fuling looked up and replied, "I'm all right, just feeling really touched." And then she broke into laughter. Hee hee ha. Qian Pei sighed in relief and gently patted Song Fuling's back. "You child, if one didn't know better, they might think you were simple-minded," laughing and crying in turns. Seated in the tree, Song Fuxing joined in her laughter, feeling that the toil was worthwhile. Just then, Qian Mixiao came running over, and Song Fuling lifted him up, encouraging him to climb the tree, causing the three of them to erupt in laughter at his clumsiness. Passers-by chuckled, shaking their heads but continuing with their work. Though there would always be those who felt out of place, believing that laughter at such times was a burden, it must be acknowledged that laughter seemed to be contagious, allowing everyone to feel that with perseverance, hope would surely emerge. Before Song Fuling stood the children from 7 households, and she commanded, "Stand at attention, stand straight." She resolved to make good use of their energy, rallying these little troublemakers, along with her less capable older sisters, to embark on a significant endeavor. "You right there? You will be the leader. Form a team responsible for collecting stones like these, both large and small." With that, Song Fuling raised a sample stone in her hand, signaling everyone to search for similar ones. "The second team, have you spotted that small stream? Roll up your trousers and wade into the water to gather sand. All the fine sand you collect must be stored here. Jia, you are responsible for ensuring their safety. Make sure they don't fall. As for the third team, Jia and Song Jinbao, you will lead everyone in digging pits. Use sturdy stones or wooden sticks as tools to excavate the area I have sketched out. The pit should be square and evenly dug. Avoid uneven depths." In the end, Song Fuling clapped her hands, raised a dime and a black hair tie, and enticed everyone, saying, "You boys must want this precious dime, right? And the girls, you desire this hair tie, don't you? Well, you must complete the task within an hour. If you fail, no one gets anything. If you succeed, I shall reward you all. To avoid lagging behind, you must exert yourselves and supervise one another." Song Fuling assumed the children might not understand, and was about to repeat her instructions, but to her surprise, as soon as she called for dismissal, the little ones eagerly set to work. Children in ancient times were indeed far easier to motivate than those of the modern era. Song Fuling found Zhang, who had injured his arm and could not perform heavy labor, and tugged at Tao Hua Jie to seek out Gao Tai Tu. She needed no elaborate explanations for Zhang and Gao Tai Tu. Just as she was about to elucidate further to Gao Tai Tu Ge cast a glance at Tao Hua Jie, blushing, and continuously waved his hands at Song Fuling, saying, "No need, just tell us what to do." Song Fuling then summoned 2 cousins from her uncle's side and convened a meeting for the 4 young men. "You will cut bamboo, and once finished, split it vertically down the middle. I require these pieces to form a pipeline, binding them together with rope to channel water directly from the stream. Assess how much you need to cut for this distance. Additionally, I need bamboo that is more than 1 meter high and uniform on one side, also split, measuring 1 meter long and 1 meter wide, to create a reservoir." Song Fuling and her cousin Tao Hua formed a duo, the 2 girls awkwardly chopping bamboo, switching hands frequently as their hands grew sore. The young men, however, were swift, wielding their axes with fervor, while those without axes used sharp, sturdy stones. With just a few strokes, they could fell a piece. Song Zhang, with a pipe hanging from his mouth, hesitated to light it, merely savoring the taste. While seated beside Song Fusheng, inquired, "What are the children all busy with?" Song Fusheng glanced back momentarily. "Nothing much, as long as they don't stray too far." He then returned to his task. Song Zhang observed, "And what are you up to?" Song Fusheng chuckled, revealing he had unlocked a new skill. He had found a thicker branch, measuring over 1 meter, nearly 2 meters long, and split the end of the branch. He attached a peeling knife or a boning knife at the tip and secured it tightly with rope. He was mindful that if his daughter were to sleep in a tree, in the event of an emergency, such as an intruder or a wild animal daring to approach, she need not panic about descending. With this long stick, she could defend herself effectively. Setting aside his pipe, Song Li Zhang squinted and picked up the boning knife. Ah, this tool is remarkable. What is it made of? A blacksmith could not produce such quality. It must be quite valuable indeed. Song Fusheng thought to himself. The old man certainly has an eye for quality. Do not expect anything from your local blacksmith. This is imported from Germany. A complete set, even including a sharpening rod. In all of ancient times, this is truly unique to our household. Wherever one may be, I confess my ignorance. It is a legacy passed down from my father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Song Lijiang remarked that it was indeed old Master Qian who had bestowed it. Shaking his head in wonder, that esteemed old Master Qian is a man of great experience, having traversed the breadth of the land. Were it not for the turbulence of these times, this young Song would surely enjoy a prosperous life. Whether he pursues scholarly accolades is another matter. Simply having a commendable father-in-law is sufficient for this lad to relish in fortune. The long knife crafted for Song Fusheng drew a crowd. For many had never before laid eyes upon a blade made of stainless steel. Such material was a rarity in this region, indeed a revelation. The blade gleamed brilliantly. Inspired by this, others began to contemplate similar creations. No knife? Then we shall seek out hard stones. As long as we wield a sturdy stick, anything solid atop it that can inflict harm upon the opponent will suffice. Chapter 42. The wisdom of ancients. Song Fusheng, when praised by others for his remarkable knife, humbly accepted the compliments regarding his sharp intellect. Despite the subtle encouragements from Song Lirong to take the lead, he preferred to remain in the shadows. To him, these ancient individuals were astoundingly capable, possessing exceptional life skills. In just half a day, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. His personal standard was modest, to ensure the safety of his family of 3 and not hinder the larger group. Leading? That was a mere jest. Leadership entailed undue worry and often yielded ungratifying results. While Song Fusheng maintained a low profile, old Lady Ma exhibited immense pride, her expressions revealing her delight as she held her head high among the other matriarchs. She felt a sense of vindication. My son-in-law is an educated man, a treasure indeed, with a sharp mind. Despite the loss of my son-in-law's father, we still benefit from his legacy. Have you ever seen a mask? Have you encountered this knife? There are countless treasures to behold. Shortly thereafter, Tian Shifa also elevated old Lady Ma's stature in the eyes of others. He rallied the group, declaring, "The dwelling is nearly complete. I need a few of you to accompany me. I will set some traps to see if we can catch any live game. Let us create additional snares and encircle them with pointed branches, forming a barrier. Generally, large animals, undisturbed, will navigate towards sheltered areas rather than approach us." At his command, a throng of over a dozen people surged forward. Old Lady Ma thought to herself, "Look at that. Previously, you all looked down upon my son-in-law, disparaging him for his humble origins as a hunter on a mountain, claiming he lived day by day with little foresight, always at risk of encountering wolves. If it weren't for my son-in-law, you would be in a bind. It is you who should be wary of wolves, lest they carry you off." What astonished old Lady Ma the most was her granddaughter, Song Fuling. Unlike her grandfather, Song Fuling was anything but inconspicuous. Her small teams were equally vibrant. The children, in groups of 3 or 5, scampered about, chattering excitedly as they completed their tasks. Their faces and clothes were soon covered in dirt as they reported back. Women inquired, "What are you all doing?" Song Fuling, too busy to respond, directed her brothers to quickly surround a 1-meter square pit they had dug with split bamboo, instructing them to insert the bamboo deeply and ensure it was tightly packed, leaving only a small gap for her slender bamboo to fit through. Once completed, they bound it securely with vines. With the foundational framework established, Song Fuling began placing large stones they had collected into the pit. Taowa, noticing her efforts, joined in to assist. Together, they created a solid base with large stones before adding smaller ones. Song Fuling's older cousin poured a basket of small stones into the pit. She meticulously leveled this layer. Next came the sand, a coarse variety packed firmly. After that, she instructed her second brother and eldest brother to coat the surrounding bamboo, akin to plastering a wall, to prevent water from seeping through the gaps. Daya and Arya, you two go help them mix the mud. Just gather some soil and clay. Song Fuling commanded before dashing off in search of suitably sized stones. She needed to find several stones that could perfectly seal the exposed pipe. Just as she located the stones, a group of children in the distance called out to her, "Sister Fatty, what are we doing next?" Song Fuling quickened her pace and rushed over, first sealing the pipe with the stones, then commanding, "Now, all the fine sand you have collected from the stream, pour it in to level it out. Once you're done, wait for me." Old Mrs. Ma watched her granddaughter, who swiftly hoisted half a bag of charcoal and dashed away. "Stop right there, Fatty," old Mrs. Ma exclaimed, her anxiety rising. While playing with mud, bamboo, and stones went unnoticed, harming the charcoal was absolutely unacceptable. It was autumn, and as the days grew colder, no one could predict what lay ahead. Half a bag of charcoal was barely sufficient. Before her grandmother could catch up, Song Fuling hastily poured the charcoal into the pipe. She signaled to Sister Taohua, who, looking panicked, dumped the fine sand she was holding into the mix. Beneath the charcoal lay a mixture of mud and water, topped with a layer of damp, fine sand. How could that possibly work? How would they even burn it? Old Mrs. Ma's face flushed with anger as she raised her hands to strike Song Fuling and Taohua. Just then, Song Fushing arrived promptly, catching old Mrs. Ma just as she leaned over to grab the charcoal, nearly losing her balance. He quickly pulled her back, preventing her from unleashing a torrent of curses and threats against her granddaughter. "Mother, listen to me," he urged. "You may not understand, but my daughter is trying to filter the water for everyone's sake. There is plenty of water in that stream." As Song Fuling rubbed her sore arm, she chimed in, "Grandma, that water is undrinkable. Can't you see it's yellow? It can't be used for cooking directly. I've observed it carefully. It's surface water, not groundwater. The water from the mountains comes in various forms. Not all can be boiled and consumed. It may contain numerous microorganisms and parasites. We have no idea where it flows from. Animals might have urinated or even died in it. Just think about that water. Would you dare to drink it if animals died in it? It's terrifying. What if one of the children with a weak stomach contracts dysentery or has a stomachache? We don't even have a doctor here. It could be fatal." After her impassioned plea, everyone fell silent. Initially dismissive, their expressions changed upon realizing the potential danger of drinking that water. Those who had previously consumed the raw water instinctively touched their stomachs. Old Mrs. Ma shot her a look of disbelief, retorting, "With all that mud, stones, and sand, I think drinking that green water will give you diarrhea." Other elderly women and mothers echoed her sentiment. "Exactly." Song Fuling rolled her eyes, choosing not to waste further words. She directed the timid boys to quickly retrieve the bamboo pipe they had made earlier from the stream. She rushed over to supervise the scene. With her absence, her father would have to smooth things over. Song Fushing encouraged, "Mother, she is indeed filtering the water. I read about it in a book." Upon hearing it read aloud to my daughter, I was taken aback by how quickly she absorbed it, applying it in her own context. "Just look at how astute your granddaughter is." Qian Peiying curiously inquired of several women, "Did you used to drink water straight from the mountain? Did you really cook with that murky, yellowish water?" "I only trust the water I boil at home." The women, animatedly sharing their experiences, replied, "We usually drink well water at home. This is the first time we've heard there are so many considerations when it comes to drinking water from the mountains. They say it's spring water, quite sweet, though it may not appear very clean, but you can always scoop from the surface. Furthermore, the villagers possess their own practical wisdom. To determine the potability of a water source, they would spit into it. If the saliva disperses immediately, the water is deemed drinkable. If not, it is best avoided." Qian Peiying exchanged astonished glances with Song Fushing. Perhaps her expression was too incredulous. For one woman assumed she doubted their words. "Do not disbelieve. You can ask your brother-in-law when he returns. He hunts in the mountains, and even the shepherds up there confirm this." Upon hearing all this, Song Fushing felt a sense of relief regarding the half bag of charcoal. Even if his family only drank filtered water, they had not spared all their charcoal for others. Yet, everyone was fetching water daily, multiple times a day. If anyone were to catch someone spitting into the creek, heaven help him, no amount of filtration would prevent him from feeling utterly revolted. Chapter 43. A tapestry of knowledge, a water conduit fashioned from bamboo, was affixed, section by section, extending from the brook to a point not far from the cave's entrance. The children cheered, chanting, "Sister Fatty, Sister Fatty." The uncles and aunts constructing the shelter paused their tasks to observe. The aunts, who were busy preparing meals, gradually gathered around. Someone inquired, "Did the children create all this in such a short span of time?" Another remarked, "With all this mud and dirt, it seems dirtier than fetching water directly from a brook." Song Fulling's elder brother poured a bucket of yellowish brook water into the bamboo-encircled filtration barrel. The murky water seeped through the fine sand, charcoal, and stones, gradually filtering out. The crowd murmured in excitement. "Look!" In the initial seconds, the outlet still expelled dirty water. Yet, it persevered, and before the onlookers could lose hope, the flow transformed into a clear stream, growing increasingly pristine. Look at this water!" exclaimed Wang Posey in astonishment. "It's flowing out, resembling our village well water. This is truly remarkable." A few men gathered closer, cupping their hands to catch the clear liquid. Another asked, "If we continue to pour our fetch water here, will it always yield this clean water?" Song Lijing stroked his beard and smiled, a rare expression of joy since their escape. He addressed the crowd, "Listen to me, everyone. As we move forward, we find ourselves without village or inn, and no shelter in sight. If it rains, we may have to seek refuge here for a few days. Now that the girl from Fuxing's family has resolved our water issue, we can drink without fear of illness, a significant relief indeed." The children were exuberantly animated, aware that the stones, sand, and even the digging were their contributions. They eagerly recounted their recent tasks to the adults. Old Lady Tian gently tapped Ma Laotai's arm, saying, "Sister, your Fatty takes after her father, clever and kind-hearted. Please do not scold her. She acted for the benefit of all." Ma Laotai replied, "Who told her to be so clever? Such blind kindness." "Oh, my heart aches," eliciting laughter from the group. Her charcoal was indeed a source of amusement. Qian Ping affectionately ruffled her daughter's tousled hair, her eyes gleaming with joy. It seemed that her daughter's previous escapades had not been in vain. Song Fulling approached her father, listening as he boasted to the others, "This is nothing. Long ago, I recited to my daughter. I never anticipated she'd remember. Indeed, she is wise. The book's teachings are infallible. Fear not, aunt. This time, when boiled, it is safe to drink. No worms will trouble our bellies. Though we are merely resting here temporarily, what good is it to be without water? We must prepare meals. Everyone must have water to drink. It's merely half a bag of charcoal, after all. For the sake of everyone, it is a small price to pay." Listen to how beautifully Song Fuxing speaks in front of others. Behind the scenes, she whispered, "Father, do you feel pain?" Indeed, Song Fuxing, true to his mother's lineage, acknowledged without hesitation, "You should have consulted with me beforehand. I would have ensured an adequate supply for you. Do not fret, for I may be able to produce charcoal. Let's give it a try." With this, Song Fulling tugged Song Fuxing to a spacious clearing. "Look, this is where we previously cut the bamboo. We can make charcoal here, as the area is ample." Song Fuxing replied, "Wait a moment. When did you acquire the ability to make charcoal?" "Your father. Do not even know how to do that." "You, a city child born in the late 90s. Are you not jesting?" Song Fulling explained, "When I ventured out with some friends, one of them was particularly fond of wilderness survival. He once boasted about the entire process of making charcoal in the wild. Allegedly, he succeeded, but he did not take the charcoal with him and was apprehended by the authorities." Song Fuxing was astonished. He was aware that his daughter's friends varied widely in character, but he never imagined one would dare to set fire to make charcoal. In their civilized society, it would indeed be peculiar not to be caught. Is what he said credible? Did he truly succeed, or is he merely bragging? Regardless, there is no one here to apprehend us, nor will anyone accuse us of harming the environment. We shall find out if this endeavor is feasible, Song Fulling urged. "Shall we try?" "Yes, let us attempt it." Song Fuxing thought to himself, "A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Idleness breeds idleness. If they could indeed succeed in making charcoal, it would be advantageous to produce more for future use. Who knows what circumstances may arise later? The nights grow increasingly cold, and having ample supplies would be beneficial." Song Fulling waved to several sturdy individuals and called out, "Michaud, Michaud." Before she received a response from Qian Michaud, a group of small children encircling a water bucket chimed in, "Sister Pena, what is it?" "We have come to assist you." Just tell us how we can help." A gaggle of little ones rushed over. Song Fuxing chuckled, realizing his daughter was becoming quite the leader among children. In a previous life, she was a university counselor, but after a short stint, she had come here to teach preschool. Song Fuling instructed the children to gather dry, dense wood. Chimmy Shou, with wide, bewildered eyes, asked, "What do you mean by dense? Your vocabulary is quite extensive, sister." "This type here," she replied, "pick up the dry twigs from the ground, both large and small. You should also gather some dry leaves to use as kindling." Once she had organized the children, she began to work with her father on the clay, chatting as they toiled. "Once they have collected enough wood, I will arrange the pieces in a conical shape, with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 75 centimeters. We must not be greedy at once. If it is too tall, it will produce excessive smoke and ignite. Father, you will be responsible for coating the outside of the woodpile with this clay, forming a kiln wall approximately the width of your palm. Do not forget to leave an opening at the top and excavate 8 air holes around the base." Song Fuxing readily agreed. "All right." The duo meticulously stacked the wood and worked the clay in an orderly manner. Qian Ping approached, calling them for dinner. The two seemed oblivious to her call. When she repeated her request, Song Fuxing finally responded, "What good food could there be in this state? Is this even worthy of being called a meal? Just bring me a couple of ears of corn." This fellow, calling out with such enthusiasm, could easily lead one to believe there was a lavish feast awaiting them. Qian Ping approached and said, "This time you truly guessed correctly. We have indeed gathered 4 dishes." Song Fuling looked at her mother with a hint of confusion. Qian Ping began to count on her fingers. Tian Shifa just brought back 3 wild rabbits. Our family received the larger portion, but the rabbits met a rather grim fate, so mother instructed us to prepare them immediately. Our Fuling has ensured that everyone is enjoying clean water. One must admit that the community has shown considerable warmth. Sister Gua from the old Gua family prepared radish strips, stir-fried leeks, and wild greens, serving them in 2 large platters. The eldest daughter-in-law, the butcher, also delivered a piece of pork, suggesting we cured ourselves, claiming she had run out of salt. The village head's family steamed extra provisions, specifically preparing 10 more for us. There was another family, whose name escapes me, that made a pot of cornmeal porridge, generously cooking an entire batch to share with us. In any case, only the Wang family did not contribute. The rest offered what they could spare, and it seems your mother has never experienced such kindness before. After receiving these gifts, she no longer scolded our Fuling for the charcoal incident. Chapter 44. The cautious use of modern things in the village. Wang Posey's family was considered affluent. Before her husband passed away, he was a peddler and possessed remarkable skills in basket weaving. After his demise, their eldest son took over the family business, traversing the village to collect eggs and agricultural products to sell in town, thereby expanding their livelihood, while the second and youngest sons managed the household tasks. Consequently, Wang Posey's eldest son possessed a broader outlook than most villagers. Upon returning from a day of work with Tian Shifa, he inquired, "Mother, everyone has sent a little food and drink to Sister Song's family as a gesture. Why have we not contributed anything? With only 7 households atop this mountain, we ought to band together. Your actions make us appear rather shameful." Wang Posey merely pursed her lips in silence. Had she not been scolded by Ma Posey for this very reason? Moreover, it was not that she was unwilling to give. There was a half bag of charcoal in the trough that belonged to them, and she needed water too. She simply wished to wait a while longer, though for what purpose she did not know. Now, with her eldest son's remarks, she rummaged through the bags before her, hesitating to part with this or that. After a moment's thought, she decided to fetch a scoop of pickled vegetables for Song Fuxing's family. Her eldest son urged, "Mother, why not include a few eggs as well?" "What? That is too much. Why should we waste such precious resources?" Casting a glance around, observing that every household was gathered around their respective fires for dinner, he whispered, "Mother, do not be deceived by our current situation. The Song family is not in the same league as us. They are recognized by the court, holding official documents. If we manage to evade conscription and return to the village, we may be fine. But if we cannot return and wish to enter other towns, we would face soldiers guarding the gates. They would not allow us to pass freely, and who knows what they would suspect us of. This is where Song Tongsheng's endorsement becomes crucial. Though the outside world may seem chaotic with his credentials, he can navigate any situation far better than we can. Wang Posey was taken aback, regretting her earlier quarrel with Ma Posey, especially since her word about Song Tongsheng had reached others. Yet, she reassured herself that she had not spoken too harshly. "Little sister, have you had your fill?" Wang Posey approached with a smile, carrying a bowl of pickled vegetables, and began to exchange New Year-esque greetings with the elderly Ma. "Your family is so loyal. Even before departing, you made it a point to inform everyone. Regardless of the outcome, if these young men manage to evade conscription, it would be akin to saving their lives, and we shall remember this kindness. Your son is indeed the brightest in the village. Even your granddaughter surpasses the girls from other families in cleverness. When the time comes for proposals, suitors will be lining up." Ma interrupted. "We don't even know how we will survive. Let us not speak of such frivolities. Let us focus on staying alive." Without further ado, Wang Posey produced 4 eggs from her pocket. Madame Ma immediately interjected, expressing that were it not for these chaotic times, her little granddaughter would soon be of marrying age in a couple of years. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? My son-in-law took your eldest to catch a rabbit. Didn't he? Did you not share?" Her complexion was radiant. Wang Pa thought to herself, "This woman truly believes in seeing before believing. She won't show her smile unless there's something to gain." With a forced smile, she continued, "You see, thanks to your family, from your 3rd child to your son-in-law, they are all virtuous individuals." At that moment, Tian Shifa and a dozen other men gathered around, all fixated on the charcoal clay bundle that Song Fuxing had crafted. Inside that bundle lay a conical stack of wood, waiting to be ignited. They circled the clay package, exchanging questions, yet with each inquiry, their confusion deepened, and their hopes dwindled. They harbored the belief that charcoal, being dark and valuable, was beyond the capabilities of ordinary folk to produce. Not to mention, they could hardly afford to burn it. Only the affluent families in the city could indulge in such luxuries. Song Fuxing lit some dry leaves with a lighter and inserted them into the opening at the top of the clay bundle. Upon raising his head, he was startled by the intensity of the gazes fixed upon his lighter. He explained, "This is a national product, a gift from my father-in-law. There are only a few." Eldest Lang remarked, "Third uncle, let me have a look." He took the lighter, and he and Second Lang leaned in closely, excitedly pressing the igniter, exclaiming, "How quick it is! Hey, you two can look, anyone can look, just don't ignite it for me. See that liquid inside? If it runs out, it will be useless." The group of men, now distracted from the clay bundle, became engrossed in the novelty of the lighter. Some, before handling this rare object, carefully rubbed their hands on their clothes, ensuring they were clean before delicately examining it. "What is this made of?" They pondered, as they were unfamiliar with plastic, which did not exist in their time. "Is that liquid really water?" Song Fuxing chuckled and shook his head. How could he explain that the liquid contained butane, liquefied petroleum gas? In their era, diesel and gasoline were the only fuels they knew. What was wrong with him making charcoal? He could even drive a car. His household boasted a large refrigerator, a flush toilet, and air conditioning, so many modern conveniences. In their time, they could eat whatever they desired. People had grown tired of meat and preferred takeout, with deliveries arriving within 30 minutes, courtesy of little motorcycles ringing doorbells, a notion that would astound these ancient individuals. He longed to boast about it, not as mere bragging, but as a statement of fact, yet feared that in this era, such truths would be met with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. While Song Fuxing was surrounded by onlookers due to his lighter, Qian Ping found herself similarly encircled by several women. This was prompted by Song Fuling, who pulled out a black plastic bag filled with water tied to a tree, and poked a small hole in the bottom so her mother could wash her hair after she had finished. "What shampoo did you use?" It was from many years ago. She couldn't remember if it was her father or mother who had purchased a package deal for a sauna. Typically, such packages included a complimentary towel and small square packets of shampoo and body wash upon entry. Even if it is given for free, it serves no purpose. I brought my own toiletries, so I casually tossed the small packets of shampoo into the bathroom drawer. This time, Song Fuling asked her father to find a small box in the storage space to hold some shampoo. After rummaging around, her father unearthed a packet of shampoo and body wash, suggesting that the convenience of the pouches made them suitable for carrying, so they would use this for now. The fragrance was utterly delightful. Despite being potentially expired after so many years, its allure was undeniable, especially considering it was from the renowned brand Pantene. A few women were captivated by the scent. Moreover, what was that dark, mysterious pouch? Regardless of the circumstances, in ancient times, plastic was non-existent, and all plastic items were viewed with curiosity. Qian Pei felt a bit shy under the scrutiny. Previously, she had insisted on not washing, claiming they were in the midst of a great escape, and there was no time for such trivialities. However, her daughter insisted, saying, "Mother, can you not smell the odor on yourself? You've been cooking fried dough sticks in the mule cart and sweating while setting up the tent. Now that we are not fleeing or traveling, if circumstances allow, let us wash up. I fear lice may take residence. The longer we can postpone their arrival, the better." Thus, persuaded by her child's reasoning, she found a corner to wash up. Wang Posey's young daughter-in-law approached Qian Pei, asking Sister San, "May I borrow this pouch shortly? I would like to wash as well." This young woman was quite attractive despite her age. A few others remarked on the favorable choice of location, suggesting that the maid should also come to wash her face and clean her neck and arms. Qian Pei agreed, but added, "Just make sure that whoever finishes using this pouch returns it to me. I still have use for it. And do not let it get torn." With a sigh, she turned to Song Fuling and lamented, "Who would have thought that in this ancient time, what we once used for trash has become a valuable item? If only I had known, I would have purchased more back then. It seems we must always keep a stockpile at home." Song Fuling looked up at the sky, wishing, "If only I could enter the storage space, and if the heavens would show a bit of kindness to a simpleton like me, allowing me to shop on Taobao." Chapter 45. The arrival of 7 households sitting on a wooden stump. Song Fushing glanced back and gestured to Song Fuling. "Why haven't you climbed the tree to sleep yet? Rest assured, we merely await the 8 holes beneath the clay mound to glow red. Then we shall cover them with mud and seal the top as well. I remember your instructions to wait until the clay is completely cool before opening the kiln, so go on and sleep. I will keep watch." Song Fuling, with her damp hair cascading down her shoulders, hurried over and circled the clay mound. Noticing the smoke billowing from the top, she understood it was the result of the rising air currents, expelling gases in the process of combustion. The flames within would also burn downwards against the direction of the airflow, consuming the oxygen and ensuring that the charcoal at the very top would not be reduced to ashes. Otherwise, if it turned to ash, what joy would there be in making charcoal? "I'm just here drying my hair. Father, you should wash up too. And don't forget to call for me Shou and Si Zhuang. I feel embarrassed asking Si Zhuang and the shopkeeper Nyo to bathe. You all should just clean yourselves up as best as you can. Father, look at what a state you're in." Though she did not have to say it, Song Fushing was well aware of his disheveled appearance. He pondered clumsily over the day's labor. Husked corn, erected tents, played with mud, and charred wood, wondering how one could emerge unscathed from such toil. Lowering his gaze to his attire, he raked through his hair, chuckling at himself, reflecting, "Indeed, my nails are short and battered, my fingers hardened from labor. After a day like this, my legs ache, my hands tingle, and my knees throb painfully. My teeth are stained yellow, my face covered in grime, and my hair resembles a haystack. My big toe is exposed, while my toenails are darkened. Well then, I suppose I shall wash up as well. I must tell you, my daughter, you can only sit here. It's dark now, and even 10 meters away is unsafe. If you need to use the restroom, call for your mother. Oh, but never mind her. She can only scream. Instead, call for your aunt to accompany you. First, let us shine the flashlight around. In this area, where there is fire and smoke, generally, wild beasts do not approach. However, the snakes. Oh, father, please stop rambling." Before long, Taoa arrived, followed by Dei and Arii. They had quickly cleaned themselves using the bath beans provided by Song Fuling. The bath beans, a relic of ancient hygiene, were generously shared along with some face oil that Song Fuling had brought from her home. In no time, the sisters had grown increasingly fond of Song Fuling, who had remained while Song Fushing departed. "Why aren't you all asleep yet? Dei, Arii, aren't you tired?" To Song Fuling, it was evident that Dei and Arii had faced considerable challenges. Though she too had been busy throughout the day, her tasks were self-imposed. while Dei and Arii were under the orders of Matriarch Ma, with scarcely a moment to rest. Matriarch Ma had instructed Dei, Arii, and several other girls from neighboring households to forage for wild vegetables and dry them. When foraging proved fruitless, they were tasked with gathering firewood and collecting dry leaves nearby. If it were to rain, leaving them without dry wood would be dire. Who could predict how long the rain might last? Thus, the more firewood they could gather, the better. Dei and Arii had only consumed 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge and a fist-sized piece of dry food after a long day of labor. The provisions were provided by Qian paying. Rabbit meat? What a fanciful thought! There was none. Each person merely picked at the remnants of the meat sauce previously gifted by the butcher. However, Song Fuling, Song Jinbao, and Qian Mishu were fortunate enough to partake in it, while the 2 older cousins went without. Nevertheless, Dia and Arya found contentment in what little they had. At that moment, Arya was whispering to Song Fuling, expressing a wish that her mother would be the one distributing the meals each time. Dia added, Pangya, if your charcoal could truly ignite, there would be no need for our mother to scold you. Her concern was no longer for the charcoal, but rather for the trouble caused to their 3rd uncle, who was being kept from his rest. Just as Song Fuling was about to offer a response, the sound of a bullock cart drew her attention, accompanied by the chatter of many voices at the cave entrance, suggesting the arrival of new families. The little girls stood up, peering out with curiosity. Who is it? Where will they stay? Indeed, the cave offered little space, and the newly erected tents barely accommodated everyone. The makeshift shelters were solely for the cattle and mules, and there was still no place to store firewood. Who could it be? The family of Song Fuxing's uncle had arrived, along with 6 other households from the village. In total, 7 families were added. They arrived just as night was falling, making it impossible to continue constructing shelters. Where would they stay? Chapter 46. Men can also be coddled. Song Fuxing, with his disheveled hair, climbed up the hillside and urged, You girls, hurry and hoist me show up the tree. She's waiting for you below. Dia and Arya asked in unison, 3rd uncle, Are we also climbing the tree? That was part of the plan. There wasn't supposed to be a spot for us. It was only the 3rd uncle's family who brought me show, and perhaps at most Tao Hua could join, but the 2 crooked trees couldn't accommodate anymore. Enough chatter. Just go, lest they start worrying about that place. Your 3rd aunt and I can manage. We'll sort it out ourselves. Adults can always find a way. Song Fuxing had intended to add a few more words of caution, such as forbidding anyone from descending or suggesting that they squeeze together. For the tents and the trees couldn't bear too much weight, or they might collapse. However, he noticed his daughters staring at him, as if they no longer recognized him, their eyes sparkling with barely contained laughter. He brushed his hair back with his hand and said, Am I not dashing? Your mother says I resemble Yanghua. Song Fuling burst into laughter at this. With such an eye-catching hairstyle, transitioning from a buzz cut to long hair, how could her father not take a look in the mirror? It was embarrassing to hear her mother praise him. Father, you don't look like Yanghua. You resemble a madman, like the infamous Deng Chunxiu. With that, Song Fuling pulled her sisters along, laughing as they ran away. From afar, they could still hear her chanting. The old immortal of the Starry Lodge, boundless in power, vast in magic, traversing the central plains. What a child! Song Fuxing chuckled, shaking his head. He tossed his damp hair again, muttering to himself, Is my long hair really that unappealing? I've seen historical dramas where men wear long hair, and it looks fine. That night, Song Fuling and her companions nestled into a relatively soft bed. Qian Ping had laid down 2 layers of mattresses, with Qian Michou nestled between the 4 girls, covered by 2 thick quilts. The sisters, concerned that Song Fuling might feel cold, insisted she and Qian Michou share 1 quilt while the 3 sisters huddled under another, all brought from their homes in the county, filled with 7 or 8 pounds of cotton, truly warm indeed. Song Fuxing had meticulously crafted a door curtain, woven from thick grass, which effectively kept out the mosquitoes. Their little tent had become a world of its own. As they drifted off to sleep, they were unaware that Tian Shifa had scattered some precious snake-repellent powder beneath the tree, fearing snakes might slither up. The powder was scarce, and one particular herb was hard to find. Previously, Tian Shifa had been reluctant to use it during his hunting trips, but now, it was all for the sake of the children. As the girls slept soundly, They remained oblivious to the fact that Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying had no place to rest. How could there be any space to rest? Setting aside the close ties of family, there were 7 households that had arrived, and within these families, from the elderly to infants, they could form 2 rows if they stood upright. Among the cradles were infants only a few months old, and those just over a year. The adults could manage. But who could bear to see such small children without a place to sleep? With the early morning chill and the significant temperature drop in October, the mountains were already quite cold. Although Song Fuxing and Qian Ping may not embody the spirit of selflessness, they willingly offered their sleeping spaces to the children for rest. Song Fuxing paid little heed to how the village head arranged for the newcomers and did not engage in conversation with his Uncle S family. Amidst the commotion, he glanced at his mother, Ma Lao Tai, ensuring she had a place to sleep. He took a quilt and the moisture-resistant mat his daughter had previously used, slinging them over his shoulder while pulling his wife's hand towards the mud hut. He instructed Qian Peiying to wait there, reassuring her that he would return shortly. In a short span, with his hair disheveled, Song Fuxing replaced the mule and dragged the family's flatbed cart back, drenched in sweat from exertion. The front of the cart lacked support, causing it to tilt awkwardly. Despite its angle, sleeping on it was preferable to lying directly on the grass, where the dew and lurking insects posed significant threats. "Come here, my dear wife. I'll hold you close while keeping an eye on the mud hut, fulfilling our daughter's task. Though I wonder if we can manage to make charcoal," he mused as he began to spread the quilt. Half of it was laid out while the other half snugly covered Qian Peiying. He wrapped himself in the moisture-resistant mat, draping the other half over her head to shield her from mosquitoes. With their heads nestled together, he whispered, "Sleep now. I'm here. If you feel cold, just snuggle into my embrace." Qian Peiying, concerned for her husband, urged him to cover himself too. "I'm burning up. You should cover up as well. You can't stretch your legs straight." "No worries. Just lie at an angle and bring your legs closer to me." Song Fuxing buried his face in her neck and playfully complained, "Wife, I feel utterly exhausted. My fingers ache, my bones throb, and my feet hurt." Qian Peiying gently patted his back. "What can we do? You must endure. Perseverance is victory. If it hurts, I can massage it for you. There is no need for that. I can't braid hair, so you must do it for me. Don't you have a memory of it?" I would to know how to style ancient hairstyles. Having a memory and knowing how to braid are 2 entirely different matters. I've tried, and my hands are as clumsy as a pig-s trotters. Our daughter even joked that I resembled Ding Chunxiu. You need to find me some hair ties. All right. Even my husband is starting to sport little braids now. While they shared tender moments, the entrance was bustling with chaos. The village head, Song Lerzheng, was furious, believing the 7 new families had no understanding of fatigue. After a day and night with little rest, they were expected to follow the arrangements made for them. Yet they were causing a ruckus. "Are you going to sleep or not? If you refuse to sleep, we at least need to catch a nap. After this exhausting day, you've arrived, and we don't even have room to turn over, forced to sleep on our sides just to make space for you. What more do you want? If you're not tired, stay outside to keep watch while we set up your tents, and take the wailing children elsewhere." Among the newcomers, Song Fuxing's aunt was lamenting loudly. She complained about the lack of space for her children to lie down and pulled Song Fuxing's elder brother, Song Futsai, aside, pleading for a place where their uncle could stretch his legs comfortably. In a short while, due to others occupying more space, her family found themselves with less room, and their ox cart was squeezed to the point where there was no place left for the oxen to graze. The loud commotion ensued. Eventually, as things settled down, they managed to bring tears to the eyes of both Song Fuxing's elder brothers, who then left in distress. They willingly offered their space to their uncle and several grandchildren of his. Song Fuxing's aunt, in turn, sent her unmarried daughter, Salon, to invite Tao Hua and her companions to join them. However, this notion was met with rejection from Tao Hua's mother, Song Fuling's own aunt, Song Yingfeng, who stated that the girls had already fallen asleep and that there was no room in the tree tent, forbidding any disturbance. Upon hearing this, the aunt began to weep once more, leading her daughter Salon to sit at the entrance of the cave, sobbing. She lamented their misfortunes, mourning the separation from her second son, Song Fushou, who had gone to his mother-in-law's home to fetch his bride, uncertain of his current circumstances. Throughout this ordeal, The temperamental old Madame Ma remained entirely uninvolved. To encapsulate the situation in a single phrase, you are not weary. The weary are too exhausted to argue. Aware of her irksome nature and unreasonable demeanor, they found no inclination to engage, too fatigued to argue, only desiring rest. Old Madame Ma did not intervene, while previously, the elderly Wang, among the 7 families, had also withdrawn, as had the eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher. What were they doing? Mourning at the cave entrance in the dead of night, oblivious to whether others were able to sleep. For the first time, it dawned on them that Song Fuxing's aunt was far inferior to old Madame Ma. Amidst the tumultuous night, as it grew late, those with places to rest found solace. While groups of 3 to 5, without accommodations, gathered around a fire, the men kept watch over the stalls, dozing intermittently. Others, such as Song Fuxing's 2 elder brothers and the 2 lads from the butcher's household, climbed the hillside to the spot where Song Fuxing was baking clay. Sitting on 2 large stones, listening to his snoring from the cart while keeping vigil over the clay. They were freezing, having given up their own sleeping places for others. Truly a noble act that was not easy. In the latter half of the night, whether it was 2 or 3 in the morning, a howl rang out, followed by a chorus of howls as if a pack of wolves had joined in unison, startling Song Fuxing from his slumber. He intended to rise swiftly, but the cart was tilted, and in a moment of distraction, he tumbled off. Opening his eyes to the surroundings, his heart raced in fear. To his bewilderment, several men were sitting there, staring at him intently. Had they arrived unnoticed? In a hushed tone, Song Fuxing murmured, "There are wolves howling." His elder brother responded, "Third, is it unusual for wolves to be on the mountain?" "It's a pack of wolves." "Indeed," his second brother remarked. "Wolves howl naturally. Let them howl. They are far from us. Are you frightened to the core? Listen, there are other wild beasts calling as well." Chapter 47. The Harvest in the Depths of His Heart. Song Fuxing pondered. Living in the primitive forest, on a mountain where wolves roam, only those who dwell there truly understand the fear it invokes. Yet, he maintained a brave facade, ensuring his wife was snug beneath her quilt and covering Qian Peiying's face with a moisture-proof mat to shield her from pesky mosquitoes. After all, the mat was lightweight. Using a quilt might suffocate her, and sleeping with a mask would be uncomfortable. He leaned closer to Qian Peiying, observing her intently, wondering what dreams occupied her mind. Perhaps she was frantically shopping during the double 11 or 6/18 sales. Alas, the bliss of life seemed a thing of the past. Throughout this scene, Song's elder brothers, wary of any misinterpretation, turned their faces away, hesitant to gaze at their younger brother and sister-in-law, muttering internally about their age and the situation, still so infatuated. Meanwhile, Gao Taitu, digging a pit, cast glances over, genuinely believing that if he were to marry Taohua, he would treat her in a similar manner, holding Song Fuxing in high regard. Strangely enough, although Gao Taitu had encountered Song Fuxing before, he had only perceived him as someone who pretended to be refined. This led him to feel no envy towards scholars, deeming their lives hypocritical and their speech pretentious. His father, Gao Tahud, shared a similar sentiment. However, after spending a day with Song Fuxing, Gao Taitu's perspective shifted. Throughout the day and night, Song Fuxing dedicated himself entirely to the well-being of his wife and daughter, refraining from unnecessary chatter or involvement in other matters. Whenever he encountered uncertainty, he sought the counsel of others, diligently constructing curtains and tents, wholly focused on ensuring his family was well-fed and comfortable. The rare smiles that graced his face were solely directed at his wife and chubby daughter. For reasons unknown, the 18-year-old Gao Taitu, although not wishing to be bound to a single girl for life, found himself envious of how Song Fuxing cherished his daughter and daughter-in-law as priceless treasures. Noticing Gao Taitu's lingering gaze, Song Fuxing pointed to the muddy pit with his chin and asked, "What are you digging for at this hour?" Gao Taitu scratched the back of his head, replying, "Isn't it for charcoal? I assumed that was how you did it. Have you even produced any yet? You're trying to copy me?" Song Fuxing chuckled, amused that while he had little faith in himself, others placed their trust in him. "Come on, elder brothers. Lend me a hand in opening the kiln. Let us not let Taitu's efforts go to waste." The once intact mud package was soon ravaged by the hands of several men, releasing a steamy warmth from within. Kneeling on the ground, Song Fuxing began to excavate, initially unearthing unburned wood. His brothers, Song Fucai and Song Fushi, murmured in disappointment. "It's over. It's not going to work." This disheartened Song Fuxing, after investing more than 6 hours, was frustrated by their defeatist talk. As he continued to dig, he eventually revealed the thoroughly burnt wood residue, and a sense of dread washed over him. Was there no hope? With a long stick in hand, he dug vigorously, his face covered in soot, feeling as though he had just washed his face and hair in ash. Suddenly, exclamations of joy erupted. "Ah, look! It's burnt! Behold, this is charcoal!" The men gathered around, lighting torches to illuminate the find, and upon breaking apart the dry, crackling pieces of charcoal, they discovered the shimmering, glossy remnants of their labor. A few individuals were filled with excitement as Brother Song, in a lively trot, descended the hillside with a torch to fetch a basket. The eldest Song brother rubbed his hands together in anticipation, saying, "Third brother, let us prepare another pot with this mud package. If we start now, we can have it ready by noon." The head of the high-speed rail crew, tirelessly digging in the pit, panted, "I knew Uncle Sen would succeed. I shouldn't have gone with Uncle Tion to build the fence last evening. I should have learned from Uncle Sen earlier. Now, we could be gathering charcoal at home too." He then directed his third brother to assist Song Fuxing in extracting the charcoal. As Song Fuxing wished to immerse himself in the mud package to collect it, not wanting to waste the effort of making a pot, which would take a considerable amount of time. "Uncle San, let my third brother climb in. You needn't go in yourself." "Yes, Uncle San, let me go in. I saw you bathing. It's just right since I haven't washed yet." At around 4 o'clock in the morning, the mountain was alive with the calls of birds, intermittently chirping. Qian Peng awoke, blinking at the sky, slightly disoriented. "Ah, right. I've traveled back to ancient times." Peering out, she was startled to see several men enthusiastically digging and crafting mud packages. Song Fuxing danced with joy, exclaiming to Qian Peng, "Look, it's really happening. I've gathered 2 baskets. This time, we need not fear the cold, for we will have warmth to roast by." Chapter 48. Eating is worse than being imprisoned. Qian Peng felt a sense of joy in her heart, surprised that her efforts had not been in vain. However, with so many people around, why hadn't anyone called out to her? She had been sleeping soundly, and it was quite embarrassing that no one could see her. "What is there to fear? What can you do?" Song Fuxing replied cheerfully, quietly inquiring, "How did you sleep?" Qian Peng sighed. "On the mountain, it's like trying to sleep on an unstable cart. How could I possibly rest well? I battled mosquitoes the entire night, and neither I nor the mosquitoes had it easy." "Old Song, you should wear a coat outside. Let me find one for you. It's chilly in the morning and evening. And look, your nose is running from the cold. Catching a cold is no joke. We have clothes at home." Song Fuxing quickly stopped Qian Peng, saying there was no need to fetch a coat, as it would be too much trouble to unpack his luggage. He wasn't cold, but rather hungry. He had been up since around 2 in the morning, busy with tasks, and his elder brothers were also feeling the pangs of hunger, urging him to prepare a meal. A bowl of hot soup would revive him. Qian Peng responded affirmatively, intending to gather the cotton quilt to take away. But Song Fuxing insisted she leave it there for their daughter when she woke up. With over 10 families present, it was easy for belongings to get mixed up, so they had placed their clothes and quilts on the trees and in the tents during the day. "Old Third, can you check if this is how it's done?" Song Fuxing quickly replied, "Oh, coming." He had become the charcoal-burning consultant. Song Lijing, coughing as he climbed the hillside, praised, "It seems that it is indeed the educated ones who are clever. I never expected you would manage to produce charcoal." Song Fuxing's uncle, Song Laoan, chimed in from behind. "Naturally, our family has always produced the most accomplished children in the village. No other family can compare." Song Fuxing thought to himself, "Isn't this undermining me? What will others think if they hear this?" Yet, he dared not speak against it, for he was still just a commoner, not truly educated, only able to recognize a few characters, with no profound knowledge. "Uncle, you say I lack scholarly knowledge? Years ago, you were the top student. Back then, when you celebrated your success, I felt such joy. Over the years, while others have gone to teach in the cities, only you have remained here. You are the smartest in my heart," he praised, recalling how his uncle used to boast about him. Changing the subject, Uncle Song sat on a stone, rubbing his injured leg, and remarked, "Now you're producing charcoal again. Why wouldn't others be able to? They're simply following your lead. But can they produce it as well as you? Child, your brothers have gone to build a shelter. Otherwise, there would be no place to sleep tonight. Please make a kiln for me as well. My leg and the children cannot stand the cold. You've taken the burden on yourself." After saying this, Uncle Song turned to Song Lijing, who was smoking a pipe, and said, "Our child is diligent and dutiful. Before my father passed, he advised me to support him, saying it would not be in vain. This child is bound to succeed." Finally, Song Fuxing understood. It turned out that they were not trying to undermine him, but rather to elevate him and gain some advantage. No longer adhering to the elder's authority, they began to play a game of persuasion, attempting to mend their relationship, even invoking his deceased grandfather. This old man certainly had a multitude of tricks up his sleeve. Song Fuxing remained unresponsive, neither affirming nor denying, seemingly oblivious as he crouched down to inspect the 8 ventilation holes beneath the mud pack, then bent over to instruct at the front of the high-speed train. His elder brother, Song Futsai, glanced at their uncle, who was awaiting a response from the third brother. Noticing the uncle sitting on a stone with a smile that was almost bursting at the seams, his eyes fixated on the third brother, Futsai felt a pang of embarrassment for the uncle, who appeared awkwardly out of place. The village head, nearby, puffed on his pipe, saying nothing, as he too felt the weight of the uncle's discomfort. Futsai sighed inwardly. The cow left by their grandfather had strained familial ties, turning what should have been close relationships into distant ones, with their mothers frequently arguing. The once close kinship had become strained, and the entire village seemed to revel in their misfortune. The 3 brothers did not wish for this estrangement. With their father gone, their uncle should have been their closest ally. Had things been different, they could have treated him like a father. Yet, they resigned themselves to the situation. In these turbulent times, living peacefully was a challenge for every household. Futsai, focusing on his work, spoke earnestly, "Uncle, you sit tight. What I've gathered from this mud pack should suffice for your family. Is that not so? There is no more than this." Yes, this will do," Uncle Song replied with surprise, thinking that merely receiving a basket would have been a boon. He cast a lingering glance at Futsai, recognizing his filial piety. Meanwhile, Futsai frequently glanced at his younger brother, wary of inciting Fuxing's temper, for he was known to have a fierce disposition. Their second brother, Song Fuxi, also watched discreetly, alternating his gaze between Futsai and Fuxing. Fuxing sensed their scrutiny. To him, the uncle's approval was inconsequential. However, the concern from his elder brothers weighed heavily, indicating their earnestness. "Elder brother, focus on your work. If it rains, we won't be able to produce anything. Everyone put in a little extra effort. Rest assured, third brother, if you need a nap, find a spot to do so. I will ensure everything is clear," Fuxi encouraged, urging Fuxing to check on the food and eat something warm, reminding him that as a scholar, he was not accustomed to hard labor. Song Zhang, the village head, nodded with a smile, feeling quite satisfied. He addressed his grandchildren. "Work diligently, gather plenty, and share with those families that come after." "Understood, grandfather," they replied in unison. Others chimed in, "We can contribute as well. Don't worry, Zhang. We won't let go to waste." The men worked harmoniously as they dug mud packs for charcoal on the left slope, while on the right, they busily constructed a shelter. However, the atmosphere was less than pleasant for the women at the cave entrance. "Who did this?" Zhang exclaimed in frustration. Earlier, she had sent her daughter-in-law to fetch water from a stream. After filling the bucket, she poured it into the filtration barrel crafted by Song Fueling, placing a basin beneath the outflow pipe before turning to prepare a fire for cooking. By the end of the day, this was the routine. Whoever needed water would fetch it. Upon returning, she discovered her basin had been kicked aside and the filtered water had been taken by someone else. The old woman banged her thigh and scolded, "Lazy cow, urinating everywhere, taking advantage of the water, you slothful creature, infested with maggots. Even a pig is more industrious than you." Her daughter-in-law inquired, "Mother, who are you scolding?" The old woman replied, "How should I know whom I am scolding? I can't see who did it." The daughter-in-law urged, "Then please stop scolding. Those who don't know might think you are criticizing me and my 2 sisters-in-law for being lazy. I'll fetch water again. You needn't exert yourself." Inside the cave, the eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher also quarreled with another family, whose daughter-in-law was named Lixiao. The butcher's eldest daughter-in-law said, "We kindly made room for you. Yet my younger brothers had to go up the slope and sit there for half the night just because your child was still being cradled. It's pitiful for your family. But could you be a bit more considerate? That is my child's mattress, and you took it without asking to wrap your baby in it. If you must wrap your child at the very least, do not allow my mattress to become soaked with urine, leaving my child to lie on a damp pad." Lixiao shook the mattress and retorted, "Just air out. Why shout? You're frightening my son." The butcher's eldest daughter-in-law was momentarily speechless. On the other hand, Ma Laotai and Qian Ping were relatively calm. Initially, the aunt had caused some trouble by sending her daughter Cuan to say, "Old aunt, elder sister, second sister, and third sister, my mother hasn't slept all night and seems to be ill with a headache. She said she won't cook. So could my father and brothers come over to eat together? We are all family." Ma Laotai tilted her head toward the direction of the aunt, mouth agape, preparing to channel her energy for a few rounds of scolding when Qian Ping quickly grasped her arm and cheerfully said to Cuan, "All right, it's just a meal. Where do you keep your grain? I'll go with you to fetch it, ensuring there's enough for everyone to eat heartily." Suilan fled, not daring to let Qian Ping touch her family's flour sack. Shortly after, the aunt emerged from the cave, deliberately choosing a spot farther from Ma Laotai to cook. Ma Laotai scoffed, crossing her arms with a smug expression, but as she turned her head, her demeanor changed. She seized Qian Ping's hand, declaring, "You needn't cook. Go rest." He Shi and Zhu Shi, who were preparing porridge, watched Qian Ping and Ma Laotai. Qian Ping pretended not to understand, saying, "Don't be like this. Lower your voice, lest others think you're being biased. The elder and second sisters are working while I rest. Who is being biased? I'm just asking you not to touch my sack of grain. The moment you start cooking, it'll be settled. Afterward, our family will starve, so step aside. I don't need your help." Ma Laotai incessantly picked at the flour stuck to Qian Ping's fingers, wasting nothing. The flour, mixed with water, naturally sticking to Qian Ping's hands. She stepped back, saying, "We can't survive just on hard, dark cornmeal. It's unpalatable." "What do you mean, unpalatable? It's a blessing to have porridge to eat 3 times a day," Ma Laotai retorted. "I specially got up early to prepare the pot. And the moment I took my eyes off you, you ended up ruining my flour." Qian Ping felt helpless. Every meal involved some quarrel, and this old woman stubbornly clung to her authority over the cooking, making it truly unbearable. The food, which could leave one ravenous before a meal, felt like nothing afterward, leaving the stomach empty and gnawing with hunger. Truly, what she was eating now was something even modern pigs would find unworthy. In such a noisy atmosphere, Song Fuling awoke, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Qian Mixiao sitting there with a pout. "What troubles you? Are you about to cry?" In her mind, Song Fuling thought that a child of 4 or 5 should drink milk in the morning, as portrayed on the show Where's Daddy, with the repetitive phrases of drink, drink. However, Mixiao had no milk to drink, and perhaps awakened in a foul mood, yearning to weep. Qian Mixiao pondered to herself, "Why would I cry? Who would listen to my tears? Crying only draws comfort from others, but who would indulge my sorrow? Sister, you are far too lazy, truly capable of sleeping in. Why don't you get up? Daya and Arya have already gone to gather firewood, and Tao Hua has prepared warm water for your face." Song Fuling was taken aback and propped herself up with her elbow. "I am lazy, and what of it? I haven tea caused your laziness, so why the sulking? I wish to hurry down, yet you rest your head upon my glutinous rice pillow. That worn-out object, treated as a treasure, is carried everywhere, heedless of the fact that it might cause a young child to hunch. Here, take it, it's all yours." The steamed cornbread, made from a mixture of wild greens that were not of the best quality, was chopped finely and blended into the cornmeal batter, devoid of any salt. Not to mention, Qian Mixiao, with her delicate teeth, struggled to gnaw at it, while Song Fuling pinched her nose in distaste, and even Song Fushing found it difficult to swallow. "Father," Song Fuling inquired, "among the 14 households, which one struggles the most? Let us take our cornbread and visit their home for a meal. If we witness their plight, perhaps we can manage to swallow ours." Song Fushing did not respond to which family faced the most hardship. Instead, he squatted there softly singing, "Cradling cornbread in my hands. With not a drop of oil in my meal, how painful is life in prison, each step a pang in my heart. Chapter 49. Comparatively insufficient above. Truly abundant below. For the first time, old Lady Ma felt disdain towards her third son. In the past, regardless of poor harvests, when her son's family returned home, she would ensure that meals were plentiful and well prepared. After all, even in times of hunger, tending to a modest plot of land provided her with a sense of security. Yet, the current circumstances were dire. As the saying goes, one should carry an umbrella in sunny weather and provisions in times of plenty. These are matters of prudence. The future remained uncertain, necessitating frugality and sustenance. With over 20 mouths to feed, she wished not to let any of them starve. However, what was this? A grown man behaving so childishly? Initially, he had insisted that 2 meals were insufficient, claiming that thin gruel left one unsatisfied, prompting her to prepare 3 meals instead. Then, he complained of fatigue from labor, demanding hearty provisions, which led her to make steamed cornbread. In truth, old Lady Ma had no desire to prepare such provisions. It was solely due to her son's insistence. Had it been anyone else, she would have scolded them soundly. There was no journey to make, no cart to pull. They were merely resting, and a little hunger wouldn't be fatal. Yet, he showed no gratitude, expressing dissatisfaction with the cornbread's hardness and lamenting the lack of richness in their diet. Old Lady Ma longed to retort to her eldest son, questioning whether there was any richness in her bony frame for him to chew on. "Come here, mother, let me talk to you. Do not speak to me. Go away." Song Fuxing stubbornly pulled old Lady Ma closer, forcefully stuffing a twist of fried dough into her mouth. Unable to spit it out, she begrudgingly chewed, only to feel more irritated. The oil and flour, knowing full well they were facing hardship, seemed a waste. She had lamented this predicament over 100 times, each time feeling a sharp pang in her chest. "Mother, eat. We cannot perish before we even escape. We have food and drink, let's all share. Do not hoard everything, be it pickled vegetables, meat sauce, or half a wild rabbit. Better to consume it than to let it go to waste. I told you to let Qian's family cook. Why did you not listen?" Song Fuxing continued, "Mother, rest assured, I will give everything to ensure you do not go hungry. As long as I have a morsel, so shall you. People need their oil and salt to survive." It was unclear whether old Lady Ma grasped his words. He repeated himself incessantly, even losing his temper at times. Yet ultimately, he remained at her beck and call. He understood that her worries for the future were too profound for mere words to assuage. The children each received half a twist of fried dough, distributed by Qian Paying. When it reached Song Futsai's eldest and second sons, they refused it, suggesting it be saved for the plump girl and the elderly. Qian Paying disagreed, asserting, "There's not much, merely half a piece. Take it. To me, Delang and Erlang are still children. They ought to have something to eat to nourish themselves." Delang handed his piece to his mother, saying, "Mother, you eat. You have been quiet these past few days." His mother wiped her tears, refusing the fried dough. Erlang broke off half of his piece and offered it to Song Futsai. "Father, you should have a taste." Song Futsai patted his younger son's back and glanced at his wife. Since the beginning of the run until now, for the first time, the attitude softened as he murmured, "Stop thinking about his maternal family. Just taste the fried dough twist, a delicacy rarely enjoyed throughout the year. Your tears won't change that. One should always harbor positive thoughts. Perhaps in a couple of days, we might return home and cease this running." The Song family was divided into 3 children, Dia, Arya, and Jinbao. Thus they received a portion and a half. Jinbao, accustomed to snatching fried dough twists from his 2 elder sisters, was momentarily halted by a cough from Song Fuling. The plump sister declared, "If you do not snatch, there will be rice to eat, steamed rice." Jinbao scratched his head, retracting his hand. One might wonder how a small child could endure the pain of relinquishing immediate gains. It was an instinctive trust in Song Fuling, a belief that was almost mystical. Meanwhile, Zhu Shi disregarded this entirely, seizing the fried dough twist from the hands of the 2 girls. Song Fuling could not cough to remind them. After all, she could not interfere while their mother bullied her own daughters. She seemed to sense that Song Fuling was observing his family and his sister-in-law. Qian Paying was also watching. He turned around, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment, and frowned at Zhu Shi, sister-in-law. Those are for Dia and Arya. Why did you take them? Quickly give them back to the girls. They are children, not yours to claim. Zhu muttered softly, I am not eating. I was just thinking of saving them for later. After her murmurs, she handed the fried dough twist back to Dia and Arya, casting a warning glance at her daughters, implying that they should reserve some for their brother, Jin Bao. In just a day and night, Song Fu Ling developed a low opinion of her second aunt-in-law, Zhu Shi, deeming her character questionable. How could a woman, who herself bore children, be so unkind as to neglect what she had borne? It is often said that in ancient times, daughters were like spilled water after marriage. Yet how is it that Aunt and Uncle Tian Shi Fa treat Tao Hua Jie so well? They too have a son, Huziga. One could observe that in their family of 5, including Granny Tian, they share half a fried dough twist among them, and the grandmother is not biased toward her grandson. Both grandchildren enjoy their food with smiles, savoring the sweetness of happiness. As Song Fu Ling silently criticized Zhu Shi's character and her treatment of her daughters, a commotion erupted not far away, where a daughter-in-law was behaving even worse than Zhu Shi. She struck her daughter with a firewood stick as if they were mortal enemies. Song Fu Ling's aunt, Song Yin Feng, explained, Sister-in-law, you may not know, but this Li Xiu, the child she is holding, is indeed her own, while the one she is beating is the daughter left behind by the previous woman. She is a stepmother. Qian Pei Ying inquired, Did the previous woman die? It does not sound like it from the commotion. Song Yin Feng shook her head, hesitating on how to respond, primarily concerned that her sister-in-law might overthink it. Ultimately, she spoke the truth. No, she did not die. She only gave birth to this one daughter. She was injured during childbirth and can no longer bear children. Hence, she was abandoned by her husband. She is from our neighboring village and has not remarried, living under the scrutiny of her brother and sister-in-law. Speaking of which, Zhao Fugui was typically a rather honest man. Before he divorced his first wife, they had lived fairly well together. But it was his mother who urged him to have a son and marry Li Xiu. Li Xiu had escaped from a calamity 2 years prior, running down from the mountains. She was quite charming, though her origins were unknown, claiming to have lost her family. Upon the demise of old Lady Zhao Fugui, who was known for his simplicity, found himself in a precarious position as Li Xiu, having given birth to a son, assumed complete control of the household. The daughter left behind was destined to suffer. Qian Ping, lacking awareness of her own circumstances, took a few steps forward and exclaimed, Oh dear, this cannot continue. The child will be beaten to a pulp. That girl appears to be no more than 8 or 9. She still harbored intentions of intervening. Yet, what she dismissed as 8 or 9 was, in reality, 12. Her name was Chunhua, and she was undernourished. Meanwhile, Song Fu Ling had already rushed ahead. Dia and Arya, astonished by the audacity of the plump girl who dared to push into the crowd, were fearful at the sight of the violence. Song Fu Ling, having wedged herself into the front row, comprehended why Li Xiu was ruthlessly beating Chunhua and why the onlookers ceased their attempts to intervene upon learning the reason. It was futile to reason with the situation, for Chunhua was indeed remarkably brave. While Li Xiu and her husband were busy gathering corn, Chunhua had taken the only half bag of fine white flour from their home and delivered it to her biological mother in a neighboring village. Fearing Li Xiu's wrath, Chunhua cleverly concealed some slaked lime, used by some rural households to keep pigsties dry, in a sack identical to that of the flour, and placed it on a cart. The color of the lime bore a striking resemblance to the finely milled flour. Allowing her stepmother to remain oblivious until just moments ago when she intended to prepare a noodle soup for her own son, Chunhua lay on the ground, blood streaming from her nose, her hair disheveled like a tangle of weeds, her frail arms resembling those of a refugee, and her hands scorched from the firewood. Zhao Fugui, her father, crouched nearby with his head cradled in his hands, indifferent to his wife's violence against their daughter, as if shielding himself from the harsh reality. When Li Xiu raised the firewood stick once more to strike Chunhua's back, a butcher, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward and exclaimed, If you kill her, will it yield any grain? How can you be so cruel? Li Xiu, incensed, retorted, You dare speak such nonsense. It's easy for you to say. Will you provide the grain? My son goes to your house to eat. My entire family relies on your charity, yet you meddle in my affairs." The elderly butcher, incensed, nearly fell backward. Song Lirong was brought over, slightly coughing, having just finished a meal and returned to the shelter. "What is happening? Are you all simply overindulging?" He commanded others to assist in turning Chunhua over, and upon seeing her battered state, Song Fuling knelt down to wipe her face with a towel, while Qian Ping inquired, "Child, are you all right? Can you speak?" Song Lirong, infuriated, declared, "Zhao Fuge, if you do not rein in your wife, you may as well leave the mountain. We have no obligation to meddle in your domestic affairs, nor do we wish to be associated with you." Fu Sheng kindly warned everyone to escape, not to have you stir up trouble. We cannot be in the same company as such individuals. The elder son's wife of the butcher suggested, "Come, let us carry Chunhua on my hearth. I have rice soup, and we can wash her up and give her something to drink." "Oh, how pitiful!" Song Fuling reassured them that it was unnecessary, as her own hearth was nearby, and she had corn porridge left over from a fresh batch. Just then, old lady Ma, who had arrived late, overheard her granddaughter's word from the back of the crowd and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Song Fuling served a bowl of porridge to Chunhua, and despite the penetrating gaze of her mother, she also offered her a steamed bun. After a short while, Song Fuling noticed a half bag of quicklime beneath her tent, nestled against the roots of a tree. "Father, please go and inquire with Zhao Fugue if Chunhua has departed." Song Fuling urged her father, Song Fusheng, in a state of alarm. "Departed? Where could she possibly go?" He replied, "She has run away from home." Moments later, several individuals who had been burning charcoal on the hillside hurried down. Song Fusheng approached Zhao Fugue and inquired about his daughter. Zhao Fugue, appearing utterly defeated, cradled his head in his hands for a time before confessing that Li Xiu had refused to feed Chunhua if she remained there, suggesting that his daughter return to the village to find her mother instead. Song Fusheng, typically reluctant to take the lead in difficult situations, was incensed and kicked Zhao Fugue twice. "We've been shouting to hasten our work, warning of impending rain, and we seek shelter on the mountain to evade it. Look, the storm clouds are gathering. Can you truly be at ease knowing that a mere 10-year-old girl must traverse the village alone for an entire day and night? What kind of father are you?" Just as Song Fusheng finished his tirade, a piercing scream echoed from the hillside. It was not merely a cry, but a harrowing wail. The crowd's expressions shifted to one of alarm. "What has happened?" they asked. "Wang Posi's grandson has been bitten by a snake." In that moment, large raindrops began to plummet from the sky, as if the heavens had opened. The rain had come, sudden and fierce. Chapter 50. Take care of yourself first on the mountain. The path is treacherous, and it is easy to lose one's way and wander into the depths of the forest. There are snakes and wolves, and rain begins to fall. Zhao Fugue wipes the rain from his face, gazing upward in a daze, as if just coming to his senses. His daughter cannot descend the mountain alone. Even if Li Xiu intends to starve him of food, he must ensure his daughter returns safely. Zhao Fugue stamps his foot, vigorously slaps his legs, and with a deep sigh, rushes down the mountain through the rain in search of Chunhua. At this moment, no one is concerned about his whereabouts, nor do they care about Chunhua. Some women had even remarked earlier, during Chunhua's beating, that it was simply her fate. She was unfortunate, and if her father did not care, why should anyone else? They had witnessed too many suffering women in both their maternal and marital families, rendering them numb. Each hurried towards the locations where snakes had bitten, fearful that their own children might be the next victims, calling out for their little ones. "Go Sheng, Huanzi, Erwa, Swan Miaozi," Song Fusheng shouted. "Fuling? Fuling?" He rushed towards Song Fuling, grasping her arm and dragging her towards the tent. "Father, what about Chunhua?" "Chunhua, hurry up. Climb a tree to avoid the rain. You'll catch a cold." Song Fusheng urged Song Fuling up the tree, admonishing, "Did you hear? Some have been bitten by snakes. From now on, you are not to come down. I will look for your mother, from Misho. It wouldn't be Misho who got bitten, would it?" Just as he spoke, there appeared Qian Misho, burdened with a heavy bundle, running towards him with outstretched arms, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle, help me up the tree." He feared the glutinous rice brick might get ruined. Following closely behind was Qian Peiing. Song Fusheng caught Qian Misho in his arms and gave him a slap on the backside, chiding, Where have you been? Hey, why did you hit him? Quickly, help him up the tree. Qian Ping interjected, preventing further reprimand. Confused by the sudden slap, Qian Michaud said nothing, quickly peeking at his sister before slipping off his shoes and wiping the mud from his pants with small hands before crawling into the tent. Soon after, Qian Ping also climbed up the tree. Song Fuxing was the last to ascend. In just that brief moment, his clothes were soaked and his hair was wet. Upon entering the tent and wiping the rain from his face, he received a towel from his daughter, but before he could utter a word, Qian Michaud tugged at him, saying in a childlike voice, "Uncle, your slippers." Song Fuxing removed his straw sandals. "Uncle, your feet are muddy. Hurry and wipe them." "Uncle, you're too dirty. You should take off your clothes." Song Fuxing exchanged incredulous glances with Qian Michaud, thinking to himself, "After all the effort I put into setting up this tent, I can't even take a moment to escape the rain? What a child. Perhaps I should just send you outside." Seeing the displeasure on his uncle's face, Qian Michaud relented. He busied himself by pulling out the mat beneath Song Fuxing, rearranging the quilt around him and Song Fuling, and finally producing a clean cloth to hand to Song Fuxing, saying, "Uncle, use this to wipe. Don't use my sister's." In Qian Michaud's heart, the facial towel belonging to her elder sister was truly exquisite, unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was remarkably soft. It was a shame that such a fine item was wasted on her uncle, who had used it carelessly. Qian Ping initially intended to refrain from laughing. Given the dire circumstances, it seemed foolish to be laughing incessantly, akin to a simpleton. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress a chuckle. Upon hearing her laughter, Song Fuxing was simultaneously amused and exasperated. "All right, little adult, cease your fuss. Rest assured, I am not worthy of sitting on a mat. I shall simply sit upon a stool, ensuring I do not soil your belongings. Is that sufficient?" Alas! Chapter 51. The most feared creature of the air was imbued with the scent of damp earth as raindrops pelted the soil, mud, grass, and trees. A fierce wind whipped the large raindrops diagonally downwards, striking the ground and sending up clouds of mist, resembling the frothy crests of rolling waves. Outside, the world was cloaked in a shroud of darkness and fog. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was equally dim. The wind persistently lifted the door flap, allowing the rain to surge in, prompting Qian Ping to secure it with 2 ropes from within. Song Fuling, crouching, rose to inspect the tent's ceiling, concerned about potential leaks. Fortunately, her parents had ensured that the tent was layered and tightly constructed, with a substantial piece of oilcloth forming the innermost layer, providing more coverage than many makeshift shelters. With a sigh of relief, Song Fuling settled cross-legged, enveloped in a cotton quilt alongside her brother, their feet warmed by a heated water bag nestled beneath the covers, which they occasionally raised to their bellies for added warmth. Qian Ping possessed a similar water bag, yet her thoughts were occupied with placing it beneath Song Fuxing's feet. Could she not be concerned? Since ascending the mountain, Song Fuxing had removed his shoes, donning a pair of straw sandals woven by Granny Ma. These sandals were resilient, practical, and untroubled by mud, but sometimes he had to tread barefoot through the mire, creating mud packs, fording rivers, or fetching water. In Qian Ping's eyes, her old Song's feet had never been warm, fearing that he might succumb to illness from the chill. Song Fuxing, bare-chested and clad in short trousers, was also wrapped in a quilt. Indeed, Michaud had criticized his disheveled state, leading him to shed his clothing, especially since they were wet and uncomfortable to wear. He tightened the quilt around him, one hand holding a thermos lid filled with hot water, taking a sip before gesturing to Qian Ping, "Quick, warm yourself." "I'm not cold." He found no inconvenience in placing the water bag beneath his feet for warmth. Song Fuxing declined again, deeming it too much trouble. He slightly lifted the door flap to peer outside, his brow furrowed with worry as he sighed. Song Fuling inquired, "Father, are there still people outside? Are they all still there? Can you hear them speaking? Whose child was bitten by a snake? What's the situation now?" Song Fuxing adjusted the door flap. Wiping the raindrops from his hands onto the quilt before responding, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a group still up there, braving the rain to save the child. It seems foolish. Can there be hope after a snake bite? Let me tell you, when bitten by a snake, one must not move recklessly. Remaining still is crucial. They're likely binding the wound tightly with cloth or rope. Alas, they must secure it well to prevent the venom from spreading. Eventually, a knife must be employed to cut the wound and extract the black blood. Even seeing red blood does not ensure safety. One must understand the merciless nature of snakes. If the wound continues to darken, amputation may be the only recourse. I wonder if those people are aware of this. Mishu's eyes widened in shock. Using a knife? Extracting blood? Upon hearing the word amputation, Zhang fully gasped. Indeed, in ancient times, there were no hospitals or access to antivenom. Father, what if symptoms persist after amputation? Zhang Fuxing exchanged glances with his daughter. Then they must cut further up. Qianping rolled her eyes at Zhang Fuxing. The day was already overcast and outside. Rain and thunder clashed, while the wind howled like a malevolent spirit. It was a frightening scene, akin to slicing through a bloodied sausage. Qianping interjected, "Do not inquire about your father's fear of snakes. He is terrified. As you can see, he hasn't even offered to assist." Zhang Fuxing realized that Mishu, a mere child, upon hearing of his father's fear, immediately cast a look at him that mirrored the despair of an uncle facing a dire situation. He clicked his tongue in disapproval, pondering why he would discuss such matters with a child. Unperturbed by Zhang Fuxing's discomfort, Qianping continued, "Your father was quite the mischievous one in his youth. He used to climb mountains behind others and once witnessed an old man from the village bitten by a snake. Since that day, he has harbored a deep-seated fear of them." Zhang Fuxing, unaware of this tale, pressed further, "What happened to that old man, father?" Zhang Fuxing sighed. What could have happened? They prepared incense and paper offerings, played the swana, covered him with a white cloth, and the entire village gathered for the meal. Chapter 52. A Mother's Tender Heart. Mishu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it dead?" Zhang Fuxing nodded gravely. "It died shortly after biting, right before my eyes, utterly lifeless." Mishu replied, "Uncle, you must be cautious while walking from now on. You have always been fearful." "Indeed, you should also exercise caution," he advised. Qianping found herself at a loss for words, observing the peculiar exchange between the 30-something man and the 5-year-old boy. Turning to glance at her daughter, she felt a renewed sense of helplessness at the sight of her deep in thought. Having experienced various challenges in this ancient setting, Qianping finally understood why her daughter, surrounded by numerous fine young men since middle school, had yet to find a boyfriend even after entering the workforce. Her daughter had been raised by her maternal grandfather, sometimes exhibiting boyish tendencies. In the face of challenges, she rarely behaved like a proper young lady, displaying fearfulness or a need for assistance. Aside from her laziness and gluttony, she typically approached situations with a boy's mindset, preferring to devise her own solutions. With her capability to resolve matters independently, she inadvertently deprived others of the chance to lend a helping hand, which perhaps explained her lack of romantic prospects. Zhang Fuxing remarked, "Mishu, do you understand the phrase stirring the grass to frighten the snake? Remember, no matter what you do in the future, be it urinating, eating, or washing your face, always carry a stick to probe the grass first. Ensure it is safe before proceeding. This goes for you as well, parents." She continued, "I recall reading that snakes have poor eyesight, but their sense of smell is acute, and they detest pungent odors. Upon detecting such scents, they flee. Perhaps we should soak our pants and shoes in a bottle of vinegar, let them dry, and then wear them. It might alleviate our fears and even serve a psychological purpose, not to mention its antibacterial properties." Zhang Fuxing readily agreed. "Very well, let us utilize vinegar then. But we shall use your grandmother's. Ours is reserved for consumption, as hers is less palatable." After a moment's reflection, Zhang Fuxing felt compelled to impart his extensive knowledge about snakes. "Remember, in the event, should I say, in the unlikely event that you're bitten by a snake, it is said that those that bite and do not let go do not kill. Do not scream and panic, as this may frighten it into biting harder. The truly menacing snakes are those that bite once and then release, watching you intently. Do you know what they're waiting for? For you to collapse." Zhang Fuxing scratched her head in confusion. Qianping rolled her eyes. Mishu rubbed his arms and sighed. "Uncle is truly tiresome." The four of them, sheltered within the tent, discussed snakes, their expressions shifting with trepidation. They had not witnessed any firsthand, yet their imaginations had conjured enough fear to unsettle them. Outside, however, the situation was rather different. The villagers had immediately called for Tian Shifa, despite being relatively close to the mountains. The villagers were haunted by the memory of Tian Shifa's father being gruesomely torn apart by wolves nearly 2 decades prior, a tragedy so horrific that it was known throughout 10 miles and 8 villages. Since that incident, the villagers preferred to endure hunger rather than venture into the mountains for hunting, harboring a certain aversion towards the Tian family, as the wolves had originally descended from the mountains in a calculated act of vengeance. Quite frightening indeed. Fearing a close association with the Tian family, one could not help but contemplate the possibility of retaliation should they descend the mountain once more. It is a well-known truth that wild beasts often possess a memory that surpasses that of humans. Ultimately, Tian Shifa, undeterred by such concerns, frequently ascended the mountain in his adulthood, albeit less often than when his father was alive. However, through years of experience, he had garnered more wisdom than most. At that moment, Tian Shifa was assisting several families in constructing shelters when he heard the frantic cries of his companions, alerting him that a child had been bitten by a snake. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the commotion. Upon arriving, he disregarded the child momentarily, darting forward and soon returning with the snake firmly in his grasp, alive. The child, known as Swan Miaozi, was merely 6 years old, the youngest grandson of Wang Pozi. Upon seeing the snake, which had narrowly escaped from biting him, he was overwhelmed with fear and burst into tears. Tian Shifa reassured him, "Fortunately, all is well. This is Xiao Chui. Observe her red eyes. She is venomous, unlike the black ones. Now, let us see where you were bitten." At that moment, Wang Pozi and the others arrived, visibly shaken, scolding the child for his disobedience and questioning how he could have ventured off alone. They had settled in a temporary dwelling, apprehensive about its safety, and had even cleared the grass, yet the child had still managed to sneak away, driven by curiosity about the mountain. Wang Pozi hastily removed Swan Miaozi's trousers, and Tian Shifa, cautious of potential complications, distanced himself a few meters further up the hill to retrieve a cage he had prepared for capturing mountain rats. He placed the snake inside and secured the lock, then gathered a handful of leaves known only to him. Using the leaves, he cleaned the wound and then crouched down to slightly incise the injury, sucking at the bite on the child's leg. After a moment, he took a sip from his water pouch to rinse his mouth. The location of the bite was quite precarious. Had the snake been a fraction off, it would have bitten the child's calf. Therefore, as Tian Shifa tended to the wound, the calf rested against his face. Once he deemed the situation manageable, he turned to Wang Pozi and said, "Aunt, it is not serious. The child is fortunate. Please ensure he does not wander again. The weather is oppressive, and snakes are inclined to emerge from their dens. We have a small stream nearby, which is also a favored haunt for venomous snakes, so keep a close watch on him. I have some herbal remedies. Ask my mother for them to apply on the wound." As Wang Pozi began to express her gratitude towards Tian Shifa for his heroic act of sucking the venom from her grandson's wound, he had already resumed his ascent up the mountain with several men. This explains why Swan Miaozi had strayed from the community. The young child had inadvertently discovered Tian Shifa and his companions heading up the mountain and overheard the adults discussing their tasks, mentioning that mountain rats had burrows in the vicinity and that several nests could be found. Due to the rocky terrain on the right side, it was unsuitable for mountain rats to dig their homes. The presence of a small stream made the soil too damp, also unfavorable for burrowing. The damp areas attracted snakes, and since mice are wary of snakes, they could only be found nearby. Tian Shifa had even shared with the adults a trick for finding mountain rats, to follow their trails, as mice have distinct paths. Observing the areas where the grass had thrived but was now nibbled down indicated the presence of mountain rats, who are known to be selective, choosing only the finest grass to line their nests for warmth during autumn and winter. The path that the creature treads is a mouse trail, and it is solely enamored with this route, timid as a mouse, shunning any unfamiliar paths. Upon hearing this, Swan Miaozi contemplated embarking on an adventure, wandering up the mountain. According to those theories, he might just discover a mountain mouse ahead of time. He envisioned capturing one and bringing it home for a savory feast. By sheer chance, The astute 6-year-old diligently followed the mouse trail, only to find that Xiaocui was there as well. They shared a silent understanding, both intent on catching mice for a meal. Swan Niaozi was unafraid of the mice, having chased them in the fields, yet he harbored a fear of Xiaocui. In a moment of fright, his loud shout startled the mountain mouse away, inciting Xiaocui's ire, resulting in her biting him in retaliation. Meanwhile, Tian Shifa approached the mouse nest, instructing others to block the other openings. Rainwater cascaded down, drenching him thoroughly as he began to pour water into the mountain mouse burrow. Before long, several exceptionally large rodents emerged. The group rejoiced, relieved that Swan Niaozi had not been bitten by a venomous snake, grateful to have spared a life. They celebrated the prospect of a hearty meal that evening, braised mouse meat. Granny Ma was particularly elated, for the village leader had declared that Xiaocui's capture of the mouse would be credited to Tian Shifa, ensuring it belonged to her family. Allowing them to concoct snake soup separately, Granny Ma pondered, Sanzai must indulge in some snake meat. He has quite the appetite, and this time, he shall truly satisfy his cravings. Chapter 53. A popular delicacy outside. A torrential downpour raged, the sound resembling that of the heavens threatening to burst. Coupled with the mountain winds accompanying the rain, the visibility was utterly obscured, shrouded in a dense, chilling mist. Yet, within the cave, a lively atmosphere prevailed, with everyone crowding in together. Among them were Tian Shifa, drenched to the bone, and several companions who had accompanied him up the mountain to catch rats. Song Lijing hastily directed some elderly women, urging them to prepare ginger tea for the drenched men to ward off the chill. He also instructed them to find dry clothes for the weary souls. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, holding her son, observed coldly, her husband yet to return, leaving her deeply anxious. No one bothered to quibble over whose ginger, pot, or water was used. Old Wang wept as she clasped Tian Shifa's mother's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Tian, you cannot imagine how terrified I was. Thankfully, your nephew came through." This expression of gratitude fostered a sense of intimacy. In the past, the Tian family lived at the foot of the mountain, and with the incident of wolves attacking Tian Shifa's father, the villagers had shunned them, largely due to rampant rumors that distorted the truth. Otherwise, how could Tian Shifa have wed Song Yinfeng with such a hefty bride price? The young women from neighboring villages would hardly consider him. Old Ma, in her desperation to provide for Song Fuxing's education, inadvertently found herself with a commendable son-in-law in Tian Shifa, capable, honest, and sincere. Wang's daughter-in-law eagerly moved closer to Old Ma, wishing to assist with the tasks at hand. The garlic sprouts were a contribution. She affectionately called her auntie, her eyes sparkling with life, demonstrating a newfound closeness with Old Ma. Wang's daughter-in-law even took the liberty of adding some sugar from her home to the ginger water, preparing a small bowl for the garlic sprouts to calm their nerves and a larger bowl for Song Yinfeng to present to Tian Shifa. Tian Shifa, reluctant to partake, took a sip and discreetly offered it to Song Yinfeng, who shot him a disapproving glare, prompting a sheepish grin from him. Ultimately, the sweetened ginger tea found its way into the mouths of Tao Hua and Hu Zai, but the two children initially declined, leading to the inevitable disposal of the drink. Only after much coaxing did the dutiful children relent and drink. As for Wang's three sons, their camaraderie was evident, marked by gratitude and admiration, instantly aligning them with Old Ma's family. Wang's household resembled that of a prosperous butcher's family, closely knit with Song Fuxing's family due to their long-standing relationship. This proximity stirred a sense of envy in Song Fuxing's aunt, who felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. In such a small place, she could hardly overlook the multiple families circling around her sister-in-law, a stark contrast to the past. She could only cast furtive glances at Old Ma, her heart brimming with discontent. Oblivious to the torrential rain outside, she failed to comprehend why the cave was devoid of the expected dampness and chill, as logic dictated it should be uninhabitable. This was thanks to Song Fuxing's innovative charcoal-making technique. Although the sudden downpour destroyed several mud bundles, the fire burned brightly from the early hours of the morning until just past 9, yielding nearly 20 baskets of charcoal. 14 families planned to share 20 baskets of charcoal. It was not distributed equally among them. Others merely borrowed the warmth from the cave to cook and dry their clothes. For those with elderly members, Zhang Fuxing generously allocated half a basket to them, showcasing his benevolence as a cultured individual. Furthermore, this uncle's family benefited the most, as Zhang Fuxi voluntarily provided 2 baskets of charcoal to him, a gesture well known among many. In the past, while residing in the village, the women relied on gossip to glean insights into others' affairs, leading a life closed off from the world beyond their doors. The rumors, however, often diverged from reality. Now, being together constantly, the essence of human nature revealed itself. Everyone possessed their own sense of judgment. No one was a fool. Even if we set aside the matter of charcoal, who among them had not benefited from the buckets made by Zhang Fuxing's daughter? The charcoal used therein came at a cost, and the stove currently in use was also crafted by him. Indeed, Zhang Fuxing had constructed an oddly shaped stove. He lacked the courage to traverse the primitive woods behind his brother-in-law to dig traps, fearing snakes, wolves, and even the tiniest of creatures. Lacking the strength of other men who could pitch tents, clear weeds, and build shelters without a moment's rest, he was nonetheless clever. He realized that if it were to rain, a place to cook would be necessary. They could not simply scatter to find open spaces. Constructing another shelter was impractical. There was no space near the cave entrance, and the shed for firewood remained unbuilt due to their busyness, with 7 families arriving and needing assistance to erect a refuge. Thus, Zhang Fuxing directed his niece's son Huzi, his brother's sons Dalong and Erlang, to construct a fireplace capable of accommodating 2 large pots, following a European design with mud and sand. After much effort, they completed it at the cave entrance. Initially, the purpose of this structure was unclear to everyone. Its shape resembled something ancient peoples might have used for offerings, with only one open side and the others enclosed. It seemed an unusual design for a cooking stove. Now, as the rain poured down, the benefits became apparent. When not in use, they could throw in some twigs and leaves to generate warmth, and they no longer feared rain falling into the pots or fierce winds extinguishing their fire. As the structure provided protection, the stove, capable of accommodating 2 pots, was sufficient for the 14 families who could stagger their cooking times. Song Lirong, smoking his pipe, inquired, "Fuxing, where are you?" The butcher also asked. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last saw Song Shaosan. Madame Ma was anxious, as the snake was already bubbling away in the pot, and she had added an extra basin of water. While they could not serve meat to everyone, offering a sip of broth was acceptable. However, the meat needed to be distributed quickly, lest an unruly child point at the pot demanding a piece, creating an awkward situation. Madame Ma pondered whether the Sand family had taken refuge from the downpour in the temporary livestock shelter and decided to send someone to fetch them. The shopkeeper informed her, "As soon as the rain began, I and Si Zhuang tended to our 3 mules at home, and after feeding them hay, we returned." Old Madame Ma nodded in acknowledgement. "What about that lump of charcoal?" Zhang Fuxi told his mother. "When the rain started, I and my second brother ran up the hillside to move the baskets. Didn't he show up?" Several men chimed in, recalling that they had seen Song Sangu earlier, but during the rain, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The garlic seedlings suffered from snake bites, and those on the mountain hadn't seen him either. In old Madame Ma's heart, her 3rd son was a person of great responsibility. When faced with a torrential downpour, he would undoubtedly be the first to relocate the charcoal, care for the mules, secure the shelter, and ensure that nothing inside got wet, as well as check on the garlic seedlings on the mountain. How to describe it? It was simply inconceivable that he would be unoccupied. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Clad in a raincoat, old Madame Ma was battered by the fierce winds and torrential rain, the slanted raindrops stinging her face like lashes. By the time she reached the tent in the tree, her pants and shoes were completely soaked. Sanea? With such a roar of rain, who could hear anything? Moreover, the 4 of them inside had already fallen asleep, utterly exhausted and mentally drained, frightened by the snake. Before drifting off, they had eaten apricots harvested from their own land, saved by Grandma, with Song Fuling having carefully selected them to place in the tent. With nothing else to savor, they munched on a couple. Prior to sleeping, they were quite hungry, and Song Fuling had brought out the chess pieces that Pei Ying had previously baked. They each took a piece, never having found anything more delightful than these seemingly inferior snacks, devouring them with an insatiable appetite, finishing all the hot water in the thermos. Only after this did they lie down to sleep. Old Madame Ma attempted to climb the tree, but slipped down, regretting not having summoned her eldest son. "Oh dear, I nearly fell. Fuxing, are you there?" Sanya. Inside the tent, Song Fuxing was snoring soundly beside Qian Mishao. "Meat is being served." Song Fuling jolted awake, rubbing her eyes. "Mother, someone is calling for meat." Chapter 54. The misfortunes of elderly Ma Qianping, upon hearing Song Fuling call for her, paid no heed. She was utterly exhausted, having spent the day setting up tents and laboring, then sleeping fitfully on a rickety cart through the night. She had never endured such hardship. Turning over, she realized her slumber had become sticky, and in her drowsy state, she muttered to herself, "What kind of child is this? Whenever there's something amiss, she calls for her mother. Thirsty, sleepy, or hungry, it's always mama, mama. Even in her dreams, she pushes me. Why not push her father instead?" Suddenly, the door curtain was yanked open forcefully, letting in a rush of rain and wind. Elderly Ma shouted in frustration, "I've been calling for ages, yet no one responds." After her outburst, she vanished from sight, sliding back down. At that moment, elderly Ma found herself in a most precarious situation. Climbing trees at her age was already a daunting task, but in the rain, it became nearly impossible. Qian Pei turned to the empty door curtain, and as the rain splashed against her face, she was jolted awake. Goodness, someone really has come, she thought. Her daughter had not misheard. Song Fuxing, feeling the cold air nip at the back of his neck, curled deeper into his bedding and squinted through sleep-laden eyes, asking, "Who is it? Who's speaking?" Song Fuling pointed towards the door. "My grandmother has come. She must have been tricked and then vanished again. I distinctly heard someone calling us to eat meat." To be honest, Song Fuxing found it hard to believe her words for a fleeting moment. Had she only mentioned the first part, it would have seemed entirely plausible. After all, if she had come, then so be it. However, the latter part of her statement sounded far beyond what his ancient parents could manage. After all, she was the sort who would rather nurture pickled vegetables than call him to a feast. Qian Pei swiftly pulled the door curtain tight, securing it against the gusty wind and rain to prevent their belongings from becoming soaked. Elderly Ma, seated on the ground beneath the tree, struggled to rise, her eyes fixed on the door as she witnessed the curtain close again. What a troublesome situation. Fortunately, Qian Pei merely shut the curtain and did not forget her ancient mother-in-law. After securing it, she tossed some clothing to Song Fuxing, urging him, "Hurry, put on your clothes and go see. Your mother has truly arrived, and in this downpour, we must not let her get drenched." I could see the rain trickling down her face. Song Fuxing took the garments his wife handed him and, with a few nudges, roused his soundly sleeping daughter. "Qian Mishu, wake up." Qian Pei quickly donned her own attire and adeptly grabbed a bag containing more clothes, pulling out 2 warm garments. She handed one to Song Fuling and firmly dressed Qian Mishu in the other. Qian Mishu, wearing her sister's warm clothing like a little dress, curiously touched the soft modal fabric and chirped, "Annie, I've never worn something like this. It's quite nice, but it's too long." Qian Ping hugged Qian Mishu while slipping on her trousers, saying, "Even if it feels odd, you must wear it. A fall rain brings a chill." Song Fuxing, clad in his rain gear, shouted into the downpour, "Mother, take care as you walk. Let me cover your face with a cloth, mother. Don't fall." Elderly Ma, infuriated, chose to ignore him, quickening her pace. Suddenly, with a loud thud, she stumbled and fell into a puddle, exclaiming, oh dear, I might perish from this. In such a short time, I've fallen 4 times." Song Fuxing rushed forward to assist, saying, "I told you to take it slow, but you never listened to me." Following closely behind was Song Fuling, her face obscured by a mask to shield herself from the wind and rain. She wore a conical hat and a raincoat, with a prominent bulge on her back, which was caused by the backpack she carried. Inside were essential supplies that she could not afford to relinquish. No one could be trusted with them. The 3 of them took turns carrying the burden, never daring to leave it in the tent, always bearing it wherever they went. Qian Ping held an oiled paper umbrella in one hand while cradling Qian Mishu in the other. Qian Mishu, also masked, clutched a block of glutinous rice wrapped in a black plastic bag, for that brick was his lifeline, never to be parted with. Noticing that his aunt was struggling to balance him and the umbrella, Qian Mishu wedged the rice brick between himself and Qian Ping, extending his small hand to assist her in holding the umbrella. In the blink of an eye, his tiny hand and the sleeves of his clothing became drenched by the rain. The group stumbled back to the cave, greeted by a warm welcome as soon as they emerged. Chapter 55. You two savages, the daughters-in-law of the Zhu and He families naturally rushed to assist the elderly Mrs. Ma, helping her change into dry garments and straw sandals. Song Fucai handed a large bowl of hot soup to Song Fusheng while accepting the raincoat his younger brother had removed. Where have you been? Mother has been quite worried. She feared you might encounter trouble on the mountain and insisted on checking on you herself. Before Song Fusheng could respond, the butcher and others inquired, "What were you up to?" It was impossible for Song Fusheng to admit he had merely been napping in the tent, which would seem rather indifferent given the dire circumstances of their escape. Moreover, it would be unseemly not to assist others in their labors. He took a hearty sip of soup and shifted the topic. Who was bitten by a snake? What's the current situation? Garlic shoots, that boy from Zhongyu's family. He.S. lucky, it wasn't venomous. Song Fusheng gulped down the hot soup, wiped his mouth, and frowned. Are you certain it was not venomous? You must closely monitor your son. We are unable to discern such matters. It's crucial to detect it early and take precautions, if necessary. We might need to draw blood. Wang Zhongyu, the son of the old woman, smiled and pointed at the empty bowl in Song Fusheng's hands. It's truly fine. My brother-in-law examined him, and the old lady provided herbal remedies. Besides, third brother, the soup you're drinking was made from that very snake. Song Fusheng stared incredulously at Wang Zhongyu. The latter thought, why do you still doubt? He pointed again at the empty bowl to confirm, really? It was indeed made from the snake that bit my son. See, you've had some, and you're fine, aren't you? Ugh. Song Fusheng dashed out of the cave into the rain, bending over to vomit profusely. He felt utterly unwell and resorted to gagging himself, tears streaming down his face as memories of the large snake that had bitten an old man in the village flooded back. He had hidden behind a rock and witnessed it clearly. Despite its small mouth, when it opened wide, it was terrifying, staring ominously after striking. The sight of its scales made him retch again. Everyone was bewildered by Song Fusheng's reaction. What was happening? Mrs. Ma was heartbroken. She had just changed into dry clothes and rushed back out to pat her third son's back and shield him with an oil umbrella from the rain, leaving her with no appetite for meat. Yet Qian Ping and Song Fuling, having never tasted snake meat nor been frightened by a snake, entered the cave and ate the ready-made meal with enthusiasm. The advantage of enjoying a prepared meal lay in the fact that they had not witnessed the gruesome process of severing the snake's head and peeling its skin. The two women only caught the enticing aroma and peered into the pot, where the snake's head was absent, the skin already removed, leaving only the succulent meat. The cave, already small, filled with an irresistible fragrance the moment the lid was lifted. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Ping quietly asked her son, Qian Mishao, "Do you dare try it?" The 5-year-old replied, "Aunt, it's just meat. What is there to fear? It's not like we're killing someone." Qian Ping frowned, finding his reasoning sound, and thus she picked up her chopsticks. Song Fuling, having prepared herself mentally, thought, I've merely never tasted it. I'm curious, what could snake meat possibly taste like? She turned to Tao Hua and asked, Sister, is it good? Delicious, came a reply. Song Fuling pressed her lips together and said, If it is delicious, I shall have just a little, merely a taste. Upon returning to the cave, after experiencing an overwhelming urge to vomit, Song Fusheng was met with the sight of his wife and daughter, their small faces glistening with sweat as they indulged. Trembling, he pointed a shaky finger at them and exclaimed, You two are truly terrifying. He resolved to keep his distance from the duo, utterly unable to fathom the thought of his wife and daughter harboring snakes within their bellies. Chapter 56. A fruitless meal. After finishing her meal, Qian Ping approached Song Fusheng, her face adorned with a hint of flattery as she inquired, Hey, they say this dish is good for kidney health. Aren't you going to have some? Song Fusheng, visibly repulsed, waved her off dismissively. Go away, don't talk to me. She retorted, what are you going to eat then? Your stomach is empty, and everyone else is finished. Song Fuxing had no desire for food. He felt utterly helpless, convinced that no one could truly empathize with the psychological turmoil he was experiencing. The sound of his family relishing snake meat, the slurping and smacking of lips, was enough to rattle his nerves. He wished to simply gaze out at the rain and feel the wind alone in silence. In that moment, he was acutely aware of his solitude. The revelry of the group, indulging in snake meat, only intensified his isolation. His wife and daughter, in a show of solidarity, joined him, but it was Qian Peiying who made his stomach churn. Song Fuling, sitting beside her mother, retched ugh. The two seemed to engage in a contest of vomiting, each trying to outdo the other. Growing increasingly anxious, Song Fuxing implored, see, I told you we shouldn't eat this. What on earth is happening? Song Fuling's eyes were red from retching as she shook her head vigorously and gestured towards the cave, implying that it wasn't the snake meat itself that was the issue, but rather. Ugh, the thought was too much to bear. Perplexed, Song Fuxing wondered why the two women dared to eat snakes, yet now they were so disturbed. Everyone else appeared normal, so why were his wife and daughter so unwell? The butcher and Qian Mishu provided him with the answer. The butcher, with a hint of embarrassment, explained, I never imagined they'd be frightened of mice after seeing them. Qian Mishu grasped Song Fuxing's hand, saying, Uncle, the mice they saw weren't ordinary. They were rather large. The butcher nodded in agreement. Indeed, those were some sizable mountain rats. I didn't expect one of them to give birth in the cage, and now there's a litter of 12 little ones. Qian Mishu, in a fluster, continued, I feel my hands are too small for this. Your hand, Uncle, can easily fit 12 tiny mice in it. They're so small. They could be dipped in sauce and eaten. With a dramatic flair, she pointed at the butcher, mimicking the sound of a mouse squeaking as he dipped it in sauce. You pick it up with chopsticks, right in the middle. I heard it squeak so clearly, and then he bites into it while it's still alive. And that little mouse squeaks again. Suddenly, Song Fuxing burped involuntarily, overwhelmed by the grotesque imagery. His mother had stumbled into the tent, having braved the pouring rain, wondering if they were truly called back to eat meat. The four of them returned to the tent, feeling utterly drained, each one collapsing onto their beds, their spirits as low as the thunder rumbling outside. Sleep eluded them, and they lay awake, staring at the ceiling, devoid of hope. Mother, should we brush our teeth? Song Fuling asked, lying back. Brush what? What a waste of toothpaste. Just rinse your mouth, came the dismissive reply. After a brief pause, Song Fuling acquiesced, fine. At that moment, the rain intensified once more, and this time, her eldest son accompanied her. Upon reaching the tree, the elderly woman was about to instruct her eldest son to climb it, as she was unable to do so herself. Despite her calls being inaudible, Song Fuxing approached and tugged on the rope. The tinkling sound echoed, produced by a makeshift bell crafted from an empty beer can filled with stones by Song Fuxing. The curtain was promptly drawn back from within. Is it truly that simple? Ma Laotai mused. Just a shake and a jingle, and it calls to you? Why then, did I need to climb the tree? How did I not notice this? Mother, elder brother, why have you come back again? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill from all this back and forth? Quickly, come up, and I will fetch you some towels to dry off. Song Fuxing declined, saying, No need. Mother has made porridge to bring to you. As she spoke, Ma Laotai pulled a clay jar from her bosom. Song Fuxing could vividly imagine the steam rising from the jar when opened, as his mother was frugal yet had taken the effort to prepare porridge, carefully covering it with her own warmth. Touched, he exclaimed, Mother. Ma Laotai, visibly irritated, waved her hand dismissively. Hurry and take it so we can leave. I have no recourse but to grit my teeth and bear it with you. Otherwise, I would feel wronged. She lamented the waste of rice, truly distressed by it. Unaware of the modern term pretentious, if she had known it, she would have surely exclaimed, Could you all not be so overly dramatic? You refuse to eat snake meat, yet turn your noses up at rat meat. Who are you trying to impress? You city folk really are something. You're not starving, but when hunger strikes, you'll be gnawing on tree bark and scrambling for mud to eat. Chapter 57. The difficulties of a torrential downpour. Song Fuxing watched as his parents and elder brother departed. Shaking off his oil paper umbrella before turning back, to open the earthen irrigation. This time, not only was Song Fuxing moved, but Qianping, after sipping a few mouthfuls of porridge, felt a stir in her heart. It was unexpectedly plain rice porridge, enriched with vegetables. For the first time, there were no yellowed leaves in the porridge, only vibrant greens. Daughter, do try it. Even Michaud is eating. It's a rare delight. And your grandmother has even added salt. This is the first time salt has been included in the porridge. Michaud nodded her little head. It's truly delicious. Grandma Song is wonderful. This remark astonished the Song family, for Michaud had always been terrified of old Lady Ma, preferring to keep her distance. Yet her praise was unexpectedly high. What has she done that is so remarkable? Shout, Gio hit me. And Grandma Song pinched him when no one was watching, even chasing him away, telling him to go home and tell your grandmother. Xiao Jiao was the grandson of Song Fuxing's uncle, and it was quite a wonder that his uncle's wife had tea come over to scold old Lady Ma. Old Lady Ma, too, seemed to seek every opportunity to provoke others. What kind of mindset was that? Was it a form of psychological torment stemming from her unwillingness to argue with her sister-in-law? Song Fuxing pondered. A deluge descended, lasting for 3 days. It left Song Fuxing's family feeling as if they were perpetually engulfed in darkness on the mountain. Each day began with a dim light, and by afternoon or evening, the sky was a deep black, with flashes of lightning slicing through the gloom. During these 3 days, the hastily constructed shelter in the back had developed significant leaks, causing many families' bedding to become damp, leading to a renewed strain on accommodations. Song Yinfen and Tao Hua squeezed into the tent at Song Fuxing's tree. With the addition of this mother-daughter pair, along with a heap of materials that needed to stay dry already in the tent, Song Fuxing found herself spending the night unable to turn over, forced to sleep on her side. Moreover, while they remained in the tree, everyone dared not make any sudden movements, fearing the tent might collapse under the weight. In contrast, the cave offered some respite compared to other places. At the cave's entrance, Song Fuxing had constructed a fireplace to drive away the humidity. The 2 pots atop the stove were in constant rotation, never allowing the fire to extinguish. It was not just for cooking, but also for smoking. Some families, like that of the butcher Gao, were worried about their pork spoiling, and they could not care less if others discovered their household secrets. They had to smoke the meat, for it was a vital staple. To eat it now felt extravagant, yet to let it go to waste was equally distressing. Most families endeavored in every possible way to preserve their grains. Women ground them by hand or with pestles, turning them into flour or grain particles. Roasted rice was roasted, and anything that could be dried was dried. However, drying was not an option. The grains had just been harvested, and some families had not even fully dried them before this 3-day downpour. What could remain intact within the grain sacks? However, this did not apply to old Lady Ma, who found herself relatively at ease. Why? Because she had a clever granddaughter, and this time she truly acknowledged it. Her granddaughter's mind was sharp. Song Fuxing had a resourceful aunt, so numerous tightly sealed little oil paper pouches, each filled with quicklime. Gratitude was due to manager Nio for providing the oil paper. Before departing from the town, the shopkeeper Nio and the grocery store owner exchanged heartfelt farewells. Generously provided a number of practical items, such as a water pouch, an umbrella, and oiled paper, all of which were gifts from him. The quicklime, for which they must express gratitude to the mysteriously absent Shanhua, was also included. These meticulously sewn, small oiled paper packets were tucked into the grain sacks, serving the purpose of desiccation. The quality of these items was exceptional, likely to be of use throughout their journey. However, there was a concern that they might not have enough. Granny Ma firmly held back Song Fuxing, resolutely preventing her granddaughter from giving away any oiled paper packets to others, and forbidding her from disclosing their existence. Song Fuxing inquired of his daughter how she had come to know that quicklime could be used as a drying agent, questioning why he, her father, was only aware that it could be mixed with water for wall plastering. Song Fuxing, displaying her academic prowess, attempted to explain, Chow H2O equals, to which Song Fuxing retorted, speak plainly. Do you think I barely completed middle school to decipher chemical equations? Chapter 58. Alas, the women all appeared as weary laborers, toiling tirelessly without complaint. From dawn until dusk, they employed every conceivable means to safeguard their rations, tirelessly hoarding provisions like hamsters filling their burrows. They pondered over how to conserve food while enduring hunger, and contemplated what garments would keep their men and children warm for the future. As the days passed, the men found themselves idly fretting, gazing out at the relentless downpour. Within the shelter, Song Lijing felt a tumult of unease in his heart, troubled by the thought that for 3 consecutive days, no other families had ventured up the mountain. Whether they had overlooked the deliberately left markers or not, he was uncertain. Had the village begun conscription? What was the current state of affairs? With a young and old safe, the butcher, seated cross-legged upon a platform and idly picking at his feet, inquired, "Has Zhao Fugui truly vanished? Did he chase Chunhua back to the village? It had been 3 days. Where could he be? Is he perhaps waiting for the rain to cease before returning? That wretched woman of his, even if she offer me silver, I will not accept her." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "If he has indeed returned to the village, Zhao Fugui could at least inform us of how things are there." Yet, despite his words, a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. With such heavy rain, if they were caught on the road, the father and daughter would have no shelter from the deluge, surrounded by desolation. Given the duration of their journey, they should have been headed this way, not back to the village. Those with any sense would undoubtedly choose this path. 3 days had passed without a word, and hunger gnawed at them like a relentless beast. Tian Shifa sighed as he gazed at the towering mountains. At present, not only was hunting out of the question, even climbing the mountain was fraught with difficulty. Each step sank into the thick mud, and a moment's inattention could lead to a slip and fall. Over the past few days, their meals had dwindled to 2 bowls of thin porridge, which hardly sufficed. With over 20 mouths to feed, even with frugality, they consumed 10 pounds of grain daily, and the supply was rapidly depleting. After 3 days, they had already emptied a grain sack, and if this continued, alas, even attempting to hunt to supplement his mother-in-law's meals was proving arduous, as the heavens showed no mercy. Wang Buzi est juste son, Wang Zhongju, lamented. It cannot rain any longer. If it continues like this, we shall have no firewood left to burn. The accumulated wood and leaves have become utterly soaked and are no longer usable, and we have little remaining. Thankfully, my brother Song has managed to produce charcoal. It has kept us from panicking, and once it runs out, we shall be in dire straits. The others echoed their difficulties, citing the inconveniences of eating, drinking, and sanitation. With their belongings damp and uncomfortable, they also expressed concern for the livestock in the barn, as the torrential rain could easily lead to illness among the cattle and mules. Should one fall ill, it could spread like wildfire, and they were already beset by various pests in the mountains. Song Fuxing was deeply apprehensive that if the rain persisted, while mudslides were not common due to the thick ancient forest providing cover, he feared the soil on the vast mountains could be washed away, sending rocks tumbling down. Their tent was perched in the trees, and what if a stone fell directly upon them? What if? He firmly believed in the possibility of such misfortune. After all, their family of 3 was indeed the unluckiest, for otherwise they would not have found themselves in this predicament. As he grew increasingly agitated, Song Fuxing unzipped his backpack and extracted a telescope, donning a raincoat and conical hat as he exited the shelter. The butcher, upon witnessing this, abandoned his previous distraction and hurriedly followed, donning his straw sandals and poncho. The others quickly trailed behind Song Fuxing. Indeed, the group was filled with curiosity regarding the telescope, having only learned of its existence 2 days prior. Its unveiling left them astounded. However, a lingering thought remained unspoken. Was this treasure perhaps defective? The tales spun by Song Tongsheng were nothing short of miraculous, yet it had never functioned properly, yielding no discernible view. The men braved the rain and wind, conversing amongst themselves. "Xiao-san, can you see anything now?" Song Fuxing shook his head, still nothing. "Could it be that we are not using it correctly?" Again, he shook his head. "It's not that. The visibility is simply too poor. The heavy rain and fog obscure everything. Once the rain ceases and the fog clears, we will surely be able to see the path and any passers-by." Such reassurances felt hollow. They were eager for immediate answers. Song Lerzhang, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, its tobacco unlit, as he was reluctant to waste the little remaining leaf, furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. After much deliberation, he resolutely declared, "Since we cannot rely on this treasure at present, we cannot afford to remain idle. This cave is not our home. We cannot dwell here indefinitely. We must ascertain the situation below the mountain to strategize our next course of action." Song Fuxing summarized for him. "Zhang, you intend to descend the mountain." Internally, Song Zhang thought, is this chatter necessary? What did it mean to descend? At his advanced age, with frail limbs, why should he venture into the tempest while able-bodied individuals remained? The thought of falling was perilous. While I could descend, but my legs are slow. I cannot deny my age. I think it would be wise for you younger ones to consider it. Fuxing, you lead the way. Yet Song Fuxing was reluctant to descend, as the tempest outside promised uncertainty regarding when he might return. However, all eyes were upon him, expecting him to devise a plan. Conceding that he lacked experience in mountain climbing, he admitted that his insights were limited. The group insisted that his intellect sufficed. They merely needed him to assess any observations. "Perhaps we should appoint a representative from each family," he proposed, "as the path is treacherous, and it would be prudent to descend in pairs for mutual support." At this, the elder Song Futsai stepped forward, offering to represent his family, citing the frailty of his younger brother. The group, however, felt a twinge of discontent. Though they could not articulate why, they preferred to accompany Song Fuxing rather than Song Futsai. With Fuxing present, they felt a sense of reassurance, as if his cleverness promised capability. Just as Song Fuxing was about to withdraw from the discussion, the group sought to borrow the telescope, suggesting that if it truly worked, they could observe the situation from a distance, even through the torrential downpour, without needing to descend to the valley below. If it were a matter of lending a lighter, Song Fuxing would have readily complied, but a telescope? He is indeed the foremost figure of ancient times, the very first of his kind. "Father, are you truly going down the mountain?" inquired Song Fuxing. Song Fuxing hesitated to admit his frugality, reluctant to borrow a telescope under false pretenses merely to descend. Such an admission would undermine his stature in the eyes of his daughter. "Alas, I shall venture down to take a glance. These ancient individuals, without the need for brainwashing, possess such limited intellect. I fear their descent will be in vain, as they are incapable of discerning anything," he lamented. Qianping meticulously styled Song Fuxing's hair into a tidy bun, adorned with a bamboo hat, his face concealed behind a mask, and his ears and neck smeared with mosquito-repellent oil. She also packed some provisions in his bag, filled a thermos with hot water, and secured a pouch containing low-alcohol white wine around his waist, which would serve to ward off the chill. Song Fuxing crouched down to spray vinegar onto her father's shoes and pant legs, dousing them up to the knee, emptying a whole bottle in the process. They refrained from using the large watering can typically employed for watering flowers at home, as it was cumbersome and unsightly. Instead, they utilized a smaller spray bottle that Song Fuxing had previously taken on a flight for a facial mist. Fully attired, Song Fuxing set off. As he stepped into the rain, he turned to offer a few parting words, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Qianping waved him off. "I understand everything you wish to say, so please do not be verbose. You have already received a grand send-off, so rest assured and proceed." "Alas, why must she treat me this way?" he pondered. A dozen individuals braved the downpour, trudging down the mountain with each step a challenge. Song Fuxing truly grasped the difficulty of descending. This was an untouched forest, devoid of paths and inundated with rain, making each step a struggle through mud, nearly causing him to slip even with a walking stick. After just over 2 hours, he was panting heavily, growing increasingly critical of the situation. Is it not better to stay put? Why must one venture down in such idleness? Suddenly, with a splash, Song Fuxing fell for the second time. Tian Shifa, leading the way, wiped the rain from his face and called back, "Are you all right, third brother?" The words "I'm fine" were lodged in Song Fuxing's throat, but his expression shifted abruptly as he pointed in shock at something not far away, stuttering. I see." Before him lay Zhao Fuge, missing for 3 days, his body bloated and unrecognizable, clearly ravaged by some beast, with flesh stripped from his limbs and neck. Fortunately, the rain had aided in preserving what remained. Had it not rained, not even wild animals would have been necessary. ants and mosquitoes alone would have devoured him entirely. Chapter 59. It's over. Song Fuxing's face behind the mask turned pale. The suddenness of it all was overwhelming. Others walked along the path, and he followed closely, undeniably on the same route. When others stumbled with their crutches, he too fell, landing with a great thud right beside Zhao Fugui. While others passed by without noticing, he could spot him with a mere glance. Such luck was truly unparalleled. The rain poured incessantly, droplets cascading off the bamboo hats worn by the dozen or so men. They gazed in silence at the grim sight of Zhao Fugui. He was the first to depart from the village after their escape, gone in an instant with merely a missed glance. Tian Shifa sighed and stepped forward, leaning in to examine what creature had bitten Zhao Fugui. But Song Fuxing quickly stopped him. Brother-in-law, do not touch him. I just want to see what bit him. Why only half of him is eaten? Indeed, a chunk of flesh was missing from Zhao Fugui's face, but the more severe damage was to his limbs and neck, while his abdomen remained relatively untouched. Song Fuxing furrowed his brow, recognizing that his brother-in-law, though a good man, was overly sincere and straightforward. It was fine for him to be earnest, as long as it did not affect them, but they all shared the same pot of rice. Do not touch him. He is dead. Does it really matter what bit him? If you touch him, do you know if he carries bacteria or infectious diseases? In this rain, even if he had no infection, he would rot after 3 days. Do you still want your hands? To his surprise, Song Fuxing found himself not only stopping Tian Shifa from touching the corpse, but also persuading the others not to carry him back. They insisted, "We must carry him back so his wife can take a look." Song Fuxing replied, "What is there to see? Can her grieving prevent his death? Bringing him back will only frighten our own parents and daughters. Which is more important, that woman or your own family?" The others argued, "But we still need to bring him back. We cannot leave him here." As the saying goes, to be buried is to find peace. Song Fuxing countered, "The mountain is not home. Carrying him up, there is no different from leaving him here. What can be laid to rest will find peace, and what cannot be buried deep will not find solace." "What? Do you intend to carry him back to the village?" "Go ahead." The group fell silent. If they could return to the village, they would have done so already. Wang Zhongyu turned to Song Fuxing. "Third brother, what do you suggest?" "We will follow your lead." With a furrowed brow, Song Fuxing said, "Dig a pit and bury him here." Everyone lent a hand, including Song Fuxing himself, as he instructed them to use their crutches to gently roll Zhao Fugui into the freshly dug grave, avoiding direct contact. As they moved his body, the upper half remained relatively intact, but his head rolled off and his limbs fell away in fragmented pieces. There was no blood left in his limbs and neck, as if a creature had drained him entirely. They used sticks and sickles to push the fallen bones into the pit. Just as they turned to leave, Song Fuxing suddenly glanced back at the newly mounded earth. He realized he had never considered himself a kind person, and with such heavy rain, staying even a second longer felt unnecessary. Besides, he was not particularly familiar with Zhao Fugui. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his impulse. "Brother-in-law, look for some wood nearby, strip it down a bit to dry, and I will carve a name to put on it." This was a task only he could undertake, as none of the others could read. The journey down the mountain, involving a dozen individuals, was considerably delayed due to this matter. Initially, the atmosphere was heavy with silence, as no one spoke, burdened by the gravity of the situation. Eventually, the village elder, Gua, and Tian Shifa, who were leading the way, remarked, "Your third son is a man of virtue." Tian Shifa nodded in agreement. He has always been that way, tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. Their conversation was lost on Song Fuxing, and others remained oblivious. A young lad, known as High Iron Head, leaned toward Song Fuxing and lamented, "Uncle, when that head suddenly fell, it truly frightened me." Song Fuxing thought to himself, "You were merely frightened? I nearly lost control of myself. Fortunately, the pungent odor masked my fear. I dread explaining this embarrassment to Qian Peiying." Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Song Fuxing halted his advance, for he had already discerned the situation on the small path ahead through his telescope. After observing, he quietly handed the binoculars to High Iron Head, no longer stingy with his possession. The boy, feeling immensely privileged, took them eagerly. However, before he could express his awe at the remarkable device, The scenes he witnessed through the telescope rendered him speechless. One by one, the group passed the binoculars around, and upon viewing the same disheartening sight, a collective thought emerged. It's over, it's truly over. The path was now teeming with ragged travelers, braving the torrential rain. Just days earlier, when they had departed from the village, not a single soul had been on the road. Now, the numbers were overwhelming. If the circumstances were even slightly bearable, who would venture out in such inclement weather? The men, feeling somewhat uneasy, turned their gazes towards Zhang Fuxing, inquiring, "Shall we descend to the valley?" Zhang Fuxing nodded. Given the current predicament, they indeed needed to proceed. Having come this far, it was prudent to seek out a fellow villager to ascertain the situation, whether it was conscription that had prompted the fleeing or if something more dire had occurred. This knowledge was crucial for determining their next steps. If it were merely conscription, they might take a calculated risk, remaining discreetly hidden within the mountains. Firstly, to evade the relentless rain. One could hardly travel in such downpours. Descending the mountain was arduous for people, and even more so for the beasts of burden. Secondly, they might gamble on the notion that the local authorities were preoccupied with the urgency of military mobilization, and that once the able-bodied were conscripted, the officials would not venture into the depths of the mountains to search for them. This was an unnecessary endeavor. However, if it were not conscription, Zhang Fuxing dared not contemplate the implications. It would indicate that the city had fallen, and a significant influx of refugees had surged in these past few days. The refugees, having plundered and wreaked havoc, would have turned ordinary citizens into refugees themselves, joining the ranks of the desperate. The sheer number of individuals fleeing the storm was a testament to their dire circumstances. Gua, the village elder, turned to Zhang Fuxing and asked, "Shall we descend now?" After a moment of reflection, Zhang Fuxing replied, "No, let us wait a while longer, until darkness envelopes the land. Look at us, we are heavily clad, equipped with raincoats and sickles. If we were to suddenly appear on the road, we would draw too much attention. Among those refugees, who knows if there are groups of desperate individuals escaping together? A large group, deprived of food and drink, might resort to desperate measures. Do not let those with ulterior motives catch sight of you. Then change your course to follow the ascent. Upon inspection, it is evident that we are descending from the mountain." Wang Zhongyu nodded in agreement with Zhang Fuxing's analysis. Yes, we shall heed the counsel of the third brother. While our group may be inconsequential, we must remain vigilant, for our families and children are still on the mountain. There must be no room for error. In the deluge, a dozen men resolutely waited for an hour before finally reaching the foot of the mountain. By this time, the sky had darkened ominously. It was only upon their descent that they realized the number of refugees they had observed through the telescope was, in fact, a mere fraction of the reality. Once a seldom-trodden path, now every few dozen meters revealed clusters of fleeing souls. Zhang Fuxing deliberately intercepted a family that appeared slightly better off than the others. In such dire circumstances, he only trusted the affluent, believing they posed no threat. Indeed, they might fear being robbed by him. It was the impoverished who were truly fearsome, capable of taking a life without hesitation. With a clenched fist, Zhang Fuxing explained to the elderly man that their group meant no harm. They were merely inquiring about the situation in the city and surrounding villages. The old man revealed that it seemed the city had fallen, and a new lord had taken charge. As for the current leadership, he, a mere commoner, was unaware. It felt as if calamity had struck in the blink of an eye, with no prior warning. Then, refugees from all directions suddenly flooded into the county town where he resided. The local officials had been slaughtered, their bodies gruesomely discarded in the streets, and the county magistrate's head was displayed on the city towers as a grim warning. The only option left was to flee, for the refugees would burst through doors to loot, with no one to intervene. If they could not seize their spoils, they would resort to violence. When asked about the situation in nearby villages, the old man confessed he was not from those villages either. Before departing, he added, "The nearby settlements may also suffer." In gratitude, Zhang Fuxing once again clasped his fists and offered a piece of advice to the old man. "The road ahead is fraught with uncertainty. Your attire remains too fine. Consider changing it." Chapter 60. Unforeseen responsibilities in certain matters. until the very last moment, one often clings to a glimmer of hope. Though they have taken refuge in the mountains for several days, having embarked upon their first step, it seems as if they have chosen to flee. Yet, a lingering possibility remains in their hearts that they may return home. Some truths, unless witnessed firsthand or conveyed by another, have yet to fully dawn upon these men regarding the salvation that Zhang Fuxing has bestowed upon them. An old man recounted there was no news whatsoever, and then suddenly, everything changed. However, Zhang Fuxing had grasped the situation at the earliest opportunity, a knowledge bought with the lives of his father-in-law's family. Upon learning this, he did not merely hasten to secure his own escape, but rather shared this life-saving information with the villagers, demonstrating his righteousness. Had they not been forewarned, how could these families have carried away so many possessions? They might have resembled the apathetic individuals trudging through the rain, burdened only with a meager bundle and a few pounds of provisions. Alternatively, they might have already succumbed to the ruthless marauders who invaded their courtyard. As they prepared to ascend the mountain once more, it was not only the families of Gao, Wang, Guo, and Li Zhang, who had always been on amicable terms with Zhang Fuxing, but even his elder cousin Zhang Fulu, who found himself increasingly anxious and grateful to his third cousin. The ongoing disputes concerning the cow, the lingering thoughts of their grandfather before his passing regarding Zhang Fuxing's perceived favoritism towards his branch of the family, and the jealousy felt by the other sons and grandsons due to Zhang Fuxing being the sole educated member of the old Zhang family. All of these grievances paled in comparison to the value of human life. In that moment, Zhang Fulu's silent reflection was this time, "Dear cousin, thank you." As they traversed the mountain in darkness, a heavy silence enveloped them. Zhang Fuxing felt the weight of their predicament keenly. Upon returning to the cave, drenched in rain and caked in mud, they were met with the warm ginger soup from their family. Yet he found himself at a loss for words upon seeing their hopeful faces. Half an hour later, the cave and the shelter were filled with the anguished cries of women. Li Xiu lamented the loss of Zhao Fuqi, questioning how she and her son would survive. Zhang Fuxing's aunt wept for her second son, who had insisted on venturing to the neighboring village to fetch his heavily pregnant wife, now lost to them without a trace. Had he encountered those vile men and met a grim fate? Zhang Fuxing's sister-in-law, he, along with numerous young women, mourned for their families. Their hasty departure had left no opportunity for farewells. If the nearby villages were, as the old man described, akin to the city that fell to slaughter despite the presence of soldiers, the fate of their village was dire. Would they never again see their kin? They reproached themselves for having known in advance, yet feeling powerless to act. The women wept, calling out for their fathers, mothers, and brothers. Their cries were heart-wrenching. Even Zhu, who had maintained a distant relationship with her family, shed tears, recalling the hardships she endured as a daughter in her own household. The elderly women wept too. After decades of life in the same place, who among them lacked a few relatives? Sisters-in-law and aunts, distant cousins, the mere thought of possibly never seeing each other again, coupled with the chaos of the world, leaves their hearts aching with an indescribable pain. In such an atmosphere, Qian Peiying and Zhang Fuling find themselves shedding tears as well. Qian Mishu embraces Qian Peiying, silently weeping, while the 5-year-old child softly murmurs, "Grandfather, father, mother." The child's lack of tears these days is not due to forgetfulness, but rather a learned resilience, a determination not to burden the adults. Song Liza, in the shelter, weeps openly in front of the dozen men. Among the village's 152 households, only these 14 families on the mountain can be confirmed safe, and with the loss of Zhao Fuge, it effectively leaves 13. The fate of the other 100 or so households remains uncertain. They cannot return to the village, cannot retrace their steps, and must descend the mountain swiftly. Indeed, they must leave at once, even if it means braving the rain. Sometimes, cunning and experience are commendable traits. Song Liza belongs to the category of those seasoned by life as trials. After inquiring about many details from Zhang Fuxing and others, he began to contemplate their situation. With the city fallen and a new ruler in power, it is likely that the new king will order the slaughter of the former county magistrates and officials, displaying their heads as a warning. This indicates a disregard for the lives of the common folk. If they truly cared, they would not allow more refugees to flood in. This place is not one that can withstand plunder. Life was already difficult. Witnessing this year's harvest, every family is struggling to survive. If there is no food here, they will have to move on to the next location. Thus, the longer they delay, the bleaker their situation becomes. The later refugees are often destitute, willing to risk everything for survival. Now, having heard from the young men returning, it seems that while many on the road are also unfortunate souls, most likely they are townsfolk fleeing the chaos, either seeking refuge with relatives or terrified of being caught in the conflict. To be among such people is far safer than mingling with the even more wretched refugees behind them. Moreover, it is crucial to understand that since returning is not an option, doing so would lead to slaughter or robbery by marauding bands. Leaving sooner rather than later is the wisest choice. Each day spent on the mountain means less food. They cannot afford to run out of supplies before reaching the next city, for that would be the direst outcome. Resolute, Song Liza draws a deep breath and stands up. When he reappears before the gathered men and women, he rallies them with a clarion call. The essence of his message is as follows. First, crying is futile. If tears could change anything, he would outcry them all. Accept reality, dry your tears, and face it with courage. Second, our goal is to protect our families, safeguard our food, and ensure our survival. By enduring, we can establish a new home in a new place for generations to come. Third, we must depart, but we cannot do so haphazardly. These 14 households must unite as one. Can we stand together as a single force? That night, everyone ceases their work, seeking an early rest. Indeed, a good night's sleep, even if it means lying side by side, is considered a precious respite in these trying times. On that night, the usually cautious Song Liza quietly sought a location he deemed auspicious in the mountains. Amidst the torrential rain, the old man diligently dug a sizable mound, personally laboring with a shovel. He then erected a wooden plaque atop the mound, inscribed with the village name, the surnames of its prominent families, and the number of households that once thrived in the village nestled behind the mountain. Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night, Song Fushing whispered to Qian Peiying, his voice laced with shame, "I wet my pants. Did you notice?" Qian Peiying clasped his hand, intertwining their fingers, and leaned closer to reassure him. If it were me, I would have been too frightened to hold it in. Truly, old Song. We come from a peaceful society, aside from the passing of our elders. We've never encountered death. Not to mention, that corpse's head just fell off. Who wouldn't he be terrified? Unlike those ancients who bore such tumultuous times, we are different. Our previous lives were so tranquil. Suddenly facing this, old Song, you have shown remarkable strength. She continued, let us keep this discreet. I will find you a fresh set to change into. Old Song declined. As a refugee, I find the scent of urine and vinegar quite fitting. I've already grown accustomed to it. The following morning, at the hour of the tiger, as the group prepared to depart, Song Fushing, still bearing the scent of urine, had a sudden fright as he descended from the tree. 37 men surrounded him, each speaking in haste. Fushing, we shall heed your guidance henceforth. Dictate our path, who leads, and who brings up the rear. Song Fushing surveyed the 37 individuals, glanced at the smiling face of Li Jing nearby, and squinted at the indistinct crowd beyond. He recognized the total number of people was 158, comprising teenagers, elderly, women, and children. It was these fewer than 40 able-bodied men who stood to protect the entirety of those 158 souls. Song Fushing declared, since you wish to follow my lead, my first command is this. Remember, once we descend the mountain, if one of us is robbed, it is a robbery against us all. We shall confront them. Chapter 61. Half-grown children as main forces. The Li Zhang family, which had always chosen the middle path and never faced any misfortunes, took the initiative to lead the way this time. With a wave of his hand, Song Li Zhang declared, it's settled, call me grandfather, and I shall pave the way ahead for you. The butcher shouted to the crowd, there is still space on my ox cart. If you fear your grain will be drenched by the rain, place it on my cart. Those children under 3 and families without carts, come aboard. The 4 brothers of the Guo family stepped forward and assured Song Fushing, we will bring up the rear with our hoes and cleavers. Fear not, with the 4 of us here, no one would dare to steal from behind. If they do, I shall cleave them in two. Song Fuxing patted the eldest brother on the shoulder, saying, Brother Gua, remember, if anything happens behind us, blow this big horn. Rest assured, we shall reach the front shortly. The horn was a collapsible one that Song Fuxing had retrieved from his space. It was a gift from Song Fuling's father, who had bought it for her to play with while attending a football match. Do not underestimate this device. When blown, it emitted a deafening sound. When collapsed, it took up little space, merely the size of a palm. Song Fuxing's family was positioned third in the line. Their 3 mule carts also accommodated 2 elderly people and 3 small children. This meant that all families with ox and mule carts had their half-grown daughters and sons disembark and walk, making room for the elderly and children who could not travel far. However, before the elderly families could board, they reminded everyone, don't just think of your own. If anyone is tired, tell your grandmother, and she will switch with you. I can work in the fields, and I can certainly walk. The 14 households were fully loaded and lined up descending the mountain. Battling the wind and rain, the muddy path was treacherous. The wooden wheels of the handcarts often got stuck, sinking into the mire. The descent echoed with the collective chants of families pushing their carts. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push. Song Fuling assisted her uncles in pushing the cart, but their strength was so great that she merely offered a hand, and the cart rolled down, clattering loudly. Unbeknownst to her, she stumbled and fell forward, narrowly avoiding a tumble. Peach Blossom rushed over to help her. Fat girl? Song Fuxing, wearing a straw hat, turned back to look at his daughter, concern etched on his face. Drenched in mud, Song Fuling got up and smiled at her parents. Brushing off the cloth Peach Blossom offered her, declaring cheerfully, no need to wipe. This is what fleeing disaster looks like. Peach Blossom hesitated for a moment, but then took Song Fuling's small, dirty hand and smeared it across her own face, joining in the muddy laughter. The elder sisters exchanged glances and remarked, then we shouldn't wipe off the dirt in the future. Song Jinbao scoffed, feeling that his elder sisters were being overly sentimental. You both look like you're fleeing disaster, whether you're dirty or not. Don't worry, no one will steal from you. Eager to retaliate against her annoying younger brother, the elder sister, who seldom smiled, Song Futsai, couldn't help but curve his lips upward. As he pushed the heavy and unwieldy cart, he mused, so this is what my third brother spoke of as hope. Witnessing these carefree children, it seems there is nothing we cannot overcome. A procession of nearly 200 individuals, accompanied by a multitude of mule-drawn carts and hand-pushed vehicles, descended the mountain in a glaring spectacle. Many refugees, currently traversing the path, instinctively turned their gazes toward this unexpected assembly. Some, positioned ahead, halted in their tracks upon hearing the commotion, glancing back at the sudden emergence of the group. Others, trailing behind, quickened their pace to draw closer. Were these individuals residing atop the mountain? A mere glance at the piled provisions and the array of carts revealed that this group must possess an abundance of sustenance. Indeed, compared to these displaced souls, they were well stocked. Yet did they dare to seize it? At the forefront stood the newly appointed leader of the youth group, Gao Taitu, flanked by a dozen or so young lads, each laden with bamboo baskets and water pouches, wielding 2-meter-long poles. The tips of their poles were sharp, capable of inflicting significant harm with a single thrust. From a moment they descended the mountain, Gao Taitu and his companions did not forget the teachings of Uncle Song. He had imparted, they were not merely robbing grain, but rather they were endangering the lives of the loved ones, fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters who depended on the provisions. To be robbed of grain was tantamount to a threat to their very existence. Young men, will you protect the lives of your parents? Without food or water, would they not be left to await death? In unison, the boys shouted, yes, yes, yes. Therefore, let be known, those who dare to rush forth and seize their provisions must first contend with the resolve of their youth group. Chapter 62. Psychological warfare. The refugees who paused to gaze over here were indeed yearning for a morsel of food. Among them were individuals who had fled with nothing in their possession, and some had suffered greatly, already stripped of their belongings along the way. One could hardly expect them to have anything left. Surviving was a testament to their resilience. Many had journeyed from the city, which had borne the brunt of the war. The soldiers and officials under the new king, alongside the desperate refugees, descended like a swarm of locusts, killing indiscriminately when something displeased them. The fact that they had made it this far, having walked for several days from the city, was no small feat, this group pondered, even if food was not forthcoming. A simple cup of warm water would suffice. After all, those who had just descended from the mountains surely had ample provisions. The incessant rain over the past few days had rendered their attempts to boil water futile, extinguishing any fire they managed to kindle, leaving them with nothing but the chilling rainwater in their bellies. If this continued, even the adults might withstand it, but the children would not. For the sake of their little ones, they felt compelled to move forward and vie for something to eat. However, before they could take any further action, the first few boys at the forefront glared at them with eyes like wolves, exuding an aura that warned, "Come any closer, and we shall strike you down." Behind these boys stood several girls, who were not empty-handed either, armed with fire pokers and wooden clubs. One girl stood out particularly. She wore an unusual outfit, her face smeared with mud, and in her hands, she brandished a stick over a meter long, topped with a sharp blade. Unbeknownst to Song Fuling, the refugees had already taken notice of her. Had she been aware, she would have proudly declared, "You possess keen eyesight. I'm a newly appointed leader of the girl group." The apprehensive refugees hesitated to approach, not so much out of fear of the young boys, but rather the robust men pushing carts. Though the men appeared passive, tending to their carts, they had prominently displayed knives, hatchets, and hoes atop the loads, making their intentions unmistakably clear. They understood that by placing such weapons on display, they were signaling for the refugees to reconsider their approach. Are these people truly fleeing famine? How is it that they are so well equipped? The 14 men, young and old, would have been astonished to know the hidden thoughts of the refugees. If they had known, they would have retorted, "We set off before you. We have gathered more provisions. We even managed to harvest some corn before we fled. We have been in the mountains for 4 days, and during that time, we have contemplated how to forge weapons to defend against those who would seize our grain." Such efforts were not in vain. Gradually, the first group of refugees turned away, continuing their numbed march. Then, more and more refugees averted their eyes, pretending not to notice the sudden descent of this group from the mountains. A few dozen truly famished refugees struggled to divert their gaze from the sacks of grain atop the carts, stealing glances back and forth in a display of reluctant desire. After more than an hour of this unremarkable standoff, even the most ravenous of them succumbed to resignation, thinking, "It is futile to attempt a robbery. It is far too perilous. We truly fear you." Meanwhile, Song Fushing at the forefront of the group let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had sensed that despite the dazed expressions in the eyes of those around him, their unwavering gazes clearly revealed an inner turmoil, as they fervently weighed the decision to seize or refrain. The women on the mule carts and ox carts also exhaled in relief. Indeed, one does not truly comprehend the situation until they descend the mountain, and the sudden reality is startling. Among the throngs of refugees, they, the fortunate ones with vehicles, had unwittingly elevated their status to that of the affluent in this narrow path. Chapter 63. This is only the beginning in the ox cart. Song Lijing felt a twinge of regret, mired in self-reproach. He lamented the decision not to seek refuge in the mountains during the rain. At that time, he had received the news earlier than others, and the roads were devoid of people. If he had chosen to move forward, even if he had encountered groups of individuals, he would have found sustenance among those who were informed ahead of time. Typically, such households possessed shoes. The barefoot were unafraid of those in footwear, but everyone was shod, and none were destitute. No one would provoke anyone else. Now, however, the sight of a cow and a mule on the road was strikingly conspicuous. These individuals, once mere dirt dwellers who had gone unnoticed in the city, had surprisingly become coveted among the refugees. It was a miscalculation. He blamed himself. Even had he sought shelter in the mountains, he would have descended too late. It was his selfish desire to delay, to linger in hopes of returning home, that had caused this predicament. Song Lijing believed that associating with these people was perilous. Among the crowd, he could see some individuals, by their stature, already swaying from hunger. If he were in their position, starving to death or fighting for a morsel of food would lead to demise. he might as well take the risk, for who knows? Perhaps he could see something to sustain himself. Despite their outwardly docile appearances, the refugees lacked organization and leadership. They were not a cohesive unit. Should a leader emerge to incite them, with a rallying cry, the tightly knit group could easily unravel, and escape would be a challenge. He leaned out of the cart and called, "Fuxing? Fuxing." Song Fuxing approached, and Song Lijing voiced his concerns. Moments later, Song Fulu, the eldest cousin from the front ranks, emerged from the throng. Tallest among the group, he brandished 2 wooden sticks with red strings, mimicking the gestures of a modern traffic officer. Continue forward. The struggling ant, upon seeing the swaying red strings, seemed invigorated as if infused with fresh blood. "Look, my son is signaling for us to keep moving." "Have you seen my son?" Granny Ma scoffed. "Your son's position was arranged by my 3rd son. If it weren't for her insistence on unity in the face of adversity, I would not allow such authority to be bestowed upon the main house." After issuing his command, Song Fulu, at the rear of the procession, was quickly echoed by Tian Zhongyu. "No rest, keep going." The last to follow was the Guo family, with the eldest Guo replying, "Received." Despite the fact that there were only 14 households, the pathways of ancient times were narrow. Back then, unless it was an official road, there was no concept of paved paths. Such winding trails, trodden by many, had become routes forged by sheer footfall. Thus, with handcarts, oxen, and mule carts, they maneuvered, leaving enough space for pedestrians to walk alongside. The line of families extended far into the distance. As others heard the command to continue, Song Fulijing was uncertain whether despair lingered in their hearts. All she knew was that she was nearing exhaustion. She had previously convinced herself to treat the journey as a stroll, recalling days when a leisurely walk would last an entire day without issue. But perseverance had its limits. Her legs felt weak, and this experience was far from a mere outing, as if her body was deprived of essential nourishment. After a mere 5 hours by modern time calculations, Song Fuling clung to the mule cart, exclaiming, "I can't go on any longer. You must switch with me." Granny Ma replied, "I knew you wouldn't last. Come on up." The sensation of climbing onto the mule cart filled Song Fuling with sheer bliss. She vowed to cherish this moment. Leaning against the cart, she quickly drifted into slumber. 2 more hours passed, and Qian Ping exchanged places with another elderly woman in the cart. The woman disembarked to walk while she took her seat. Inside the cart, Qian Ping too succumbed to drowsiness. Song Fuxing looked on enviously at the 2 women. He longed to act shamelessly, wishing to persuade the old man Song Lerzhang to relinquish his spot for him. Alas, he could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Chapter 64. Kindness. The beasts of burden were treated with the utmost care, provided with the finest fodder and clean water. They were gently coaxed when weary, and not a single moment of neglect was permitted. It was expected that they would carry goods and transport people. To speak candidly, their value at that moment surpassed that of human life. Song Fuxing and his companions descended the mountain at around 4 in the morning and walked until after 3 in the afternoon, enduring over 11 hours on foot. The animals rested every few hours, allowing the men to sit briefly on the ground. Yet, as soon as the beasts resumed their journey, the men had no choice but to follow. While the animals could enjoy a hearty meal, the men could not afford such luxury. Although the rain had lightened, the prospect of cooking was out of the question. Once a fire was lit, the situation would escalate. It could not be seen as charitable to provide a meal to the refugees, lest it provoke them. Even eating had to be done discreetly. When it came to consuming their rations, the men would gather in small groups, using tattered blankets for privacy while they relieved themselves and nibbled on their food. At the outset of their descent, the women had raised concerns regarding sanitation, suggesting the placement of a wooden bucket in the ox and mule carts. Song Fuxing, as the leader, furrowed his brow and reprimanded them, reminding them that they were not pampered ladies from affluent families, but rather humble farmers fleeing from disaster. The women hesitantly replied, asserting their identity as both farmers and women, noting the many onlookers along the road. It was undignified to squat on the ground. Song Fuxing dismissed their concerns, stating that no one would bother to look at them. Thus, their worries were quelled, and throughout the journey, they made do with whatever location seemed suitable for their needs, eating as they went. However, they were fortunate in one respect. Many elderly women expressed gratitude for having a good nephew like Song Fuxing, who managed to procure charcoal. The charcoal could be used to heat water in the carts, making the dry rations from the previous evening more palatable, at least preventing choking and warming their insides. If any delicate child complained about the lack of salt, they could simply be shown the plight of the refugees around them, and the sight of such suffering would surely make their food seem more appetizing. The once vigorous youth group, after trudging for over 10 hours, began to show signs of fatigue, their weapons now serving as makeshift walking sticks. One youth asked Uncle, "How far have we traveled? I feel more exhausted than when we went to the town and back." His uncle, equally weary, was relying on a marathon mentality to press on, but his body was beginning to falter, his knees weakening and legs feeling unsteady. He thought to himself, no wonder ancient people had shorter lifespans. He too was on the brink of a premature end, likely to suffer from synovitis soon. "Have we walked over 40,000 steps?" "About 40 miles, I suppose," he replied. "How much longer must we go, Uncle? Will we be walking until dark?" Song Fuxing shook his head. "We will walk until the mules and oxen can no longer bear it. Once they come to a complete stop, we shall rest as well. They can manage to carry these loads for only about 60 miles. That is their limit. Furthermore, look at the sky ahead. The clouds appear to be clearing. Let's aim to reach that area. We might dry off in this dampness and be spared the discomfort of sleeping under the open sky tonight." Having spoken, Song Fuxing lifted the telescope hanging from his neck to gaze ahead. The desolate road stretched endlessly before him, and through the lens, he beheld a scattering of refugees, groups of 3 or 5, some in pairs. There was not even a glimpse of a town in sight, let alone an inn where one might find refuge. It was no wonder that his brother-in-law had previously remarked that this path was traversed only by reckless salt merchants. Even the officials rarely ventured here to apprehend anyone, for there was no place to rest, the landscape being far too barren. Song Fuxing then directed the telescope towards the distant mountains, recalling his brother-in-law's warning of bandits in the area. He sincerely hoped that these brigands, once thieves of the rich to aid the poor, would now find themselves in dire straits, realizing that robbing the desperate was less rewarding than hunting. He pointed towards the mountains, suggesting that if they could avoid them and stay several miles away, they might find a place to rest. Turning to his cousin, he called out, "Level 1 alert." Song Fulu immediately raised a staff adorned with a fluttering red ribbon, signifying the state of heightened vigilance. It was prudent to remain cautious near the bandit territory. Regrettably, before any proper response could be made, the ranks of their group were disrupted as refugees surged through, crying out, "That was mine. Give me some provisions. I beg you, please return it. My father will starve." It was hard-earned. The scene erupted into chaos as weeping and wailing ensued. Madame Wang's bamboo tube containing warm water was snatched away, and her bundle fell to the ground, scattering the precious rations within. The commotion had begun when Madame Wang, in a moment of kindness, extended her generosity. Chapter 65. Hardened Hearts Before Descending the Mountain. Song Fuxing addressed the nearly 200 individuals for over half an hour. While the effectiveness of the training remained uncertain, it was evident that the group was obedient. When the formation was suddenly thrown into disarray, no one wasted words questioning the cause. Niu Zhang, responsible for driving, along with Butcher Gao and others, immediately tightened the reins and brought the vehicle to an abrupt halt, swiftly arming themselves with makeshift weapons and disembarking to maintain vigilance. Song Fuxing had instructed them to disregard everything else in the event of trouble, focusing solely on safeguarding the individuals and goods within the vehicle. The youth group, comprised of several young boys, felt a surge of energy, their fatigue dissipating as they brandished wooden forks in a gesture reminiscent of soldiers brandishing bayonets. The boys were acutely aware of their duty. As their third uncle had instructed, they were to ignore what transpired behind them. Their mission was to prevent any sudden charge from the refugees ahead, thereby averting a potential encirclement. The robust men pushing the carts formed a line, strategically deploying individuals to address the chaos. One strong man remained behind, tasked with protecting the 4 nearby handcarts. Armed and vigilant, he would not allow any strangers to approach their post. Anyone who dared to come near would be met with force. The women also sprang into action, whether seated within the carts or walking alongside. Those with cooking utensils raised them as makeshift weapons, while the women, walking with canes, pulled their children close, using whatever was at hand for protection. They were called Zhang Fuxing's morning admonition. Do not scream or cry out in panic, as such reactions are futile. Never rely on others, even if that person is your husband. In a moment of crisis, what if he prioritizes his own parents over your safety? Are you truly certain that your life is more valuable than his parents in such dire circumstances? Trust in yourself is the only reliable assurance. At that moment, the laborers who had stepped away from pushing the carts, aside from the Guo brothers who were tasked with guarding the rear, charged forward with knives and axes, running as swiftly as possible, devoid of selfish retreat. Even the elderly Song Lijing hastened down from the cart, brandishing an axe and shouting, "Anyone who dares to rob us is robbing all of us. Boys, strike hard." The group swiftly overwhelmed the refugees encircling Wang Posey, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Blades struck the backs, arms, and legs of those seizing the opportunity to loot amidst the chaos. The sound of wood cracking against flesh echoed fiercely. Wang Zhongyu swung a hoe, landing blows on the legs and feet of several individuals. The two other brothers from the Wang family mercilessly attacked the refugees clinging to their mother's legs. With each swing of a knife, hoe, or wooden club, the men repeated Song Fuxing's words from before their descent. When pushed to the brink, people can harbor malevolent thoughts. The line between good and evil can blur in an instant. It is only human nature that sometimes lacks boundaries. If you do not strike decisively, they will turn ferocious and seek your life. The mule cart came to a sudden stop, jolting awake Song Fuling, who, gripping a sharp knife, turned to assess the scene of the turmoil. Turning her head to look, the usually stoic girl found her eyes brimming with tears, suddenly moved. This was prompted by the sight of the bloodied refugees, and it was unclear who led the way to kneel. They insisted they were not thieves. Initially, 3 or 5 individuals knelt without warning. Soon, 17 or 18 followed suit, and then dozens joined in. The refugees behind them also knelt, clasping their hands in supplication, collectively lamenting, "We beg of you, grant us something to eat. You possess mules and cattle. Surely, you have grain as well. Just a morsel, please." The robust men ceased their assault on the refugees, gripping their weapons defensively, gazing at the multitude that had suddenly knelt in front of them, frozen in place. At that moment, a girl who appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old began to weep uncontrollably, clutching a half piece of hardtack that Granny Wang had previously given her. Her face was drenched in tears as she frantically fed it to a woman collapsed by the roadside. With small hands, she persistently pushed against the woman's body, crying out, "Mother, mother, look! Look here! Nuno has brought you food. Open your eyes and see. Nuno truly has found something. Please, open your eyes and eat." The woman lying on the ground had fallen silent. Granny Wang found herself embroiled in the troubles caused by this little girl. Earlier, the child had been supporting her mother as they walked beside Granny Wang's vehicle. Granny Wang distinctly heard the girl encouraging her mother, saying, "Mother, just hold on a little longer. We only need to travel for 2 more days. No, just 1. Once we reach the city gate, we can find father." This tiny girl strenuously supported her mother, even attempting to carry her. After several hours on the road, seeking water and foraging for wild grass and vegetables, the girl's mother grew increasingly weak. Only then did the girl leave her mother by the roadside to kneel beside Granny Wang, pleading, "Granny, please give us something to eat. Nuno bows to you." Granny Wang turned away, unable to watch any longer. The little girl continued to bow fervently, and, as Granny Wang's family moved swiftly, the girl exerted every ounce of her strength to catch up, seemingly unaware of how she managed it. Upon reaching Granny Wang, she resumed her bowing until her forehead bled, exclaiming, "Granny, in my next life, I will repay you by becoming an ox or a horse. I beg of you." It was because of this child that Granny Wang turned her back and opened her bundle to retrieve some food, only to be swarmed unexpectedly by the refugees, their speed a mystery. Not far from this scene, another tragedy unfolded. A man, recently struck by the butcher's son, bled profusely as he urged his child in his wife's arms. "Hurry, eat. Erden, listen to your father. Eat, and you will get better." continuously forcing crumbs of hardtack into the mouth of his 2-year-old child. Yet, the child had already succumbed in his mother's embrace. The mother, however, clung to the notion that her child was still alive, tightly holding him while soothingly coaxing, "Eat, Erden be good, eat." As the man fed the child, he seemed to grasp the painful reality of losing his son more clearly than his wife. Clenching a small piece of hardtack, he fell to his knees, tilting his head back to wail, his fists pounding the ground in anguish. He wept silently to the heavens, but everyone understood he was crying out, his heart wailing in despair. Weep for this world, for fate. Weep for those who ponder their path. Weep for the very essence of existence. Gradually, more individuals approached Song Fushing, bowing and pleading, "We implore you." Their beseeching gazes were filled with hope as they looked upon Song Fushing and the 14 households possessing oxen and mule carts. Song Fushing appeared dazed, yet within him surged waves of profound turmoil. In the past, his favorite song at the karaoke was one that celebrated the iron hooves clanging as they traversed vast mountains and rivers. At that time, he felt nothing but exuberance. Yet under the clattering of those iron hooves, he now fully comprehended the multitude of tragedies one must endure in this world before witnessing the splendor of life and the tranquility of a harmonious existence. They mercilessly struck these refugees, yet they were not malevolent beings. They possessed provisions, but dared not share, nor could they afford to do so. They too were part of the fleeing masses, uncertain of what tomorrow held, unaware of how long their scant rations would sustain them. Even more frightening was the thought that perhaps, not long from now, they too would find themselves like the kneeling refugees before them, experiencing such horrors, families torn apart, injuries sustained over mere sustenance, and desperate struggles for survival. As Song Fushing observed the crowd fall silent, their rioting quelled, he steeled his resolve, "Return to your ranks, and march onward." This indicated a refusal to spare even a morsel of food or a drop of water. Chapter 66. Compassion towards those around us. The laborers from various families returned to their duties, each attending to their tasks. The sound of wooden wheels rolling from handcarts and the commanding voice of the shopkeeper, urging the mules forward, resonated in the hearts of every kneeling refugee. Hope had vanished. Despair loomed large. Through this ordeal, the nearby refugees clearly recognized that this band of individuals was far from benevolent. They would resort to violence against anyone daring to approach for assistance, and they offered no morsels of food or drink. As Song Fushing walked towards the front of the line, he cast a glance at Old Wang. Old Wang recoiled slightly, understanding the meaning behind her nephew's gaze. She recalled his warning before descending the mountain and realized she had not forgotten. Yet, she lamented her own shortcomings. She vowed to abandon her weakness, to adhere to the leadership of the team captain, and to follow her nephew's lead henceforth. Adjacent to Old Wang's household was the home of Song Fushing's uncle. His aunt turned her head to glare at Old Wang several times before whispering complaints to her daughter-in-law about the disturbance caused by her presence, which had startled them all. The uncle, who struggled with mobility, admonished his wife to lower her voice, cautioning her against letting the Wang family overhear, lest it disrupt their unity. Indeed, unity was paramount. During a half-hour address on the mountain, Song Fushing inadvertently introduced several new terms. The elder uncle, whose memory was faltering with age, could only recall this new concept. Unity was the core strength of their group, and they must not engage in mutual blame or internal strife. The aunt, still grumbling, eventually fell silent. Meanwhile, Song Lijing, having witnessed the suffering of too many people perishing by the roadside, chose to linger at the rear of the line rather than hasten back to the front. He took a moment to speak to the refugees. "Do you see that mountain? For those of you without provisions, while there are still mountains and water nearby, if you possess the means, go hunt or gather wild vegetables to sustain yourselves. That way, you may find something to eat along the way and avoid starvation. However, be warned that there are wild beasts and, reportedly, bandits in the mountains. The choice is yours." With a sigh, he turned and departed. This was the greatest act of kindness he could offer. After all, they were all common folk, and in these times, survival was a challenging endeavor. Meanwhile, in the Song family's mule cart, Song Fuling found herself in trouble. From across the cart's window, Madame Ma, frowning as she walked, asked her granddaughter, "Who are you crying for? If you weep for their plight, why not shed a tear for your grandmother? It is no small feat for me to fetch you a cup of warm water, and with our supply dwindling, you still have the leisure to mourn for others. Are you not thirsty? They may be pitiable, but look at your grandmother, who has walked several hours just to allow you to rest. You slumber with drool at your lips, yet upon waking, you gaze at others in tears. I see you are merely idle. Get down from there." Song Fuling dared not utter a word and quickly dismounted, allowing her grandmother to take her place. However, as she assisted Madame Ma onto the cart, Song Fuling felt an urge to express a thought that lingered in her heart. "Grandmother, as someone with experience, I must share with you that it would be wiser for you to continue walking rather than take a seat. As soon as one rests, their legs feel as though they are encased in lead. Thus, it is better to grit one's teeth and persevere." It is a sentiment that cannot be voiced. The formidable presence of old Lady Ma instilled a sense of trepidation in Qian Mishu, who huddled in the corner of the carriage. "Sister, wait for me. I shall descend as well." Song Fuling led her younger brother to Qian Peiying's side. "Mother, I recall a time when you boarded the carriage. When did you disembark?" Qian Peiying unscrewed the water pouch and took a sip before waving her hand dismissively. "Do not mention it. I barely managed to close my eyes when your grandmother pinched me through the carriage window, startling me awake and insisting I prepare a place for Jinbao and the others. It is truly remarkable that she did not pinch you." Chapter 67. The first day of flight, as a modern individual, Qian Peiying deeply empathized with her daughter's heart-wrenching cries. Her daughter had tenderly fed Chunhua, only for the girl to vanish, leaving her fate uncertain. Zhao Fugue lay mangled, his body torn apart by an unknown beast. The haunting scene of a young girl, whose mother had been starved to death, suggested that the child's own demise was imminent, the man wailing in despair. His entire being radiating hopelessness, clutched the lifeless form of his son. And then there were the refugees, previously beaten by their group, some sprawled on the roadside, bloodied and unable to rise, alongside the sight of dozens kneeling in desperation, begging merely for a morsel of food. Each of these harrowing events weighed heavily upon her heart, creating an unbearable pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Yet, when old Lady Ma had scolded her daughter for idleness and ordered her to get off the cart, Qian Peiying found herself understanding that reprimand. It was justified, hence she and old Song pretended not to hear, allowing the scolding to continue. One must first ensure their own sustenance and safety to cultivate empathy for others. When one is exhausted, legs numb, feet feeling as if encased in lead, surviving on tasteless morsels devoid of salt, and having narrowly escaped an attack, who has the energy to feel for others? In the face of human tragedy, one can hardly muster the strength to utter a word, barely able to stand, let alone feel sympathy for another's plight. Her heart had become numb, her throat parched, her mind starved of oxygen. In comparison, others wore expressions of indifference, while only her daughter could express her emotions through tears. Wasn't tea that a sign of her idleness? Her daughter, after all, bore no burden. Her father, Song Fusheng, was the team leader, granting her the privilege to rest at will. Her grandmother turned a blind eye, allowing her to sleep peacefully, making her the most fortunate among them. Even Song Jinbao, the delicate child, had endured longer than Fuling. Other children lacked the energy to articulate their feelings, each one exhausted and dazed, while Fuling alone appeared vibrant and expressive, lamenting her misfortunes. Look at Michaud, devoid of thought or emotion, believing no one suffered as he did. Qian Michaud was solely concerned about his inability to continue walking. "Uncle?" he called out to Song Fusheng, peering past Qian Peiying and Song Fuling. Qian Peiying grasped his hand. "What is it? Do you need something? Are you thirsty?" Michaud shook his head, choosing silence. Once he caught up with Song Fusheng, he extended his small hands, looking up with pleading eyes. "Uncle, carry me." "Uncle." Song Fusheng felt a wave of despair wash over him, as if he might collapse from the burden of his own fatigue. Scanning the nearby ox-drawn carts, he found no space available. The children were taking turns resting, and there was no room left for another. Resigned, he declared, "Come on, I'll carry you." With small arms wrapped tightly around Song Fusheng's neck, Michaud looked up with complete trust, occasionally offering him sips of water. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, both the mules and the oxen emerged, glistening with sweat and lamenting their plight. At this moment, the sky above them finally cleared. Song Fulu stepped out of the line, signaling for a pause in their movements. Upon witnessing this gesture, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, with some choosing to simply sit down where they were. A glance backward revealed that many of the refugees who had been trailing behind were now absent, having either ascended the mountain or been left behind due to exhaustion. New faces appeared around them, and they finally caught sight of other ox-drawn carts, with numerous individuals resting in this place. Thus, they decided to pitch camp and sleep beneath the open sky. Chapter 68. Collecting public grain in search of a spacious area. They found an open plot where a few households were resting, each separated by a distance of 10 to 20 meters. Song Zhang approached with a respectful bow, expressing gratitude and clarifying their intentions. He conveyed that they were a large family and requested permission to gather together for convenience. Upon noticing the sizable group, some individuals, without waiting for a complete explanation, readily vacated their spots. This resulted in a vast expanse of open space, allowing mule-drawn carts and ox carts to pass through, one leading and the other following, positioning themselves at the sides to create a barrier. Subsequently, hand carts were arranged closely beside one another, filling the area behind them. This arrangement effectively shielded those in the center from view, leaving only the front open. This was advantageous for visibility and convenience in cooking and resting. Others, if not particularly attentive, would find it difficult to discern what the group was consuming or whether they were awake. The cattle manager and the chief butcher, responsible for the livestock, promptly unloaded the carts, providing the animals with water and food, scratching their backs, and grooming them gently. The younger boys, tasked with guarding the carts, sat on the ground, each responsible for 2 carts. Elders like Uncle Song Fushing and the older women busied themselves with removing the oilcloth covering the top of the handcarts, beneath which lay woven grass mats, used for bedding in the mountains and shelters. They laid out these mats for their respective families, establishing sleeping and cooking arrangements according to the order of the vehicles, ensuring each family was adjacent to one another. The strong laborers, disregarding their need for rest, swiftly began digging pits in front of their bedding for cooking. After burying their pots, they took water buckets to fetch water from a river several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the women, accompanied by their children, scoured for dry grass and other materials suitable for fuel. Initially, they hoped to gather some wild vegetables while collecting grass, but found none in the vicinity. They expressed concerns that, apart from the mountains, the wild vegetables might have been fully harvested by those fleeing from hardship. It was autumn, a season when wild vegetables were plentiful, yet they saw none. One woman lamented to her child, "Do you see? The path is barren. I wonder if we will even pass areas with mountains ahead. Finding wild vegetables will be a challenge. All have been taken by those who came before us." The child replied, "Mother, if there are mountains, we cannot go up. Uncle Song said we must not delay. Indeed, if you are not hungry, eat sparingly. If you are, drink more water. Your father needs to eat well, having pushed the cart all day," she advised. Overall, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, with clear divisions of labor. Song Fushing had anticipated this, knowing that managing a large group could be daunting, yet feared chaos if everyone were to gather aimlessly, unsure of their tasks. Clarity of purpose kept them engaged. Like in a well-organized unit, each individual had their responsibilities, preventing any sense of confusion. At this moment, Song Fushing and Song Lijing were also occupied with their tasks, having deliberated extensively on the matter at hand. Guopozi was weighing her modest supply of grain, contemplating who would consume half a dry ration and who would receive a whole one, calculating the total number to steam for the evening, while also considering provisions for the journey ahead. Upon hearing her name called, she looked up to see Song Lijing and Song Fushing, a smile spreading across her face. "Uncle Lijing, dear nephew, come, sit beside me. I've just laid out a spot." However, Song Lijing waved his hand. "No need to sit. We have come to collect grain, 5 pounds from each household." Guopozi felt a pang in her heart. "What is the matter?" Song Lijing pointed out. "These carts need someone to watch over them during the night, so we can sleep soundly, right? We can't let those on night watch go hungry. They need sustenance for the journey ahead." Distributing a dry ration and a bowl of porridge to each is a considerate gesture. With our dozen families, we can select one strong labor from each household nightly, rotating 4 of us in turn. Everyone contributes grain, and it will be prepared at my home. Where can be trusted, right? My eldest son's wife will handle the cooking. Guaposi wiped her hands on her apron. All right, no need to say more. I'll fetch it right away. Upon arriving at her aunt's house, the aunt exchanged a long, penetrating gaze with Song Fushing, locking eyes for several seconds. Song Fushing pondered. Aunt, what does that look mean? Are you hoping for discount? Indeed, he was correct. They were all genuine relatives. The aunt had initially wanted to suggest, could we not collect just £2 first? We promise we won't default. We'll return after consuming the first 2. The uncle, frowning beside her, chided, just scoop it out quickly. Why are you staring? Don't just take cornmeal. Get some fine flour too. The aunt regretted not having been straightforward and scooping up the corn kernels instead, with her husband as command. She now had to take at least half a pound of fine flour. When it came to Li Xiu, one could only sigh. She was burdened with a child. As for the grain collection, 5 pounds were required. Li Xiu was indeed resourceful. Throughout the journey, she had been diligent, bearing her child while pushing a cart. Unable to carry all her belongings, she had entrusted some to others, not without reciprocation, before descending the mountain. She had steamed extra dry rations for the children of those who assisted her. Offering a dry ration was a gesture of goodwill, warming hearts. She understood fully that if the group were truly merciless, they might abandon them, deeming them burdensome. She and her son would face dire consequences. Yet, if they behaved well throughout the journey, even if they eventually ran out of food, she would kneel before the others to plead, which was certainly preferable to being among the desperate. Without hesitation, Li Xiu handed over the 5 pounds of grain. Yet, Song Lijing, feeling sympathetic, remarked, if you cannot push the cart, speak to the families behind and ask for assistance. I will inquire which household can accommodate another cart. We could manage to fit the tie-up inside during the journey. Oh, Uncle Lijing, I do have a dilemma. It's just the 2 of us at home. I need to tend to the tie-up and fetch water. If I also have to cook and gather firewood. Uncle Lijing, could I possibly team up with someone? After saying this, Li Xiu not only glanced at Song Lijing, but also cast a hopeful look at Song Fushing. Song Fushing thought, you brought this upon yourself. Song Lijing replied, you must discuss this with another household yourself. If they agree to share their grain, that will suffice. Song Xingge, my household won to accommodate. Li Xiu then took the child and went to visit the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gao butcher. She understood well that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gao family, being significantly younger than those elderly women, was more lenient and accommodating, especially with a household full of men who did not fuss over trivialities. Song Fushing and Song Lerzhang continued to collect grain, and the other matriarchs were surprisingly generous with their contributions, much to Song Fushing's astonishment. It is worth noting that these individuals were typically quite stingy, even with their own resources, let alone with others. Among them, there was even one who spoke kindly to Song Lerzhang, saying, Uncle, your eldest daughter-in-law still has to prepare meals for those on night duty. It's a burden, but it is all for our collective benefit. Just listen to how graciously they behaved. In Song Fushing's heart, the ones who deserved the most praise were his father and mother. Initially, he had been quite worried, intentionally planning to be the last to collect from his own household. But to his surprise, his parents merely raised their eyelids and set about loading the grain. Old Madame Ma thought, what is there to bargain for? Everyone has already contributed. Any further discussion would be futile. The tide has turned. Since taking up the position of village head, Song Lerzhang had never experienced such smooth proceedings. The usual chaos had been absent, and everyone was compliant for the first time, bringing him great satisfaction. See, Fushing, he remarked, I told you, there is no need for me to accompany you. You can collect on your own. People will naturally unite in times of difficulty. In truth, your presence is unnecessary. Sharing a stove is indeed more convenient. Upon hearing this, Song Fushing thought to himself, that won't do. Eating from one pot will only lead to chaos. Disputes will arise over who has more or less grain and who eats more or less. Let's avoid that. Chapter 69. Persevere. Fulling upon reaching their resting spot and establishing the location of their home, Song Fulling and her mother hurriedly laid down the grass mat. On top of the grass mat, They placed a moisture-proof mat, followed by a cotton quilt. Song Fuling sprawled upon it, motionless, her gaze fixed upon the azure sky, dismissing all responsibilities. Exhausted and bewildered, Taohua approached with a dazed expression, urging, "Chubby girl, let us go gather some hay." Song Fuling merely shook her little hand in refusal. After a moment of restraint, Song Jinbao vented his frustration with a muttered insult, "Lazy woman." It was unclear where he had learned such words. In truth, he yearned to hurl more colorful insults at Chubby Girl, akin to how he would scold his elder sister, venting his grievances. However, he feared that such actions might jeopardize their meal. Back on the mountain, he had chosen to forego snatching snacks from his elder sisters to ensure he could savor a proper meal of rice. Now caught in a dilemma, he was reluctant to offend Chubby Girl at this stage. Yet, refraining from scolding left him feeling envious and resentful. She was so much younger than him, yet she enjoyed the luxury of riding while he toiled away. Upon arriving, she lay idly, contributing nothing. Song Fuling tilted her body to glance at Song Jinbao as he bent down to gather hay, thinking, if she is a lazy woman, so be it. Just moments ago, her second aunt, Zhu, had cast her a disapproving glare, likely lamenting her as a burden and uttering countless complaints, having probably done so already. Let her glare. She was well aware of it. Upon witnessing her granddaughter in such a state, Grandmother Ma also reprimanded her several times. Song Fuling mused, "Scold away. I shan't rise. I'll feign ignorance. After a while, you'll tire of it. Moreover, dear grandmother, your scolding now indicates that I have yet to form a habit of idleness. Once I embrace this laziness fully, you will grow accustomed to it. One day, should I suddenly become industrious, you will cheerfully exclaim, 'Oh, my granddaughter has made great strides. How wonderful!'" With a grin, Song Fuling gazed skyward. Just then, her expression, smeared with dirt yet adorned with a mischievous smile, was captured by the arriving Song Infeng. As her aunt felt a mix of helplessness and affection for her only niece, especially since she was the sole child of her third brother, she remarked, "Chubby girl, what about the water? Is it still green? If it's not, we shall pour it straight into the pot." Song Fuling met her aunt's gaze. Might as well drink the murky water. No sooner had she spoken than a vivid image of everyone spitting into the river to test for poison flashed in her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Aunt, let us add a few drops of vinegar to the water. I'd rather drink sour water." Grandmother Ma gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "What nonsense! That wretched girl insists on drinking boiled water. What absurdity is this?" Consequently, she found herself boiling water in a small pot atop the mule cart, forcing everyone to vacate the area whenever she did so, as space was scarce. She had to be cautious, too, ensuring that the many items piled within the cart did not catch fire, that the pot remained steady, and that she did not burn herself. Throughout the journey, she had boiled water 3 times, and that girl, resembling an insatiable water buffalo, drank without end. As if her own consumption were not enough, she clamored for everyone to drink more water, insisting it was necessary for replenishment. The chubby girl, despite her good intentions, found herself burdened by her elderly mother's struggles to boil water on the mule cart. Fortunately, the girl had enjoyed a lengthy slumber, which had calmed her somewhat. Otherwise, the chaos would have escalated further. Just listen to the plight of those fleeing, some nearly resorting to drinking from unfiltered water sources. Yet her little sister still demanded a hint of vinegar. Song Infeng quickly interjected in hushed tones, "Mother, do lower your voice. Have you forgotten what my third brother specifically instructed you on the mountain? Chubby is grown up. It is unseemly to scold her in front of others. We are all in this together, and it would be quite embarrassing if someone overheard. Moreover, adding vinegar to the boiling water is a trivial matter compared to the risk of illness. It costs little to add vinegar. It's not like salt or soy sauce. Its absence on this journey won't make a significant difference. Drinking clean water is far better than suffering from stomachache. Besides, mother, the vinegar you had was already used by my third brother to ward off snakes and insects. What we are consuming now is what he brought from his home. Chubby hasn't even had your vinegar." Chubby replied, "Doesn't that sound a bit awkward?" Song Fuling, sprawled nearby, had overheard her aunt's attempt to counsel her grandmother. Sighing, she longed to express that she had already made considerable efforts to lower her expectations. Since her arrival in this foreign land, her emotional trajectory had evolved thus. Initially, she learned of the impending escape and the necessity of traveling by mule cart. Having never experienced such a mode of transport, only having ridden in cars, she was astounded by the jarring sensation of being jostled about on the mule cart. At that moment, she was taken aback to discover that her parents were preparing fried dough sticks under such tumultuous conditions for their future provisions. The cramped space left little room for her legs to stretch, and she marveled at their ability to manage. Indeed, they managed, and she felt an overwhelming sense of hardship, lamenting the poor quality of her meals compared to the boxed lunches she had on train journeys. As for shelter, trying to catch a moment of sleep amidst the clutter of luggage and family members was a task in itself. Curled up in a corner, her legs scrunched up, she awoke with stiff joints. Clothing was of little concern. At that time, she felt a surge of pride in her resilience, convinced of her capacity to endure hardship. The following day, she began to inhabit caves and tents on the mountain, traversing muddy paths while being startled by the cries of unfamiliar creatures. She drank water filtered through charcoal and subsisted on dry rations devoid of meat or vegetables, lacking even pickles for flavor. She believed she had truly mastered the art of suffering, embodying the fortitude of the Zhang family. However, after a day of fleeing, she yearned for the solace of the cave, where life was simpler and steadier. Although the food lacked flavor, it was a secure existence. When she struggled to climb back onto the mule cart, she discovered the minuscule space available, comparable to the size of a school cushion. Despite the cramped quarters, she felt an unexpected happiness and slept more soundly than ever. In retrospect, the first day of her journey, which she had once loathed for its hardships, now stood out as a time of relative comfort, a moment when she could stretch out and enjoy the best meals, presenting herself with dignity. That day, in her current memory, had transformed into a dream. Oh my, if she could start anew, she would certainly cherish every moment. Yet now, boiling river water and adding a few drops of vinegar, she can scarcely imagine enduring until that day. Mother, Zhang fully took the freshly steamed buns, devouring them voraciously while mumbling, "I now believe your words, that no one can escape suffering. One speaks as the situation dictates." As for the post-90s and the post-00s being unable to endure hardship, it all depends on one's circumstances. Take us, for instance, fleeing from disaster. Even a 1-year-old can learn to endure and embrace simplicity. Qian Ping nodded wearily. "I never anticipated I could walk so far, covering tens of thousands of steps." At this, the words that followed from Zhang Fuxing nearly earned him a pair of withering glares from the mother and daughter, as if to pierce through him with their eyes. Chapter 70. Who scares whom? Qian Ping remarked. "After such a tiring day, having walked several thousand steps, I find myself wishing to emulate my daughter, to simply collapse with a clatter, push away my bowl, and disregard all responsibilities. How could that old man assign tasks to us? Is he not deserving of a good thrashing? It seems he has come from the past with a tightened skin." "What tasks, you ask?" "We are to act as decoys." Indeed, akin to the modern concept of a decoy, whether for meals or sales. Our role is to serve as a mental diversion. To summarize succinctly, it's akin to a line from a skit. The production team convenes, organizing a study session. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the newly appointed political commissar, Zhang, sat cross-legged at the forefront, a pipe hanging from his lips. The pipe remained unlit, as he was reluctant to waste it. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he addressed the assembly. "Let us refrain from dozing off. The purpose of this gathering is to reflect on our first day descending the mountain. However, let us keep the noise to a minimum. As long as we can hear one another, that suffices. Before beginning our discussions, it is imperative that we avoid a cacophony of voices. Who wishes to speak may raise their arm." Zhang Fuxing, seated beside him, quietly interjected, "Sir, it is a hand you raise, right? Raise your hand to speak," Zhang affirmed, demonstrating the gesture for clarity. The attendees were seated on their respective bedding, exchanging glances, each contemplating, "Discuss this day?" We were all present and witnessed the events firsthand. What more is there to say? Moreover, we have never conducted such discussions after a day as end. It is unfamiliar territory. How do we even commence? Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing coughed lightly. Ahem. Pei rolled her eyes dramatically before raising her hand. Allow me a moment to speak. We must learn from our experiences and not display weakness. As we did today, by providing sustenance to others. We fought before. What if we cannot fight again? Consider the consequences. What might they entail? Ah, indeed, came the chorus of agreement. We cannot afford to show weakness. Even if someone lies dying before us, we must not yield. Her words swiftly steered the collective mindset, particularly among the seasoned elder women, who, with their wealth of experience, chastised Wang Posey while expressing disdain, asserting, had we not fought, those ruffians would have left us worse off, trampling over our bodies to seize our provisions. Do you believe that? Absolutely, came the resolute reply. And we cannot show any softness. Such behavior invites bullying. Look at those individuals. When they cannot overpower us, they kneel and plead, desperation at its peak. If they were capable of defeating us, they would not resort to begging. Who wishes to kneel? Indeed, that is the nature of humanity. We must unite in our efforts. Some, in their fervor, even forgot to raise their hands. Song Lijing felt satisfaction within. Song Fuxing raised an eyebrow, observing the profound realization among the crowd regarding this matter. He cleared his throat again. Ahem. Song Fuling, not rolling her eyes this time, considering she might one day need to rely on her father's status in this ancient realm, graciously raised her hand, awaiting approval before standing to speak. Esteemed elders, uncles, aunts, and esteemed relatives, permit me to share a few words. I wish to echo what my father conveyed before our descent. Unity. We must stand together. As we traverse this path, numerous unfamiliar faces pass us by. Yet we only recognize the 14 households seated beside us. Regardless of future hardships, be it hunger, thirst, or even conflict, only these 14 families and the villagers around us will lend a helping hand in times of trouble. Just like when a wealthy uncle passed away. Despite the multitude of desperate souls on this road, no one would bury him for eternal rest except for us, his own kin, who would assist one another no matter the time or circumstance, no matter how dire the situation became. One day, we ventured into a new town and finally settled down. Yet, within this vast community, we remained outsiders in the eyes of its inhabitants, knowing no one but the elders and relatives who now sat beside us. Previously, we belonged to the same village. As we journey onward to new places, devoid of other kin, these individuals become our closest ties. Song Fuling clasped her hands and declared, "Thus, we must remain united." She deliberately articulated these sentiments in simple, comprehensible terms, hoping to instill a sense of solidarity in her father and the others, dismissing any concerns regarding the arduous journey ahead. Indeed, should we become scattered like loose sand, none would fare well, including her family, who would be the most vulnerable. The dangers of this journey are manifold. Even the bravest require the support of others, and we are fortunate to travel as a large group. Song Fuling's words indeed struck an emotional chord. For those who did not ponder deeply, there was no lamentation. Yet, upon further reflection, it resonated profoundly. A sigh escaped many lips. The village elder, moved by Song Fuling's impassioned speech, felt a pang in his heart when he recalled those from the village who had vanished without a trace. He was deeply touched, concluding, "Let us all live well together, without losing a single one of us. We are the only familiar faces left. There are none others." Although this topic did not ignite a flurry of responses, its impact was undeniably profound. Even after the production team convened for a meeting and concluded their discussions, subtle changes began to emerge. The butcher, holding a pig's stomach, approached Gui's family and said, "Gui'er, I heard you don't have a water pouch. Here, take this. I've cleaned it. Tomorrow we can use it to drink water." "Uncle Gao, this is splendid. It can hold a good amount of water," came a reply. Meanwhile, Wangpa spoke to the young woman next door. "Do not scold the child. It's all right. If he turns over, he can come over here. How much space can a little one occupy under a quilt? Your family is large. We have enough blankets." Men gathered around Song Lerzhang and Song Fuxing, sharing tea leaves, inviting Tian Shifa and others to join them for a small brew of tea to alleviate fatigue. "I just tucked this into my bundle on the way. My wife only found it now. Let us all have a taste." Madame Ma sat on her quilt, inexplicably drawn to glance at the sister-in-law across several households. She thought to herself, never mind, I won't bicker with you on this journey. I wouldn't want to upset you. You must live well. For when we reach our destination, I want you to witness firsthand the accomplishments and filial piety of my sons, which will surely evoke envy in you, you wretched woman. Meanwhile, Song Fuling, who subtly influences all, conceals her talents and reputation, and has wandered off with the young ladies to attend to their needs. This matter cannot be approached lazily. It requires personal effort. Yet, unexpectedly, her peculiar attire, a traditional top paired with casual black trousers, the top reaching mid-thigh, a handkerchief swung from her hand, and a stainless steel water bottle clipped to her waist, has caught the attention of a keen observer. This observant individual, who previously survived through petty thefts in the city, has escaped without any valuables, as their home has been occupied by refugees. They possess nothing of worth, no silver, nor even the elusive, fragrant incense. The elder brother, though somewhat dim-witted, is audacious and suggests to his sibling, "Shall we rob these folks?" To which the younger brother retorts, "Have you lost your senses? Each of them could easily dispatch us with their sticks. We cannot only refrain from robbing them, but must also leave their food and carts untouched. The commotion would alert them. Did you not notice they have night watchmen? Why fear the watchmen? They might be asleep." Indeed, the newly appointed sentinels are utterly fatigued from a day's journey and must continue at dawn, their eyelids heavy. However, they cannot afford to be careless. Any noise would rouse them. "Listen to me, brother, let us steal that trinket from the girl's waist. It does not appear to be iron. I cannot discern its material, but it certainly looks precious. My keen eye cannot be mistaken. Once we enter the city, we can sell it and indulge in fine delicacies. Furthermore, the young girl seems easy to handle. We can stealthily approach without alarming anyone and swiftly make our escape with a valuable item. By morning, when they discover the theft, we will be long gone." After deliberating on their plan, the two brothers stealthily slipped through the gap between the mule cart and the ox cart. Fortune smiled upon them. Illuminated by the moonlight and the remnants of a smoldering fire, they quickly spotted a slender leg clad in black trousers above the fire. The younger brother took a defensive stance while the elder nodded in understanding. They swiftly approached Song Fuling without making a sound. Peering closer, one brother suddenly squatted down, and the other gasped, "Oh dear." Awakened by the commotion, Song Fuling was startled to find two strangers staring at her, sending a wave of fear through her. "Oh heavens, there are thieves!" She shrieked in unison with the two brothers. "Help! There's a ghost!" With a mask obscuring her face, Song Fuling exclaimed, "Oh my!" Chapter 71. My defiance, the four formidable figures sprang into action, swiftly subduing the thieving brothers in just a few moments. However, blood began to seep from a wound that had been torn open anew. Hearing his daughter's terrified scream, Song Fushing's eyes shot wide open. Initially, he had intended to leap up gracefully, but he stumbled, caught off guard by the sleeping Qian Mishu nestled in his arms, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a staggering motion, Song Fushing fell to his knees, scrambling to his feet, and instinctively shielded his daughter behind him, bellowing, "Who goes there?" Before the brothers could confess, the 5-year-old Qian Mishu, with disheveled hair, charged forward, thinking her uncle was foolish for even asking. With a voice full of conviction, she declared, "I let you steal my glutinous rice bricks. I'll make you pay." Qian Mishu attacked with her head, fists, and legs, her small frame radiating a fierce determination, ready to fight to the bitter end. She was furious. Though the theft of grain was beyond her control, that was a matter for adults. However, daring to pilfer the beloved bricks from under her sister's pillow was utterly unforgivable. They had to get through her first. Song Fushing had no choice but to grasp the collar of his fiercely struggling child, yanking her back. She was far too agitated to approach the thieves any closer. The two culprits had already been restrained by others, and he couldn't risk Qian Mishu becoming a hostage. "Uncle, they're trying to steal my bricks. I heard them. I know what they're up to. Can I deal with them?" Qian Mishu was handed over to Qian Peiying, and in her sister's embrace. She looked up with tears streaming down her face. "Sister, did they steal my bricks? Please check my bricks. My bricks." "Oh dear." The sudden outburst from Qian Mishu left Song feeling somewhat at a loss. It was worth noting that aside from a previous fit before running away, her brother had never behaved this way. While comforting Qian Mishu, Qian Ping waved her hand. Quickly, let us take a look. Reassure yourself. She handed Qian Mishu the tattered cloth bundle containing the glutinous rice bricks, saying, "You open it and see for yourself. They're still there. Don't be afraid." Song Fueling continued to soothe her brother. "How could I let them steal? The moment they approached, I noticed them. We captured them before they could take our glutinous rice bricks, so please stop crying." Everyone had already jumped up in a flurry, gathering their tools and surrounding the scene. And by this point, they began to grasp the situation. Oh my goodness, these two thieves were after the glutinous rice bricks from the chubby girl as pillow. The thieving brothers, kneeling in submission, exchanged glances at the now exposed glutinous rice bricks, nearly retching at the sight. Who would steal this worthless thing? Wouldn't we refuse it, even if offered for free? Wait, let us explain. The brothers protested, but Song Fuxing cut them off, insisting that no explanation was needed. They were captured on the spot, and he had no time for their excuses. His ears were filled with the cacophony of awakened children crying in unison with Qian Mishu. "Take them outside and give them a beating." Tian Shifa and his companions seized the two brothers and began to beat them mercilessly. After a while, leaving them battered and bruised, they inquired if they had submitted. The more cunning younger brother quickly pleaded for mercy, conceding that he was wrong. However, he overlooked the fact that his older brother, who possessed far less cunning, defiantly retorted, "I refuse to submit." "You refuse?" Then the beating continues. The older brother, already bloodied from the blows, insisted, "I will not submit. I did not steal the glutinous rice bricks." Before Tian Shifa and his gang could strike again, the younger brother, in a moment of desperation, slapped his elder sibling across the face, exclaiming, "Brother, can you not just concede? But I truly did not steal the glutinous rice bricks." With tears welling in his eyes, the elder brother felt a profound sense of injustice, having been frightened by ghosts and wrongfully accused of theft. Chapter 72. Illness Song Lirong, accompanied by his companions, conducted a thorough inspection, wary of losing any possessions. He admonished the 4-night watchmen, questioning their diligence. "How can you justify your negligence to those who contributed to our sustenance? You must keep your eyes wide open and be vigilant. Do not let a single flicker of the torch escape your notice." Meanwhile, the women busied themselves soothing their children, urging them to return to slumber. For dawn would call for continued travel. Their lips murmured ancient lullabies, comforting phrases such as "Do not fear the shadows." Qian Peiying cradled Qian Mishu, gently rocking him while patting his back. She understood well that his distress stemmed from both a state of groggy sleep and the weighty significance of the two bricks resting in his small heart. To him, they represented a solemn duty entrusted by his grandfather, a singular possession to be safeguarded. Thus, the child bore this burden continuously since their first meeting. The bricks were offered to her out of respect for her role as a guardian, as well as for the sake of fooling. Even the uncle was distrustful, forbidding any touch or handling, unable to relinquish his concern. Song Fuling lifted the mask from her forehead and poured some warm water for Qian Mishu. "Here, take a sip. Do not cry. Your sobs are becoming quite pronounced." After a brief moment, Qian Mishu took a sip and then scrutinized Song Fuling, his eyelids drooping. A few seconds later, he lifted his gaze once more, advising her, "Sister, please be cautious moving forward." This was a gesture that indicated, after careful consideration, his willingness to allow her to continue resting. Gratefully, Song Fuling nodded, "Thank you, Mishu. I will be more vigilant in the future. I assure you I will not allow anyone to take it." She exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Peiying, both aware that the concern was not truly about the glutinous rice bricks, but something else entirely. Yet, they dared not voice it. The child had fixated on the bricks, and they wished not to provoke further tears in the stillness of the night. Song Fuling cast a glance at the thermos set aside, her eyes flickering with thought. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing promptly tended to the wounds of the 4 strong men, his heart laden with worry. The medicine procured before their escape was nearly depleted, yet the injuries showed little sign of healing. The supply could only last another day, if conditions did not improve. Where could they find a wandering physician versed in herbal remedies? Nevertheless, a lack of medicine could be remedied by the presence of a knowledgeable healer. High speed, unable to settle into slumber, approach with a question. Third uncle, does Brother Zhang know martial arts? Could you persuade him to teach us during our breaks? You should inquire with him directly, Song Fuxing replied before rising to check on the pair of beaten thieves. To his astonishment, the two brothers had turned upon each other, with the younger sibling striking the elder while demanding an apology, and the elder retaliating with kicks, questioning why he deserved such treatment. The two were already bloodied from the blows dealt by their brother-in-law and his companions. Song Fuxing had little interest in this farce and knew he needed rest. Leave, and do not let me see you again. Do not even think of coveting our possessions. If I encounter you again, nearby or otherwise, I shall break your legs. He warned before allowing the thieving brothers to flee. Awakened by the commotion, the nearby refugees had gleaned a general understanding of the situation, their thoughts muddled by the cries of the children. In their hearts, one sentiment prevailed. Despite the apparent numbers, that group seemed lacking in substance. Apart from the mules and cattle that could be slaughtered for meat, there was hardly any grain to speak of. Otherwise, how could such a commotion arise over a block of fluffy, glutinous rice? It seems they are even less fortunate than we are. As dawn broke, we resumed our journey. Yet, only halfway through the morning, Qian Mishu suddenly fell ill without any warning, his face flushed and burning with fever. Upon touching his forehead, it was scalding hot. Song Fuxing carried Qian Mishu on his back, the child languid and drooping over him. Chapter 73. Unusual weather. The sky was a canvas of clouds, a stark contrast to the tempest raging 100 miles away, where fierce winds and torrential rains lashed down, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the heavens had sprung a leak. At that moment, descending the mountain meant braving the elements, pushing through the wind and rain. The atmosphere atop the mountain was even more frigid and damp. In the early morning and late evening, individuals huddled closely together, seeking warmth from one another's body heat, while heavy blankets suffocated them, and fires burned incessantly day and night. Song Fuxing even resorted to using a water pouch as a hot water bottle, clutching it throughout the day to warm his hands, feet, and abdomen. The need for relief was urgent, yet no one dared linger in the lavatory. It was not merely the rain, but also the chilly breeze, which, when accompanied by raindrops, sent shivers cascading down their spines. In 2 words, damp and cold. Yet, a mere 100 miles away, the weather turned oppressively hot. The air was still, making each breath laborious, as waves of heat enveloped them. Small groups of refugees sat exhausted by the roadside, gasping for air. They exchanged no words, heads drooping, finding any available space to lie down. Unwilling to rise, even if it obstructed others, the heat drained their energy. In this stifling heat, with the sun blazing down upon the earth, a group of individuals approached in the distance. The mules and oxen pulling carts flared their nostrils, exhaling hot breaths, clearly agitated by the oppressive warmth. A simple touch revealed that the straw mat covering the luggage on the handcarts had become akin to an electric blanket. The sturdy men pushing the carts found the wooden handles unbearably hot, their palms slick with sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down their foreheads like rain. Every pedestrian beside the mule-drawn carts wore clothes drenched in sweat, their garments clinging to their backs, wishing for a mere 5 minutes of walking to yield 2 hours of sweat. Among the leading figures in this procession was a man whose attire stood out distinctly from the rest. His hair was styled into a top knot, while his feet were clad in straw sandals. His outer garment hung loosely, exposing his bare chest beneath, and he wore shorts that barely reached above his knees. In his arms, he cradled a child of 4 or 5, who leaned languidly against his shoulder, despite the sweltering heat and the desperate plight of the refugees. Song Fuxing's appearance would have been deemed scandalous in ancient times. In modern society, one might not think twice about wearing shorts and going shirtless. At worst, they would be considered unrefined. However, in ancient culture, such attire was unheard of, and it was customary for individuals of higher status to dress modestly, regardless of the weather. One could observe officials and wealthy merchants, clad in multiple layers, enduring heat with dignity, prioritizing appearance, even if it meant wearing breathable fabrics like gauze or satin. Thus, Song Fuxing's garb was akin to someone running naked through the streets in contemporary times, provoking scandal in the eyes of the ancients. He was aware of this, yet he dismissed such concerns, thinking that if he continued to simmer in the heat, he would soon resemble a piece of roasted meat seasoned with a sprinkle of cumin. Not only did he walk in oversized shorts, but he also made gestures that drew attention. Song Fuxing glanced back at the group and waved at Song Fuling, saying, "Are you unable to walk any longer? Come, link your arm with mine, and I will help you along." In ancient times, it was rare for fathers to be so affectionate with their teenage daughters. Tian Shifa might have shown affection for his daughter Taohua, but he rarely spoke to her, let alone walked arm in arm with her, as if she were incapacitated. However, with Song Fuxing, one would think he might even carry his eldest daughter. Song Fuling, oblivious to the peculiarities, approached her father and linked her arm with his. Although she could have stubbornly clung to the vehicle today, her mother had just started her menstrual cycle. Indeed, in such sweltering heat, her mother was dealing with her period, causing a deluge of sweat, which nearly brought her to tears upon realizing the misfortune. It was her suggestion that Song Fuling encourage her mother to take her place in the vehicle periodically, disregarding any eye-rolling or scolding, as securing comfort far outweighed any petty grievances. The last thing they needed was to endure arduous walking in such conditions. Furthermore, she urged her mother not to skimp on supplies, insisting on using sanitary napkins instead of the shabby cloth given by her aunt. There was no need to save such things for future use. They were on a journey, and once settled, they could revert to makeshift solutions. Surely, one could withstand discomfort without succumbing to it. If others could manage, so could she. To Song Fuling, her circumstances felt sufficiently blessed, with parents who cared for her. Even as a refugee, she could afford to be a bit spoiled. This was a fortunate outcome of having her loving parents traverse time with her. She was not like other orphan girls who had to endure relentless hardship upon arrival in this era. Were she to have arrived alone, even if her ancient parents were kind, they would still be strangers, and she would find it difficult to exhibit any vulnerability, leading to profound distress. Song Fuxing firmly linked his arm around his daughters, propelling them forward. With one hand, he held tightly to Qian Mishao, who was already sweating profusely, and with the rising heat, his breaths were mere waves of warmth. With the other hand, he continuously dabbed Qian Mishao's forehead, armpits, inner thighs, and the nape of his neck with alcohol wipes, all while maintaining his forward momentum. When the wipes ran dry, he dipped them in white liquor. He tested the child's forehead with his mouth, filled with concern. Children should not be given adult cold and fever medications indiscriminately. Some ingredients could adversely affect their liver and kidneys, and dosages were hard to gauge. Peiying had advised against it, especially since the potent cold medicine he had brought from their supplies should not be administered unless Mishao's fever exceeded 38 degrees Celsius. Physical cooling was the priority during such hot weather. His wife urged him to find a place to rest soon, to delve into their supplies for a thermometer and a milder dose of ibuprofen. Song Fuxing jostled Qian Mishao gently, encouraging him, "Hold on a little longer. Once we find a place with water, we will take a break, and your uncle will give you your medicine, all right?" Qian Mishao nodded slightly, tightening his little arms around Song Fuxing's neck, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Previously, Grandma Song had heard that he had caught a chill and urged his uncle not to hold him, claiming he was afflicted with a life-threatening illness. The uncle immediately retorted, "What life-threatening illness? We're merely experiencing a bit of heat." In ancient times, a chill could be contagious, and without a doctor on the road, it was indeed a serious matter. The others suggested placing him on a cart to rest, but the uncle refused, stating, "If we throw him on a cart, we will wipe him down with cotton to cool him off. The caravan cannot stop. We shall carry him while we walk and attend to him." They continued to carry him, despite the heat, with the uncle's collar wide open, disregarding his own dignity. Uncle Qianmi Shou rubbed his small face against Song Fushang's. Song Fushang patted his back, saying, "Be gentle, don't choke me. I might perish from the heat. You must not die, and you must not utter the word die. I'm just speaking nonsense, a mere expression. Why are you crying?" Song Fu Ling watched as Qianmi Shou silently shed tears, his face filled with dependence. On the verge of confessing, while her father remained oblivious, urging his younger brother to be quiet. Tian Shi, along with a few young lads from the high-speed train, ran over. They had not traveled with the group earlier, searching for a water source on a distant path. After hours of searching, they had yet to find water along the roadside, and some were already running low on their water supplies, with the cattle and mules also in need of hydration. Third brother, we found it," one exclaimed. "Oh my goodness, at last." Song Fu Sheng handed Qianmi Shou to see Zhuang, who held him securely. Qianmi Shou, feeling uneasy, kicked his legs and struggled, saying, "Uncle, I don't want this. I want you to hold me. Alas, I will return shortly. Why is this child so insistent?" Song Gifu Xing admonished. He then took his wife in one arm and his daughter in the other, amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, and hurried off with a tattered mat. Grandmama was exasperated, rolling her eyes at the sight of a man treating women and children in such a manner, utterly lacking in dignity, but she refrained from commenting, being parched and overheated. What was the haste for? They claimed it was for a restroom break, but in reality, they fashioned a small corner with a mat. With a thud, he lay down, rolling his eyes. Song Fu Ling and Qian Pei Ying understood that he had sought a private space. How fortunate, how blessed, to be able to slip away just like that. "Father, can't you be more considerate and bring us back some ice cream?" "Mother, you can't eat that during your menstrual cycle." Qian Pei Ying sat on the ground, lamenting. "Oh ancestors, I too wish for an ice pop. It's sweltering." At that moment, she added, "If you and Grandma were to fall into the water simultaneously, I would surely shout, 'Save your mother! Quickly save your mother! Don't mind me.' I would enjoy the coolness of the water." Song Fu Ling, carefree and light-hearted, burst into laughter, her sunburned face beaming with joy. Chapter 74. The modern and the ancient in a startling encounter. The phenomenon of space is truly remarkable. Remarkable to the extent that although Song Fuxing's body lay outside on the ground, upon entering the space, he could roam about freely as if he had an ethereal doppelganger, much like a person at home. Thus, upon entering the space, his first action was to open the refrigerator door, thrusting his head into the freezer to cool off, for the heat was almost unbearable. As Song Fuxing immersed his head in the cold, he casually rummaged through the various items stored in the compartment. With no one else present to intrude upon his thoughts, he spoke freely, expressing his innermost musings aloud. "My goodness, she certainly knows how to stock up so much pork. Oh, and here is an entire frozen chicken. What is this? Ah, this bag contains beef. Yes, it must be beef. Thank goodness Paying knows how to manage." He continued to investigate, unwrapping a food bag to reveal frozen pickled cabbage balls. He smacked his lips, saliva accumulating as he thought. How delightful. Once thawed, stir-fried with layers of pork belly. Serve with a bowl of rice and a plate of stir-fried cabbage, topped off with some pickled cucumbers. Absolutely delicious. Frustrated with his own cravings, he thought, "I can't dwell on this any longer. It's making me ravenous." Crouching down, he opened the bottom drawer, revealing an array of colorful ice cream wrappers. In the past, when his daughter indulged in ice cream, he often chided her, saying, "What is the point of eating that at night? It won't cool you down. Why not eat the fruit your mother prepared instead?" Yet now, he exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm, "Oh my, look at all these. They appear so delectable." He picked up an ice cream bar and then set it down, realizing he should save it for his daughter. He swiftly made his way to the kitchen, which connected to the north balcony where various beverages, including mineral water and beer, were stored for the New Year celebrations. He stood there, fully aware that the cabinet held plenty of water, many kinds, in fact, and although he was parched, he resolutely thought, "No, I must not touch it. It should be saved for my daughter." Instead, he retrieved the fruits and vegetables that had been soaking in water prior to his journey, placing them on the countertop before gulping down the rinsing water. What was wrong with that? The washing water was far cleaner than the rivers of ancient times. He drank half a basin in one go, wiped his mouth, and in a few swift steps returned to the refrigerator. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter sitting on the grass in ancient times were eagerly watching Song Fuxing's body, waiting expectantly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and an ice cream bar appeared in his hand. The two were taken aback in astonishment. Song Fuling snatched the ice cream, exclaiming, "Dad, that was so quick? Just 2 or 3 minutes." Qian Pei Ying stared at Song Fuxing incredulously and said, "Did you really find it?" I can hardly believe you were so quick. Back in modern times, you never worried about the household affairs. You always asked her where to find things. How could you possibly have such accuracy? Indeed, he replied, no. First, let me give you both an ice cream to cool off. It's scorching out. Eat quickly. No time for chatter. I need to go back in. Wait, Dad, have you eaten? You must be hot as well. Song Fuxing waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am not hot. I placed myself in the refrigerator. If you don't believe me, feel my forehead. Song Fuling, visibly displeased, retorted, That is not acceptable. Father, you must have one too. I have eaten. I consumed the same one you hold in your hand, he replied, rolling his eyes before retreating inside. Once he entered, Song Fuling found herself unable to eat. As Qian Ping hurriedly devoured her ice pop, she turned to find her daughter kneeling in silence. What is the matter? She inquired. Mother, my father has not eaten. The ice cream in my hand is coconut ash, and he claims it is identical to mine. How could that be? Before we arrived in this era, there was only this one left in the refrigerator. Qian Ping, momentarily speechless, paused for several seconds before responding. Just eat yours, be obedient. I will save half of mine for your father. Hurry up, it will melt. Yet, Song Fuxing was preoccupied, rummaging about inside, and the ice cream could not be preserved. With ice cream dripping from her hands, Qian Ping mumbled, I might as well eat it for your father. As the two women indulged in their ice cream, Song Fuxing was busily moving about in the space. He muttered to himself as he wandered, bring the thermometer, the medicine, my spare shorts, a tank top or undershirt. What else is needed? Scratching his head, he wandered into his daughter's bedroom, recalling her sunburned face, and began rummaging through the vanity. He was familiar with sunscreen, recognizing the plus signs on the labels. However, he pondered why there were so many variations. Plus 15, plus 25, plus 30, plus 50. Which one should he choose? The strongest. Perhaps. A vision of Qian Mixiao, pitifully spitting out food, flashed through his mind, prompting him to search for baby formula on the north balcony. The lady's formula came in small packets, easy to handle, yet it was designed for women, enriched with zinc and other nutrients, best reserved for his wife and daughter. After rummaging, he finally unearthed a large, unopened can of goat milk powder. Examining it, he noticed the words fat-free written on the label. Alas, modern individuals are so ungrateful, always seeking to reduce fat for weight loss. They should try living in ancient times, where hunger drove them to eat even rats with blue eyes. In the past, being plump was advantageous for finding a partner. It indicated a household that lacked for nothing. Once he had navigated through the hardships, his next mission would be to nourish Fuling. Filling a plastic bag with some goat milk powder, Song Fuxing emerged from the space, clutching an assortment of items. What do you need my old pajamas for? Qian Ping questioned. Didn't I ask you to bring something resembling a tank top? That one is too conspicuous. The collar and cuffs are adorned with lace, clearly machine-made, not hand-sewn. How can it be suitable for Mixiao? This is an old pajama set, Song Fuxing replied. You didn't throw it away. It was piled in the wardrobe. With so many clothes, who can tell which is which? Father, why did you take my sunscreen? Song Fuling asked. I intend to apply it for you. I'm just a little refugee, drenched in sweat. What use is it? In 5 minutes, I will be barefaced again, and applying it will only result in a muddy visage. Song Fuxing, somewhat annoyed, responded, Enough of your complaints. If you are so capable, you can go inside. It is easy to take things out, but returning them is another matter. Fuling, I need to change. Let us hurry. Hasn't quite a bit of time already passed? As you contemplate our trio's unfortunate tumble into the latrine, Qian Mishu eagerly awaits the return of his dearest family, his heart filled with anticipation. Upon their arrival, he can finally assume his role as the cherished child, rather than being subjected to the burdensome task of fetching water as directed by Grandma Song, who instructs Si Zhuang and Manager Niu to do so. They merely toss the water onto the tattered mat, leaving him unattended, with no one to inquire after him. A glance reveals an empty expanse of 10 meters. Other families do not permit their children to approach and converse with him. At last, the water has arrived, sparing him from the necessity of using ancient, inferior white wine to cool his body. Qian Ping hastens back, her first act being to mix warm water, using a towel to gently cleanse Mishu both inside and out. Once finished, she replaces his heavy garments, tucking them away, and dresses him in a charming lace-trimmed nightgown, allowing him to wear it as a dress. Although the neckline is a tad loose, he appears delightful nonetheless. She then styles his hair into 2 small braids, transforming him into a picture of a little girl. Song Fuxing cradles the child and discreetly places a thermometer under Mishu's arm. Mere seconds later, the measurement concludes with a beeping alert. Song Fuxing turns to Qian Ping and announces, "It's 38.5 degrees. Quickly, prepare the medication." Qian Mishu tilts his head in curiosity, pointing at the electronic thermometer. "Uncle, what is this?" It makes a sound. At that moment, old lady Ma suddenly raises her voice, firmly holding down Song Fuxing, desperately prying open her granddaughter's mouth. With tears streaming down her face, she exclaims in distress, "Oh heavens! What has happened to my granddaughter's tongue? This is terrible. Sander, come quickly." Song Fuxing stands there, feeling quite embarrassed, having indulged in ice cream and forgotten that the remnants of coconut ash would stain her tongue black. How shall she explain this predicament? Chapter 75. Helplessness. The heat bore down relentlessly, stirring agitation in the hearts of the people. Grandma Ma waved her arms and struck Song Fuxing on the back. "How can you be so greedy? How can you dare to stuff unfamiliar things into your mouth? I'll show you." After a few hits on her granddaughter, Grandma Ma, panting and exhausted from the heat, paused. The punishment meted out to Song Fuxing stemmed from her father's careless lie, claiming she had seen wild fruits while using the restroom and, tempted by their allure, had eaten them, resulting in her tongue turning black. What a flimsy excuse. Of course, she deserved to be scolded. Song Fuxing had anticipated that his mother would react with such fury. Frowning, he intervened, saying, "What are you doing, mother? Why are you hitting us? How old are you to be doing this? I've never even touched her." Song Fuxing, standing behind her father, tugged at his sleeve, saying, "It's fine, Dad. Don't fuss. Grandma is just frightened." Qian Ping also gestured to Song Fuxing, urging him, "You should go about your business. After you finish the rice birthday celebration, go wash up in the river and cool off. Don't get involved in this. Just go." Qian Ping spoke this way because she noticed Grandma Ma's hands were trembling in fear, which was utterly genuine. Her complexion had changed, clearly believing her granddaughter was poisoned due to her blackened tongue. With Song Fuxing's loud voice, the nearby families turned their attention toward them, shouting loudly at the old lady, which made her feel embarrassed. After all, her concern for Fuxing was sincere. She truly cared. Though Song Fuxing reluctantly followed his wife's advice to leave, he turned back several times, grumbling, "I've told you before, girls are sensitive. Don't scold them in front of others. But here you are, raising your hand to hit her again. Why did the child eat wild fruits? Why would she dare to eat something unfamiliar? It's because she is poor, thirsty, and hungry, lacking food and drink. It's our failure as adults. The children are well-behaved. What is the point of your anger?" Qian Ping waved her hand again, insisting, "Just go, really stop dawdling." Song Fuxing stood awkwardly, fiddling with her fingers, thinking, if it weren't for the fact that I had indeed snuck some ice cream earlier, which was so sweet and delicious, I might have shed tears from my father's words. It sounded so plausible. Qian Ping instructed her daughter, "You two, go find Tao Hua and the others to wash up. What about my brother? You need to worry about the rice birthday." Just as Song Fuxing was about to leave, Song Jinbao rushed over. "Fat sister, were the fruits sweet?" Song Jinbao's eyes lit up. "Where did you find those fruits?" Grandma Ma, suddenly infuriated, brandished a ladle and charged at Song Jinbao, grabbing him. "I'll teach you about fruits." One fruit after another, watching her grandmother swing her arm. Song Fuxing felt a pang of pain as the ladle struck Song Jinbao's backside repeatedly. She quickly covered her own behind and ran off. As Zhu was busy preparing a meal, she grew anxious and contemplated intervening, yet feared that her mother-in-law might turn her wrath upon her as well. Just then, her husband, Song Fuxi, returned from fetching water, prompting her to call out, "Jinbao's father, please persuade your mother." Song Fuxi cast a glance at the scene of their son being punished and replied, "What is there to persuade? Let her vent her anger. After all, it would be worse to let her bottle it up and fall ill." Zhu stared in disbelief, wondering if her husband and Song Fuxing were truly siblings. She observed how the other brother was shielded from reprimand, while her own husband permitted their mother to unleash her fury upon their only child. Indeed, It was a day when numerous households resorted to chastising their children, who wailed and rolled on the ground in despair. This was the lamentation of the impoverished. The destitute would rather let their food spoil than consume it, hoarding it instead. However, the heat was unbearable, and each family faced the imminent risk of their preserved meat and eggs going bad. They had no choice but to consume them. They could not allow the meat to rot or the eggs to become warm enough to hatch into chicks. To discard the food was unthinkable. Yet to eat it felt like a painful sacrifice, especially in these uncertain times of famine. Only the innocent children remained genuinely joyous. The more they clapped and cheered, the more it pierced the fragile hearts of the adults. Chapter 76. The gourd's lid is pressed down. Old lady Ma turned her back to the group, displaying her discontent as she sulkily sat on the straw mat, tears streaming down her face in frustration. The daughters-in-law, initially inclined to inquire about the quantity of food she was steaming, whether she was cooking the meat that was on the verge of spoiling or boiling the eggs that could not be stored, hesitated to approach her, unsure of how to proceed. On one hand, old Lady Ma was infuriated with the relentless heat of the day, feeling as though the journey was not northward but rather southward, with the temperature rising ever higher. The oppressive heat left her breathless and made it impossible to keep any food down. Not to mention, the steamed food could easily spoil. And while adults might manage to eat, what about the children? On the other hand, she was genuinely heartbroken. Heartbroken over how Zhang Fuxing had raised his voice at her, as though ready to confront her. For so many years, her third son had never behaved in such a manner. This time, she could not fathom the reason behind it. Perhaps it was the result of spending too much time together, leading her to discern his growing impatience with her. But did he not consider why she was so frightened? Why would he chastise her granddaughter? After all, they had only one child in their family, and if the chubby girl were to consume something harmful, what would become of them? In old Lady Ma's heart, she had never contemplated replacing her daughter-in-law, Qian Peiying, with another who could bear sons. She believed that one should not treat women so callously. Sending them back to their families was akin to forcing them to their doom. More importantly, during the lifetime of old Master Qian, he had provided significant assistance to the Song family. Truth be told, had it not been for old Master Qian's support during those years, her family would have faced far greater poverty, barely able to make ends meet. Thus, it was unacceptable to take advantage of someone and then abandon them when the need passed. She sincerely wished for Qian Peiying to bear another child. If not, she had indeed contemplated allowing her son to take a concubine. Even considering selling off a couple of acres of land to finance this endeavor, she would cover the expenses. Once the child was born, she would entrust it to Qian Peiying to raise, as if it were her own. If all else failed, perhaps adopting a boy with the surname Song could be the last resort, though she hoped to avoid such measures. Of course, amidst the current plight of fleeing from disaster, pondering the future was futile. The immediate concern was the chubby girl, the only child in her son's household, and it was imperative to keep her healthy and strong. The question of whether more sons would follow could be addressed later. What mattered most was safeguarding the life of this child before them. Just moments ago, when the chubby girl had stuck out her tongue, revealing its darkness, her heart sank and her anger flared. "Sister-in-law, I heard there was a quarrel. Is it that you're displeased with having a child?" Old Master Song's aunt appeared, one hand guiding her granddaughter and the other holding a water bucket, clearly just returning from fetching water. Old Lady Ma immediately turned to face her, exclaiming, "Who are you to speak such nonsense? Your family quarrels, but ours does not." But then again, your family can hardly make a fuss when your second son is nowhere to be found. The aunt felt a pang in her chest. How could this woman speak with such vigor? With good intentions, she approached to inquire, yet her words struck at others' vulnerabilities, leaving her breathless with indignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuxing had already arrived at the riverbank. He assumed that the river's depth would allow him to plunge in and swim a few laps, at the very least. It should reach his ankles. However, the water was surprisingly shallow, too shallow to be scooped directly with a bucket. Instead, one had to use a small basin, filling it halfway before pouring it into the bucket. Filling a single bucket would take an excruciatingly long time. This was indeed a dire situation. At this moment, Song Lijing and Zhang Fuxing, united in thought, hastened over and urged, "Fuxing, quickly show us that treasure of yours. Let us see if those ahead have run out of water. A lack of water is intolerable. Indeed, without water, the livestock would perish first, followed by the people. Chapter 77. Water as essential as food, since Song Fuling had mentioned to her father that the two thieves seemed not to be after silver or grain, but rather targeting her stainless steel thermos. She advised him to stow away the binoculars, urging him to use them sparingly and not to wear them around his neck as it drew too much attention. Consequently, Song Fuxing ceased using the binoculars altogether and indeed put them away. Now, they were retrieved again, and along with the village chief, her brother-in-law Tian Shifa, and Wang Zhongyu, they ascended a nearby elevated mound. The girls were engaged in washing clothes, which were drenched in sweat. Even from a distance, one could discern the pungent odor. The garments soaked in water required vigorous agitation, akin to kneading dough, to ensure thorough wetting, yet they remained far from clean. One could only imagine how shallow the so-called river water was. As Arya scrubbed her clothes, she scratched her scalp with her nails, occasionally using her arms to alleviate the itchiness. Her long hair was damp, and her scalp was slick with sweat, making the incessant scratching even more unbearable. The sound of her relentless scratching irritated Song Fuling, who sat nearby, feeling a strong urge to express her discomfort and unable to bear the sight of Arya. Tao Hua, noticing Song Fuling's aversion, quickly diverted the conversation. Panya, where have third uncle and the others gone? Look, they're climbing the mound. Sighing, Song Fuling replied, you all should wash whatever you can while you have the chance. Do not be misled by the scarcity of water here. Even a finger's depth counts as water. I fear that soon we may run out of drinking water altogether, and that would be dire. The three girls halted their actions and turned to stare at Song Fuling in astonishment. Do not look at me with such surprise. Hurry and wash. Once you finish. Oh, Arya, please refrain from scratching. I implore you to let your hair down and wash it too. Do not worry about wasting soap. If Aunt doesn't provide you with any, use mine to avoid unnecessary arguments. You must understand, our faces can be dirty, resembling those in flight from disaster to avoid unwanted trouble, but our hair must remain clean day by day. Moreover, after we leave this place, there might not be any water available to clean ourselves. Once you finish your tasks, let us gather our bowls and fill them with water. I anticipate it will take quite some time for everyone to fetch water. Indeed, Song Fuling's predictions were accurate. When Song Fuxing and the others descended from the mound, their faces bore grim expressions. Song Fuxing directed the butchers to quickly lead the mules and oxen to the river for a sufficient drink, ensuring they would be well fed for the meal ahead. He reminded everyone, before we leave, ensure all containers capable of holding water are filled. Whether it be your water bags or any spare bamboo tubes, do not let them go unused. Fill every vessel you can think of with water. Furthermore, Song Lirong gathered everyone and emphasized an important point. In our families, some do not possess mules or oxen, while others may have several. Mules and oxen require multiple feedings of water daily, especially in this heat. They must have their fill, or they may become unruly and refuse to move. Those without livestock should not merely stand by. When the time comes, they too must fetch water to sustain the animals. Do you hear me? How must we operate as a community? The crowd, in a scattered yet harmonious chorus, exclaimed, Unity! Indeed, unity! Quickly now, ladies, prepare the meal. Once the food is ready, fill the pot with water. Chapter 78. A response before the water supply is cut off at home, the young daughter-in-law of Wang Posey quietly inquired of her husband. Since there is no water ahead, shall we simply remain here? Although the river holds little water, it is certainly better than having none at all. Without water, how can we sustain ourselves? Who knows how far we must travel to find another source? Wang Zhongyu regarded his wife with an expression that suggested she had lost her senses in the heat. What nonsense are you speaking? Remaining here is no different from hiding in the mountains as we did before. This open ground is not your home. Can you truly stay here for a lifetime? We must press onward, so do what you must and do it quickly. Ah, yes, we cannot linger here, the young daughter-in-law of Wang Posey said, tapping her forehead. But soon a new concern arose. Not daring to voice it to her husband for fear of reprimand, she turned to Song Fuxing, who was nearby, and asked, Uncle, We have filled all the buckets and bowls with water, but unlike our usual travels where we could stack them atop our belongings, there is no space for these containers. We cannot simply pile them up. As she spoke, her eyes wandered nervously, reflecting her unease. Song Fuxing, appearing increasingly indifferent, wore a sleeveless undershirt, Nike shorts, and straw sandals. He remained oblivious to the discomfort on the young daughter-in-law's face, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, if we carry too much water, the weight and bulk will be considerable. Every household must streamline their possessions, discarding many items. Voices erupted in confusion. What? We can't keep the straw mats. What will we lie on during the afternoon rest? What? We must throw away our clothes. If we discard them, what will we wear? We hardly brought any as it is. Don't throw away the quilts. Dallin, are you out of your mind? What will we cover ourselves with at night, sleeping under the open sky? The young man referred to as Dallin exclaimed, Mother, did you not hear the village chief and Brother Song say that anything temporarily unnecessary must be discarded? The lack of water is a dire matter. The air was thick with chaos and noise. Song Fuxing felt weary. He too was urging his parents not to bring unnecessary items, as there was no room in the cart. However, Granny Ma was unyielding. To her, every ragged item was precious, even the patched clothes that she refused to part with. Mother, let us only keep the cotton clothes and shoes that we will need shortly. I assure you everyone will stay warm. If it gets hot, we can simply take them off. We can share one quilt, but the items stuffed with broken willow fluff cannot be kept, and we must select the better clothes. After speaking, Song Fuxing called out to Qian Ping, signaling her to find some decent clothes for Si Zhuang to change into, instructing him to discard the set he was currently wearing. He urged his mother to calculate and not to dawdle. What needed to be discarded must be thrown away. At that moment, Zhang approached Song Fuxing. Son-in-law, what should we do about the several jars of wine I brought with us when we leave? Song Fuxing pondered briefly. We shall drink the wine when there is no water available. At night, when the blanket proves insufficient, one resorts to drinking alcohol for warmth. Let be for now. However, it would be prudent to arrange things. Find a flat board to weigh it down, upon which one can stack various items. Additionally, blankets, luggage, and raincoats, anything that won't break if it falls, should be placed atop the carriage, secured tightly with a rope, and finally covered with oilcloth. It is imperative to maximize the available space within the carriage, as we must accommodate a basin for water. Until this point, the women vehemently opposed discarding any belongings, expressing considerable dissent. For them, these items represent valuable remnants of home. After days of arduous escape, burdened and weary, the thought of abandoning their possessions was utterly incomprehensible. Song Fuxing, addressing his aunt, who owned cattle, exclaimed in anger, I've seen with my own eyes, not 2 or 3 dozen miles ahead. Countless people suffering from thirst by the roadside, some collapsing, their fates unknown. They likely passed through this area without even noticing the small river that my brother-in-law had specifically discovered for us. We have indeed been favored by Providence. If you refuse to discard anything and fail to create a place for water, I ask you, who can guarantee that there will be another water source 2 or 3 dozen miles ahead? What if we proceed further and find no water for dozens of miles? The mules and cattle will perish from thirst. Once they are dead, do you think you can push the remnants of our belongings down the road with mere handcarts? Can you carry them on your backs? Song Lijing also chastised the others. Look at those refugees. They have no belongings, and some lack even a morsel of food. Yet they continue to survive. Why do you complicate matters so? Do not be greedy and lose sight of what is essential. Food and water are the true lifelines. The captain and political officer joined in the rebuke, using their anger as a means of suppression, and the women resigned themselves to the situation. Once they accepted their fate, the next step was a fervent rush to the riverbank for a thorough cleansing. In that shallow stream, they seemed eager to wash everything, along with themselves, so much so that they wet their hair, as there was no time for a proper wash. At the very least, it was refreshing. It felt as though, after leaving this river, they would never again encounter water. They then gathered water to boil and drink, preparing pot after pot, urging the men to consume as much as possible. They even forced water into the mouths of children, several of whom protested, "We cannot drink anymore, mother, truly we cannot." This was not merely about quenching their thirst with free water. They longed to drain the stream, hoping it would sustain them until the next day. Water, akin to food, was essential. One could eat 20 buns in a meal, yet after such indulgence, one could not survive until next month without nourishment. As for Zhang Fuling's family meal, it consisted of egg soup. Finally able to enjoy a decent meal, her grandmother prepared pot after pot of unseasoned egg soup, ensuring they drank until they were full. Thus, they scarcely consumed any solid food, filling themselves instead with water. A burp escaped, bringing the soup back up, as the mules and cattle resumed their journey. The sound of wooden wheels on the rocky road heralded the more arduous trials of survival that lay ahead. Chapter 79. Borrowing light as the wheels began to turn. Several elderly ladies exclaimed, "Oh dear, my water! Be gentle with the swaying, steady a bit." They wished fervently to make another trip back to the riverbank, to replenish any water that had spilled, unwilling to waste even a drop. Such demands were somewhat unreasonable. It was impossible to avoid any movement. Even with a human-powered cart, one would carefully navigate around boulders and pebbles, yet a slight tilt was inevitable, let alone with stubborn mules and oxen that understood not a word. After a hearty meal and a refreshing bath, the mules and oxen were restless. Not only could they not maintain their balance, but they also frolicked, tossing their heads and bodies with abandon. The water in large barrels and small basins created ripples on the cart, swaying back and forth in a rhythmic dance. Meanwhile, everyone appeared disheveled, their hair dampened, relishing any moment of coolness. Each person had a towel draped around their neck, from which water droplets incessantly dripped down. However, the moment the towel rested on their neck, it quickly warmed in the face of the oncoming heat, losing its refreshing coolness. The beads of sweat that fell to the ground evaporated almost instantly. Everyone was dressed in their finest attire. Although most wore coarse linen fabric that was stiff, difficult to wash, and neither warm in winter nor absorbent in summer, these garments were once reserved for the most special occasions. A select few donned cotton fabric, a luxury afforded only by families with a bit more wealth. Among them, the 3 daughters-in-law of old lady Ma stood out most vividly. He and Zhu had borrowed money from paying to wear such vibrant attire for the first time. Their cotton garments were not drab. They were bright blue and green. Having washed them in the river before leaving, they appeared quite clean, leading one to believe they were not fleeing from hardship. As they walked, they occasionally admired their own reflection. In stark contrast, Zhang Fuxing's elder sister, Zhang Yinfeng, along with Tao Hua and the 2 Yis, looked rather disheveled as they walked alongside he and Zhu. They wore their own clothes, which were limited by the modest funds paying could provide. Their bodies did not fit the garments well, leaving them oversized and ill-fitting. Yet, in Zhang Fuling's eyes, their attire paled in comparison to the deep blue short-sleeved shirt worn by Zhuang, which was indeed an Armani from her father. Zhuang also felt rather pleased with his clothing. Despite its peculiar style exposing his arms, it provided considerable relief from the heat. Moreover, the young lady had specifically instructed him, "Zhuang, do not layer any more clothing. It's sweltering, and covering your wound is not advisable." The shopkeeper Niu envied him, remarking that the young lady's special consideration and the privilege of wearing the young master's clothing were indeed marks of favor, a stroke of fortune. Indeed, Niu was correct. Zhuang sincerely felt that being in the presence of such a gracious young lady and young master was a blessing to be cherished. As they ambled along, having traversed only a few miles, the sight of Zhang Fuxing in his sleeveless shirt and shorts ahead, paired with Zhuang's short-sleeved attire, ignited envy among the men trailing behind. They couldn't help but feel a longing to shed their own layers, disregarding any notions of dignity in the sweltering heat. After all, what pride could they hold in comparison to Zhang Fuxing, who had once been the top scholar in the examinations? It is essential to acknowledge that the most oppressive heat of the day occurs around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, rendering one breathless. Wang Zhongyu halted, entrusting the handcart to his wife, who held it securely. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with the towel around his neck, and, with a determined grimace, loosened the fine garment he had donned only at noon. His wife remarked, "Oh dear, father, you do not look well like this." "So be it," he retorted. "Let be as it may." Chapter 80. Once we were young masters, Wang Zhongyu's disrobing created a far greater impact than that of Song Fuxing. After all, Song Fuxing's family, from the very first encounter, had always donned peculiar attire, and his own eagerness to remove his garments had rendered everyone somewhat desensitized to the act. However, Wang Zhongyu was a different matter altogether. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his shirt and deliberately glanced towards the location of Tao Hua, who was quite a distance away, and decided to shed his clothes as well. The Gao brothers had all stripped down, draping their garments over a pushcart, which prompted several eager young lads, including Hu Zai, Daliang, and Erlang, to follow suit. It became evident that humankind is, in truth, reluctant to wear clothing. It is far too constricting. Song Fuxing had intended to suggest to his elder brother, second brother, and brother-in-law to loosen their waistbands for some relief, but Song Futsai, being the eldest, cast a few glances at his younger siblings and quickly dismissed the idea. As the elder, he felt a sense of decorum to uphold, even in the heat. Observing that his elder brother had not disrobed, Song Fuxi too refrained, as he was also the second brother-in-law of Qianping. Tian Shifa was considerate of Tao Hua. She was of a certain age, and he believed it inappropriate for a father to bare his chest, even in times of hardship, as he ought to maintain a semblance of paternal dignity in her eyes. As for his son Hu Zai, he was free to do as he pleased. The women, however, had their own struggles. Not only did they sweat profusely, but they also had to keep their hands busy while focusing on the journey ahead. What tasks, you may wonder? The women were reluctant to part with their clothing and tattered belongings. Prior to departure, Song Fuxing casually suggested, cut the fabric into a large piece, and make holes just big enough for our eyes to see through, with an optional opening for the nose. When the mosquitoes are plentiful in the evening, we can cover our faces and tie a piece around our necks to secure it tightly. This would serve much like my mask. Everyone would have a piece to shield themselves, and in the event of a windy, sandy day, it would provide protection from the elements. A single piece of cloth would not take up much space when not in use. It could serve as a cushion for the basket, or simply as a towel for wiping away sweat. Song Fuxing's whimsical suggestions resonated with the women, who began to take them to heart. Some, equipped with scissors, busily poked holes in their old garments as they continued their journey. At the forefront of the group, Song Fuxing suddenly felt his back stiffen as a warm liquid coursed down from behind him. At that moment, he was carrying a travel backpack and a large basket on his back, the bottom of which held a neatly folded moisture-proof mat in his coat, along with various odds and ends, while Qian Mishao sat atop. Qian Mishao, having taken some medicine, had been in a daze since their departure, unaware of what was happening, and had fallen asleep in the basket with a large towel from Song Fuxing shielding him from the sun. It was likely that his slumber was so profound due to the excessive consumption of egg soup that he had inadvertently released his bladder. Song Fuxing, feeling the warmth, braced himself. Just when he had finally managed to wash and change out of his urine-soaked shorts by the river, making himself appear more presentable, this mishap had ruined it all, leaving him once again in an unpleasant state. What was most infuriating was that Qian Mishao, after causing the trouble, awakened, rubbed his eyes, leaned over the basket, and wrapped his little arms around Song Fuxing's neck, softly murmuring, "Oh, I've wet myself." Resigned, Song Fuxing replied, "It's just urine. It is what it is. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, uncle, I'm thirsty," came the innocent response. Song Fuxing unfastened the water pouch for Qian Mishu, shaking it gently before unscrewing the lid. After shaking it, he handed it over to the child behind him. Qian Mishu took it, and upon tasting it, he was momentarily taken aback. The little one, initially intending to exclaim in surprise, quickly covered his mouth with his small hand, glancing furtively around before leaning in to whisper in Song Fuxing's ear, "It's sweet. Uncle, it's sweet." Song Fuxing chuckled lightly. "You've never had this before, have you?" Perhaps I have," Qian Mishu replied uncertainly. "Is it milk?" Ah, Song Fuxing realized he had forgotten. The little one perched in the basket behind him was indeed a child from a wealthy family, accustomed to being pampered and having tasted milk before. Just as he was lost in thought, the child began to call out, waving his little hands, "Sister, it." He insisted on pushing the water pouch towards Song Fuxing's mouth, urging, "Uncle, drink. Quickly, it's sweet." Mishu can't drink it all. Startled, Song Fuxing quickly shushed him, thinking, what nonsense. If you can't drink it, just let me have a sip in peace. This meager amount of milk powder was hardly sufficient for an entire family of children. Just as he was about to remind the child to keep quiet and not speak of it outside, the conductor at the front called out to him, "Third uncle, come quickly. Is that not the carriage you saw among your treasures? It looks quite splendid. But why hasn't he it left? Your treasures are truly remarkable. We've traveled so far only to encounter it." Chapter 81. Drought. Not far ahead, several hundred meters away, a horse-drawn carriage stood motionless by the roadside. This carriage, which Song Fuxing and his companions had spied on from a hill before their departure, had indeed been seen through binoculars. Since the onset of their flight from famine, they had not encountered any other carriages on the road. Thus, they had taken special note of it. However, as Iron had pointed out, amidst their water boiling and meal preparations, coupled with the time spent traveling, they had delayed quite a bit. Why had the carriage not moved? Was this family not in a hurry to continue their journey? As Song Fuxing and his group advanced closer, their expressions shifted dramatically. The carriage, drawn by a horse, had collapsed, the animal lifeless. It was no wonder it remained stationary. Inside, for individuals, both old and young, lay deceased, with the youngest appearing no older than a year. In the sweltering heat, they had begun to decompose, emitting a foul stench that assaulted their senses. Song Fuxing covered his mouth, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He turned to his daughter-in-law, instructing her, "Put on a mask. Find anything that can cover your mouth and nose. Misho, cover yourself with a towel, and do not come out unless I call you." He then shouted to the others, "Quickly cover your mouths and noses." The command spread rapidly. Unbeknownst to them, the idea that Song Fuxing had proposed before their departure was now being put to use. Though the others were uncertain about the situation, they hastily donned the headgear that the daughter-in-law had recently tailored, shielding their heads and cradling the children close. One brave soul suggested to Song Fuxing, "The wooden wheels of that carriage are in excellent condition. We could salvage them for use. It could carry quite a bit." Song Fuxing dismissed the notion, saying, "Forget it. There are no wounds. The horse is dead, and the people are gone. Do you even know how they died? I'll tell you now. Do not touch anything." He then turned to his cousin, commanding, "Signal to them to accelerate their passage." The elderly women in the mule cart shouted, "Slow down, slow down. Don't spill the water." After traveling a few more miles, all the women who had stubbornly insisted on not abandoning their luggage before departure began to feel a chill of regret. The further they advanced, the drier the grass became. The heat intensified, and signs of death became increasingly apparent. The figures they had seen in the binoculars were not resting. There were many among the fleeing who had succumbed to their plight. Among the few survivors, a small group sat amidst the corpses, numbly digging at the grass and soil, desperately seeking moisture. One elderly woman, lying motionless by the roadside, was presumed lifeless. They had deliberately avoided disturbing her out of respect for the deceased. To their shock, she suddenly summoned her last vestige of strength to grasp Song Fuxing's foot, pleading, "Water, please, water." With that, she breathed her last. Startled, Song Fuxing cried out, and Song Fuxing, who happened to be nearby, hastily abandoned the water he was carrying. He thrust the cart handle into his eldest son's hands and rushed forward, fiercely kicking the elderly woman who clutched Song Fuxing's ankle, sending her flying. Sensing his niece shuddering with fear, Song Fuxing pulled her close, asking, "Chubby girl, are you all right?" Song Fuxing was utterly distressed as he hurriedly carried the basket filled with money towards this direction. "Daughter, dear daughter, fret not. Your father is here. All is well." Qian Mishu, nestled within the basket, stretched out his little arms. "Sister, do not be afraid. I shall blow away your worries." Meanwhile, wearing a mask, Qian Ping leaned against the window of the mule cart, tears streaming down her face in desperation. "Fuxing, come aboard. I shall disembark and walk. It will be much easier." Chapter 82. The rise of the obsessive fan behind the mask. Song Fuxing's face was drenched in tears, her sorrow evident as her nose ran freely. What a bewildering circumstance this was. Utterly unfortunate, she lamented. Her family of 3 had committed no wrongdoing, so why were they made to endure such trials? Surviving in the crevices of despair, each step fraught with obstacles. Here, She no longer aspired to wealth or luxury. She merely wished for a stable existence. To live without witnessing death upon awakening. To rest without the constant terror gripping her heart. To walk at dawn without the sun scorching her face and her weary legs feeling as though laden with lead. Was this too much to ask? Drawing a deep breath, she stifled the torrent of tears threatening to spill forth, repeatedly reassuring herself. No, Song Fuling, do not dwell on those thoughts. Do not succumb to despair. You must be strong. Remain optimistic. Your complaints, your vulnerability, your tears will only deepen your parents' sorrow. If you can muster a semblance of cheer, their burdens may lighten. They have strived tirelessly for your safety and well-being, daring not to wipe her running nose, nor speak in a normal volume for fear that Song Fushing would detect her sobs. She whispered softly, "Father, it's nothing. It's merely a person who hasn't quite died yet. Let us continue on. Do not let the shopkeeper and the others stop." Shopkeeper Nyo, concerned for the young lady, had already halted the mule cart, prompting the rest of the group to come to a standstill. Observing that his daughter appeared relatively composed, Song Fushing gently patted her back before gesturing for the shopkeeper and the others to resume their journey. Meanwhile, Song Fuling was swiftly regaining her composure as she approached the mule cart, adopting a tone tinged with impatience as she addressed Qian Ping. "Mother, please refrain from overreacting. Just sit quietly in the cart." Tao Huaxin, perceptive as ever, noticed the tears glistening on Song Fuling's neck and had been quite startled herself just moments ago. She seized Song Fuling's hand, pulling her along, fearful that her sister might falter in fright, and whispered, "Plump sister, when fear grips you, remember we have so many people with us." Indeed, the fact that none among them had perished was a cause for gratitude, particularly for the elderly in their midst. As they witnessed those who were so parched they resorted to consuming grass and dirt, or those sprawled on the ground, lifeless. They would lament, clutching their chests, realizing that it was only by staying together that they were still able to speak, still alive. If they were to flee alone, they would surely lack the strength to escape, and perhaps out of concern for not burdening their children, they might even wish for a swift end to their own suffering. The women accompanying the men were equally overwhelmed with emotion. They recognized that overthinking could lead to despair, and soon realized that Song Fushing was indeed their good fortune. How astute he was! He always seemed one step ahead of everyone else. For instance, regarding the dire need for water, before the group even encountered a shortage, Song Fushing had taken the initiative to send Tian Shifa and a few others to search for a water source, insisting that they could not rest until they found one. Upon discovering a shallow stream, he promptly scaled the hillside to survey the area, and upon his return, commanded everyone to gather water, prioritizing it over their belongings. Moreover, even before descending the mountain, Song Fushing seemed to anticipate every eventuality that might unfold below, meticulously assigning tasks to everyone, detailing who was responsible for what, and how to respond should any refugees attempt to seize their provisions. When one finds themselves at the mercy of fate, their belief in destiny intensifies. Thus, as the women witnessed those who succumbed to thirst and glanced at their own household where even the livestock had access to water, several wives quietly urged their husbands, "My dear, remember this. Whatever Song Lao-san instructs you to do, you must comply without question. Heed his guidance, for it is infallible. If he advises against your involvement or stepping forward, do not concern yourself with it. We shall align ourselves with his directives. We shall observe him, and whatever he deems fit for the family, we shall follow, for his intellect is sharp, and he is never mistaken." Just then, Song Fushing at the forefront of the group donned his outer garment, fastening it securely around him. The women promptly offered their cloaks to their husbands. Some men, expressing impatience, remarked, "It's sweltering. Why wear it? I just took it off. Put it on. Look at Song Lao-san. He surely feels the heat as much as you do. He would prefer to walk unclad if he could. So why would he put it on now unless there is a significant reason? If he removes it again, I shall permit you to do the same." Chapter 83. Advancing reluctantly, it is often said that women possess a keen sense of detail, and indeed, they are thoughtful. Song Fushing not only donned his clothing meticulously, but also adorned himself with a head covering crafted from mosquito netting. He called out to the 4 stout men, "Put on your garments." Turning to the group, he instructed, Everyone should rewear what was just removed. Cover yourselves as thoroughly as possible, and do not remove your masks. He deliberately lagged behind, halting to lift Qian Mishu from the basket. He clothed the child in shoes, trousers, and tattered ancient garments, layering them generously, and affixed a mask onto his face. Understanding and considerate, Qian Mishu, wishing to alleviate Song Fuxing's burden, said, "Uncle, I feel much better now. I can walk for a bit." Song Fuxing patted the boy's head, and then called for his daughter and Qian Ping, as well as the nearby individuals, reminding them to keep their feet covered and to wear socks. Finally, he took out a bottle of medicinal oil and discreetly applied it to his daughter, his wife, Mishu, and to the areas behind his own ears and wrists. He even leaned over to summon Old Lady Ma. "Mother, come here." As Old Lady Ma approached, Song Fuxing swiftly applied the oil to her, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What is this peculiar smell? Are you rubbing it on my neck for some reason?" As for the others, Song Fuxing tightened his grip on the bottle of oil, deliberating intensely before addressing his elder sister. "Song Yinfeng, quickly come here and take this. Stealthily apply a little to the children. Remember, just a dab for each, preferably on their foreheads, so as not to attract too much attention. If anyone sees, it may appear as though we are overly self-serving. Also, convey this to your elder brothers. They should cover themselves as thoroughly as possible." Song Yinfeng accepted the oil, nodding silently without further inquiry. Just then, the butcher Gao hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Xiao-san, what is the matter? Why have you stopped?" Song Fuxing replied, "Uncle Gao, look at this stretch of land. How many souls have perished here? They must have been travelers ahead of us, unaware of the shallow river they crossed. And only when they could bear their thirst, no longer did they collapse." He estimated, surely, several hundred must have succumbed. And we have not traveled far. The heat is unbearable, and I fear that mosquitoes may bite the deceased. Who knows if any among them died of illness? If they bite them and then come for us, we might catch their sickness. If the conditions ahead are similar and the death toll rises, I genuinely fear an outbreak of plague. "What? Xiao-san, do not frighten me," Gao exclaimed, his face paling. In ancient times, any mention of plague was met with dread. A plague could wipe out entire communities. For a moment, Gao contemplated turning back, dissuaded from moving forward. Yet, what would be the point of retreating after having come this far? Returning meant facing looting refugees, chaotic soldiers, and bandits who once were mere troublemakers, now resorting to violence and theft. They were defenseless farmers, ill-equipped to contend with such threats. At this juncture, it must be said, some relatives could not be trusted. Although having never experienced it firsthand, there are countless tales of those who, before even being attacked by outsiders, were betrayed and robbed by their own kin. As long as there is surplus grain in the household, it becomes an original sin, a talisman of fatality inflicted by others. A point of no return. Song Fuxing remarked, "This is merely my speculation. Let us prepare ourselves psychologically. Today, as long as the livestock have not collapsed from exhaustion, we must persevere forward, even if it leaves us limping. Ultimately, we must hasten our departure from this area, so everyone should prepare for the darkness ahead. I wonder if the children can endure it. Alas." Chapter 84. Playing tricks around 8 in the evening, Qian Mishi tightly grasped Song Fuxing's large hand, her little legs stumbling to keep pace beside him. As they walked, she occasionally looked up at him in the flickering torchlight, thinking, "Uncle, why haven't you mentioned carrying me yet? Please say something soon. I can hardly walk anymore." Song Fuxing had long noticed Qian Mishi's persistent glances, but chose to feign ignorance. He thought to himself, "Mishi, if you can endure a little longer, do your best to be self-reliant. It's not that your uncle doesn't wish to carry you. It's just that I, too, am on the verge of exhaustion, nearly spent." Meanwhile, Granny Ma peered out for the 5th time, her gaze fixed longingly on Song Fuxing, who lay sprawled in the mule cart. Realizing her granddaughter was waiting for her to get down, Song Fuxing quickly crossed her arms and shook her head vigorously, clearly refusing to budge. Granny Ma, unable to hold on any longer and not daring to forcibly pull her granddaughter down, resorted to a clever ruse, calling out, "Shopkeeper Nyo, Shopkeeper Nyo, is there any chance you could spare a little room in your cart?" Shopkeeper Nyo first cracked the whip, harshly striking the sluggish mule that refused to move. and then leaned back with a pained expression, saying, "Dear lady, I've already been walking alongside the cart for quite some time. The mule cannot bear any more weight. It's on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing this, Granny Ma nearly sank to the ground in despair. Just as her legs trembled and she was about to fall, Song Fuling took a deep breath, mustered all her courage, and called out, "Granny, you come up. I will get down." "Huh? Oh, I'm coming." The mule cart halted as Granny Ma clambered in, and Song Fuling descended, the two exchanging positions sideways. However, as she stepped down, tears streamed from Song Fuling's eyes once more. It was the second time she had cried that day. Grasping her grandmother's sleeve, she sobbed sorrowfully, "Granny, do you know? I truly do not want to get down." Granny Ma pried her granddaughter's hands away from her sleeve, intending to say, "Just wait a moment for Granny to rest, and then I'll make room for you." Yet, she refrained from speaking. It was not that she lacked affection for her granddaughter. It was simply that the child felt too heavy to lift back up, and once seated, she wouldn't budge. After trudging for 3 long hours, oh dear heavens, it nearly exhausted her. Granny Ma's lips moved, but ultimately, no words emerged. In her heart, she thought, "Let us not make promises for now. We can discuss it later." This time, Song Fuling's tears were accompanied by many others. For instance, in the second mule cart, Song Jinbao was throwing a tantrum and crying, "I'm already asleep. I'm already sleeping. Don't wake me up." Song Fushi, almost stopping the cart to scold him, shouted, "Get down. Let your second sister get on. She has injured her leg. Can't you be a bit more considerate?" Zhu Shi was displeased. The more she scolded her beloved son, the more he misbehaved. She twisted Ya's ear and quietly chided, "How could you fall while walking? Look at your father scolding Jinbao. Are you satisfied now?" Ya, with tears streaming down her face, thought to herself, "What satisfaction is there?" She didn't want to fall either. Her legs felt heavy and unresponsive. She had no control, and one misstep caused her to tumble. Madame Tian and Song Jinbao were in the same carriage. Observing Song Jinbao weeping and wailing, area outside the carriage was also shedding tears profusely. Song Fushi continuously berated the child, helplessly suggesting, "Perhaps I should alight and allow Area to come aboard." Song Infeng, feeling sympathy for her mother-in-law, implored, "Mother, you have only just mounted the peach blossom. You have already traveled quite a distance. Please, rest for a moment, for your body may not endure." Madame Tian waved her hand dismissively, declaring, "There is nothing I cannot withstand. Let the child come up. I'm still able to walk." Chapter 85. Exhaustion and tears on the third mule cart sat Xianping, ensconced within sacks of grain. This cart could bear only her weight and the provisions for her family. She clutched her curled legs, pondering her predicament. It was dire. Her sanitary napkin felt as if it might leak, and the procession showed no signs of halting. Had they been marching for several hours, uninterrupted? If she did not change her sanitary napkin soon, the state of her trousers would be of little consequence. Her blood would surely stain the grain sacks. How would she explain that to others later? "Oh, elder sister?" Song Yinfeng quickly responded, "Yes, third sister-in-law, what is it? Shall we not take a break?" The third brother stated that this area was rife with the dead, and stopping was not an option. Qian Ping's face reflected her silent despair. Perhaps she could discreetly change in the cart? Yes, she would do so, and discard the used napkin in the darkness outside. For those families with livestock to pull their carts, the situation was somewhat more bearable. At least they could squeeze in 1 or 2 people to take turns resting. Those without mules or oxen, however, faced a different reality. Children wailed, and the elderly had long since succumbed to exhaustion. Previously, older individuals and younger children could find respite in others' carts, but today was not conducive to such arrangements. Those carts were laden with water, buckets and basins occupying every available space. After hours of laborious travel, the animals could not bear the additional burden. Those fortunate enough to have carts had their own elderly and children walking alongside. They felt embarrassed to seek a ride. Thus, families without livestock lamented their plight, particularly the men pushing hand carts, torn between urging their mothers to ride while not wanting to leave their own children crying, "Father, I can't walk any further." They were caught in a heart-wrenching dilemma between their mothers and their offspring, wishing for the strength of multiple arms to support both. Yet the reality was that they trudged forward, laden with all their belongings, their arms trembling under the strain. This was especially true for those who had exhausted their water supply before setting off. At the rear of the convoy, Guolaoda's wife made her way to the front, seeking out Song Fuxing. "Third brother," she implored, "I have a request. May we use the water from our cart for the mules and for everyone to drink? Let us deplete our supply first, and in return, once we reach a resting place, I ask that you share some of your stored water with us." Considering your elder brother's kindness, fearing Song Fuxing's refusal, Guodajia added urgently, "Rest assured, third brother, I am not unreasonable. Once we rest, we will only need enough water for cooking and drinking. We will be frugal. If we can avoid drinking, we will." Guolaoda's wife was deeply concerned for her husband. With no mules or oxen, all depended on him pushing the cart. Now, with the elderly and children unable to continue, he had to manage the water, possessions, and support both the old and the young. Her two brothers-in-law faced the same struggle, stubbornly attempting to endure. Yet this was no matter of mere endurance. She feared for their health, which compelled her to seek out Song Fuxing. Sister Guo believed that Song Fuxing would be amenable to the arrangement, confident that he would utilize the water from her household without defaulting on his obligation, for Song Laosan was a man of good character and righteousness. Indeed, upon hearing her suggestion, Song Fuxing smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this matter. He exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes, Sister Guo, feel free to share our water." He then instructed that word be passed down through families, the essence being, those without livestock and those with livestock should negotiate amongst themselves. Initially, they could use the water from the cart, and once that was depleted, families without animals would need to seek water for cooking and drinking from the household with livestock. Furthermore, he refrained from pairing off the community, merely urging everyone to remember one principle: unity. Thus, it was evident that efforts had been made to alleviate the burdens of those without mules or oxen, yet the toll on the community was still exhausting. One could often hear women, their voices tinged with tears, admonishing their children, "Why are you crying? Don't you realize it takes energy? Aren't your tears merely water? Hold them back." Such sentiments reflected the extent of weariness, capable of bringing individuals of all ages to tears. Chapter 86. Waterless. How far had everyone traveled today? Until this moment? Song Fuxing took a moment to calculate. To illustrate using his modern city as a reference in contemporary times, the distance from his city to the neighboring county was approximately 30 kilometers. If he were to drive, adhering strictly to traffic regulations and maintaining a controlled speed, it would take roughly an hour to cover that distance. Today, from dawn until dusk, including the morning when water was still available, it was now past 8, approaching 9 in the evening, and they had traversed nearly 100 miles. In ancient terms, 100 miles equated to about 50 kilometers in modern measurements. This distance was akin to making a round trip from his city to the neighboring county in contemporary times. A single round trip, even on well-paved roads, would require at least 2 hours by car. However, they were currently traveling on foot, laden with burdens, making their journey akin to a marathon, an extreme test of endurance. One could only imagine the elderly, women, and children, each one struggling to hold back tears. Breathlessly, Song Fuxing felt utterly exhausted. Just then, Tian Shifa, accompanied by a small team sent to search for water, finally returned. The group looked at them with hopeful anticipation, and Song Fuxing hurried a few steps forward to greet them. Yet, the familiar expression and gesture of disappointment from Tian Shifa were disheartening. With a torch raised, he waved his hand for the third time, signaling a negative response. At that moment, the atmosphere among the group plummeted to a disheartening low, and even Song Fuxing, overwhelmed by despair, sank down onto the ground. Seeing him sit, others followed suit, collapsing onto the earth. Logically, with the sudden halt of the team in the dark of night, one would expect some chatter from those behind. However, apart from a few drivers calling for rest, the group fell into a profound silence. Each person's chest rose and fell with exhaustion, busying themselves with removing their head coverings and using towels to wipe the sweat streaming down their faces. Song Fuxing, too, was wiping his neck with a towel, gasping, "Brother-in-law, did he not see any villages ahead?" Tian Shifa shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. He bore a heavy psychological burden at that moment, knowing that the group had equipped them with the best gear to cover more ground in search of water. For instance, they had provided the finest weapons, like the sharp polearm wielded by the stout girl. As for provisions, Sandy had given each of the four a twisted breadstick distributed in pairs to sustain them on each journey. The Song family had offered them a salted egg each, fearing that excessive sweating would necessitate replenishing their salt intake. Again, given on every trip, the butcher's family had provided a piece of meat, acknowledging the arduous task that weighed heavily upon them. While others had contributed little, each of the four had been tasked with carrying 2 water pouches filled to the brim with water. Yet at this point, the group was reluctant to drink, merely moistening their throats with water, ensuring that the 4 who had ventured far would consume more, as they deserved it. Alas, despite their efforts, the 4, divided into pairs, had ventured deeply along both sides of the path and pressed forward, but their endeavors proved futile. Do not speak of water. Even the grass is withered. I have observed numerous trees with their bark stripped away. Song Lerzhang bent down and inquired of Song Fuxing. Fuxing, what is your decision? Regardless of your choice, everyone will heed your counsel. The High Butcher also raised his voice to ask, Xiao San, shall we continue onward? Upon hearing this, Manager Niu immediately exclaimed, Son-in-law, we truly cannot proceed any further. My mules are on the verge of exhaustion. Chapter 87, What a Predicament. As they pressed onward, there were no villages to offer respite. No matter the direction, they were destined to sleep under the open sky. At this moment, Song Fuxing finally grasped the meaning behind Tian Shifa's words. Only the desperate tread this path. 100 miles, considering the distance covered the previous day. If this were the modern era, they would hardly pass by a small village, let alone a sizable county. Yet in this ancient time, traveling such a distance led them to a desolate stretch devoid of any settlement. The only encounters were with refugees suddenly rushing into their ranks, begging for water, or the sight of corpses scattered across the barren land. The group urged their mules and ox-drawn carts into the wilderness, adhering to the protocol established the day before, with each person responsible for their respective tasks. This time, however, there was no need to send anyone for water, as there was none to be found. Suddenly, a woman began to shout and jump in panic. What happened? What's wrong? Wang Posey's daughter-in-law was greatly frightened, covering her mouth and weeping. There's a dead person. Song Lirong exhaled deeply, his anxiety subsiding, and was inclined to scold her. Isn't it normal to see dead bodies? Haven't we seen enough along this journey? Stop your wailing. He then shouted to the others while setting up camp, keep your eyes peeled. Use the torches to illuminate your surroundings. If you spot a corpse, push it aside with a hoe. Be cautious of any diseases. Song Fuling, initially unfazed by the admonition, suddenly clutched Qian Ping with one hand and grasped Qian Mishu tightly with the other, whispering, Mother Mishu, let us stay right here. I just checked the spot. It's clean. We should pretend we don't hear anything. Don't help. Don't work. Let me finish setting up our luggage first. With the darkness enveloping them and the torches failing to provide clarity, she feared inadvertently stepping on a corpse, uncertain if the deceased were truly lifeless. Qian Ping recognized her daughter's genuine fear and embraced Song Fuling, assuring her, Yes, I will stay right here with you, without moving. Mishu hesitated, but sister, my legs hurt. He hastily waved his small hands. I just want to sit here and not move. Qian Ping replied, Then sit on my feet, lest any little insects bite you. Thus, Song Fuling resolutely held her mother back from helping until old lady Ma finished laying out the bedding. Once she turned back, she sensed a few people were missing and, lacking a torch, could only call out anxiously into the distance. Pangya, Banya, here, Grandma, I'm here. Song Fuling sprang forth from the shadows. Great, you finished setting up. But did you check carefully? There are no corpses, right? No, you needn't to worry. Grandma has all under control. You can rest easy. She continued, Your uncle specially scattered some medicinal powder in front of you children, though I'm not sure what it is. He said it was for repelling snakes and insects. That's wonderful. My uncle is simply marvelous. As Song Fuling spoke, she pulled Mishu down to lie beside her and called out, Sister Tawa, eldest sister, second sister, come here. Mother, don't leave. I'm scared. Qian Ping replied that she needed to boil some hot water to prepare medicine for Mishu and would return shortly. Madame Ma gazed at the freshly laid luggage, which was soon entirely occupied. Her little granddaughter, eager to play the role of the good person, called out to one after another, yet failed to make room for her. Preoccupied with her tasks, she hurriedly arranged the bedding, only to find that in her granddaughter's eyes, her uncle had become the epitome of virtue, while she herself received no praise at all, prompting a resigned sigh from her. Sister Gua jogged over, exclaiming, "Auntie, I have come to fetch water. How much do you need?" Perhaps bazing. Sister Gua hesitated. Madame Ma rolled her eyes. What? It's already late, and your family still intend to cook porridge? I suggest you skip it. My family is going to bed hungry tonight, and we're not traveling. Mother, Song Fuxing frowned. This was all agreed upon. Both families share the water. Our mule has already drunk theirs. You must hurry and bring a basin, preferably a larger one. With so many mouths to feed at Brother Gua's, even if they're not cooking, they need at least a basin of hot water for tomorrow's journey. Do not be stingy. Sister Gua nodded gratefully at Song Fuxing and then addressed Madame Ma. Annie, we cannot afford to cook porridge. We simply do not have enough water. However, as the three brothers mentioned, we must boil water to have for tomorrow. Chapter 88. The scarcity of resources. Characters such as Old Lady Ma and Sister Gua, along with the Butcher Gao and the Wang family, are fortunate in that their disputes over minor matters are infrequent, thus sparing them from unnecessary worries. These families have not experienced hunger throughout the day. Now that they are resting, they need not prepare meals. Without the need to cook, they save on water, and, consequently, there is no need for idle chatter. Before departing in the morning, Sister Gua had thoughtfully prepared a few extra dry cakes, devoid of oil and salt, which would not spoil easily. These cakes were dense enough to be used as projectiles if thrown. She had intended to prepare these cakes for convenience, not realizing they would serve a purpose later in the day. When the group was on the move, they provided sustenance for her family. The Butcher Gao's household had cured meat. Whenever a member felt hunger pangs, they could take a bite of the salty meat, which not only satisfied their hunger, but also prevented spoilage. The Wang family benefited from the astuteness of Old Lady Wang, when she learned that there was a possibility of running out of water ahead. While others frantically filled containers and washed in the shallow river as if they had never encountered water before, she remained composed. Instead of preparing a large pot of soup for her family to consume, she busied herself with steaming grain above and boiling eggs below, ensuring her household remained fed. Old Lady Ma, in her own right, had indeed benefited from her third daughter-in-law's efforts. Previously, she had scolded Qian Ping for being wasteful, lamenting over the oil and flour consumed in making fried dough twists, questioning why she couldn't remain at home as a lady of leisure. However, after today's ordeal, she no longer chastised her, as those fried twists had proven invaluable. After all, from the moment they left the small shallow river until they finally rested, they had walked for 6 or 7 hours. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Going without sustenance for that long would leave anyone weak and weary. Yet, apart from feeding the mule water and fodder while the group remained in motion, her daughter-in-law had expressed her fears about the dangers lurking in the wilderness, cautioning that even a mosquito bite could bring illness. The sight of the many deceased along the way weighed heavily on those who passed. Additionally, the mule cart, which could typically accommodate 2 or 3 people, was now filled with water containers, forcing the frail old lady to curl up in a cramped position, unable to prepare meals as she had previously. Despite her many skills, she felt limited in her ability to contribute. Thus, the fried twists, tea eggs, and small, unidentifiable pieces of dry food prepared by her daughter-in-law were brought out, allowing the family to eat while they walked, causing no delay in their journey. As for their current situation, whether they were hungry or merely half-starved was uncertain. They had to conserve water to steam grain in the morning. Old Lady Ma pondered. If she did not prepare ready-made grain tomorrow, all the fried twists would be gone by then, leaving them with nothing to eat. She began to rethink her opinion of her daughter-in-law when she noticed Qian peeing at the water source. With an urgent shout, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? That water is essential for our survival." Startled, Qian Ping replied, "I'm boiling water." To which Old Lady Ma retorted, "You should be resting." Qian Ping feeling speechless, remarked, I must prepare medicine for the 4 strong men, and I require rice, soup to swallow the medicine. Surely, you cannot prevent me from obtaining this small amount of water? Ah, it is not as if I intend to stir up trouble. The elderly Mrs. Ma merely moved her lips, but did not utter a word. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying cast a glance at the old lady, then another. As she overheard several matrons chastising their daughters-in-law for their inability to manage and conserve water, she mused, it is rather ironic. This ancient matron, despite her impoverished circumstances, exhibits a certain pragmatism at times that surpasses that of my modern mother-in-law, who lacks for nothing. In comparison to other households, she indeed seemed reasonable. Turning to Mrs. Ma, Qian Peiying said, no one dares to waste water, nor would anyone steal yours. You should rest now. You've been on your feet for quite a while today. Such rare soft words, yet Mrs. Ma paid them no heed, as she strained her ears to listen to the commotion. Chapter 89. In the early hours, a heated quarrel erupted between Song Fuxing's aunt and a young woman from another household. The young woman exclaimed, your cattle drank all the water from my home, and now we have come to fetch more from you. Wasn't this an arrangement we made earlier? Why are you being unreasonable, throwing pots in a fit? I'm not a beggar. The aunt, equally incensed, retorted, one basin is already a favor. What more do you want? You seem oblivious to the situation, expecting me to fetch another basin. Look around. Who else boils porridge at night? That would waste water. And if we don't boil porridge, we waste grain too. Our supplies are scant. We cannot afford dry food, only thin gruel. Should we then consume what little you have left? The young woman was taken aback. What have I said? I have not spoken ill. How am I being unreasonable? Do you wish to continue this? Oh, my chest aches. You wretched daughter-in-law. How dare you provoke someone of my age? Have you no conscience? The aunt clutched her chest, appearing as if she might faint. The 2 women exchanged barbs with fervor. As is often the case, there were always those eager to add fuel to the fire. Upon hearing the commotion, several other households joined in the fray, arguing over water distribution. You provided insufficient water. I gave you enough. Don't be ungrateful. To the left, this discord was palpable. Granima, overwhelmed, struggled to manage the chaos on her right, where Song Liring's eldest daughter-in-law was vociferously chastising her own family. I told you to wait before boiling water. Let the grain steam first, then the water can boil simultaneously. It's not rocket science. Do you not realize we are running low on water? Get out of my way. Qian Ping, overhearing, turned her head in curiosity. She stood up, intending to advise against drinking the steaming water, which, in common parlance, was termed hard water, fraught with nitrites that could lead to poisoning if consumed excessively. Yet, as she opened her mouth, she reconsidered and pressed her lips together, deciding it better to remain silent. She thought to herself, it is true that excessive consumption could be harmful, but given the present circumstances, how much water can they actually drink? Missing 1 meal or 2 will not matter. In a flurry, Song Liring hurried back, having just stepped out for a moment, and barked, what on earth is all this shouting? His voice cut through the tension like a lid being lifted from a pot, and the women seemed to find their collective voice, clamoring for fairness and justice. Song Liring's eldest daughter-in-law interjected, Father, you asked me to prepare food for the night watchman. The grain has been harvested, and I don't mind putting in the effort to steam more buns and prepare some fine flour. But you have neglected to consider our water supply. Is the water for steaming the grain coming from our household? The old man's face flushed with anger at his daughter-in-law's words. Feeling quite embarrassed and irritated at such parsimony, he turned sharply to his eldest son, shouting, Eldest! The eldest son immediately barked at his wife, Go back and cook. You're just idling about. Song Fuxing's aunt stood beside Song Liring, tearfully imploring, You must stand up for me. I nearly succumbed to her provocations. The young woman, feeling wronged, added her grievances. Lord Liring, she is unreasonable, treating me like a beggar for water, and when she cannot win the argument, she feigns distress, using her age against me. Other families embroiled in the argument were also fervently informing Song Liring. With this meager supply of water, I can barely prepare the provisions needed for tomorrow. There won't be enough left even for the children to drink. But, good sir, my family has only set aside this much. It is not that we are hoarding any for ourselves. Song Lijing regretted returning from his respite too early, as he found himself encircled by a cacophony of women, their voices creating a buzzing in his head. Following Song Fuxing were the shopkeeper Niu and butcher Gao, who had just completed their inspection of the livestock. The trio approached with purposeful strides. Song Fuxing exclaimed, "What is all this commotion about?" Instantly, silence enveloped the group, each person appearing somewhat flustered. Song Lijing remarked, "Oh, is it just you lot who were chattering away just now?" Chapter 90. A second meeting after a long day. Convening a meeting under such fatigue seemed rather arduous. Yet, amidst the exhaustion, everyone found the energy to argue, as if fatigue was a mere illusion. Moreover, this was a valuable lesson drawn from modern society, the necessity of meetings, especially during challenging times. This time, Song Fuxing did not defer to Song Lijing. He took the initiative himself. Sitting cross-legged before everyone, he declared, "I am not interested in who is right or wrong. I cannot adjudicate disputes. I have but one statement. If this cannot be resolved, we shall part ways." What? The expression on Ant's face shifted dramatically, and she was the first to protest. "Shengzi, we are not arguing about anything significant. How can we part ways?" Hearing this, old lady Ma scoffed and muttered under her breath, "It's always you causing trouble. How can we not part ways?" The young wife who had been arguing with Ant grew anxious, exclaiming, "Song Sangu, wait, Not only she, but several other women, who had previously been engaged in petty disputes, were now flustered, stumbling over their words. The elders in the family glared at them, as if to say, "Argue all you want, create chaos, and you'll find yourselves in a delightful predicament." Although old lady Wang's family was not directly involved, the mention of parting ways startled them as well. Would this not affect them too? Old lady Wang grasped old lady Ma's hand tightly and said, "Dear sister, have you noticed? I only wish to speak with you. Their disputes are of no concern to me, but we must stand together." "Oh, it's so hot." "Don't pull me," old lady Ma replied, brushing off old lady Wang's hand. "We are in a meeting. Keep quiet, or my son will become even angrier." "All right, I will remain silent." Upon hearing this, Qian Ping exchanged glances with her daughter, and judging by Fuling's expression, she sensed her father was in a foul mood. Given her understanding of her husband, it was clear that his discontent had escalated to a serious level. The situation had become dire, to the point where he could no longer entertain kindness, and it seemed he might genuinely consider severing ties. Song Lijing discreetly glanced at Song Fuxing, and after a moment of hesitation, he shouted to the group, "Today marks the first day of our water shortage. We still have some water left. Yet you all choose to bicker. What about tomorrow or the days after? If we cannot find water for several days, will you not resort to violence?" One man raised his hand. Song Lijing grunted in response, pausing for a considerable time before finally saying, "Speak." An earnest man stood up and said, "Master Lijing, brothers, let's all calm down. I cannot vouch for the women from other families, but I can assure you that I will manage my own. That is all I have to say. My household is my responsibility." As soon as he finished, several other men echoed his sentiment. "Yes, let us take care of our own households. After a tiring day, being without water is already infuriating. It's stifling, and we must not add to the chaos." Indeed, Master Lijing, we were not present earlier. We were busy gathering tools, cutting grass, and preparing for meals. Otherwise, how could we allow them to stir trouble? Women tend to complicate matters. Song Lijing glanced at Song Fuxing and sighed. "Fuxing, you have heard the sentiments of the others. It is not easy. With just our 10 or so families, we must unite as one, supporting each other along the way. Though they bicker and disrupt the established order, undermining unity. What can be said? Speak a few words for all are watching." Song Fuxing pondered for a moment before he finally spoke. "The current predicament is dire. I am uncertain how many days the remaining water can sustain us. I also do not know how far we must travel, nor how many additional days it will take before we encounter water again. Moreover, the mules and cattle require water. They grow increasingly weary and thirsty in this sweltering heat, needing sustenance multiple times a day. Our scant supply of water is barely sufficient for the elderly and children. How can we provide for the animals? How much can we spare for them? The water we have managed to conserve from our own rations could only sustain them for a few days. My mind is consumed with these thoughts, and upon returning, I found that among the 14 households, 7 or 8 had already begun to quarrel, nearing a majority. Whose is this? Whose is that? This one has more, that one has less, a disarray of scattered sands. What purpose does our gathering serve if we cannot unite? At this point, Song Fuxing's voice carried a hint of ire. Do you still believe our plight is not sufficiently grave? Chapter 91. The midnight hour, several women have already wept, their burdens unbearably heavy. Observe, even the act of wiping away tears necessitates reaching beneath their head coverings. On such a sweltering day, their bodies are drenched in perspiration, yet they dare not remove their coverings, tightly sealed to evade the relentless bite of mosquitoes. Song Zhang interjected, taking up Song Fuxing's words. Indeed, all they know is to create chaos amidst such hardship. Have we not witnessed enough devastation along our journey? Just look at how many have collapsed on the path, injured and robbed of their provisions, forced to endure. For once marked by thieves, starvation becomes their only fate. Our group has managed to bolster one another, ensuring no misfortune has befallen us. Yet we remain discontented. Discontented? Spare us the reproach. They are indeed content, came the retort. The more tragedies they witnessed, the more they felt a sense of contentment. Thus their fear of disbandment grew, prompting the women to weep even more fervently. Song Zhang's words had profoundly influenced these earnest souls. However, Song Fuxing exchanged a glance with Qian Peiing amidst the crowd, pondering, what a cunning old man. With his hidden motives, his speech may well be directed at me, urging me to contemplate the hardships faced by my own family. Just as Song Fuxing mentally criticized Song Zhang for his cunning nature, the latter promptly took action of tangible benefit. He beckoned his eldest son, saying, "Bring me my blue bundle." "Father," the eldest son of the Zhang family exclaimed, wide-eyed, "bring it here, and also ask your wife to boil water, enough for each of these people to have a bowl." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing turned to look at Song Zhang, who was also observing him. "Fuxing, I once harbored a bit of selfishness, but in these dire times, I cast it aside. I am of advanced age and possess little else to offer, save for some medicinal powder. As one who has lived long, I have heard much. According to our forebears, there exists a herb that can ward off diseases and fevers. A family secret passed down through generations. It pains me to admit that during your family struggle with high fever, I had intended to reserve it for my own children to guard against illness. However, I now present it for all to share, regardless of its efficacy. It may provide a measure of comfort." As Song Zhang spoke, he unwrapped the bundle and revealed its contents to Song Fuxing. This herb is rare and not commonly found in our region. What I have gathered over the past few years, ground into powder, is just enough for everyone to partake a few times. To Song Fuxing, the quantity of the medicinal powder appeared substantial, sufficient for Zhang's entire family for half a month. Yet, to distribute it among over 200 individuals seemed utterly inadequate. Previously, he had intended to discreetly retrieve several packets of banlan root tonight for his own family. 3 individuals plus the elderly, for in total, hoping to use it as a preventive measure against the heat. He had not even considered his own parents. It wasn't that he was withholding the packet of banlan root from his parents. Rather, he was concerned about their worries for their other children and grandchildren, fearing that when the time came, they would all come seeking help. In that instant, as Song Fuxing gazed at the medicinal powder in Song Zhang's hands, he felt as though something had pierced his heart, evoking an indescribable sensation. If he could experience such emotions, one could only imagine the reactions of the others upon hearing this news. Song Zhang dismissively waved his hand, expressing disdain. "Stop with the weeping and wailing. It is futile. Instead of wasting energy on lamentation, channel that strength into helping Fuxing contemplate how to navigate our current predicament. If our minds are not functioning as they should, we must exert more physical effort. As I have often stated, for those of us here, witnessing anyone succumb to hunger or thirst before our very eyes is deeply unsettling. We have journeyed together to this point, and those who have fallen are not merely strangers. They are our compatriots. Therefore, let us unite and endure these hardships together, looking ahead with determination. Do you understand?" The crowd responded in unison, "We understand." Some even led the charge, waving their arms and shouting, "Unity! Indeed, unity!" A man scolded his wife, "If you continue to quarrel with your sister-in-law, I shall deal with you." The wife nodded repeatedly in agreement, while the sister-in-law interjected, "Brother, I acknowledge my fault. I have been overly frugal. Let's all conserve water." A young wife, who had been arguing with her aunt, turned to her and said, "Auntie, do not be like me. My family has stopped cooking porridge. We are now steaming buns instead." The aunt hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially under the stern gaze of Song Fuxing's uncle, who disapproved of her. She quickly amended her statement. "It's not that I forbid you from cooking porridge. It's just that we need to wait a bit. It's a time to conserve food. Once we find water again, if you wish to save grain and drink thin soup, you may do so. No one will stop you." The water in the large pot began to bubble vigorously as Song Lijing poured in the medicinal powder. The atmosphere, charged with emotion and camaraderie, ignited fervently. Song Fuxing exclaimed, "While we drink this medicine, let us also deliberate on the matter of slaughtering the mules and cattle, for we cannot retain them any longer." Suddenly, Old Lady Ma spat out her medicinal concoction in surprise. Chapter 92. The Fourth Watch. Old Lady Ma, disregarding her heartache over the medicinal broth, hastily set down her bowl and, amidst the crowd, gestured fervently to Song Fuxing, conveying the urgent message, eliminate the other's livestock. Yet, internally, she grappled with confusion. Firstly, her family possessed a mule. If she had no intention of slaughtering it, she ought to refer to it as an old cow instead. Secondly, her son was no longer the same as before. His past antics of crying, causing a scene, or even threatening self-harm are now ineffective. What if they insisted on slaughtering her mule? In the eyes of ancient agrarian families, the act of slaughtering livestock was a monumental affair, akin to modern times where one might resort to selling their home out of financial desperation. Thus, even families without livestock wore expressions of deep concern. However, the reality was evident. There was no need for Song Fuxing to reiterate the obvious. Everyone understood that livestock consumed vast amounts of water, far exceeding human needs, and the current circumstances rendered them unable to sustain their animals. The livestock required grass, yet the nearby land was parched, devoid of any greenery. Song Fuxing cautioned, "Not only is there a scarcity of grass, water, and feed, but you're only aware of one aspect of the situation, while there exists a second concern. When we humans take medicine, it is out of fear of the scorching heat that brings forth illness, as the decaying flesh attracts mosquitoes that might infect us. But have you considered? Without shelter, the livestock are equally susceptible to disease. According to my previous readings, such epidemics typically originate from livestock. The most alarming aspect is that when they contract these diseases, anyone who has touched them becomes infected, resulting in a chain of transmission." Panic-stricken, the butcher widened his eyes and asked, "Is that true, little Sanzi?" Song Fuxing nodded in affirmation, saying, "Therefore, let us not even discuss the lack of water for feeding. Given the oppressive heat, it is prudent to consider that we must also slaughter our livestock. While they remain healthy, their meat can still be consumed. It would at least serve as sustenance. Once they fall ill, they are untouchable, and under no circumstances should they be eaten, even if it leads to starvation." The gravity of this topic weighed heavily upon them, as the villagers exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, deliberating, to slaughter or not to slaughter. While it was clear that each household could benefit from a meat, the oppressive heat made it impossible to fully consume any livestock that might be slaughtered. With limited salt for preservation, some families even lacked this essential resource. Nevertheless, the consensus among them appeared united, as if they were preparing to sacrifice their own livestock. "Fuxing, let's feed them for just half a day longer. We can conserve water. What if it rains tomorrow and the temperature cools down? What if we find water? What if in the days to come, there are no more deaths and we need not fear disease?" Once again, Song Fuxing felt a flicker of empathy for the faces surrounding him. He replied, "Very well. It is always good to have hope. I shall heed the collective opinion. However, if by noon tomorrow there remains no water and the heat persists, we shall observe which households' livestock can no longer feed. Should the situation worsen, we will proceed to slaughter those animals." As the night deepened, around 1 o'clock in the morning, Every household donned their head coverings tightly and succumbed to a profound sleep. Qian Ping turned over in her sleep, and upon reaching out, her hand found only emptiness beside her, startling her awake. Fatigued, drowsy, and famished, she squinted her eyes and propped herself up, using the flickering light from the fire to survey her surroundings. Yet there was no sign of Song Fuxing. That night, the group of boys had been assigned the night watch, yet their reliability was questionable, as their snores echoed like thunder. Stealthily, Qian Ping changed her sanitary napkin, and upon returning to the scene, she shook her head in dismay. Fortunately, they had not encountered any bandits. The only intruder had been a shifty-eyed thief attempting to steal their thermos. They possessed little of value to attract the attention of mountain bandits. Had they crossed paths with one, these boys would have been oblivious to their own demise. Her father? Qian Ping dare not wander too far. Intimidated by tales of the supernatural, fearing she might inadvertently tread upon a hidden bone. "Hey, why aren't you sleeping?" she inquired. "Why are you still awake?" He replied, I'm utterly exhausted, yet sleep eludes me." Crouching before Song Fuxing, she whispered, "Have you hidden yourself in that space just to retrieve a cigarette? Did you really dismantle an entire pack from the cabinet? You truly are something." Song Fuxing, anticipating a lecture reminiscent of their modern life, where she would chide him for neglecting his health and for having quit smoking, was taken aback when his wife, with wide eyes, proclaimed, "Do you have any idea what the market for modern cigarettes is here? They've never even tasted them. I had hoped to settle down and sell them at a high price when I had the funds to rotate. Now that you've opened them, how am I to sell them? One box at a time." Song Fuxing's expression faltered, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 93. The Fifth Watch indeed, my dear wife. You possess an extraordinary sense of optimism, contemplating the revival of tobacco in ancient times, Qian Ping remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Song Fuxing. What of it? They have never encountered a filter tip. Enough of that. I shan't criticize you further. Just refrain from meddling with it. Once you open that package, consider it a promotional experiment, allowing them a taste. Perhaps it will sell better. As for the liquor, I must tell you, the more peculiar the glass bottles of foreign wine we have in the entrance cabinet, the more appealing they will appear. They exude an air of nobility and sophistication. And who knows, we might earn enough to purchase a house. Do not wear such a forlorn expression. The future is bright. Should that not suffice, I have contemplated alternatives. You could remove the faux diamonds from our daughter's clothing and the gaudy beads from her hairpin. Anything that sparkles, you could extract. And the perfume. Then, wait. Song Fuxing interjected, furrowing his brow. The future? Do not get ahead of yourself. You ought to be troubled by the present. What is wrong with the present? Is it not for your presence? Her words caught Song Fuxing off guard, and in that moment, he realized how potent their genes were. No wonder Fuling slept so soundly. Almost sideways, her heart as expansive as her mother's. Casting a glance around, Song Fuxing deliberately waved the torch in his hand, illuminating the distance to ensure no one could overhear, before whispering to his wife, "There is no water left. Why are you so unconcerned?" Qian Ping frowned. "You can scare them all you wish, but do not frighten me. You merely wish to avoid bringing them water, fearing the inconvenience or exposure. I know we have water at home. Beer, soda, bottled water." Her self-assured demeanor left Song Fuxing momentarily speechless. "Come now, do not play the fool. We have tap water," he replied, half-open mouth silent, displaying a sense of helplessness. Was his wife truly oblivious? On the day they arrived, he had been in a state of panic, meticulously explaining everything, his throat parched from speaking. Clearly, she had dismissed his words as mere chatter. "Qian Ping, I have explained the nature of our circumstances. How could you?" "Oh." With a slap of his thigh, he exhaled a long sigh. Qian Ping pondered briefly before suddenly appearing alarmed. "What is the matter? Surely they haven't cut off our water supply?" "Cut off? There was never any such thing. I have warned you. You will drive me to despair." Qian Ping, now equally agitated, retorted, "Whom are you shouting at? You are the one who mumbles and then blames others." "Me?" Song Fuxing replied defiantly, but ultimately conceded. "All right, I admit my fault. It was I who was unclear. Let me clarify." He proceeded to elucidate once more. "The space is static. I have conducted experiments. For instance, the charge on our 3 phones before arriving here, remains unchanged. Our daughter's phone, which is lit with WeChat notifications, continues to emit alerts in this space. Qian Ping inquired, "But can she make calls?" Alas, no. The screen remains stagnant. The battery persists unchanged. It has been on for days, consuming no small amount of power. Yet no buttons respond. But did you not cool your head in the refrigerator? If the refrigerator remains in a state of cooling, it must be powered on. Who informed you of this? Before our departure, whatever was frozen in our freezer remains intact. I can conjure it now in a frozen state. However, I have conducted an experiment. When I placed room temperature mineral water in the freezer, it yielded no effect. Upon removal, it remained at room temperature. Do you comprehend now? That wretched space, as it was before we left, can only remain as such. Household appliances do not operate. The brightness in the room continues to reflect the afternoon light from the moment we departed. At this point, the situation has left Qian Ping bewildered. So, thus, before we left, you did not turn on the faucet either. The water did not flow freely. How could I twist that tap? Even if I were to force it, there would be no water. Chapter 94. The sixth watch. Qian Ping, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed on the ground, exclaiming, "What a wretched space this is! I can understand if the phone is unusable, but the refrigerator is plugged in and yet fails to freeze anything. I haven't defaulted on any utility bills. Why is there no water from the tap? This miserly heaven, thinking it was providing a refuge, turns out to be so stingy. If it were going to be this parsimonious, it should not have granted us this space at all." Song Fuxing, taken aback, instinctively looked upwards and then swiftly covered Qian Ping's mouth, whispering, "Show my dear wife, please calm down. Do not curse this space. If you truly anger it, our beer, drinks, and bottled water will surely be lost." Qian Ping sniffled, pushing away Song Fuxing's filthy hand, which had not been washed for a day and a night. Believing his wife had regained some composure, Song Fuxing was taken by surprise when, just a minute later, she burst into tears once more, her grief palpable. "Old Song, I detest myself so. It is all my fault. You see, during the time I was cleaning the water heater, our daughter had turned on the faucet in the bathroom to wash her towel. I foolishly turned it off, thinking I was saving water. And now look where it has led us." Song Fuxing comforted Qian Ping, wiping her tears, and contemplated, "At this point, acknowledging your carelessness serves no purpose. We are all bound by fate. Besides, I cannot bear to blame my wife, especially since she is suffering during her time of the month in this sweltering heat." Her time of the month? Song Fuxing paused, struck by the thought, and suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. In this modern era, his wife first dealt with her menstrual cycle and now faced the looming specter of menopause. She warned him to refrain from provoking her. Should he dare to upset her, she would retaliate. Now, thrust back into ancient times, she appeared rejuvenated. By heaven, did this mean he must endure once more the cycle of her menstruation leading into menopause? Yet, dwelling on such matters was irrelevant. The pressing issue at hand was the dire lack of water. If they were to run out, how could he manage to procure water daily to sustain them? The crux of the matter lay with his ancient mother, who was notoriously meticulous about water and food, as if her very eyes were calibrated to measure every drop. "Wife, lamenting is futile. You must be practical. Think quickly. How can we obtain water?" At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Is that you, third uncle?" As dawn broke, whispers from the Gao family spread that Song Fuxing had spent a sleepless night worrying for everyone. Song Lirong, upon hearing this, gestured for everyone to keep the noise down, lest they disturb Song Fuxing, who was trying to catch a brief moment of rest. Niu Zhang, overhearing the conversation, leaned in to whisper to Si Zhuang, "I wonder if these people are truly worth such concern from our son-in-law." His expression conveyed an indescribable sorrow. Song fully awoke in front of her parents, roused by the pressing need to relieve herself, surprised to find her father and mother still asleep. It was presumed that fatigue had overtaken her, and, out of compassion, she refrained from waking her mother to accompany her to the restroom. After ensuring that Ping was well covered, she nestled beside Grandmama and whispered, "Grandma, will you accompany me to, Grandmama thought to herself, "What a peculiar habit. Must one have a companion, even for such a necessity? Can't she see that I am preoccupied? Is your aunt awake?" Shall I summon her? No, I want you to come. Indeed, in Song Fuling's heart, aside from her parents, the most cherished and dependable figure was Grandmama. Not even the peach blossoms could rival her. The rest were mere acquaintances, requiring the niceties reserved for strangers. It was uncertain when this sentiment had taken root, but by the time she realized it, it was simply a matter of fact. Grandmama set down her straw, muttering a word of jest, and allowed herself to be led by her granddaughter to the toilet. The little girl was quite particular, even preventing her from peeking. As the pair returned, Song Fuling found a salted duck egg slipped into her small hand. It was a gesture of gratitude towards her father, Song Fusheng, for his diligent care, having spent a sleepless night worrying. One must understand that at present, a salted duck egg was a most precious commodity, valued for its dual nature. It was both an egg and salty. Salt, after all, is of utmost importance. As they walked, Grandmama quietly grumbled to Song Fuling. I've always known that Wang Posey is rather unsavory. She only collects eggs from those impoverished villages with difficult access, deceiving them with tales of low prices in town. Little do they know. Look at her, truly opportunistic, still able to produce such a thing now. Grandma, why dwell on the past? That lady went out of her way to intercept us and secretly bestowed upon us a fine treat. Please refrain from speaking ill of her. Here, take it home. Cut it up, and we children will share it. Share one among several children? Grandmama pondered briefly. Her eldest grandson, her second grandson, Song Jinbao, plus a chubby girl, could be divided into 4 pieces? Yet, she merely entertained the thought before shaking her head. Keep it safe. Eat it yourself. They wouldn't even know it exists, so let it be as though we're never there. Just ensure that Jinbao doesn't catch sight of it. That little rascal is as voracious as a wolf and would create quite a ruckus. Chapter 95. The 7th watch as the first pot of cornmeal steamed buns was finally ready. Song Fu Ling and old Madame Ma had mysteriously vanished. Taking over the task of preparing the food was Song Infeng. As she worked, she found herself torn with indecision. Oh, dear. Should I wake third brother and his wife? They were sleeping far too close, with a grain of rice between them, yet their heads nearly touching. Now that everyone was up and watching, it felt rather improper. Her daughter, along with the other girls, blushed and dared not pass by the feet of third brother and his wife, even managing their belongings with their backs turned. Meanwhile, old Madame Ma was also caught in a quandary, feeling quite embarrassed. For the first time in her long life, she was sneaking a bite of food while bearing the weight of others. The thought that her 3 grandsons had yet to eat while she, their grandmother, was indulging in a hidden morsel of food made her heart heavy with guilt. Song Fu Ling held a cornmeal bun in one hand and half a salted duck egg in the other. She took large bites of the bun while nibbling at the egg, eating hurriedly due to her hunger from missing dinner the night before. It was as if the more destitute one became, the greater the yearning for a hearty meal. In just a few days, Song Fu Ling had grown accustomed to the coarse cornmeal, which often left her burping. Eat slowly, take your time, old Madame Ma urged, patting her back. Song Fu Ling looked up and asked, Grandmother, why aren't you eating? The normally loquacious old woman found herself at a loss for words, stammering. Well, you eat. You surely won't have enough with just that half. Grandmother, didn't we agree to share our burdens and joys? Song Fu Ling reminded her. Our family members don't even know about this egg, and Granny Wong won't tell my father, so it's our little secret. We should split it. You must eat, otherwise I might choke. Old Madame Ma, aware that her granddaughter was merely teasing her, knew she would not really choke. Seeing how deliciously she was eating, it was clear that Song Fu Ling could never part with it. I thought I'd take it back for your eldest brother and let them have a taste. You don't know this, but such a precious treat is rare. Even when we're not fleeing from disaster, she began, but before she could finish, Song Fu Ling forcefully pushed the salted duck egg into her grandmother's mouth, insisting, You take it back for whoever you wish, but how will you divide that half? Grandmother, open your mouth. It mustn't go to waste. Suddenly, Song Fu Ling found herself at a loss for words. A bittersweet feeling overwhelming her as she watched her grandmother drool at the sight of the salted duck egg touching her tongue. It was indeed a long drool. Old Madame Ma, unfazed, waved her hand to wipe away the drool, saying, You silly child, look at the impression it has made. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. After all, it will only lead to more arguments when I take it back. And I'd rather avoid hearing your second aunt complain about her family having one boy while your eldest uncle has two, making it seem like they're taking advantage. While Song Fu Ling felt a pang of sourness in her heart, her face betrayed a joyful expression. Then eat quickly, so we can return. As old Madame Ma nibbled at the salted duck egg, Song Fu Ling couldn't help but make a wish. Grandmother, once we settle down, I'll make you fried chicken. What chicken? Old Madame Ma asked, puzzled. In a generous pot of oil, one may immerse chicken thighs or breasts, enveloped in fine flour, to achieve a delightful fry. Oh heavens, such a dish could rival that of emperors. Merely hearing of it makes one tremble with awe. But what of it? When the time comes, I shall have my father earn coins for us to spend, and in turn, I will prepare for you a sustenance akin to delicate steamed buns. We shall slice them open, nestle the fried chicken within, spread a layer of savory meat sauce upon the bread, and insert a couple of leafy greens. Once assembled, you may embrace it and indulge. The combination of bread and meat, a single bite brings forth an explosion of flavor. Furthermore, I shall implore my father to craft us a stove, whereupon I will roast duck, served with thin pancakes and slivers of green onion. Truly aromatic. Dear, once we have definitively established our home, no longer burdened by the need to transport our belongings, I shall ask my father to procure us a pot, and we shall relish in hot pot delicacies, beef, pork, lamb, and more. But wait, old Madame Ma hastily intervened, for in but a short span, the chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats were nearly all subjected to the whims of her granddaughter. Hurry, cease your chatter. Aren't you feeling a bit overheated? I fear you may succumb to delirium. See, why do you doubt? Believe you? You who once tricked Jean Bao into eating mere scraps. How absurd, this troublesome girl. The old lady had, with great difficulty and a pang of guilt, pilfered half a salted duck egg, only to have her granddaughter meddle and obliterate the experience. Her mind now consumed with thoughts of chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats. At that moment, a raucous call from Song Jean Bao pierced the air. Grandma, fat girl, where are you? Chapter 96. The eighth watch. Old Madame Ma pondered that a person ought not to engage in unscrupulous deeds. Just observe. When her little grandson spoke to her, she instinctively turned her face aside, fearful that he might catch a whiff of the salted duck egg lingering on her breath. Should he detect it, she dreaded the possibility of the boy raising his voice to question her, leaving her to ponder whether she would confess or deny. With over a dozen households nearby, such an embarrassment would be unbearable. Then there was her granddaughter. Notice how the little girl, upon encountering the family of San Er and Chien, instinctively retreated to a distance. What could that trio possibly be discussing that warranted such secrecy? Why must they converse while shunning her presence? We dared not inquire, yet it was evident that they had left her behind. Once abandoned, she... Do you think the little girl might secretly learn such matters from her mother? Oh my, if the chubby girl were to let slip a word to Chien, the latter would surely think poorly of her as a mother-in-law, suspecting her daughter-in-law of gluttony. Mother, is this tied to the roof of the cart, or not? Old Madame Ma finally grasped the situation. Song Infong glanced into the distance with confusion. What are you looking at, mother? Oh, merely observing your third brother's family. Always keeping their distance. What could they possibly be discussing? Perhaps deliberating how to extract water, Song Fuling replied, her eyes widening in astonishment. Father, I have no insights to offer. But you are a graduate student, he retorted. What trouble have I caused? Look at your parents, so self-righteous. Being a graduate student does not entail mastering the art of deception. Have you both forgotten? Since childhood, you have threatened me, declaring that lying would result in punishment. How could I possess any experience? Song Fuxing found himself at a loss for words, shifting his gaze to Qian Peiing. She, in turn, averted his gaze. What do you look at me for? I am hardly adept at such matters. Honestly, conferring with me and your daughter is superfluous. You have been weaving tales since childhood and have navigated society for many years, spinning lies daily. What wisdom can you possibly impart? You too are quite proficient. Song Fuxing nodded. You shirk responsibilities with ease. Aren't you afraid I might blunder, leading others to suspect I am a transformed spirit? Song Fuling quipped, Father, there is no creature as hideous as you among spirits. Qian Peiing added, then what purpose do you serve? As a man, you must bear your burdens. Surveying the surroundings, Song Fuxing cautioned the two women, stay vigilant. A mere roll of the eyes, and we enter the space. As he stepped into the space, he contemplated how to distribute water to others and what to say when doing so. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not devise a plan. Never mind. We shall discuss it later. One step at a time. Who knows, perhaps like those who anticipated, if we embark today, we might encounter a stream or brook. Thus, he entered primarily to implement the first plan, to procure some water for their family. While they had yet to depart, he discreetly filled the water pouches and canteens, hoping to save some water for his mother, for every drop counts. As he entered the northern balcony, rummaging through cabinets, he muttered to himself, my daughter mentioned wanting functional drinks to replenish her energy. Which box contains them? Alas, she also desires cola. What a child, wanting two different beverages. Functions, I have found them all. Opening the box, Song Fuxing retrieved 4 bottles of energy drinks, a bottle of Coca-Cola, and 2 small bottles of mineral water, all packed in a plastic bag. Initially, he intended to finish filling the water before exiting the space, but suddenly he paused, realizing the importance of being well prepared. He began to inspect each room. Upon turning the heating valve, Song Fuxing gasped in astonishment. Having just opened it, he quickly secured it tightly, unwilling to waste even a drop. To his delight, there was indeed water stored in the radiator. How fortunate! His home boasted several sets of radiators, and he was glad he hadn't opted for a heated floor. If the water ran dry, he could draw it out for them to drink. He glanced at the tap water he had stored in a 5L bottle of Nongfu Spring for watering plants, nodding in approval. Yes, this water was clean. He could devise a way to take it out for the elderly Mrs. Ma, as well as for his own family, including the half basin of water left in the sink. Finally, Song Fuxing made his way to the bathroom. He surveyed the area and opened the lid of the tank behind the toilet, feeling quite pleased to find some water there as well. He pressed the toilet button, fully aware that it would not produce the desired sound. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He gazed at the water remaining in the toilet, contemplating that after each flush, there would still be some water left. He mused that he could find a way to scoop it out to provide for them to drink. Emerging from the space, the 3 of them, with furtive glances, poured beverages into the empty water jug and pouch, stealing sips of the drinks. Song Fuxing burped, exclaiming, by the heavens, how blissful! Qian Peiying clutched the bottle of Coca-Cola, gulping down several mouthfuls, only to discover for the first time that drinking carbonated beverages too hastily could lead to choking. Old Song, hurry up, you should have a few sips too. You two drink, and I will take care of the empty bottles. Let us not let anyone see. We must leave quickly, as the team is likely waiting for us. I'll drink on the go. It won't take much time. Chapter 97. The 3 individuals, having secretly indulged in cola, seemed to find their spirits considerably lifted, as if the sweetness acted as a soothing balm. Song Fuxing, with his hair neatly tied in a bun, wore worn-out straw sandals that had begun to reveal his big toe, caked in black mud. With a bulging backpack slung over his shoulders, he took the lead. Song Fuxing, covered in dirt, clung to the crooked arm of her mother, Qian Peiying, as they ambled along, engaging in hushed conversations. Song Fuxing was imparting her wisdom on hitching rides to her mother. As Song Fuxing walked, he suddenly broke into song. You carry the burden, I lead the horse. Welcoming the dawn and bidding farewell to the evening glow. Treading through hardships, we forge a broad path. After overcoming trials, we set forth again. At this juncture, Song Fuxing glanced back at his daughter. Song Fuxing, ever the supportive daughter, immediately ceased her conversation with her mother and joined her father in harmony, and set forth again. La 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 la. Through the seasons of spring, autumn, winter, and summer, through the myriad flavors of life, may I inquire where the road leads. The road lies beneath our feet. Qian Ping playfully swatted her daughter's hand, which mimicked holding a microphone, chuckling with a hint of exasperation. You two, truly optimistic, can still sing amidst our circumstances. Indeed, Song Fuxing's spirit was quite buoyant, though it remained uncertain from whom she inherited such optimism. Nevertheless, the song aptly reflected their reality, waking to embark on a journey, pausing only when night falls. Hence Song Fuxing, S poignant rendition. Look, it's a new day, and we set forth again. The innkeeper, wielding a whip, urged, "Giddy up." Madame Ma walked alongside the first cart, while Song Fuling sat inside. How fortunate she was, having secured her place in the cart with just 2 sentences, for her grandmother would have insisted she walk otherwise. The first sentence, upon her return to the group, was when Song Fuling eagerly approached Madame Ma, saying, "Grandma, can you guess what my parents just asked me to do? They advised me to drink less water, as there isn't enough, and to be more considerate. Mother also mentioned that you are getting older, and I shouldn't let you go without. I should avoid drinking like a water buffalo, consuming 2 pots a day. I've decided that today I will refrain from drinking. So you needn't worry, I'll save my share for you." Madame Ma, taken aback, held her mouth agape for a good few seconds before sighing. "You children, your bodies are still developing and not robust. If you're thirsty, you should drink. I understand your needs." Thus, as the group prepared to depart, Madame Ma insisted on pushing Song Fuling onto the cart, wanting to walk for a while herself. She recalled how, when her granddaughter had been sneaking duck eggs, she had urged her to squat down, not to stand in the open, for the target was too large. The granddaughter had protested, saying, "Grandma, my legs hurt. I can't squat down." Song Fuling, however, showed no reluctance in climbing aboard. Yet, once settled, she turned to her grandmother and remarked, "Grandma, do you know why I didn't even ask you to let me have a turn? Why? Because it's still relatively cool. The sun hasn't fully risen yet, so you can bear the walk for a while. When the sun becomes scorching, I will get down and you can rest. I'm worried that as the heat intensifies, you might not endure it." Oh, what a dutiful granddaughter she was, having helped raise so many children in her sons' families. Yet none were as cherished as her own plump little girl. Pangya was exceptionally well behaved in her childhood, yet in the past 2 years, their encounters have been infrequent. Upon their reunion, she has become quite the lively spirit, enchanting everyone with her melodious words, and now she seems eager to engage in conversation with this elderly lady, constantly gravitating towards her, radiating an irresistible charm. Thus, the seemingly casual remarks made by Song Fuling have inexplicably caused Madame Ma to linger for an additional half an hour compared to the previous day. As for Qian Peiying, she found herself seated at the back of the cart filled with grain. Unlike Madame Ma, who had the privilege of being escorted onto the vehicle by Song Fuling, Qian Peiying climbed aboard with determination, braving the envious, resentful gazes of her sister-in-law, all while clutching a bag of rice. In her mind, she recited the advice her daughter had imparted. "Mother, if you are thin-skinned, you will suffer. Pay no heed to others' opinions. Their displeasure indicates that you have yet to accustom them to your presence." How does one describe a person's habits? When you regularly ride in a mule cart, over time, it creates an illusion that the seat rightfully belongs to you. Should there come a day when you cease to ride and suddenly relinquish your spot to another, they may even express gratitude, acknowledging your kindness. Consider their current glares as a phase in which you are fostering their habits. Chapter 98. The second update. Despite the psychological fortitude she had cultivated, Qian Peiying was, after all, an adult. With so many children gazing expectantly beneath the cart, she felt a pang of guilt as she climbed aboard, hastily adding, "I must administer medicine to Michaud. He is yet to recover." Second sister-in-law, Zhu, maintained her composure, primarily out of fear of the third brother, though inwardly she scoffed, "Administering medicine while taking a ride? Those unaware might think you're nursing." In contrast, eldest sister-in-law had grown accustomed to such scenarios as Song Fuling had described. Furthermore, he perceived that they were adorned in the fine garments provided by the third sister-in-law, and that the provisions prepared by her family were invariably designated for her eldest and second sons. Even the matriarch occasionally intervened, suggesting that her sons had grown and no longer required sharing. Yet the third sister-in-law consistently echoed the same sentiment. Their children, and thus must share. He, preoccupied with thoughts of her natal family, was reluctant to form close bonds with anyone, as her parents and brothers were lost to her, leaving no room for other concerns. Nevertheless, she was not foolish. These thoughts lingered in her mind. Throughout the morning, the women and children moved in a daze, appearing utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. The men, however, were not only fatigued but also anxious. The quest for a water source that morning was a matter of life and death for both the mules and the entire group. Song Fuxing had long since retrieved his binoculars, taking advantage of the clear daylight as he walked and scanned the surroundings. Thus, Qian Mishou was also entrusted to Qian Ping, and to accommodate him, eldest brother Song Futsai's handcart was burdened with an additional sack of grain. Even Song Lijing had joined the trek, leaning on his cane as he followed closely behind Song Fuxing. Each time, Song Fuxing glanced through his binoculars. Song Lijing would inquire about what he saw, which only served to further irritate Song Fuxing. The living and the dead are few and far between, he remarked in puzzlement. I find it strange. There must have been many refugees ahead of us. Have they all perished? Or are we on the wrong path? Song Lijing, with a furrowed brow, replied, We are heading north. The route is correct. There are no alternative paths. To which Song Fuxing retorted, Perhaps they have all perished. 2 hours later, the water-seeking group, led by Tian Shifa, returned, sweat dripping from their brows. Even the previously apathetic women looked up, their eyes filled with hope. Regrettably, they shook their heads in disappointment. Tian Shifa informed them, I even dug into the depths of the earth, yet found no water. Some areas are cracked and dry. Third brother, what shall we do? What could they do? They had given the livestock 2 feedings of water that morning, allowing them a drink before departing. And after more than 3 hours of travel, they had another drink. Yet, the total amount of water they possessed was barely sufficient for cooking and boiling water, enough to last until the day after tomorrow at best. Song Fuxing and Song Lijing exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken answer. They halted. At least 2 animals would have to be slaughtered. With the livestock all secured and fodder prepared, they would observe which 2 were unfit and refusing to eat. Those would be the ones to be culled. Song Fuxing's aunt rushed to her old ox, exclaiming, You must eat. Please eat. Upon witnessing her fervor, Ma Laodai also hurried over, clapping her hands in front of the 3 mules, urging, Bow your heads and eat. Consume with all your might. Auntie cast a glance at old Lady Ma, her entire being tensing as she stomped her feet with increased fervor, shouting, If you don't eat, I shall have to slay you. Eat for me. Old Lady Ma returned the gaze, rolling up her sleeves as she pointed at one of the recalcitrant mules and bellowed, Eat, you wretched beast, eat. The 2 elderly women cried out with heart-wrenching intensity to the livestock. Upon witnessing this, Song Fuxing felt a pang of concern. Her grandmother was losing ground, her voice already hoarse, failing to outshout the other lady. This simply could not stand. She rushed forward, joining her grandmother in fervently waving her arms, shouting in unison, Eat, eat, eat. Song Fuxing sat on the ground, covering his forehead with a long sigh. Chapter 99. The midnight cry, Why is it that the others do not wail, while these 2 elderly women lament so heart-wrenchingly? It is because the livestock of their families have proven to be utterly disappointing. They neither eat nor move. And how can the women refrain from feeling anxious? They are almost compelled to rush forth and feed them themselves. The old cow from Uncle Song Fuxing's family is simply too aged. One must recognize that livestock, much like humans, deteriorate with age. The more years they accumulate, the weaker they become. Meanwhile, the mule from Song Fuxing's own household, the one tasked with hauling grain and ridden by Qian Ping, appears to have lost its appetite, occasionally shivering, its head drooping in exhaustion. Consequently, the results are in. These 2 animals rank last and second to last. Feigning ignorance to his mother's relentless glances, which were filled with desperation, Song Fuxing, adhering to principles of fairness and transparency, declared, We shall slaughter my uncle's cow and my mule. Alas, Auntie fell to the ground in despair, unable to utter anything else. This was the prearranged rule, established to avoid any potential backlash from changing their minds. All she could do was pound her thigh and wail, Oh, give birth. Song Fuxing thought to himself, How peculiar. Is the old cow really calling for birth? Must it be this way? Those unaware might think it is destined for slaughter. Old Lady Ma, slightly more composed than her sister-in-law, pointed at the mule and scolded, You useless creature, you unworthy thing. Song Fuxing noticed that her grandmother's voice had become so strained that her throat was hoarse, and she realized it was imperative to intervene. Approaching, she gently urged, Grandmother, please accept the reality. as everyone else was busy consoling the weeping auntie, who was helplessly waving at the cow being led away, much like a person bidding farewell before being sent to cremation. Song Fuling quietly added, "Look, grandmother, at least you both are even now." To her surprise, old Lady Ma turned to glance at her sister-in-law. Indeed, a sense of relief washed over her, particularly as she contemplated, "The cow left by my father-in-law has been monopolized by your family for so many years. After this, it will be settled. Once the deed is done, we will partake in the meat, ensuring we receive our share of what was rightfully my father-in-law's. Fat girl, make sure to give grandmother plenty to eat later." Old Lady Ma wiped away the tears that had streamed down her face moments before and turned to the butcher, exclaiming, "Why take it away to kill elsewhere? It's a waste of time. Do it right here. My sister-in-law knows precisely how this cow has come to be, and she should be allowed to witness its demise firsthand. Caring for it all these years has not been easy." Song Fuling quickly tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. This elderly woman, having found some solace, need not voice her grievances. There was no need for unnecessary words that could create further discord. Just as the atmosphere had begun to ease, Auntie shot a fierce glare at her grandmother. The butcher pretended not to hear. With so many children present, it was unwise to expose them to such brutality. Indeed, like Song Fuling and Qian Mishu, they belonged to those who dared not witness the ordeal. The siblings sat on the ground, covering their ears, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Sister, is it over yet?" Just as the words left her lips, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the air. Qian Mishu shivered, instantly diving into Song Fuling's embrace. "It's nothing, dear brother. The aroma of roasting will be delightful in a while. When the time comes, I shall secretly sprinkle a little salt for you. Just keep it quiet." "Sister, there's an odor emanating from your mouth." Song Fuling, unable to cover her ears, hastily covered her mouth instead. Had it truly become so foul after merely a day and night without brushing? Qian Mishao, puzzled, leaned closer to Song Fuling, bringing his little nose near her lips, sniffing intently. The scent seemed unclear, so he removed her hand that was covering her mouth and exclaimed, "It smells pleasant. You must have eaten more than I did." There was an unmistakable certainty in Qian Mishao's tone. Song Fuling replied, "Is the energy drink so potent that it leaves such a strong aftertaste? Mishao, although you haven't had any soda, you've still consumed milk, while I have not had the pleasure of any." Chapter 100. The fourth update. Song Fuling led Qian Mishu to an inconspicuous spot, deliberately taking a few steps away before unscrewing the thermos lid and pouring some into it to feed her younger brother. The moment Mishu took a small sip, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed up at Song Fuling with his little head tilted back. The child, already charming in appearance, resembled a little girl, and at this moment his bright, expressive eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Song Fuling couldn't help but be enchanted and, crouching down, playfully pinched Mishu's cheek, exclaiming, "You're just a tad dirty." Qian Mishu shook his head to evade his sister's playful grasp and, with an eager breath, inquired, "What is this drink? Is it sugar plum water?" "Sugar plums? What could they be? Is it delicious?" Mishu nodded vigorously, his gaze fixated on the remaining liquid in the thermos lid, his little throat working to swallow in anticipation. "Drink up quickly and let no one see." Yet, Qian Mishu abruptly looked up and asked, "Has Aunt tried it? What about Uncle?" "Ah, well, sister, pour some back for Aunt to have a taste, and let Uncle try it too." Song Fuling felt overwhelmed by the candidness of these two, her grandmother and Mishu, whose innocent truths pierced her heart like needles, often catching her unprepared. She tapped the thermos, urging him to drink. "Hurry, there is still plenty left." To her surprise, Mishu expressed concern. "Sister, don't let anyone find out." After this admonition, he cautiously dipped his tongue into the drink, and under his sister's insistence, he finished it all, even licking the lid clean with his tongue. "It's so delicious, so sweet." The child beamed with satisfaction, appearing much more cheerful. He chattered to Song Fuling, "Sister, I didn't want to drink it all at once. I wanted to sip a little now and a little later to stretch it out until nightfall. But I can't do that. I'm worried others will see. It's better to drink it all at once, don't you think? What are you two up to?" Song Jinbao came running over. Song Fuling distinctly heard Mishu exclaim in a voice filled with alarm. Oh no. After that, he grabbed her hand and dashed away, his little legs moving quickly. Song Jinbao stood there, stunned by their sudden flight. The foolish boy scratched his head, calling out, Fatty sister, fatty sister. Grandma says it's time for meat. Are you running away from it? It's time to eat meat. Realizing that shouting about meat was futile, and seeing the two still fleeing, Song Jinbao muttered, well, I've already called out, so it doesn't matter. I'm off to eat meat now. Oh dear. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a bit of drink? It's almost like a cat chasing a mouse. Qian Mishu assured Song Fuling. It is necessary, sister. Don't you remember the taste lingers? We can't let anyone know. Oh my, it's truly maddening. Mishu, just wait until your sister strikes it rich. I'll let you drink sugar plum water every day. Meanwhile, Qian Ping was equally distressed, exclaiming, oh my, why can everyone indulge in mule meat while old lady Ma absolutely forbids me from roasting it? She stormed over, snatched it away from me, almost scorching my neck and face, truly frightening me. The response came rather unexpectedly, as the matriarch of the Gua family, in front of everyone, delivered a resounding slap to her daughter-in-law, exclaiming, how gluttonous you are, you eggless hen. The crisp sound of the slap caught the attention of Song Fuling and Qian Mishu, who were passing by, causing them to halt and turn their heads in astonishment. At that moment, Song Fushing quietly consoled Qian Ping, saying, your voice was quite loud when you were arguing with the old lady. Look at how envious our elder sister and second sister are. Don't let it anger you. You saw how the old lady was brought to tears. There is a matter at hand. We typically do not consume such livestock. So you may not be aware that donkey meat is considered fragrant, horse meat foul, and mule meat is utterly shunned. Do you not know what a mule is? It is a hybrid of a horse and a donkey and does not reproduce. Thus, it is likely that the people here believe in such superstitions even more than we do, fearing the inability to bear children. Qian Ping retorted through gritted teeth. I never intended to have children anyway. To which Song Fushing replied, indeed, I had no such intentions either. Alas, each one of them seems to be quite absurd. It appears they are not starving. I find their antiquated sensibilities even more troublesome than those of our own region. Chapter 101. The fifth watch. These individuals were not lacking in firewood. Several piles were ignited, and from a distance, one might mistakenly believe that an inferno had erupted in this area. One could not boil meat to rid it of impurities. It had to be roasted instead. Surprisingly, perhaps due to a prolonged absence from meat, the aroma was quite appealing. If it weren't for the fact that everyone donned tattered hooded garments, their appearances resembling those of beggars, one might easily confuse this scene with a casual outdoor barbecue. Qian Ping held a deep admiration for her daughter, whose nimble fingers seemed to possess the dexterity of a practiced pickpocket. She rummaged through her backpack, and with a flick of her wrist, salt was deftly applied to the raw meat. The process continued seamlessly, each piece of meat receiving just the right amount of seasoning. What captivated her even more was her daughter's incessant chatter. As Song Fuling spread salt on the meat, she remarked, these people truly baffle me. Even in such dire circumstances, they still yearn for children. It's absurd. That old lady Gua, when she waved her hand dismissively, failed to consider her daughter-in-law as plight. After all this time, her daughter-in-law hardly had the chance to recuperate, and yet there's talk of having grandchildren. Such irrational thinking. I cannot fathom how they believe eating mule meat will solve their woes. Qian Mishao interjected, sister, what is this madness you speak of? It is a form of insanity. Came the reply, As Song Fuling turned the meat over, she recalled the grilling rack they had brought, a remnant from their initial arrival in this ancient realm, when her mother had previously roasted chess pieces on it. Now, it served its purpose more aptly for grilling meat. Moreover, after her mother had recently shed tears in anger towards old Lady Ma, the atmosphere felt rather awkward, which is why their family of four refrained from joining the larger crowd, allowing their conversations to flow more freely. Listen, father, observed the husband of that Gua's sister. He is utterly spineless, allowing his mother to berate his wife without resistance. It has been quite a while, yet that old woman shows no signs of relenting, even going so far as to threaten to mar her daughter-in-law's face. Ridiculous. Who cares for such trivialities? This cannot be consumed, that cannot be touched. Not long ago, I could not venture outdoors without brushing my teeth or washing my face. Father, you were unable to walk any substantial distance without your legs aching after just a few steps. Mother was so fastidious that she wouldn't even allow us to drink from river or stream water, let alone from sources deemed unclean. Our Michal, God forbid, would not be permitted to leave without attendants in tow. Understanding this sentiment, Qian Michal nodded earnestly. Indeed. The three of them exchanged glances, sensing that their uncle seemed to harbor some disbelief, which was unexpected. He no longer responded with the usual affection. Instead, he emphasized in a childlike manner. Previously, I had a servant. Song Fuxing tossed straw into the fire, retorting, you have a servant at present as well. Qian Michao tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Isn't that me? Song Fuling chuckled, realizing her father relished teasing Michao. It goes to show that one must be mindful of the words they choose to speak, no matter the time. And that old lady Guo must not have heard the saying, the offspring of a mule, the steed of 1,000 miles. Listen closely. The steed ranks above the mule. After consuming mule meat, perhaps her daughter-in-law may either refrain from childbirth or, should she choose to give birth, may produce a child of extraordinary merit. Song Fuxing's eyes sparkled with delight. He relished the occasional clever remarks from his daughter, a testament to the investment he made in her education. Although he found the words perplexing, the mere sound of them exuded an air of sophistication, a stark contrast to his own limited vocabulary filled with exclamations of astonishment. Qian Peiying, however, expressed her disdain for her daughter's excessive chatter, asserting that no matter how much she spoke, it would not bring them any closer to tasting mule meat, as the affairs of others were of no concern to them. How can I not taste it? Soon, I shall roast a piece and savor it, as I have never tried it before. None of you, my parents, have stopped me. I shall eat it regardless, she insisted defiantly. Fat girl, Delang called out. Mother asked me to inform you that you are not permitted to eat mule meat. All right, brother, rest assured, I shall not even lay a finger on it. Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, and Qian Michao. Chapter 102. The sixth watch. Though Song Fuxing was acutely aware of his own lack of education, he remained oblivious to the fact that the incident concerning the consumption of mule meat had ironically elevated his standing in the eyes of Song Lijing. As he listened to Guopozi relentlessly berating her daughter-in-law, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. The incessant bickering was nothing short of maddening, with slaps and demands for kneeling echoing through the air. Yet, each time he glanced at Song Fuxing, he hoped for a decisive shout to quell the chaos, only to find that Fuxing's family remained unaffected by the uproar. It was as if Fuxing was deaf to the clamor surrounding him. After careful contemplation, Song Lijing came to a profound realization. Fuxing was adept at fostering unity, yet only between his own household and another. Should any two families dare to quarrel, Fuxing would not hesitate to break them apart. However, when it came to disputes among his own kin, he chose to feign ignorance, allowing the discord to unfold. It is often said that a wise magistrate struggles to adjudicate domestic affairs. One can see why Song Fuxing is regarded as the learned man of 10 miles and 8 villages. His intellect is indeed profound, and here lies the crux of his wisdom. It is no wonder that Song Lijing found himself less persuasive than Fuxing, despite his seniority. Having previously dealt with family disputes, he recognized that such efforts were often thankless. Should fate grant him another chance, he mused, he would certainly strive to be a different kind of magistrate, for one learns throughout life. Similarly, due to the mule incident, Song Fuling's significance in the eyes of old Madame Ma had also increased. Their bond was already strong. They had frightened others together while donning masks, exchanged seats during conversations, and shared spoils, such as salted duck eggs. Now, they rallied together once more in support of the mule. With a household numbering over 20, old Madame Ma found her voice hoarse from shouting at the mule, while the rest seemed oblivious, save for her little granddaughter, who rushed forward. This demonstrated that, in critical moments, the rest were of little use, and her granddaughter proved to be the most dependable. Before the group set off again, old Madame Ma discreetly called Song Fuling aside. Have some dried meat. You must be thirsty. You haven't had a drop of water since noon. Look, I've brought you some, and I've even added a touch of vinegar. This little jar is all for you, so do keep it quiet. However, the water jug was full, and she could neither speak of it nor reveal its contents. Song Fuling shook the jug to listen to the sound, insisting she had enough and refused the water, even encouraging old Madame Ma to give it to her siblings instead. Such understanding, too much understanding. Old Madame Ma further advised, when we walk later, remember to keep your distance from the cows of the families ahead and behind, and also from our mule. Be sure to tell your father. Grandmother, you could just tell my father yourself. I do not wish to bother him. I still need to have the steward manage the grain in the cart while you let your uncles handle the water. But why should we keep our distance? As the group continued their journey, feeling as if they might be scorched by the sun, a sudden clatter erupted from the Song Lijing family, followed by a cascade of falling items. The old man, clutching his great-grandson, tumbled out in disarray. The cause? Their cow had collapsed without warning, closing its eyes and never to rise again. Just as Song Fushing was about to inquire whether the old gentleman had sustained any injuries, a startled cry erupted from the neighboring Gao butcher's household. This is dire. The eldest son of the Gao family, prioritizing his own safety over his father's, swiftly maneuvered the handcart away from the impending danger, fearful that the ox cart might crush him. After a brief tremor, the Gao family's ox collapsed. The butcher, with tears welling in his fierce eyes, lamented the loss. I spent 18 taels of silver on it, and now it is gone. Song Fuling glanced towards the Li Zhang family ahead, and then back at the Gao household, exchanging a knowing look with her grandmother. The atmosphere within the group plummeted, enveloped by a palpable sense of despondency. These livestock now resembled a burden too heavy to bear. Each day, such creatures required dozens of pounds of water, and providing them sustenance had become an impossibility. Stopping the procession for slaughter was a luxury they could ill afford. It was a matter of time and practicality. To slaughter them all at once was unfeasible, as they could not consume the meat before it spoiled in the sweltering heat. Yet discarding it would be a lamentable waste. Chapter 103. The first shift the butcher, with a heavy heart, wielded his cleaver as he slaughtered the cattle, blood splattering across his face and arms. Following the suggestion of Song Fushing, he meticulously selected the finest cuts from the carcass before tossing them onto the cart, the blood still glistening. After finishing with his own herd, he hurried to the front to assist with the slaughter of the village head's cattle. At that moment, the village head, Song, sat on the ground, encircled by onlookers. Although the cart was not particularly high, and a fall would not ordinarily result in injury, the elderly man had braced himself to protect his great-grandson, landing squarely on his coccyx and rendering him immobile. His family, though numerous, was burdened with many children and possessions. Now, with the oxen that could have been harnessed gone, and the elder unable to move, at least 2 strong men would be required to unload the cart. Madame Ma glanced back to see the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gao family organizing their belongings, while the village head's family was also busy restoring order. They needed to clear a space on the handcart for the elder, allowing him to recline comfortably. With a deep sigh, Madame Ma's face was etched with worry. Her family had even more possessions, having already slaughtered a mule. If the remaining 2 were to collapse as well, she fretted over who would manage to unload the cart, especially since the 2 mules left were still hitched to the cart. She resigned herself to the thought that the cart could be dismantled later. The mule they had slaughtered at noon had left its cart now, being pushed by Tsu and 4 strong men. Tian Shifa was pushing the cart belonging to the old Tian family. Previously, 4 strong men had been handling it, but now he was too occupied to fetch water, as there were not enough hands available. If those 2 mules fell, what would they do? Alas, her 3rd son was hardly reliable, carrying a child left him breathless, and if he had to push the cart while walking, it would surely be disastrous. The oxen manager was elderly. Even if he teamed up with her 3rd son to push one cart, what of the other? Madame Ma glanced at her eldest son. Perhaps he and her 2nd son could manage the original cart, freeing her eldest to assist elsewhere. Song Fuling noticed her grandmother's gaze upon her, and wondered what was amiss. Madame Ma shook her head, dismissing the thought of relying on her daughter-in-law, who, although appealing, was hardly capable. Even walking was a struggle for her. With a glance, she assessed the situation, her eyes skimming over Song Infeng, her 3 daughters-in-law, and the 3 granddaughters carrying baskets, including Madame Tan, whom she regarded with concern. If worst came to worst, perhaps the women would have to rally together. Alas, how could they manage? The thought alone was enough to ignite her frustration. However, Madame Ma had learned from experience that in her moments of despair, a glance at her sister-in-law's family would provide some solace. After observing them, she realized that they too were in dire straits, with their only ox gone and their eldest brother limping as he pushed the cart. This renewed her confidence. In truth, Madame Ma's anxieties were shared by other families who raised livestock. Some even felt compelled to pray fervently for their animals, hoping that their cattle would continue to thrive without the need for water or grass. As the procession continued, the path was marred by two old, bloodied carcasses left behind. Fuxing, it's getting dark. Should we pause for a moment? Zhang, sprawled across the cart, inquired. No, we cannot rest. Earlier, I observed what appeared to be a small village ahead, Song Fuxing remarked, gesturing with his telescope. Upon hearing this, Song Lijing's spirits were instantly lifted. It is worth noting that they had traversed hundreds of miles without encountering a single dwelling, let alone a village. The location viewed through the telescope seemed exceedingly distant. The group had journeyed from around 7 in the evening until 11 at night, with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes surrounding them. Yet, after much anticipation, they finally spotted a cluster of houses. However, in an unrefined exclamation, Song Fuxing blurted out, "What the hell is this? Oh my goodness." Meanwhile, the educated Song Fuling found herself engaging in a silent, fearful dialogue within her mind. 9 out of 10 houses are empty. There are no dogs or livestock in this village. Beneath the torchlight, one can see that all the vegetation has withered away. One must tread carefully, for one might inadvertently step upon the bleached bones that glimmer in the darkness. Upon entering the village, they encountered not a single farmer. Chapter 104. The second update. This village is indeed quite expansive, yet not a single farmer can be found. Farming, cultivating the land, is the livelihood of the people here. However, since entering the village, not a single peasant has been sighted. Song Lijing languished in the cart, striking the bottom of the pot with a ladle, calling out, "Is anyone there? Is there anyone?" No response came. By the dim light of the torch, Song Fuxing turned to see his daughter tightly clutching her mother's arm with one hand and grasping her grandmother's hand with the other. A small head belonging to a child named Michaud peeked out from between them. It seemed his daughter was softly calling for Zhang, asking him to stand before them. Shifting his gaze behind, he noticed that nearly all the women and children huddled together in small groups, shivering. To be frank, it was nearly midnight, and stepping into a village that offered no reply sent chills down his spine. He dared not venture further inside. Song Fuxing called to Tian Shifa. "Brother-in-law, our numbers are too great. Let the group halt here while we wait for you. Please take a few people to search the village for a well. Once you find water, come back and signal us. Here, take this lighter, should the torch extinguish. Be sure to relight it promptly." "Understood," replied Gao Taitu. "You lot, quick on your feet. Choose a household that appears respectable, push the door open, and see if anyone is truly inside or not. Take your tools with you." Once arrangements were made, Song Fuxing reiterated to several individuals, "Be sure to cover your mouths and noses. Use the torch to scout ahead. Do not act recklessly without clarity. If anything seems amiss, return immediately." The group responded in unison, "Got it." The small team responsible for locating the living, led by Gao Taitu, promptly set out. Suddenly, Gao Tuhut leaped forth. Though Taitu was neither the eldest nor the youngest, he was the one most cherished by Gao Tuhut, for Taitu was exceptionally brave and meticulous, reminiscent of Gao Tuhut in his youth. At present, even the bold Taitu was startled enough to cry out. Clearly, he had witnessed something alarming. It wasn't long before Gao Taitu and his companions returned, their faces pale with fear. "Third uncle, aside from the empty houses, there are those who have hanged themselves, and corpses sprawled upon the calm. There are dead bodies everywhere. I even saw rats feasting on their eyes." One detail Gao Taitu withheld was that the rats had also noticed them. Instead of fleeing in terror, the rats chased them off, truly striking fear into their hearts. It seemed that in 10 homes, 9 were deserted. The one remaining was filled with a disguised corpse. Third brother, Tian Shifa, and the others returned as well, reporting that the well was dry, surrounded by many white bones, and likely more at the bottom. I ran all the way from here to the village's end, where I found corpses that had perished not long ago, all with swollen bellies, presumably from consuming soil. Song Fuxing swallowed hard. We must leave this place at once. Go. Anxiously, Song Lijing urged, striking the pot once more, calling out, quickly, leave no one behind. All of you, follow closely, move swiftly. We cannot linger here. The sound of wooden wheels resumed as the men exerted all their strength to hasten the cart's movement. The women, clutching, carrying their children, and supporting the elderly, seemed tireless. Their footsteps swift, keeping pace beside the men, fearful of being left behind. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, cool and refreshing, brushing against everyone. After enduring 2 sweltering days under the relentless sun, they had scarcely experienced such a delightful chill. It was truly a long-awaited reprieve. Yet, to speak candidly, it was precisely this rarity that rendered it almost unbearable, as they would rather endure the heat. For instance, Song Fuxing felt as though this breeze were sinister, almost malevolent, and the group remained silent, the sound of the wind eerily reminiscent of wailing spirits. He shivered and called out, "Guolauda! Hey, Fuxing, blow the horn I gave you. Don't stop until you leave the village. My entire family has come through." Chapter 105. Midnight, as they reached the village's edge. Amidst the blaring of horns, a cacophony of clattering sounds emerged. Alas, the only cow belonging to Wang Posey had collapsed. Guolauda's wife, who had been at the rear of the procession playing the horn, found her husband had stopped pushing the cart upon hearing the noise and witnessing the halt of the line. In the darkness, Wang Posey's eldest daughter-in-law exclaimed in panic, "What shall we do? The cow is down." The second daughter-in-law tugged at her elder sister-in-law, her face awash with urgency. "What do you mean? What shall we do? Hurry, gather your things, and come over. We need a few people to unload the cow." Wang Posey's youngest daughter-in-law responded swiftly, shoving her son's garlic shoots towards Wang Zhongyu, rolling up her sleeves to retrieve the belongings that had fallen from the cart, including their large iron pot. Before she could finish her sentence, a dozen nearby torches illuminated the scene. Wang Posey assessed the situation and seized her youngest daughter-in-law, decisively declaring, "Forget the pot, don't touch it." The Wang family's cart had fortuitously crashed onto the bodies of the deceased, as previously mentioned by Tian Shifa. The luggage and quilts that had fallen from the cart now lay atop the corpses. Most alarmingly, the crucial large black pot was perfectly positioned on one of the deceased's head, further mangling the already decayed visage. "Mother, we need to retrieve it and wash it. How can we cook without a pot?" Wang Posey lamented in a heavy tone. "Where's the water to wash? Touching it could lead to illness. Look at the condition of their bodies. They've been gnawed by rats." Song Fuxing rushed over, advising against any retrieval, better safe than sorry. "With so many people, we cannot take the risk of one of us falling ill because of a mere pot. If anyone contracts a disease, the entire group will be in peril." He then organized, "Let us have a few people help unload the cart and move on quickly. We must leave this village. What about the cow? Shall we slaughter it now?" Before Song Fuxing could respond, Wang Posey interjected, "Slaughter it? No, forget it. Let us not waste anyone's time. Hurry up and tidy up to leave." Those nearby assisted in piling belongings onto the cart, managing to retrieve the topmost quilt that had fallen on the deceased. Fortunately, this quilt had not come into contact with the corpses in any way. Qian Ping, using the torchlight, glanced at the scene and felt a chill run down her spine. Intentionally, she sought to divert attention, whispering to her daughter, "That old Wang lady is quite pragmatic. Generally, elderly women are stingy, reluctant to part with anything. They would rather gather their clutter than discard it. Yet she is different. She is far more open-minded than her daughters-in-law, willingly letting go of the cow and the pot. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed the right course of action." Song Fuling nodded in agreement. "I believe she fears the unforeseen. Should someone in her family fall ill unexpectedly, she is wary of others thinking it is due to the pot, potentially ostracizing her family. Thus, she chooses to abandon everything rather than risk it." Unbeknownst to the speakers, Ma Laotai, standing nearby, caught their words and mused inwardly. "I understand now. If this were to happen to my family, I would certainly refrain from foolishly collecting things. As the belongings were secured, the procession hastened to exit the village, eager to distance themselves from this place. After traveling approximately 5 miles, Song Fuxing called out, "There is no need to sound the horn any longer." Wang Pozi, unable to restrain herself, turned back to glance at the village once more. With her hands clasped together in prayer, she silently beseeched, "The few souls I encountered earlier, it was never my intention to disturb you, nor was it my desire to shatter your peaceful countenance with a pot. The cotton quilt left behind shall serve as a gift for your warmth as you depart. I have also left a pot for your use in cooking at your destination, along with a cow to help pave your way. I implore you, please do not linger around my family." In the depths of the night, around 2 o'clock, when weariness envelopes the world, the travelers continued their journey along the darkened path. Qian Misho clung tightly to Song Fushang's neck, his head bobbing with the weight of sleep, yet he refused to succumb. Each time his heavy little head dipped on his Song Fushang's shoulder, a sudden jolt would awaken him. This was true not only for Misho, but for all the children. For after passing through that village, their hearts and eyes were filled with an overwhelming dread of the night, leaving them too frightened to close their eyes, fearful that if they did, they might lose their parents and find themselves utterly alone. That village was haunted by the memories of many deceased children, abandoned little ones who, lacking parents, perished from thirst and hunger. Chapter 106. The fourth watch around 5 in the morning, Song Fuling lay on the ground, without any bedding beneath her, unable to contain her impatience. Strands of dried straw were tangled in her hair, and her weary eyes stared blankly at the sky. Just a couple of days prior, while walking, Song Fuling had felt that after such an extended journey, she had reached her limit. The day before, she had experienced a sense of suffocation, overwhelmed by the heat, leading her to believe that this was indeed her ultimate threshold. If she continued, she would surely perish. However, as she lay there today, she mused, she had been mistaken. Today was the true test of her limits. Astonishingly, she had managed to walk through an entire day and night, which filled her with a sense of pride, and although she had anticipated exhaustion would claim her, oddly enough, she remained alive. Just as Song Fuling contemplated, it seemed that everyone was engaged in a battle against their own limits. Each person, like her, believed they could not possibly endure any longer, yet somehow, in their struggle for survival, they tapped into boundless potential. The butcher, who addressed the slumped figure of Song Fuxing, Xiao Sanzi. "The 2 beef carcasses we slaughtered during the day for my family and the Li family are beginning to spoil. Should we roast them now?" Tian Shifa chimed in. "Third brother, the mule we halted to slaughter at noon, along with the beef from Uncle's cattle, has left us with considerable leftovers. After another night, they will surely perish." An elder from another branch of the Song family approached, his face contorted with concern. "Fuxing, just to inform you, my cow is on the brink of collapse. Shall we proceed with the slaughter, or do you have another plan?" Upon hearing this, the butcher clenched his teeth and confessed, "Xiao Sanzi, truth be told, the other 2 cows at my place are also nearing their end." Song Fuxing glanced at the cow steward, who hesitated to speak. He understood that their remaining 2 mules were in a similarly precarious state, barely clinging to life on mere fodder. Indeed, since the previous afternoon, they had ceased to provide the animals with water. How could they possibly survive? Yet the dilemma remained. If they were to slaughter the animals, 5 meals a day would be far too much for the group to consume. They should kill them all to prevent any sudden collapses during their journey, ensuring they could select the best cuts for consumption and discard any that had spoiled along the way. The butcher cleared his throat, feeling parched. Slaughtering the livestock was laborious, and he was already exhausted, his throat burning with discomfort. "Cow steward, pour a cup of wine for the butcher," he requested. Song Fuxing waved his hand to interrupt the butcher's refusal and raised his voice to the crowd. "From this moment forth, water shall only be reserved for the children. I have several jars of wine at home. We adults shall partake of this. After each meal, we will wet our throats." "Fuxing, that one tea do," Song Lerzhang protested, struggling to rise. He called out to everyone, "We cannot drink while resting. We shall imbibe only after sufficient rest before we resume our journey. Once we drink, that will suffice as our water for the day." Fortunately, The ancient wine was brewed with pure grains and had a low alcohol content, explaining why Wu Song could consume so many bowls before confronting the tiger, and why ancient people often drank wine to quench their thirst. Song Fuling thought to herself, if this were modern liquor, it would only intensify their thirst, proving utterly ineffective. Song Fuxing resignedly replied, very well, those who are parched beyond endurance may come to me for more. At present, circumstances have become dire, particularly as one anticipates the dry, unpalatable roasted meat, leaving each throat parched and smoke-laden. Numerous women grasp their children's hands as they reach for their bowls of rice, urging them gently, just a single bite will suffice. You cannot drink any more, for the remaining water must be reserved for your younger siblings. The children plead, Mother, I am thirsty. Song Fuxing reclines beside his wife. Qian Pei softly cautions, I suggest we rest sufficiently before setting off. If we advance and find ourselves without water after a long journey, what then? Song Fuxing replies, indeed. What can be done? We shall enter the space, procure some water, and bring it back. At the very least, a bowl of water per person each day will sustain life. He cannot fathom that after securing their survival, they could still traverse the night without water. Chapter 107. The fifth watch in a state of relentless comparison, comparing sleep, food, and drink. Song Fuling persevered with gritted teeth. Regarding sleep, she was perpetually weary, yearning to scream in despair, having traversed day and night without respite. The thought of asking for more than 5 uninterrupted hours of rest hovered on her lips. Yet she swallowed it down, casting her gaze upon others. Sister Taohua, Daya, Aria, and Song Jinbao, despite their advanced ages, managed to rest far less than she did, for they had work to attend to, while she could simply collapse and slumber. Even Michaud, still recuperating from cold, appeared so fatigued that she swayed while walking. Yet she uttered not a single complaint. How could Song Fuling then justify her own inability to endure? In terms of food, Song Fuling snatched roasted meat from her grandmother's hands, taking a bite only to find it dry and devoid of salt. Lowering her gaze to her own meal, she felt ashamed to admit that she could not swallow the roasted beef. When it came to drink, her embarrassment deepened further. Setting aside the fact that her home had water, her father would rather go without than deny her a sip. Not to mention her grandmother's repeated inquiries. Why don't you drink? She had even discreetly revealed that she had set aside a small jar of water, which the others mistook for a pickling jar, but in truth contained water intended for the younger ones, urging her not to tell her father. Upon hearing this, Song Fuling was moved to tears in front of Grandmama. She nearly disregarded her father's admonition and opened the lid to pour her grandmother a drink. Just as her emotions surged, Grandmama turned away, muttering, not bad, there's still tears. I thought you'd be too thirsty to even produce urine. Then you needn't drink. That water must be saved. She reflected that by not reminiscing about modern comforts or comparing herself to her past, but merely juxtaposing herself with those around her, one could find contentment. Song Fuxing sought out Song Fuling, retrieving anti-inflammatory medication from her backpack. Clutching it tightly, he addressed her. Si Zhuang saved Michaud's life by delivering the message on time, which indirectly saved our family's lives as well. He is employed by us, laboring tirelessly, and it is likely he will continue to support us throughout his life. The heat has caused his wound to fester, and he has developed a slight fever. We cannot simply watch this unfold. With a sigh, Song Fuxing left without finishing his thoughts. Song Fuling smiled at her father's retreating figure, understanding that his earlier explanations were more for his own benefit, an attempt to convince himself. As she gazed at his back, memories surfaced of their family's departure. When her father had warned, listen well, my daughter, do not extend any misguided kindness, regardless of whether it concerns the elderly or children. If someone dies before you, do not feel compelled to show compassion. We have but this little anti-inflammatory. If we remain here for a lifetime, what will we eat? Standing before everyone, Song Fuxing raised his bowl and proclaimed, it is time to set forth. The path ahead will be fraught with greater challenges. What will we do if there is no water ahead? Can we find life-saving water in time? What shall we rely upon? We must leave this unfortunate place, this site that may harbor infectious disease. And upon what shall we depend? Relying solely on our own strength, It depends on how swiftly we can move forward. Together, we shall empty our bowls of wine and endure with determination. Everyone, men and women alike, young and old, responded in unison. We shall endure. Each person only shared the dregs of wine from the bottom of their bowls. Yet the collective spirit was such that they lifted their bowls with both hands, drinking with the fervor of reverence to heaven and earth. With no livestock remaining, all 14 families relied entirely on handcarts. Having set off under the scorching sun after merely a morning's rest, Zhang Fuling, with a backpack slung over her shoulders, attempted to lift the basket from Qian Peiying's shoulder. "Mother, do not be stubborn. You are at the peak of your menstrual cycle. Allow me to carry it. I can manage the backpack in front and the basket behind, maintaining a perfect balance." Qian Peiying evaded her daughter's grasp to remove the basket, firmly seizing Fuling's arm and whispering softly, "My dear, I can manage just fine. It's merely a menstrual cycle. Remember, the three of us have consumed more water than everyone else. Hence we must endeavor to outpace them." Chapter 108. The Sixth Watch for Yu Shui's generous donation. Zhang Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel draped around his neck. The innkeeper, Niu, gasped for breath and inquired, "Aunt, my dear nephew, can you hold on? Let us go." Together, Zhang Fuxing and Niu exerted their strength to push the handcart once more. Qian Ping, with a basket slung over her shoulder and a cane in one hand, tugged at Michaud, asking, "Are you tired, Michaud?" Michaud's little legs trembled as he replied, "Not tired. I can walk for another hour." No sooner had he spoken than he tumbled to the ground at Qian Ping's feet. She knelt down to embrace him, causing beads of sweat from her brow to scatter upon the earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuling was forging ahead, her backpack secured on her shoulders, a water bottle hanging from her neck, and a pair of binoculars in hand, along with a precious small bag belonging to her grandmother, rumored to contain silver. Without the mule cart, no one dared to hope. Yet, not only was Zhang Fuling able to carry her bag, she also supported her grandmother and took over her father's tasks, occasionally scanning the horizon with her binoculars. "There are living people ahead. Living people," Zhang Fuling exclaimed with excitement, turning back to call out to everyone. Although the group did not understand how the presence of these living individuals was relevant to them, a peculiar energy surged within them at her announcement, lifting their spirits despite their exhaustion as they relayed the message. "Quickly, there are living people. Let us push harder." Their renewed vigor was indeed formidable. Within just an hour, propelled by sheer determination, they managed to catch up to the living beings ahead of them. Remarkably, these individuals had likely set out several days prior, yet they had been surpassed, showcasing the group's remarkable efficiency. However, as they approached and discerned the condition of these people, their first reaction was to exert even more effort to distance themselves from this motley crew. The 20-odd individuals they encountered were all pot-bellied, their limbs emaciated like dried reeds, evidently suffering from malnutrition. Upon seeing the group, these famished souls appeared as if they had found a glimmer of hope, calling out for water and proclaiming, "I have silver, silver." One man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, attempted to say silver notes, but after a fit of coughing, he collapsed near Zhang Fuxing, breathless, without even casting a glance. Zhang Fuxing thought to himself, "I have an air conditioner, a color television, and a washing machine at home. What use is that to me?" The others shared his sentiment, believing it absurd for the destitute to be asked for water, fearing they might soon resemble these very individuals if they continued on this path. Though they were impoverished, they could still muster some silver should anyone offer water for sale. These 20-odd distressed souls, after lying on the ground for a brief moment, were soon left far behind by a Zhang Fuxing's group. Zhang Fuling, peering through her binoculars, announced, "There are more living people ahead." This time, before she could relay the news, her grandmother interjected, "Oh dear, don't bother telling us about living people. What difference does it make? Call out when you see greenery or grass." This child, she thought, had led them to waste their emotional energy. They had expected a group of people with whom they could converse, to inquire from whence they came. The outcome was even more tragic than theirs, instilling such fear that they dared not engage with those individuals, lest they contract something dire. Very well. Zhang Fuling sealed her lips. An hour later, they passed by two groups of parched refugees, the most pitiful among them being those who, driven by thirst, could no longer walk and resort to crawling. These desperate souls likely hoped that somehow they might reach a place where water awaited them. 2 hours hence, Song Fuling's breathing became increasingly labored. She licked her lips, utterly exhausted, and glanced at old lady Ma. "Grandma, why do you keep sneaking glances at me? Why don't you shout out?" But she saw no sign of green. "Hadn't you instructed me not to call out randomly?" The secret stash of water had long been depleted, and the team's supply had vanished as well. There was no glimmer of hope, no prospect of survival. With a voice tinged with sorrow, old lady Ma lamented, "My dear, do you think there's any chance that your father's precious item has turned out to be faulty?" As night crept in around 8 o'clock, Song Fuxing felt as though he had just emerged from a sweat-drenched bath, his clothes thoroughly soaked. He glanced at the sky, unable to discern whether it was dark or light. From a distance, it was indistinguishable. They could wait no longer, nor could they continue walking. Both their water supply and physical endurance had reached their limits. This moment was ripe for subtle maneuvers. It was imperative to access the space and retrieve water. "Stop here. Let's rest." Chapter 109. The fourth convergence upon the call to halt. The group felt no relief. The absence of Song Fuxing's reassuring voice left them with a heavy heart. They yearned for the moment when they could finally rest. Yet the reality was that they could not afford to stop. With no water remaining, their only option was to press onward, tirelessly advancing through the parched terrain in hopes of finding salvation. However, exhaustion had overtaken them. With grim expressions, they silently parked their handcarts, neglecting to unload their belongings or cooking pots, and slumped to the ground in despair. Several men even removed their head coverings, realizing that even if they could guard against insects, the threat of thirst was far more dire. Despondency enveloped each individual. It was at this juncture that the true value of leadership became evident, showcasing why certain individuals were destined to lead. Instead of succumbing to complaints or despair, they sought solutions to the challenges at hand. Song Lijing, having procured a piece of red cloth from an unknown source, instructed Gao the butcher to find the finest cut of beef. He placed the meat upon the cloth, which was laid on the ground, and with the assistance of his 2 sons, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his lower back and knelt with remarkable poise before the offering. Once settled, he inspected his hands, rubbed them clean, and then, with hands clasped, raised his voice in a fervent supplication. 5 emperors and 5 dragons, descend with light and guidance. Spread your blessings. Assist Lord Thunder. From the 5 lakes and 4 seas, may the waters converge. At that precise moment, Song Fuxing, having rummaged through his cart, approached with all the empty barrels, including one that had long been emptied of oil. He was taken aback by how quickly the collective despair had escalated into a plea for divine intervention. Locking eyes with the kneeling Song Lijing, he observed as Song Lijing swallowed hard, his eyes wide with concern. "What shall we do, Fuxing? Grandfather has forgotten the latter part of the rain invocation. Our village's rain supplicant has not accompanied us. This invocation lacks closure. Heaven will not respond. You are educated. Please devise a concluding line. Swiftly, as the law commands." Song Fuxing replied. Song Lijing's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, that line. Yes." His astonishment at Song Fuxing's improvisation was palpable. Subsequently, Song Lijing ignored Song Fuxing, extending his arms and repeatedly calling out, 5 emperors and 5 dragons, concluding with "swiftly, as the law commands." The elder women, led by Granny Ma, felt that although Song Lijing recited a formal rain invocation, it lacked completeness. Therefore, they too knelt with hands clasped, fervently beseeching, little children cry in despair. Unable to plant the seedlings, we implore the heavens for a deluge, a tempestuous storm to descend. In an instant, these women, the elderly, and children ceased all other activities, wholly absorbed in their fervent prayers for rain. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Song Fuxing sought out Tian Shifa, instructing, "You and Si Zhuang remain here to guard against any desperate refugees attempting to seize our belongings. I will lead a group to search further afield for water. Who knows what we might find? The matters beneath the ground, particularly the presence of water, remain uncertain." Tian Shifa acquiesced, only to feel a tinge of regret thereafter. He realized that the helpers his younger brother had taken along to search for water were all akin to his uncle, individuals who were frail, ailing, or otherwise incapable. For instance, there were those with weakened legs, fragile physiques, and who would struggle to traverse any significant distance without becoming breathless. In summary, they were all old, weak, sick, or disabled. Not a single robust man, like himself, his elder brothers, the Gao brothers, Wang Zhongyu, or Guolauda, was among those selected. Tian Shifa was filled with trepidation. How could such individuals possibly embark on a quest for water? Song Fuxing pondered to himself that sending such misfits on the expedition would actually facilitate his search for water. Those with sharp wits must remain behind. Otherwise, it would be even more challenging to fabricate a tale. Qian Mishu tightly grasped the hem of Song Fuling's garment, pleading, "No, sister, let uncle go alone, otherwise I shall accompany you." Song Fuling comforted Qian Mishu, saying, "Your task is crucial, Mishu. It is precisely children of your age who can beseech the heavens for water. Therefore, you must kneel and earnestly implore the heavens on my behalf. Your obedience determines whether we find water." With tears welling in his eyes, Qian Mishu knelt on the ground, pondering how to beseech the heavens. But how do I ask? I cannot remember all those phrases. Song Fuling's eyes brightened. Simply chant, "Xiao Jingting, come quickly, Xiao Jingting, come quickly." Thus, Song Fuxing departed quietly, accompanied by his wife and daughter, along with 12 frail and ailing individuals, amidst the collective cries for rain from the others. Unbeknownst to them, back in their hometown, as they descended the mountain, the rain had begun to pour heavily to the south. While they knelt in prayer for rain, the southern skies roared with thunder and lightning, a tempest threatening to inundate the city, whereas their location suffered from severe drought, desperately lacking water. Indeed, the drought brought death by thirst, while the deluge drowned the others. Song Fuxing handed a hoe to the elder. "Uncle, you and these 2 gentlemen shall dig here. If you find water and the soil is moist, hurry back to call for them. Do not summon me. It is futile, for I must carry these empty buckets further ahead." "Very well," the elder assured. "I shall dig deep, rest assured." And so, the 3 of them continued on their way, discarding the 12 misfits in small groups to dig. The family intentionally ventured farther, walking until it was nearly 9 o'clock, the night having grown dark. Song Fuxing instructed, "This shall suffice. You 2 apply some cooling ointment while you await my return."